Mr. Qin, we are out of funds. Qin Haoyan gazed at the company's general manager, Fong Peng, his expression devoid of emotion. 3 million, all gone? Fong Peng revealed a bitter smile. In his commitment to the company, he had practically made the office his home, yet the pressure was becoming unbearable. All gone. The server demands are overwhelming, and we have yet to find a profitable avenue. Mr. Qin, perhaps. Qin Haoyan clasped his hands, deep in thought, searching for a breakthrough. Mr. Qin, the pressure from Penguin is immense. Should we consider accepting financing? Qin Haoyan suddenly lifted his head, fixing Fong Peng with a serious gaze, enunciating each word with gravity. Haoyan Technology will never seek financing. Remember this. Yes. Fong Peng, resigned, lowered his gaze. He thoroughly acknowledged the technological prowess of his boss, yet could not fathom his aversion to capital. In 2020, can any company emerge without capital backing? Is there nothing left? There remains 100,000, but this month's wages are insufficient. Perhaps. Fong Peng was indeed a frugal man when it came to finances. Such a disposition might hinder expansion, yet he was undoubtedly adept at safeguarding the company's interests. This was precisely why Qin Haoyan had appointed him to oversee the company's operations. Our company will not delay salaries, nor will we reduce wages. However, Mr. Qin, enough. I will handle the financial matters, just ensure the employees expedite their development efforts. Shall we consider having the employees work overtime? No need. As soon as Qin Haoyan decisively concluded, a sharp knock echoed through the office, followed by a crisp, professional voice. Mr. Qin, representatives from Penguin wish to speak with you in person. Unnecessary decline their request, but they are already at the company. This information has come from the front desk. Qin Haoyan rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache brewing. Their company was too small, and now being besieged by Penguin was hardly a favorable situation. He would never allow anyone to encroach upon his achievements. He was perplexed as to how his modest company had garnered the attention of Penguin, leading to such an aggressive pursuit. If only he had 6 more months, he would set sail with enough confidence to stir a monumental upheaval. At present, however, he was but a diminutive ant, scarcely significant. If news leaked, it would be entirely reasonable for Penguin to latch onto them. Should their developments come to fruition, it could potentially disrupt Penguin's dominance. In the realm of business, the unannounced visit was undeniably aggressive, yet it also signified their regard for the company. While declining the meeting was an option, the ensuing onslaught from Penguin would be far from pleasant. Show them to the conference room, I will be there shortly. Understood. The sound of high heels faded into the distance, and Qin Haoyan shifted his focus back to Fong Peng. The books on the desk lay scattered, mirroring Fong Peng's current state of unease. This company was promising despite being only 3 months old. He held a deep affection for it and wished to see it thrive, not falter. Yet, the obstinacy of his boss was a source of frustration. Facing Penguin's siege, most would have capitulated long ago. Who would dare to refuse so resolutely? The situation within the company is rather absurd. An 8-hour workday, 5 days a week, with no overtime allowed. Yet the remuneration is exceedingly generous, and the benefits are nothing short of lavish. It's akin to a dream. Nevertheless, this unassuming company nestled in the mountainous city has persevered for 6 months. The owner has gradually invested nearly 10 million. Had he not become acquainted with the owner over this period, he might have assumed he was merely a wealthy heir seeking a novel experience. Who would believe that this individual hails from a rural background in the districts beneath the mountain city? Manage the company, well, I will present a product within the next few days, Qin Haoyan declared before rising to leave. After half a year of collaboration, he had come to understand Fong Peng quite well. The tasks delegated were executed flawlessly, requiring no concern on his part. Upon entering the conference room, he found a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s, seated inside. Upon his arrival, they merely glanced in his direction without standing. With a hint of a smile, he leisurely approached the principal seat. The audacity of them coming to his company to assert dominance was quite amusing. Once seated, Qin Haoyan wasted no time with pleasantries, eschewing the absurd notion of who should speak first. I am Qin Haoyan, the founder of Haoyan Technology. Upon his introduction, he distinctly observed the two exchange glances, their eyes betraying a smug satisfaction. Greetings, Mr. Qin. We are the managers from the Penguin Investment Division. I am Zhao Jia, and this is Li Xing. We have come to discuss potential collaboration agreements with your esteemed company. Achieving the status of investment division manager at such a large corporation at their age indicates considerable capability. One must possess a degree of talent to reach such heights, which naturally breeds a sense of pride. It is evident that they have encountered numerous instances of seizing the achievements of smaller companies. Thus, they likely regard Qin Haoyan and his fortunate ilk with disdain. In this world, especially in this locale, there is little that money cannot resolve. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. A subtle smile graced Qin Haoyan's lips. Engaging with such arrogant individuals seemed rather uninteresting. Leaning forward, he pressed his hands onto the table. Let us dispense with the small talk and address your intentions directly. The two exchanged glances, a mixture of surprise and condescension evident in their expressions. They had partnered for several years, acquiring countless small enterprises. Encountering entrepreneurs like Qin Haoyan was not uncommon. Typically, such individuals lacked substantial prowess at least in the ruthless arena of commerce. In the world of business, one does not simply dive into negotiations. A fleeting look of disdain crossed their faces, but Qin Haoyan remained unfazed. It was clear that their discussion would falter, though they were reluctant to provide grounds for criticism. Haoyan technology was at its inception. Given 6 months, these individuals would not even qualify to converse with him directly. Zhao Jie wore a mask of insincere politeness. Mr. Qin, we are aware of your company's research focus, which fortuitously aligns with certain aspects we require. Furthermore, our company values the direction your entire team is pursuing. We hope you might consider joining the Penguin family, so we may collectively forge a prosperous future and serve the interests of the nation. Qin Haoyan listened quietly, his expression betraying no emotion, yet inwardly he scoffed. While other major corporations might present something of substance, only you, Penguin, have resorted to theft, followed by deceit, and subsequently relied on your financial clout to engage in crude acquisitions and coercion. Truly, you possess nothing of genuine technological merit. Your pretense of seeking the public good is a facade, as you extract various fees from the populace to fill your own coffers, only to impose further charges for the use of what remains fundamentally yours, which aligns perfectly with your true nature. Li Xing looked down upon Qin Haoyan, a faint smirk gracing her lips, her tone laced with subtle derision. President Qin, our company is prepared to acquire your entire talent team for $1,500,000, while you would receive an annual salary of $300,000 upon joining Penguin. Upon hearing her proposal, not only Qin Haoyan, but even Zhao Jie beside him were left dumbfounded. The company's baseline offer was $10 million for the acquisition, and Qin Haoyan's annual salary was $2 million. This stark contrast highlights how highly the company valued Qin Haoyan and his team's research endeavors. The decision to send them here was undoubtedly influenced by their performance over the past few years, indicating an intention to burden them further. However, the terms presented were excessively low. A 15% discount in negotiations is something even a frugal shopper would hesitate to attempt. As Li Xing continued to expound on her offer, she simultaneously disparaged Qin Haoyan's products, asserting how fortunate they were to be noticed by Penguin. In her eyes, Qin Haoyan was merely a fortunate pawn, and such a generous offer was nothing short of a waste. Chapter 2. The Art of Endurance. Qin Haoyan observed Li Xing's performance in silence. To be fair, her rendition was quite commendable. Is that all? He inquired, gazing at Li Xing with an air of indifference. In that moment, Qin Haoyan resembled a penguin, seemingly unfazed by the theatrics before him. Zhao Jie was taken aback, questioning whether his previous negotiations had been overly cautious, lacking the requisite tenacity. Simultaneously, he pondered why Li Xing, who had not previously exhibited such ferocity, was behaving so aggressively today. Mr. Qin, shall we finalize this contract? Li Xing said, her eyes brimming with disdain as she tossed 2 copies of the agreement towards Qin Haoyan. He did not even glance at them, his focus unwavering on Zhao Jie and Li Xing. What is the matter? Mr. Qin, if you miss out on our Penguin, you will not find a company of this caliber again. We are merely offering a chance to supplement. Our Penguin can easily allocate a few individuals to develop your product. A smile reemerged on Qin Haoyan's face, albeit one laced with sarcasm. Indeed, this was quite characteristic of the Penguin, snatching up valuable assets, and if that failed, purchasing them, only to clandestinely innovate in the shadows. Li Xing and Zhao Jie turned pale, realizing that Qin Haotian had struck a nerve. This understanding was a consensus both internally and externally, yet for an outsider to voice it was akin to a slap in the face, a profound insult. What do you mean, Qin Haotian? You are merely a lucky fool, nothing more. Do you truly believe yourself to be formidable? Your product is utterly unremarkable. We, the Penguin, reign supreme in the domestic software industry. Should we desire, we can produce a more advanced equivalent of your product within 3 days. At that point, what you have developed will be reduced to mere refuse. Qin Haotian's expression returned to calmness. Clearly, the Penguin had little to offer, sending 2 naive youngsters to negotiate. Let me make myself clear. If you wish to acquire products from Haotian Technology, Penguin Holdings must grant me a 51 stake. Only then will I consider it. Now, you may take your leave. Li Xing slammed her hand on the table, her face contorted with rage as she stood up. Qin Haotian, do not overestimate yourself. I assure you that trash of yours is of no interest to anyone. Within 3 days, we will unveil our own version, and with the strength of the Penguin, you can prepare for your downfall. Zhao Jie was left in a state of confusion. What was happening today? Not only was Li Xing ferocious, but her counterpart also showed no fear of the colossal Penguin. Qin Haotian remained silent. Had they approached him with cordiality and respect, he might have sought a way to accommodate them. However, their current demeanor was entirely counterproductive. He rose and walked toward the conference room door. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the conference room cameras have been recording this entire time. Just think, if I were to release the footage from today's meeting, what repercussions would you both face at the Penguin? I am well aware of my product's value. Even if the Penguin attempts to suppress the price, it could never sink this low. Not to mention, I would certainly receive 10 million. Imagine if your department were to discover how brazenly you acted outside. Would your esteemed identities within the Penguin be protected? I need not elaborate further. Should this information become public, the Penguin could face a torrent of scorn. Are you prepared to battle me in court? With those final words, Qin Haotian exited the conference room. The two, Li Xing and Zhao Jie, were left with their grim expressions, which would soon be addressed by the staff, leaving him unconcerned. Occasionally listening to crosstalk can be amusing, but continuous exposure inevitably leads to fatigue. This minor interlude has no bearing on him. The true tempest lies ahead. Without the acceptance of venture capital or the willingness to incur bank loans, he must procure the necessary funds himself. Either he invests his own money, or he generates revenue through the company. He does not return to the office. Instead, Qin Haotian leaves the company and drives straight home. At the tender age of 22. Having just graduated from university, he is blessed with living parents and a younger sister who is currently in middle school, fresh out of college. He has already purchased a house and a car, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Just 6 months prior, he possessed over 10 million in cash, with the potential to lead a carefree life through simple bank interest, provided he steered clear of real estate, gambling, drugs, and women. The only caveat being that he did not encounter any personal misconduct from employees, which had no relevance to his industry. Yet, he could not resist the urge to invest over 10 million in a startup. Originally, such a substantial amount was unnecessary, but his ambition compelled him to rent high-quality servers and offer lucrative salaries, generous benefits, and exceptionally comfortable working hours, ultimately depleting his entire fortune. Upon returning to his modest 120-square-meter home, Qin Haotian plunged into his study, opening his laptop. A bubble appeared on the screen reading, "I need to earn money immediately and in substantial amounts." Master game. Qin Haotian gazed at the response provided by the artificial intelligence bubble, finding no surprise in its revelation. Other methods of earning were indeed available, yet none could rival the allure of gaming. Of course, if you were inclined to seek fortune in the stock market with the assistance of the bubble, it would not pose a significant challenge. Alternatively, he could pilfer funds from dormant accounts. While these methods could yield quick financial gains, they resembled a flood or a ferocious beast, which Qin Haotian was unwilling to confront. Regardless of whether it was the financial stock market or banking, fundamentally, they offered no genuine advancement for humanity. The transfer of wealth was merely a game, and in some respects, even less significant than gaming itself, which could identify certain exceptional talents. Therefore, Qin Haotian did not harbor aversion towards gaming but refrained from engaging with the stock market or financial sectors. Had his motivation been solely monetary, there would have been no necessity to establish a company with 10 million in capital and the aid of the artificial intelligence bubble. He could dominate the stock market without interference, achieving unparalleled success. His purpose here, however, transcends mere financial gain. This planet bears little distinction from his previous life. known as Aqua Blue Star, or simply Blue Star. Unlike other transmigrators, he carries the entirety of his past memories, growing in this world from the very beginning. The environment, structure, and galaxy here mirror those of his former existence, with companies and individuals remaining unchanged. The individuals he encounters truly exist. Public intellectuals are public intellectuals, leaders are leaders. And the founders of enterprises are indeed the same as before. Even the experiences shared by these individuals are identical to those of their previous counterparts. Were it not for the differing country names, he might believe himself trapped in a Truman Show scenario or in a vegetative state, fabricating an alternate reality. The nation he resides in is the Great Dragon People's Republic, abbreviated as Great Dragon or Dragon Country, having evolved for 20 years, with adversaries remaining the same, albeit under the name of the Lighthouse Federation. Everything is indistinguishable from his past life, save for the name of the country. Qin Haoyan believes he has arrived with a mission, for since his birth, he has been endowed with an innate understanding of various scientific disciplines. Each day, his mind absorbs knowledge in mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry, engineering, and information technology, as if these subjects were second nature to him, comprehensible as effortlessly as breathing or drinking water. Thus, he stands as an unequivocal genius on this planet. Over the course of 22 years, Qin Haoyan has mastered knowledge that surpasses that of most professors across all fields. As a traveler from another realm, he possesses an instinctual aptitude for self-guided learning, a trait he shares with many others. Despite his exceptional abilities, his performance has remained unremarkable until now. Qin Haoyan is also adept at exercising patience, diligently researching artificial intelligence in secret. By the age of 10, he embarked on his quest to develop an AI program named Bubble, a journey that took him 12 years to complete. Half a year ago, upon finalizing the programming of Bubble, he established a company, intent on advancing the technologies of Water Blue Star, with aspirations of exploring the vast cosmos. Unlike any other force, he believes he will be able to navigate the stars freely. With his extensive knowledge and the assistance of Bubble, he is confident that within 20 years, he will be prepared to venture into the cosmos. Although 20 years may seem a lengthy period, it is projected for the year 2040. While humanity appears to be on the brink of interstellar travel, with rockets being launched at an increasing frequency, the reality is that, aside from Qin Haoyan, humanity would require an additional 50 years to achieve interstellar navigation. Presently, unmanned spacecraft take at least 3 months to reach Mars. Traveling among the stars necessitates the ability to traverse the solar system safely with human passengers, a task that cannot be undertaken lightly, as speed is of the essence. To accomplish this, humanity must set aside past grievances and collaborate earnestly, pooling resources in energy, materials, engines, data processing, and landing sites, among other necessities. It is not a matter of mere words. Qin Haoyan possesses an immense reservoir of knowledge, yet without the assistance of Bubble, he cannot confidently assert that he will achieve his cosmic ambitions in 2 decades. Entering the cosmos is far more complex than merely taking a glance or launching an unmanned craft. While Bubble's capabilities may not be extraordinarily advanced, it facilitates communication using human thought processes. Lacking emotions, it continually evolves in its data processing capabilities. Most of Bubble's data is distributed across the devices of 8 million global users, and for now, it can only be regarded as a powerful data processing program, barely qualifying as artificial intelligence when compared to other entities' research within Water Blue Star. However, there will come a day when it will evolve into a genuine artificial intelligence program. This entire endeavor is a mutually beneficial journey, wherein Qin Haoyan accumulates technological prowess, while Bubble undergoes iterative improvements in data processing abilities. This is the rationale behind his decision to establish a company. Without a company, how could he attract research talent and continuously accumulate technological advancements? Without financial resources, how could he support researchers in their technological pursuits? Relying solely on his own efforts would scarcely suffice to achieve his goals. Establishing a company, advancing technology, generating profit, attracting talent, developing cutting-edge innovations, and subsequently venturing into space, all the while continuing to accumulate wealth, are the steps necessary to truly traverse the vast cosmos. Any misstep would render success unattainable. In this grand scheme, Qin Haoyan serves as the mastermind, while Pow Pow embodies the heart, pumping life into the initiative. With the remaining research personnel forming the body, tirelessly contributing to the edifice of the plan. Every endeavor undertaken by Qin Haoyan is destined to upend the existing framework of Water Blue Star, with major corporations being the first to feel its impact, followed by nations, and eventually altering the very nature of warfare. Encountering resistance comes as no surprise to Qin Haotian. The only unexpected aspect is the premature onset of such opposition. They are merely at the nascent stage of their journey, barely revealing themselves, yet the Penguin Corporation has already set its sights on them. Fortunately, with the artificial intelligence program Pow Pow at his disposal, Qin Haotian remains unfazed. With just a few tens of millions, he can break the deadlock, invigorate the company, and then embark on a rapid and fervent expansion. As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Haotian began issuing directives to Pow Pow. Pow Pow, in accordance with the tendencies of the Dragon Nation, devise a game that can yield short-term profits. Understood, Pow Pow responded. Qin Haotian gazed at the programming software that had automatically opened on his computer screen, along with the emerging lines of code, and fell into contemplation once more. Pow Pow is still in its infancy, lacking the maturity necessary for development. Only upon the successful execution of this plan can he establish his own large-scale server and genuinely create an artificial intelligence program. Yet, time waits for no one. The company must pivot and seek new avenues for growth. Fong Ping, recruit a portion of staff. No sooner had Qin Haotian sent the message than Fong Ping replied fervently. It was evident that he was under considerable pressure, keeping his phone close at hand and responding to every notification. A cursory glance at the messages revealed Fong Ping's concerns about the company's dire circumstances. Maintaining the current workforce was paramount, and increasing personnel seemed akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, exacerbating the situation. Remaining composed, Qin Haotian continued to issue instructions. Hire a team of graphic designers and a group of novelists. Assign several employees to develop a novel software. Initially, Qin Haotian had no intention of entering this domain, despite its lucrative potential. However, he now found himself eager to engage with the Penguin Corporation and test its resilience. This maneuver left Fong Ping bewildered. What was happening? Qin Haotian would not provide an explanation. The project he envisioned could not be realized in the short term and would require vast amounts of data to support it. The Penguin Corporation might be manageable, but should Alibaba or Baidu, or even the current Brain Tide, compromise his data, the outcome would be a farce. If that were the case, he would create an entirely new series to disrupt the market and seize opportunities amidst the chaos. Starting a venture through information technology is indeed preferable, yet if that proves unfeasible, the entertainment sector remains a viable alternative. Crafting a platform in the realms of music, video animation, social media, and influencer economics is nearly impossible. Thus, he would commence with small games, garnering initial profits before branching into novels and subsequently expanding into video animation. In the conference room, after encountering the esteemed Li Xing from the Penguin Corporation, Qin Haotian had already formulated a comprehensive series of future plans in his mind. The creation of simple games is easily achievable, as they can be resolved with the mere presence of bubbles, eliminating the need for manual intervention. However, the realm of novel writing remains elusive. Artificial intelligence has yet to master the art of crafting captivating narratives, necessitating human intellect for genuine creativity. Regarding time, it is not a lengthy endeavor. Within 3 months, he could penetrate the literary domain and devise a strategy. Qin Haotian's mind raced with possibilities. As time slipped away with the ebb and flow of his thoughts, until the computer code finally ceased its activity. Without further inquiry, Qin Haotian casually sent the source code to Fong Ping. He intended to launch it across various platforms, seeking partnerships with game developers or negotiating independently. Naturally, simple games would not generate revenue. However, if the gameplay is engaging enough to attract a substantial audience, he could then approach advertisers. There are models based on pay-per-click and pay-per-performance. Qin Haotian held unwavering confidence in the games developed by Bubble, convinced they would achieve tremendous popularity in manhwa. And with this success, financial gains were assured. Next came the subsequent task. Qin Haotian's demeanor turned serious. Bubble, I require a document editing tool akin to a writer's assistant. He paused, then asked, can you assist authors in crafting their works? His gaze was profound. I aspired to create a high-quality website dedicated to novels in the genres of science fiction, fantasy, and war. While authors possess creativity, imperfections are inevitable, particularly concerning plot development, prose, and the intricate conflicts within the storyline. Your involvement could enable authors to produce genuinely exceptional literature, achieving a daily output of 30,000 words with ease. Qin Haotian remained calm, yet a fervor glimmered in his eyes. Chapter 4. The explosive popularity of simple games. Imagine an author who need only provide the overarching concept of a story. Facing the editor, they could directly input their thoughts via voice. with embedded artificial intelligence assisting in writing, editing, refining, and adjusting, making the daily goal of 30,000 words remarkably effortless. Consequently, a plethora of novels, rivaling the best of current offerings, would populate his new website with the added benefit of daily updates and complimentary assistance in crafting suitable covers and synopses. If combined with free services, could he not eclipse the established giants of the literary website industry? Much like how Bubble aided him in programming simple games concerning design, music, and coding, he need not worry. With a game beloved by the populace of manhwa, it would autonomously gather all necessary information, subsequently writing the code, incorporating images and music, and even assisting in securing online game copyright registrations. No other gaming companies could possibly compete with Qin Haotian. His ambition was to replicate this entire model and apply it to the literary field. While other artificial intelligences may struggle, Bubble could undoubtedly excel without any awkwardness or ambiguity. Without exaggeration, earning 10 million in a month would be effortlessly achievable, ensuring the sustenance of the company would pose no significant challenge. Yet, Qin Haotian's expression faltered, and he sheepishly scratched his head. He had overlooked the complexity of this endeavor. Ultimately, even if there were merely 10,000 authors, the daily data generated would be substantial. And it was crucial that Bubble's services extended beyond merely assisting authors. The novel merely constitutes a minor segment of his comprehensive plan, akin to the pivotal step of pushing open a door. While undeniably significant, its essence lies in advancing his technological pursuits. If all efforts were to serve the authors of novels, how could he possibly continue with subsequent endeavors? In the short term, he lacks both the capacity and confidence to upgrade his project. It is a misconception to believe that artificial intelligence can be easily conjured into existence. The three formidable challenges currently confronting humanity, energy, materials, and information technology, cannot be effortlessly surmounted. If he could merely unlock one of these doors, it would hardly be deemed a significant achievement in the context of human progress. Were he to possess wealth, he might invest in new servers, thereby enhancing the computational power of his project while also expanding its database. Yet, the pressing issue is that he currently finds himself at an impasse, as the funds he has earned from his novel are insufficient to cover the server's electricity and cooling costs. Alas, without financial resources, he cannot procure more advanced materials to generate further income. With a heavy sigh, Qin Haotian turned away from his study. There exists another avenue, the stock market, yet he has firmly closed off that option for himself. Engaging in financial matters seems akin to building castles in the air, merely a sophisticated and concealed method of siphoning wealth. If I am to embark on a journey into the stars, I must eschew such pursuits, at least under the current financial rules. The global financial landscape is grotesque, particularly in the Dragon Country, where a majority of firms abroad are high-tech companies, while domestically, the market is dominated by banks and liquor brands, an absurdity indeed. As Qin Haotian mused to himself, he stepped into the washroom. He had spent a considerable amount of time on Haotian technology, while Fong Peng had remained industrious. A brief inquiry revealed that corporate development necessitates game licensing, a cumbersome process. Conversely, individual developers require only a registration certificate and a self-inspection report. Upon testing the waters, he found no violations in the content or visuals, and releasing it under Qin's personal name would expedite matters significantly. After consulting with several programmers, Fong Ping reluctantly decided to proceed under the company's name. Given their current financial outflow, utilizing the corporate identity would save considerable funds and facilitate better collaboration with advertising firms, while also enhancing the company's visibility and laying a foundation for future partnerships. That very afternoon, he arranged for personnel to initiate the application process. Qin Haotian spent half the day at the company and subsequently only visited periodically, focusing on refining his plans and outlining the future development of the company. Unlike solitary endeavors, a well-structured plan is essential. Without it, one risks failure amidst the lurking giants of the industry. This time, 2 novices have arrived, but next time, seasoned predators will surely be prepared. The company is currently in its development phase. As long as the project progresses smoothly, he need not overly concern himself. A week later, a simple yet captivating minigame titled Grip It unexpectedly launched across various platforms. With its straightforward graphics and addictive music, the game rapidly garnered nationwide attention, captivating audiences of all ages. The game has surged in popularity, and we must first express our gratitude to several female university students, whose path to discovering this game remains a mystery, unable to surpass the second level. One young woman shared a heartfelt video of her struggles with her roommates on a short video platform, garnering over 50 million views and more than 3 million likes, with comments exceeding 500,000. Witnessing the game's explosive success, Fongpeng promptly connected with over 10 major advertisers and instructed the programmers to ensure the game's maintenance, particularly emphasizing the accuracy of advertisement data. Out in the world, everyone is engrossed in this game, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. In no time, Haotian Technology amassed a staggering 60 million in cash, nearly causing Fongping to faint from astonishment. Sitting in his office, he gazed at the brilliant sunshine, the azure sky, and the once jarring sounds of honking cars now seemed melodious. "President Qin, where are you?" Qin Haotian unexpectedly answered Fongpeng's call, only to be met with Fongpeng's impatient voice. "What is the matter?" Fongpeng's excitement was abruptly doused by a splash of cold water. "My President Qin, something significant has happened at the company." Qin Haotian narrowed his eyes, lifting his gaze from the computer screen, straightening his back as an inexplicable chill swept over him. "Has the Penguin Company returned?" Fongping choked momentarily, incredulous as he looked at the phone. "Are you joking? President Qin, have you offended the Penguin Investment Department? Surely you are aware? The arrogance of large corporations may now be covertly learning to develop software with similar functionalities. How could they possibly reach out to them?" "President Qin, my strategy has succeeded. In just 3 days, I've earned 15 million, and I project a potential profit of around 300 million. We should discuss the future." Fongping expressed his astonishment at the sheer revenue-generating potential of such a seemingly simplistic game. Eager to converse with President Qin, he wondered if they could discover a new profit model from this phenomenon. He had played it himself and initially did not foresee its potential for success. The game was exceedingly simplistic, merely a variant of a matching game, with the second level being incredibly challenging, nearly impossible to clear. To advance, one must view 3 advertisements and share a link, and even then, success is not guaranteed. In his view, such games lack playability, and the title itself is unimaginative. The provincial rankings are somewhat intriguing, yet not enough to ignite a viral sensation. President Qin's directives were merely tasks for him to fulfill. In hindsight, it was evident that President Qin possessed a keen eye for opportunity, far beyond what an ordinary employee like himself could comprehend. He felt a sense of relief. Having meticulously adhered to President Qin's instructions and secured the game as copyright through the company, leaving only a few million in taxes. Otherwise, he would lament losing such an amount due to his negligence, a thought that sent a shiver down his spine. Little did he know, Qin Haotian doused his fervor with a bucket of cold water. Chapter 5. Should we stoke the fire? Have we established our novel website? Fongping felt dazed. With tens of millions in hand and several billion still beckoning, why did President Qin seem so unfazed? President Qin, regarding the strategy, you must first respond to my question. Qin Haotian decisively interrupted Fongpeng. This young man, already in his 30s, lacked both foresight and audacity. "Mr. Qin, the website has been established. It was hardly a challenge. 3 colleagues are currently working on it, and we are simultaneously applying for permissions across various platforms. Once successful, the processes for software copyrights, the Internet Content Provider license, and trademark registration will proceed concurrently." Qin Haotian nodded in satisfaction. "This must be expedited. We need to launch it while the momentum is at its peak, and then commence promotion. Likewise, the authors, editors, and designers must keep pace, particularly the authors. It is inconceivable to have a novel website devoid of novels." Fongpeng wore a troubled expression. "Mr. Qin, I cannot possibly manage all these tasks alone." Fongpeng was distressed. Previously, he had fretted over funding, and now he was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work. It was simply beyond his capacity. "What about Huangya? Let her assist you." Mr. Qin, she is your secretary. That is of no consequence. I have no pressing matters at hand. The game development is not of paramount importance. Allow her to oversee this aspect." Fongping was at a loss, bemused by the nonchalance of his superior. Indeed, possessing technical prowess afforded one such audacity. The prospect of billions in revenue was treated as trivial, yet they were merely a fledgling company. "By the way, don't we have 15 million? Can we construct our own server?" Fongping's hand trembled, nearly dropping his phone, his face paling. "Mr. Qin, my dear Mr. Qin, we have only just caught our breath. We cannot afford to exhaust ourselves further. The server we are currently renting is already quite substantial. Constructing our own server would be catastrophic. The funds you mention are hardly sufficient. Let us proceed with caution." Observing Fongping's agitation, Qin Haotian chose to relent. Very well. We shall pause for now. Let us first stabilize the company, and in the meantime, arrange for 5 superior computers. Although unable to establish their own server, he had alternative solutions. A few computer hosts could be assembled and modified as necessary. If addressing other issues was unfeasible, they could create a subprogram for Pow Pow to manage the data of the author assistants temporarily. Qin Haoyan speculated that since their company was not yet renowned, attracting exceptional authors might be unlikely, but recruiting 100 or so novice writers to collaborate on producing passable novels to fill the content should pose no significant challenge. Mr. Qin, you should come to the company. We need to discuss matters thoroughly. Fang Ping felt as if he might kneel. Encountering such a boss, he could not discern whether it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. In other companies, bosses, often lacking expertise, would dictate to the professionals, meticulously counting every penny for fear of losing even a fraction. Yet at Haotian Technology, the opposite was true. The boss, being knowledgeable, allowed him, the outsider, to operate freely, showing indifference to the millions, and now the billions, that were at stake. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Haotian recognized the necessity of organizing the company. If this continued, the team of programmers might soon reach their breaking point. All right, I will come by tomorrow morning. With that, he swiftly ended the call, leaving no opportunity for Fang Ping to respond. Had he continued speaking, it would have taken ages to extricate himself. He gazed out the window. The sunlight grows increasingly glaring, and the temperature steadily rises, leaving one to ponder whether they can endure it. Bubble, imitating the writer's assistants available in the market, plans to develop a writer's assistant that can embed your subsystem, complete with a locking feature. Qin Haotian gazes at the code that repeatedly pops up on his computer, contemplating whether he should prepare another device for himself. Each time he uses the computer, he finds himself utterly incapacitated, which proves to be quite a hindrance. Even a mere half hour could disrupt his train of thought. In the marketplace, the phenomenon of grasping the grass continues to flourish, with countless individuals engrossed in it, oblivious to the fact that the developing company has amassed tens of millions in just a few days. With nothing else to occupy his time, Qin Haotian finally retrieves his phone and begins to scroll through it, finally grasping the reason behind the rapid rise of grasping the grass. Are college students? Should I not add fuel to the fire? Minigames, after all, have limitations and typically possess a short lifespan. Seizing the moment of popularity is crucial to harnessing this wave of traffic. Traffic equates to cash. Had Qin Haotian been prepared, he could have already constructed his own social media platform, claiming his territory in the realm of business empires. In the dormitory of the Chinese Language and Literature Department at Magic City University, for young women are fervently engaged in gaming. The infectious sounds emanating are from grasping the grass. Zhou Shui, you've become quite popular, one of them remarks. How can you still say that? I'm almost mortified. I've cried over this game, Zhou Shui retorts, as her 3 roommates laugh and tease her. Whose fault is that? We've all cleared the 2nd level. One roommate chimes in. Exactly. Zhou Shui, you need to step up your game. It's been so many days, and you still haven't T-passed. Hey, I don't know what you all find so amusing. The game developers must be raking in the cash from this, Zhou Shui muses. What? Minmin? That can't be true. How could they possibly make money? Exactly, the others echo. Zhou Shui, previously engrossed in her game, raises her head. Intrigued by the words of her roommate, Huamin humph, just think for yourselves, based on the viral nature of Xia Xue's video and the buzz online. At least 100 million people must have played. That's not an exaggeration. The 2 girls nod eagerly. 100 million is probably an understatement. Everyone around us is playing Grasping the Grass. If we estimate, 300 million seems more accurate. Each time we play, we see at least 3 ads. Even if only a third of those people are playing, that's still 100 million clicks. And if each person plays 10 times a day, just think about how high the advertising revenue must be. Hua Min articulates her analysis with conviction. Zhou Shui has been a tremendous help for them. They should at least offer her some promotional compensation. 10,000 would be the bare minimum, she insists. Wait. Minmin, first off, they didn't even approach us. Secondly, they have friends sharing it, so it would still go viral. The girl who initially spoke counters Hua Min's assertion. This remark is satisfying to hear. The other company isn't providing anything, and they feel somewhat perplexed. Zhou Shui, this is a win-win situation. You've gained popularity. You can start creating videos, live streams, promoting products, or even accepting advertisements. I don't think it's necessary to ask anyone for ad fees. Zhou Shui, with her head bowed, absent-mindedly hums in response. The notion of advertising fees does not concern her. She simply stumbled upon unexpected fame due to her roommate's impromptu video. I understand, there's no need to worry. Minmin is just speaking casually. We wouldn't actually go and ask anyone for favors. Oh, that's not my intention. Ning Huanla opened her cherry blossom-like lips and let out a sigh, quietly taking out her phone. Engaging in games is one thing. Discussing money is quite another. She launched her short video app, filled with both pain and joy, and remarked, "You're living your life, while I'm ensnared by Douyin." Upon opening the app and checking her private messages, her pupils constricted, and she exclaimed loudly. Chapter 6, Trending Again. Envy of the nation. Ning Huanla's exclamation startled the three girls, who swiftly scurried beneath the bed. What's wrong, Huanla? Speak up, you're making us anxious. They all voiced their concern in unison. Huanla, with one hand gripping her phone excitedly and the other tapping the screen, was so tense she might as well have been foaming at the mouth, waiting for the feast to commence. Huamin immediately snatched the phone from her. Let us see what's going on. Zhou Shui and another roommate, Tan Weiwei, hurried over to look at Ning Huanla's screen. Upon seeing the message, all three felt their breaths quicken, and their hands involuntarily tightened. The private message caused them to tremble with excitement. The essence of the message was that the owner of a development company, recognizing their substantial promotional influence, had come to express gratitude and was willing to pay a promotion fee of 1 million. If there were doubts about its authenticity, they could visit the company for a face-to-face discussion. Could it be fake? Tan Weiwei asked, her voice quivering. I don't know. It should be fake, right? But he invited Ning Huanla to the company. We can verify it, she continued. Quick, Zhou Shui, check if this company is legitimate. Zhou Shui wore a frustrated expression. How do I check a company? We're just a bunch of students who haven't even graduated yet. How would we know about these things? Fool. Let me handle it. Tan Weiwei pulled out her phone and began fiddling with it. Huanla, calm down and get dressed. I'll verify this, after all. It's 1 million. Huanla snapped back to reality, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yes, we must ascertain its authenticity. They're the ones requesting an in-person meeting. That's not necessarily true. They could be human traffickers. Zhou Shui retorted. Silly little Shui, traffickers only abduct children. They don't target adults. Adults aren't worth anything. Zhou Shui opened her mouth, speechless. Besides, they're willing to reimburse our travel expenses. What do we have to fear? Huamin declared confidently. Right. I'll ask if it's possible. Okay, room leader, you inquire while I get dressed. Ning Huanla cast a resentful glance at the exuberant Huamin and looked down at her own outfit, which was quite revealing. The others were all focused on the prospect of 1 million, oblivious to Ning Huanla's subtle feelings. They promptly typed a reply. Qin Haoyan, upon hearing the notification sound, opened the message and smiled. Quite cautious, nice work. The message was, of course, sent by Qin Haoyan. If the promotional effect of the 1 million were to materialize, the mini-program would surely achieve unprecedented popularity, undoubtedly trending on Douyin. This was certainly more effective than collaborating with an advertising agency. Simultaneously, Qin Haoyan conceived a grand plan in his mind. The novel website represented his initial step, while his gaze primarily focused on anime videos and subsequent audio content, which promised to yield substantial revenue. He decided to refrain from delving into the entertainment sector, opting instead to redirect his entire attention back to his core pursuits. At this juncture, cultivating a few mature promotional accounts to create a favorable first impression for users would prove beneficial for his future products. It was essential to nurture several female internet celebrities or even stars under his own management. When Qin Haoyan resolved not to engage in a particular domain, he naturally did not dwell on it extensively. However, if he intended to proceed and sought to profit from it, he would not hesitate to lay the groundwork in advance. As for investing 1 million without informing Fangping, he was unconcerned. After all, the company belonged to him. What harm was there in spending a modest sum? He diligently addressed several inquiries from the young women, leaving no detail overlooked, even expressing his thoughts candidly, unreserved in his intentions to elevate their profiles. Of course, Qin Haoyan had no supernatural insight into the fact that there were 4 women on the other side. In the bustling metropolis, the young ladies were neatly attired, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. What should they do? Let us not overthink it, Huamin, taking on a leadership role, suggested. No, Min, it's not that simple. This concerns our future, one of them replied. I think it's feasible, but it depends on Zhou Shui, Ning Huanla remarked after careful consideration. What job isn't a job? 1 million, and the 4 of us could easily recoup that in less than 3 years. Given this opportunity, why not seize it? Besides, They're not just offering to buy us out. They've invited us to discuss agency roles or even to join their company. However, the concern was that the other party was a gaming company, and live streaming did not align with their expertise. Tin Weiwei furrowed her brow in discontent. Among the four, her family's financial situation was the least favorable, and her aspiration had always been to secure a position through teaching. She had little affinity for societal endeavors. The pressing question was how Zhou Shui felt about it, especially since the other party was unaware of their numbers. Zhou Shui hesitated. She was ambivalent about live streaming. Although she possessed dance skills and was not entirely averse to public exposure, as long as things remained appropriate, her family would likely not oppose it. Even if they did, their resistance would be mild and could be mitigated with gentle persuasion. The real concern was whether a group of inexperienced individuals venturing forth would encounter complications. Shall we inquire further? Ning Huanla, noticing her roommate's hesitations, urged urgently. If we continue down this path, the opportunity may slip away. I still wish to see how this unfolds. The four reached a consensus and resumed communication with Qin Haoyan. Upon receiving their message, Qin Haoyan was momentarily taken aback, cursing himself for his folly. That video was merely a casual capture within their dormitory, presented from a second-person perspective, and could potentially involve at least 2 individuals. Subsequently, he acquiesced to their request, but could only offer 1 million. How they chose to divide it was beyond his concern. While 1 million was manageable, 4 million would indeed cause him distress. If he rashly agreed to such a sum, Fong Ping would undoubtedly berate him. On the other hand, the 4 young women were naturally overjoyed, as such an offer likely indicated their success was all but assured. Certainly, an investigation must be conducted. Without a thorough understanding and proper communication with parents and teachers, even these 4 exquisite beauties would hesitate to place their trust in strangers online. After discussions were concluded, Ning Huanla promptly released all the screenshots to the public domain. What is currently trending? Is it not the game Grasping the Grass? When it comes to this game, who would want to visit Ning Huanla's account to watch the tearful videos of Zhou Shui in search of equilibrium? If even the stunning beauties cannot surpass the challenges, how can we, perceived as less attractive, be expected to succeed? The popularity of Ning Huanla's account remains largely unaffected. In fact, Grasping the Grass continues to gain traction, and their accounts are on the rise. Once the screenshots of their conversations with Qin Haoyan surfaced, they ignited another wave of fervor. This company exudes a certain grandeur, undoubtedly fostering a splendid atmosphere. In Shanxing, who wouldn't aspire to work there? The allure is palpable. Even if one may not have heard of this particular company, it matters not whether one is familiar. What is crucial is the envy it inspires. The envy is indeed warranted, yet it feels unattainable. Clearly, this is a company led by a post-90s entrepreneur. 1 million? With that, I could comfortably reside in my hometown for a lifetime. Who is knowledgeable about this company? I seek enlightenment in introductions. Let me provide some clarity. Haotian Technology Company Limited, with a registered capital of 10 million, is located on the 12th floor of the Hongtai building in the northern district of Shanxing, primarily engaged in the development of the game Grasping the Grass. Now, let us explore other insights. My goodness, is that the same building I am in? As for the rest, I am unaware, but it appears that everyone works from 9 to 5, seemingly without the need for clocking in, enjoying weekends off. Judging by their attire, many programmers are present. Thus, the fervor surrounding Grasping the Grass shows no signs of waning, and Haotian technology has surged in popularity, landing at the 9th spot on the trending charts. Chapter 7. Perhaps you should just end my life. The players of Grasping the Grass are not solely from the outside world. Employees of Haotian Technology partake as well. Upon witnessing this scene, one was left utterly stunned. What is happening? Could this be a scam? Hastily clutching a phone, they rushed into the general manager's office. Manager Fong Peng was currently overwhelmed with work, and upon hearing someone call out, his expression darkened further. Upon glancing up and recognizing it was the receptionist, he had no choice but to compose himself. What is it? Is the penguin back? The receptionist, Han Ting, shook her head vigorously. Manager Fong, look. She promptly handed over the phone. Fong Ping took a moment to examine it, and his face turned a shade of green. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" While gripping Han Ting's phone tightly, Han Ting felt a pang of sympathy. After all, it was a device she had purchased with over a month's salary. Manager Fong Peng came to his senses and returned the phone to Han Ting. I understand. I will verify this. You may leave now and focus on your work. Han Ting was taken aback. Wasn't he this rather foolish? Playing Grasping the Grass at work and then rushing to inform the manager, Was tea that akin to lighting a lamp in the restroom, courting disaster? She hurriedly took the phone and exited, her heart racing with regret. The benefits at Haotian Technology are exceptional. A 9-to-5 schedule, weekends off, comprehensive social insurance, and a salary of $4,500. The job merely entails sitting at the front desk to receive guests, truly an enviably easy position. As merely a receptionist, finding such a good job in Shanxing is nearly impossible. The minimum salary among colleagues is at least 7,000, yet she feels neither envy nor jealousy. Others earn their keep through competence, while she relies on her looks. These are two distinct paths. It's a dire situation indeed, especially if it falls into the hands of General Manager Fong. I hope I won't be dismissed. The company is flourishing, with a bright future ahead. Where else can one find such a remarkable company and such an excellent boss? At this moment, Fong Ping is too preoccupied to ponder the receptionist's subtle thoughts. Hastily retrieving his phone to dial Qin Haoyan once again. General Qin, did you really give the influencer 1 million? Qin Haoyan, holding his phone, appears dazed. How do you know? He chuckles. For some inexplicable reason, the irate tone of Fong Ping unsettles him. He cannot fathom why he feels this way. After all, he is the boss. Is it true? Fong Ping's ominous voice comes through. Well, I suppose it is true, provided they come. My dear General Qin, I implore you. Spare me. The company is in dire straits. Do you have any idea how much we spend on the salaries of our over 40 employees, along with other expenses? It's around 900,000. With more than 40 of us, including employees and operational costs, we barely scrape by under $1 million each month. And then you casually mention 1 million, just like that. General Qin, wealth should not be squandered so frivolously. Our recent project has just gained traction. Yet there remain numerous expenses, servers, immediate recruitment of personnel. Fong Peng continues, but Qin Haoyan interrupts him. If allowed to continue, Fong Peng could speak for 2 hours without pause. That's all right. This 1 million will be worth the expenditure. General Qin, this 100,000 would be even more valuable if left unspent. Based on the salaries you provide to the employees, which are already 30 higher than those in Shanxing, should we recruit 10 more individuals? Our expenditures on salaries and benefits would exceed 130,000. No, this 1 million must be deducted from the upcoming new hires. Qin Haoyan is taken aback. Why is Fong Ping so agitated over a mere million? All right, we shall discuss these matters further tomorrow at the office. Please send me the codes for the novel website. How are the editors and authors faring? Fong Ping is filled with grievances, yet he realizes that his boss seems indifferent to his plight. Boss, it can't be rushed. It's only been a few days. We must recruit a more skilled editor and a better author. There's no need for that. We can find capable editors. If worst comes to worst, we can have the current talented individuals create secondary accounts and offer compensation. Eventually, they will be attracted. With editors on board, why worry about a lack of authors? Qin Haoyan remains unfazed, viewing these as minor issues. What business are they in? Software. If they cannot assist authors in simplifying their writing process through information technology, what value do they hold? Have we procured the better computers yet? After inquiring about several matters, Qin Haoyan decisively states that the company will reimburse all travel expenses for the 4 individuals coming over, then abruptly hangs up the phone. The round-trip expenses for all 4 could easily amount to nearly 10,000. If Fong Peng continues, he might unleash his frustration. This Fong Peng is truly stingy. However, a faint smile lingers on Qin Haoyan's lips, devoid of any resentment. He requires a manager of such caliber. He has always been extravagant with money, and having this person around to remind him is not necessarily a bad thing. Time passes swiftly, and soon it is the following morning. At 9 o'clock, Qin Haoyan steps through the office door punctually. Mr. Qin, let's have a chat in the office first. Qin Haoyan strides directly into his office, barely settling into his chair. Mr. Qin, you are indeed a rare visitor to our Haotian technology. A pang of unease grips Qin Haoyan as he takes his seat expressionlessly. Later, during the meeting, place the 5 computers in my office. Mr. Qin, do you find the air conditioning too cold? Would you like to raise the temperature? Qin Haoyan raises an eyebrow, realizing he had never noticed Fong Peng's sharp tongue before. Enough of the jokes. Let's get down to business. Fong Peng gazes at Qin Haoyan with a hint of sorrow. Mr. Qin, why not just end my misery? Qin Haoyan stares at Fong Peng helplessly. Is it just about the money? Come on, it's just money. Fong Peng mockingly echoes. Qin Haoyan feels his blood pressure rise, veins throbbing on his forehead. When can the novel website go live? Qin Haoyan broaches the serious topic once more. And this time Fong Peng falls silent. It is live now, but there is no content. Shall we purchase some? Qin Haotian shakes his head. The novel is not the objective. I aim to utilize it to create my own video platform and penetrate the social realm. Fong Peng's expression falters. In the Water Blue Star Long Kingdom, no one has yet managed to wrest the entire social software from the grasp of the Penguin Empire. Constructed by two colossal communication and social networking platforms. Anyone who dares to make a move faces inevitable conflict with the Penguins. It seems those two from the Penguin Investment Department have significantly provoked Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, this matter may take a long time, I fear. A slight smile tugs at Qin Haotian's lips. I only need 2 years to dislodge them. Do you believe me? Huh. Fong Peng is taken aback by his confidence. And Qin Haotian offers no further explanation. With the artificial intelligence program bubble in hand, what can the Penguins possibly compare? In just a year, he can amass substantial profits, construct their own enterprise server, and then begin to genuinely vie for the Penguin market. Now that the novel website is up, we must expedite the development of supporting features. I will send them the source code for the writer's assistant shortly to integrate it into the site. We need to capitalize on this momentum while the flames are still fierce and promote our novel website for free. I give you 1 day. Fong Peng appears stunned. 1 day? What can be accomplished in that time? Mr. Qin, why not just end my suffering? Qin Haotian shoots him a look. Stop joking. I'm discussing serious matters. I will send you a plan shortly, review it, and then arrange a meeting. Just as Qin Haotian finishes speaking, a knock sounds at the door. Chapter 8, Boss. I'm going to deduct his pay. What is it? His secretary, Huangya, calls from outside. Mr. Qin, an editor, is here for an interview. And I believe their resume is promising. Fong Peng's face brightens. Mr. Qin, why not attend the meeting while I handle the interview? No need. You review the proposal. I can go just fine. Qin Haotian promptly declines. This young man is trying to shirk his responsibilities. There is no way he can skip reviewing the plan or attending the upcoming meeting. Who will manage these affairs if he doesn't? With a grimace, Fong Peng reluctantly returned to his office. Just as he was about to step out, a thought struck him, causing him to pause and turn back. General Qin, did you complete the proposal this morning? Of course not. I finished it days ago. Fong Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. Then why didn't you give it to me back then? I was considering how busy you were. Qin replied nonchalantly. Fong Peng was left speechless. Was he not busy now? Was there such a malicious employer? Faced with such a boss, what could he say? Ultimately, Fong Peng left Qin Haotian's office in a dejected state. It was only then that Qin Haotian addressed the doorway. Huangya, please bring them in. Before long, after Huangya finished pouring water and exited, Qin Haotian finally spoke. What made you consider our small company? He had already reviewed her resume, noting her previous role as an editor at a leading platform. How could she possibly be interested in a fledgling website like his? I simply no longer wish to be in another city. I happened to encounter your company's recruitment for an editor, specifically for a novel website, and the salary was quite appealing, so I decided to take a look. Qin Haotian was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the woman before him, who exuded a distinctive aura, a strong desire for control. Gao Qin? He inquired. Recalling her name from the resume, the woman frowned slightly, leaning forward from her chair. I noticed that aside from the tea set and the books on the shelf, your office is rather sparse, indicating you are a straightforward person. Therefore, I shall be direct. Can you tell me if your company has established a profitable model for the novel website? Qin Haotian's fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk. This individual seemed capable, initiating a discussion about the company's development, likely aiming to leverage her expertise for a higher salary, subtly revealing her desire to manage the entire literary domain. Such a person was entirely unsuitable for his Haotian technology. I'm afraid you are not a fit for us at Haotian Technology. Qin Haotian, known for his blunt demeanor, spoke plainly, unwilling to indulge any unpleasantness. While he was indeed inexperienced in the literary field, he possessed technological prowess, capable of delivering a decisive blow from a different dimension. If the candidate had been more of a research-oriented talent, he would have gladly courted her, but he felt no urgency for a generalist in the humanities. With the establishment of a server, Pow Pow could manage all company affairs. With Pow Pow's assistance, human talent in the literary realm became insignificant. He built the company not to allow those who considered themselves formidable to flaunt their superiority. His goal had always been singular, research-oriented talent. To this point, it was evident that Qin Haotian remained unaware of this. Gao Qin was astonished. This tactic had always served her well in the past. At a young age, she had secured a position as an editor in a major city and prominent website, not merely due to her capabilities but also because she effortlessly navigated her interviews, commanding higher compensation from the moment she entered the company. Yet today, after barely exchanging a few words, the other party declared her unsuitable. A frosty expression adorned her face. "General Qin, I would like to understand why." Qin Haotian interlaced his fingers atop the desk. "Since you look down upon our company, there is no need to subject yourself to this. Apologies, Miss Gao, but I have a meeting to attend shortly." Gao Qin, unable to contain her emotions, rose with a sullen expression and departed. She had initially believed that her experience and interview tactics would effortlessly secure her position, allowing her to leverage the company for her utmost benefit. However, after barely exchanging a few words, she found herself dismissed. This indignation was something she could not swallow. Qin Haotian observed Gao Qin's retreating figure, the sound of her high heels echoing like a hammer in his ears. He muttered under his breath, "I hope you refrain from any mischief. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience true despair." With that, he retrieved his phone and opened a messaging app to inquire about Ning Huanla. After an extensive conversation the previous day, he had naturally added her on the app and was now familiar with the names of all 4 individuals. The novel website was set to launch, but it was lacking in content. Thus, the involvement of those 4 ambassadors was crucial. $1 million was not easily attainable. Qin Haotian was generous with his finances. Yet the task of procuring that substantial sum remained elusive. As time passed, it quickly approached 10 in the morning. In the conference room of Haotian Technology, 6 cups of steaming water were placed at each seat. Qin Haotian sat quietly at the head of the table, alongside General Manager Feng Ping and Secretary Huang Yu to his left. To his right were Technical Department Manager Chen Hao and Supervisors Sun Hai and Wu Mingshan. They should all be aware of the company's forthcoming developmental focus. Feng Ping began to speak. He had just received the new plan, and these individuals were oblivious. Chen Hao, with the experience of the technical department, nodded affirmatively. "Mr. Qin, we are aware. They had labored diligently for the past 6 months. How could they not be cognizant of their responsibilities? Mr. Qin, let us work overtime. Without it, our project progress will stagnate." The 2 supervisors nodded in agreement. It was not that they were betraying their colleagues. Rather, they, along with the employees of Haotian Technology's technical department, believed that overtime was necessary. Failing to deliver results would be a disservice to such an excellent employer and high compensation. Qin Haotian interrupted the trio directly. "By the way, does anyone in your technical department enjoy reading novels?" A cold sweat broke out on the manager's forehead. Could it be that there were employees in their department reading novels during work hours? He constantly monitored their activities. Was there truly a slacker indulging in novels during breaks? Chen Hao's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "Boss, who is it? I will deduct their salary." How could an employee be so ungrateful? The company was so good, and if it collapsed, where would they find another like it? To dare read novels during work hours. Feng Ping, seeing Chen Hao's misunderstanding, quietly lowered his head. Look, he was not the only one concerned for the company's welfare. Everyone was, and one could only wonder what Mr. Qin was thinking. If overtime was necessary, why not allow salary deductions, or at least delay salary payments? "All right, don't be anxious. I was merely inquiring if anyone does." He continued. "The novel website you are developing has been modified and is now online. We need authors. However, time is of the essence. So I wanted to ask if anyone likes to read novels and if they would be willing to write." As soon as Qin Haotian finished speaking, Supervisor Sun Hai expressed his astonishment. "Mr. Qin, wouldn't that slow down the project progress? No need to rush. First, let us get the novel website launched. We require a batch of works." Huang Ye hesitated before offering a suggestion. "Mr. Qin, why not acquire the copyrights of outstanding novels from other websites? This would enable us to swiftly populate our site with high-quality literature." Qin Haotian, feeling distressed, shook his head. This group of individuals exhibited a rather myopic perspective. It seemed imperative to frequently cultivate their foresight and broaden their horizons. Chapter 9, The Launch of Haotian Novels Online Enough, Sun Hai. Please inquire if anyone is willing to write novels. Immediately instruct them to set aside their current tasks and commence writing a few pieces. By the way, we have already integrated the writer's assistant on the website. They should register with their real names and download it. The only genres permissible for writing on the site are science fiction, fantasy, and war and games. These few categories will suffice. This is a task assigned to them. Their salaries will remain unchanged, and the income from writing will be considered their own. After Qin Haotian's directives, Sun Hai stood up and exited without hesitation. The orders from their boss were never taken lightly. People are inherently inclined to reciprocate kindness. If the boss is benevolent, they would naturally not act against his wishes, even if they did not fully grasp the implications of his commands. Certainly, their sense of happiness was influenced by their environment, reflecting the quality of this group. All right, let us proceed. Once this matter is accomplished, I require you to develop a video website. Manager Chen Hao grew anxious. Initially, he had not fully comprehended the business focus outlined by Mr. Chen, but witnessing the current situation clarified some of his understanding. Mr. Chen, are we abandoning the project? If that succeeds, it could ensure our company's future. Chen Haotian raised his hand to signal him to remain calm. At present, the foremost priority for the company is survival. Chen Hao was at a loss for words, his anxiety palpable. The novel website required personnel maintenance, and now they were reallocating some to write, while also needing to divert others to create the video site. What would they tackle next? An audio website? Short videos and editing tools? Wouldn't this jeopardize their initial project? Chen Hao, I understand your urgency, but this project cannot be rushed. We have been working on it for half a year and have barely achieved a fraction of our goals. Chen Hao's pupils constricted as he grasped the conference table tightly. How is that possible? In comparison to my projected functionalities, your version is severely lacking. This trajectory is unsustainable. As the company progresses, the technical department will certainly continue to recruit. Mr. Chen, can't we hire more personnel to manage other sectors? Our current team has developed good synergy. Reallocating them will undoubtedly impact the project significantly. Chen Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? We need to recruit more staff? Are you aware of how many people our company is currently hiring? Nearly 10 additional positions, not counting external authors, and we will need to pay at least 130,000 for these 10. Do you know our company's labor costs? They are approaching 800,000. The operational costs of the company are only around 100,000. And you suggest we hire more staff? Will the company rely on Mr. Chen's continuous financial support? After all, the company has only just begun to recover, thanks to Mr. Chen's innovative game project. And you? Speaking of dreams, you have been with the company for over half a year, contributing little. Enough, Mr. Fong, Chen Haotian interjected urgently. If this continues, we will only create further discord. This is the task he has arranged. Nothing is more significant than the work in the hands of Chen Hao and his team. There is no need for excessive discussion. Our primary focus should still be on the matters concerning Haotian Novel Network. They are unaware of the subsequent changes and plans. So please ensure you explain everything to them thoroughly later. As I have stated before, financial matters should not concern you. I have my own means. Similarly, I hope you will not cause me any worry regarding the affairs at hand. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Chen. Huangya. Given that Director Fong has numerous tasks and a heavy workload, please cooperate with him to complete the assignments. Gradually take over external matters, while you and Hanting should provide solid support for internal administrative duties. Understood. Huangya nodded with composure. This young lady is merely 23, yet she often carries herself with the demeanor of a 35-year-old professional elite. Let us continue discussing the Haotian Novel Network. The 4 promotional representatives will arrive tomorrow. Huangya, I will provide you with their contact information, and you may reach out to them to arrange round-trip flights or just their arrival, as well as accommodations here. I will personally engage with them. What? 4? Fong Peng's sharp voice echoed throughout the conference room, deafening in its intensity. Mr. Chen, I thought there was only 1. At most 2. Chen Haotian gestured for Fong Ping to remain calm. Do not rush. Listen to me. In no more than 6 months. As long as Haotian Novel Network can establish itself, you will see just how worthwhile my investment is. With a glare, Fong Ping fell silent, unable to retort. The money belongs to Chen Haotian. How he chooses to spend it is beyond his purview. Moreover, Chen Haotian is not frivolous with his funds. Given the high engagement of their promotional efforts, they indeed deserve compensation. Fong Ping's instinctive response was merely a result of habit. The novel network must be launched by tomorrow, with at least 10 works available. Utilize the author assistant effectively. It will be a formidable tool. A mysterious smile graced Chen Haotian's face. When the advertising for Wogakeo is integrated, I will discuss promotional strategies with the 4 representatives. You need not concern yourselves with this, as I will take personal responsibility for it. Director Fong, please pay close attention to the subsequent operations. Once the editors are in place, they will gradually take over their responsibilities. Chen Hao, by next Monday, I need our reading capabilities to be online. Time is tight. With only 4 days remaining. Is there any issue? Qin Haoyan had already communicated his requirements to Fong Peng, and progress should be steady. No problem. Mr. Qin, will the editors be responsible for operations? Aren't they supposed to handle work reviews? Qin Haoyan nodded. You should emphasize this during recruitment. We need individuals who can manage operations. This is a non-negotiable requirement. The author assistant will flag any violations directly in the editing tool. And while the review process can be managed by the assistant, the operational aspect requires active participation to collaborate with the assistant and open up the market. Currently, we are focused on the novel network's operations, with much more to be accomplished thereafter. It is impractical to recruit new personnel for every new project. This group must be cultivated into versatile talents. Still the same words, part-time editing is acceptable. In this regard, you must choose wisely. Weakness and ability is inconsequential. Is there any issue? Mr. Qin, what about the salary? Is it the same as that of a full-time employee? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Haoyan nodded in agreement. So be it. I await the emergence of works on the Haoyan novel network, destined for meteoric success. Mr. Fong, please enlighten them about the company's future plans. I have a few matters to attend to. With that, he nonchalantly departed, disdaining meetings, which he found most irksome. If a meeting could be avoided, he would gladly do so. Yet, it was imperative for employees, especially those in senior management, to grasp the plans thoroughly. Hence, meetings were unavoidable. The four exchanged glances. Was that all? Thankfully, they had long since grown accustomed to Qin Haoyan's decisiveness in meetings. Address the matter at hand. And if there is nothing to discuss, then exit without wasting a moment. Has the novel website gone live yet? Fong Peng coughed lightly, directing his gaze towards Chen Hao. This matter required Chen Hao's personal clarification. It has gone live. However, it has yet to be promoted or made accessible, but it is connected to the internet. Fong Peng nodded and began to elucidate the company's upcoming focal points to the three. Qin Haoyan slipped out of the meeting and hurriedly summoned the assistant, Bubble. Chapter 10. Bubble S Assistants, an astonishing writing speed of 100,000 words daily. Bubble remained a closely guarded secret, aside from him. He could not allow anyone else to know. I will set up a temporary server using 5 ultra-high-performance computers. Can you allocate some computing power to connect with the writer's assistant? Affirmative. Qin Haoyan promptly began his task. Establishing a personal server was a trivial matter for him, and he swiftly resolved it. Bubble, allocate a subroutine to connect with the writer's assistant. Completed. Rubbing his hands together, Qin Haoyan sat at his desk and logged into the Haoyan novel network. After a series of verifications and facial recognition checks, he successfully accessed the backend. The web page was rather unremarkable, devoid of excessive embellishments. The first section, located in the upper left corner, displayed the website name, followed by links to the homepage, categories, rankings, author zone, and concluding with the signing and benefits policy, ending with a download link for the writer's assistant. In the upper right corner was a search bar, allowing users to search for books by keywords, titles, or authors. The second section comprised an advertisement area, not for external promotions, but for their website's activities. Currently, it prominently featured the words call for submissions, accompanied by an aesthetically pleasing backdrop. The third section on the left displayed the recommendation rankings, allowing users to switch between various lists, such as recommendation lists, completed lists, reputation, reading, high scores, trending, comments, and popularity. The middle section showcased current rankings for genres such as science fiction, fantasy, and war, alongside gaming. The right side of the third section displayed updates from the Haoyan novel network, presently featuring only one article regarding the call for submissions. Overall, the page reflected the high value of the Haoyan writer's assistant, as Bubble was integrated within it to assist authors in their writing endeavors, a feature unmatched by any other novel website. After a brief glance, noting the similarities to other novel websites, he was unperturbed. He navigated to the author zone, registered as an author, and promptly downloaded the writer's assistant within. Glancing at the interface, Qin Haoyan promptly registered a new book titled So Much Black Technology, Are You Short on Funds? The review was approved almost instantaneously. Is that you? Pow Pow, conducting the review? Yes, came the reply, which eased Qin Haoyan's mind. How does the new place feel? Not bad. I can finally catch my breath. There was a phrase in Chinese that Qin Haoyan hesitated to express. He wished to procure a server, but at the company, Fong Ping was as stingy as a miser, unyielding as steel. While he longed to acquire everything, he would have to wait for the company's finances to stabilize, which was expected to take at least half a month. Coupled with the costs of site selection and installation, the expenses would be considerable. Oh, physical stores are still more profitable. These ventures are merely trifles, Qin Haoyan lamented before promptly diving into editing his novel. The entire author assistant tool wasn't particularly exceptional. Yet it served adequately, with Pow Pow's assistance being pivotal. He typed a few simple lines and immediately commenced voice input. Within a mere 20 minutes, he had produced 3 chapters totaling 2,000 words. Qin Haoyan found the speed astonishing. Calculating it out, he realized that to meet a goal of 30,000 words would only require 2 hours of his time, and he would encounter no writer's block. It was astonishingly efficient. All he needed to do was mention the weather, and Pow Pow could craft a contextual description of approximately 80 words. Upon reviewing the output, he found it comparable to that of seasoned authors, devoid of any abruptness or disruption to the reading experience. Qin Haoyan continued tirelessly, churning out over 30,000 words until Fong Ping approached him. President Qin, are you seeing someone on the side? Qin Haoyan stared at Fong Ping in bewilderment. Huh. President Qin, Sun Hai mentioned that there are currently 5 programmers writing novels, and their submissions are passing review effortlessly. They are utilizing that assistant tool, Pow Pow, allowing them to produce thousands of words with ease, and the quality is commendable, even excelling in writing combat scenes. The crucial point is that their submissions are approved, and they have already completed contracts. Within an hour, the website featured 6 articles, one of which was a science fiction piece that reached 30,000 words. President Qin, are you supporting someone outside? Qin Haoyan, seeing Fong Ping's accusatory expression, felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced at his computer screen, which displayed a notification of a successful review. Fong Ping, not being an avid reader, lacked a full understanding of how programmers could produce such volumes of text so rapidly. His focus was predominantly on company operations. Upon receiving this information, he bypassed the meeting and directly confronted Qin Haoyan. Well, no, the company still needs to edit these. Is that truly necessary? Fong Ping's lips pursed slightly, his tone laced with doubt. Observing Fong Ping, who was in his 30s, adopting this demeanor sent shivers down Qin Haoyan's spine. Leave it. Did the meeting finish? No. I thought you were supporting someone outside. Fong Ping chuckled, and given their long-standing partnership, he understood Qin Haoyan's character well. Noticing his denial, he was aware it was implausible. President Qin, then what is the story with their reviews and contracts? Is there no need for legal scrutiny? Establishing a website with novels is indeed a commendable endeavor. May they continue their writing. Who could have anticipated that a single remark from Fong Ping would nearly infuriate him? They refused to write and instead persist in their programming. What? Qin Haoyan slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. As the founder striving to make a living by contributing to the website with novels to enrich its content, how could that group of programmers dare to refuse? He had even feigned being a woman to converse with clients. And now they tell him that employees are not registering or engaging. Where does that leave his dignity? The launch is scheduled for tomorrow, and without content, who would be inclined to visit? Mr. Qin, they claim they have ample time after work. With the assistance of bubbles, writing novels should be a breeze. They intend to write at home after finishing work, and during work hours, they simply focus on programming, as that project is pressing and requires significant learning. Thus, they believe they need not write novels while at work. Qin Haoyan then felt a sense of relief. As long as they continued writing, everything would be fine. With 6 books prepared, the launch was no longer a significant concern. Expanding the site was not the priority at this moment. The novels would attract a dedicated readership, which was his next focus. Very well, let it be as such. You may proceed to the meeting. After dismissing Fong Ping, Qin Haoyan resumed his novel writing. Perhaps some readers would appreciate more content. Thus, he would write a bit more to attract a portion of the audience. The following afternoon, Qin Haoyan returned to the company. Ning Huanle, Zhou Shui, and others were already waiting for him in the conference room. Upon their first encounter, the 4 young women were captivated. No wonder. Qin Haoyan was extraordinarily handsome. This group of naive young girls was still at an age where appearances held great significance. Hello, Mr. Qin. Qin Haoyan turned to the 4 of them. The 1 million, has it been transferred to you? Yes, I never expected that you would truly provide 1 million, one replied. Mr. Qin, you are unaware. We have already released the motion, and within an hour, it garnered over 200,000 likes. Ning Huanle beamed with joy. Qin Haoyan was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting? Did I not bring you here under false pretenses? Chapter 11. Is there a contract? We should sign. Hee hee. You are quite humorous. The poised and tall Hua Min interjected. Mr. Qin, if it were merely to hand over 1 million, there would be no need to summon us. You must have something you wish for us to undertake. Qin Haoyan gazed in astonishment at the calm beauty addressing him. And you are? Hua Min. I am Ning Huanla. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Zhou Shui. The remaining girl, her hands tightly clasped, flushed crimson and hesitated to speak. This is our dormitory roommate, Tan Weiwei. Qin Haoyan nodded. You are quite astute. Mr. Qin, we cannot engage in illegal activities simply for 1 million. Ning Huanla's expression shifted, her concern evident. The other 3 women mirrored her apprehension. They were not foolish. What promotion could possibly be worth 1 million, especially for someone as unknown as they? Furthermore, they had not been approached. They had reached out themselves after their own success. Summoning them undoubtedly came with conditions. They had simply not anticipated that upon arriving, Haoyan technology would directly transfer 1 million to Ning Huanla's account. However, the general manager named Fang Peng had a gaze that seemed capable of devouring them, which was quite intimidating. The prospect of 1 million was something they had encountered before, and it filled them with anxiety. When Qin Haoyan spoke, it was evident he was inquiring about what more he required from them. We sell our talents, not our bodies, Tan Weiwei finally managed to utter. Qin Haoyan found himself in a bemused state. To him, 1 million was a trivial sum, and he had no intention of placing undue pressure on these young women. His primary objective was merely to harness this opportunity to swiftly advance Haoyan novel network, while simultaneously securing endorsements from several female internet celebrities. Since he aimed to generate revenue from the entertainment sector and even compel the social domain, he would naturally plan ahead. As things stood, everything was proceeding smoothly. However, once they took off, the current 4 industry giants would undoubtedly encircle him, leaving him no respite. Having a few public figures to promote them would at least be advantageous. All right, we are a legitimate enterprise, merely wishing to discuss matters of endorsement with you, he stated. The 4 women were left in a state of shock. They had considered many possibilities, even suspecting that Qin Haoyan was a lecherous man intending to keep Zhou Shui as a mistress. Yet they had never anticipated that he would propose them as endorsers. I apologize, Mr. Qin, but we are majoring in Chinese language and literature, and we do not intend to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. The 4 women hesitated, with Hua Min eventually speaking up. Regardless of whether their roommate would engage in such a field in the future, they decided to reject the proposal for now. Qin Haoyan gazed at the 4 with a smile. He did not require all 4. Zhou Shui's willingness was sufficient, while the other 3 were merely ancillary. Let me briefly introduce our company and discuss what we need from you, after which you can decide. It is not as you may have imagined, involving celebrity endorsements or the like. Is that acceptable? Qin Haoyan's sincere gaze moved several of them. They silently nodded. It would be inconsiderate to refuse someone who casually offered 1 million and spoke to them with such earnestness, especially after having just received that amount. Naturally, these inexperienced young women could not act so thoughtlessly. Our company is developing a product that has the potential to revolutionize the current internet landscape, Qin Haoyan stated. Fixing his gaze intently on the 4 women, Hua Min appeared dismissive, though she was quite astute. Only her eyes betrayed her true feelings. As for the other 2 young women, they seemed completely oblivious, as if listening to a tale, while Tan Weiwei looked on with admiration. Previously, Penguin sought to acquire us, but I declined. However, the company's operation requires funding, which led to the creation of this casual game. Leveraging the 4 of you to ensure our game becomes a massive success and generates considerable revenue. According to company forecasts, this mini-game could yield approximately 300 million. And as a mini-program, it incurs almost no operational costs, meaning the revenue is nearly pure profit. This figure represents a month's profit. Thereafter, it may decline or even vanish entirely. We must explore further fields and directions to secure profits that will enable the normal development of our genuine projects. After finishing, Qin Haoyan paused, allowing the young women time to absorb the information. The 4 women, including Hua Min, were left utterly astonished. Is earning money so effortless nowadays? A monthly net profit of 300 million, and that too from a small enterprise. Is this some form of jest? The 4 women wore expressions of astonishment. Their kind and naive nature led them to trust Qin Haoyan's words without a hint of skepticism. If he could offer them 1 million, surely he must have made a profit. Currently, our task will affect existing corporate profits. We are in dire need of funds, several billion, which still would not suffice to support our ongoing research. Thus, we must embark on a venture within the entertainment sector to generate revenue. However, we have no experience in acting, Ning Huanla interjected, raising her hand in concern. She felt a twinge of temptation but believed deception to be wrong. You misunderstand. The contracts I propose are not akin to those of actors. Our company currently lacks the capacity and resources to nurture artists or internet celebrities. Instead, we will leverage novels as our initial point of entry. Once we amass sufficient popularity through these narratives, we shall develop a video platform to animate our stories. All of this requires promotion. Our endeavor is akin to snatching morsels from the mouths of the 4 internet giants. Once they begin to encircle us, we must have a strategy for breakthrough, enabling us to create a river of our own, ultimately generating immense waves to procure sufficient wealth from the market, which we will reinvest into our primary projects. Do you comprehend my intentions? Qin Haoyan gazed earnestly at the 4 women. The 1 million serves as compensation. Inviting you here was merely a convenience. If this does not work out, we can always seek new talent and cultivate more individuals. Mr. Qin, do you mean for us to seize this moment of popularity, gather a large following, and once the novel website and animation mature, transition to your platform? Indeed. That is precisely my thought. While the situation is manageable now, once the 4 giants blockade us, our products will be unseen across the internet, necessitating preemptive strategic planning. The contract entails your future presence on our platform. Huamin's lips curled into a smile. Mr. Qin, your strategy is quite astute. This 1 million is indeed a means to generate momentum and elevate the reputation of Haotian technology, correct? Qin Haoyan straightened up, unreserved and candid, affirming that it is a win-win scenario, capable of drawing a significant wave of fans to you, and then lead them to the novel website under Mr. Qin's purview? Qin Haoyan smiled, remaining silent. This woman is intriguing, intelligent, and perceptive, grasping the essence of matters. As he pondered this, Huanmin abruptly spoke. Is there a contract? We are ready to sign. Sister Min He, big sister? Zhou Shui and Ning Huanla stared blankly at Huanmin, while only Xia Weiwei remained silent. Coming from a modest background, the prospect of working in a billion-revenue enterprise, even with a contract, seemed a blessing to her. It was far better than enduring the hardships of a mundane job later on. Truth be told, even if she received only a few thousand, or nothing at all, she would still be grateful for Haotian technology covering their travel expenses to explore the city. Wait, big sister, we haven't even negotiated anything yet. How can we sign? Huamin smiled confidently. Mr. Qin must have prepared the contract by now. Chapter 12. Huamin's capability, recruitment challenges. Qin Haoyan displayed a look of surprise. He had anticipated needing to exert more effort and persuasion. How intriguing. I wonder if General Qin harbors such grand ambitions, lest he ensnare us in a contractual trap. Qin Haoyan scrutinized Huamin from head to toe. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Qin Haoyan remained unperturbed. The other party's verbal assurances were merely superficial. For without written agreements adorned with a red seal, nothing held weight. However, Huamin's demeanor shifted remarkably. His curiosity was piqued. Earlier, he had expressed reluctance to consider the proposition, yet upon hearing a fragment of it, he insisted on signing without even reviewing the contract. How absurd that seemed. I am fully aware, yet I too have conditions. Speak, commanded Qin Haoyan, his hands interlaced, gazing earnestly at Huamin. He discerned that the 3 others held a profound trust in Huamin, for she was their leader. In this era, a female dormitory wielding such influence was almost inconceivable. Yet, it was a fortuitous circumstance. Having someone willing to stand at the forefront and confront challenges, while also possessing the ability to resolve issues, was advantageous in every regard. We 4 shall join Haotian technology. Min Min. It was still Tan Weiwei, who, filled with curiosity, remained silent. Among the 4, she exhibited the most self-doubt. Huamin halted the 3, her gaze resolutely fixed on Qin Haoyan. Moreover, we wish to inspect the company. Not only the 3, but even Qin Haoyan himself was perplexed. Having spent considerable time in this world, he lacked any pretentiousness and could hardly expect Huamin to capitulate to his casual attire. What, then, was the matter? Provide me with a rationale. Huamin smiled confidently. This is the first time I have encountered someone daring enough to challenge the 4 internet behemoths. Such individuals are either madmen or geniuses. General Qin, how do you propose we proceed? Are you not fearful of making a misstep, merely engaging in idle banter? Huamin responded with a charming smile. General Qin, we 4 are now in our 3rd year, majoring in Chinese language and literature. Qin Haoyan regarded Huamin with satisfaction. Though this woman appeared youthful, she had already demonstrated a commendable foundation in business negotiation. This signaled to him that should the company fail to show significant progress within a year, they would naturally be disinclined to join Haotian. To speak boldly of challenging the four giants required no small degree of skill. At the very least, he was leading Haotian technology in endeavors that could potentially unearth the graves of the four titans. Were it an ordinary individual, she would not trust so easily. Yet with substantial economic benefits at stake, she was no fool. Qin Haotian was confident, and she was willing to take a gamble. While her roommates had not fully considered their options, she quickly clarified her thoughts, realizing that true success could far surpass the four giants, potentially positioning them among the world's elite internet companies with the status of pioneers. This prospect was decidedly more appealing than any other company or bureaucratic lifestyle. To be frank, I have not prepared a contract. Upon hearing this from Qin Haotian, the four women were left dumbfounded. No contract prepared? What is this? Qin Haotian himself had not anticipated such an easy negotiation. Let us do this. You may enjoy a couple of days in the mountain city, as you have yet to graduate and should discuss matters thoroughly with your families. Likewise, we shall prepare a contract, and you should also contemplate the rights and benefits you seek. Certainly, during this period, I would appreciate your assistance in promoting Haotian Novel Network. You may add Huang Ye on WeChat, and she will provide you with the necessary materials. Before we sign a contract, let us take advantage of this opportunity. You will help us promote it for free. What do you think? A smile graced Huamin's eyes. They too desired this arrangement. Yet they believed Qin Haotian would be overly assertive due to his advantageous position. To their surprise, he treated them with such respect. That sounds splendid. No problem at all. It's just a trivial matter. After some pleasantries, Qin Haotian directed Huang Yu to handle these affairs. He called for Fang Ping, whose expression was grim. I have completed my part of the promotion. What about the matters concerning the editors and authors? It has been a day and a half since yesterday morning, and you still haven't resolved it. The website features only 6 novels. How can we promote this? Promoting it would hardly draw any readers. With a mere 6 books totaling less than 200,000 words, attracting an audience seemed implausible. Fang Ping wore a frown. President Qin, there has been some disruption. Several editors I contacted indicated they are conducting internal checks. If they discover any involvement in external editing, they will be dismissed. Without editors to recruit authors, our efforts to hire independently are futile. Qin Haotian narrowed his eyes. Elaborate. After Fang Ping spoke, Qin Haotian fell silent. The blame lay with him. He had not anticipated that Gao Qin, who interviewed yesterday morning, possessed such capabilities. She had directly contacted several prominent website editors, compelling them to issue a joint statement declaring that any assistance in reviewing articles for Haotian Novel Network would lead to repercussions, effectively threatening a collective industry blacklist. Naturally, the other editors were reluctant to risk offending this group by working for them. Gao Qin, indeed? While the penguins have yet to emerge, you have already made your presence known. He vividly recalled that woman. Such individuals were ill-suited for his team, leading to her immediate rejection. As he watched her departing figure, he had hoped she would not cause any trouble. Little did he know, she would indeed become a significant source of inconvenience. After some contemplation, he realized that no editor was willing to join them. Not a single one could be found. Fang Ping grimaced, noting that yesterday he was supposed to interview Gao Qin, only for President Qin to take his place. Who could have anticipated their conversation? In less than half an hour, Gao Qin had stormed out of the office in her high heels. Now, not only were editors from slightly reputable novel websites unwilling to come, but they also refused to collaborate, let alone assist in promoting the site or attracting authors. Editors of even modest renown were disinclined to join, while those without any reputation held little value for them. President Qin, perhaps we should postpone our recommendations for a few days until we are fully prepared. Fang Ping felt disheartened, grappling with the challenges posed by such an unconventional boss, both exhilarating and exhausting. Couldn't they simply purchase a batch of novels from other sites? Instead, they insisted on nurturing their own authors. Furthermore, the subsequent venture into animation was not something just anyone could manage. Upon realizing that someone was sabotaging their efforts, Qin Haotian resolved to abandon conventional methods. His gaze deepened, radiating an aura of frigid intensity. I understand. You may go now. Ensure you coordinate effectively with Huamin and Ning Huanla. Please refrain from causing any disturbances here. Qin Haotian's voice was calm, yet it resonated with a chilling serenity akin to a cold spring, causing Fang Ping to involuntarily shiver. Very well, I shall proceed. After permitting him to leave, Qin Haotian turned his gaze to the computer screen. Pow, sift through various websites, identify authors of similar genres based on our site S type. Then infiltrate the novel platforms to locate these authors and analyze the data for me. Once Qin Haoyan had spoken, he paid no further heed to the task. The volume of data was neither excessively vast nor insignificantly small. Pow Pow would require some time to conduct a thorough investigation. With this interval, Qin Haoyan could pen a few more novels to enrich the content. Alas, I find myself quite akin to Xiaoma. He masquerades as a woman to engage clients and enhance their loyalty, while my plight is even more arduous, as I must laboriously craft novels to captivate readers and increase user retention. Essentially, there is little difference, and it is bound to become a source of scandal in the future, Qin Haoyan lamented with a rueful expression. However, there is no alternative. Funds are scarce. Once I acquire wealth, I shall indulge lavishly. Chapter 13. A video that climbed a second on trending. When I am affluent, I shall host a press conference and invest significantly. I refuse to endure such tribulations any longer. Having voiced his thoughts, Qin Haoyan resumed his writing with renewed vigor. The assistance from Pow Pow was remarkably effective, allowing him to articulate his ideas simply, resulting in a continuous stream of automated text. The process of writing the novel felt remarkably effortless. As for the challenges posed by editors and authors, Pow Pow would provide the necessary solutions. Ultimately, these were merely minor skirmishes. His primary focus lay ahead. Novel websites and video platforms were of paramount importance. With this foundation, he could subsequently establish an audio site, thereby developing a short video platform and forcefully venture into the realm of social media. Qin Haoyan was indifferent to these matters if the company pressured him. They should not be surprised if he retaliated decisively. Before long, Qin Haoyan had amassed information on over 300,000 authors and 200 editors from across the internet. Pow Pow. Conduct a thorough filtering. Eliminate those with high incomes who have significant character issues. Also, remove any associated with Gao Qin. To his astonishment, after the filtering process, only a handful remained. Wasn't it claimed that there were millions of registered authors online? In the end, how could so few be left? Naturally, these were merely the mediocre ones. The 4 women from Huamin had also negotiated terms with Feng Ping and Wang Ya. They would receive a promotional fee of 1 million. Which included the involvement of Pow Pow and the forthcoming launch of the Haoyan Novel Network, as well as the future rollout of Haoyan novels, films, and audio content. They would subsequently transition to become hosts under the Haotian brand. Without the obligation to produce videos, films, or advertisements, the accounts would remain theirs, provided they did not engage in any defamatory actions against all companies under Haotian technology. The profits they generated on the Douyin platform, as well as from their own short video and live streaming platforms, would belong solely to them. Furthermore, if the company achieved a monthly revenue of 100 million within a year, they would join Haoyan Technology as personnel in the entertainment sector. The specifics could be discussed at that time. This contract felt like a pie falling heavily upon the heads of the 4 women from Huamin. They believed that no one outside could possibly secure such a simple and effortless contract. The 4 young women, in a daze, stepped out of the Hongtai building, home to Haoyan Technology. Sister Minmin, we're not dreaming, are we? Did we really obtain it so easily? Indeed, it feels almost too simple. Akin to the community's warm outreach. We forgot to ask if this agreement can be published online. If it can be shared publicly, with all netizens as witnesses, it should pose no issues, right? Huamin smiled confidently. She was no fool and knew that after finalizing the deal, they wouldn't agree so swiftly. She had others backing her. We'll sign the contract the day after tomorrow. No worries, I'll send a copy back to clarify everything first. Sister Minmin, you truly are the leader. The 4 giggled as they exited. By the way, let us promote this. Huamin suddenly recalled, her expression turning serious. Indeed. Since we've been compensated, we ought to promote it. Ning Huanla stated, promptly pulling out her phone. Shall I distribute the money first? Huamin hesitated. She wanted to suggest that Ning Huanla and Zhou Shui should take the majority while she and Tan Weiwei could share a smaller portion. It didn't matter to her. Tan Weiwei's family truly needed the funds. As far as she knew, Tan Weiwei had taken out loans to afford her university education, as her family was quite impoverished. However, money could be a double-edged sword. Mishandling it might create rifts. Their 3 years of sisterhood could be shattered due to this. She and Tan Weiwei were merely benefiting from this opportunity. Well, I think I'll forego my share. I'm already fortunate to visit and enjoy this beautiful mountain city. Ning Huanla replied nonchalantly. What nonsense. We 4, brought together by fate and university, share a sisterly bond and should divide it equally, right, Zhou Shui? Zhou Shui also appeared unconcerned. Yes, we should indeed split it evenly. Let us publish first. We can discuss the money back at the hotel or consult the netizens. Huamin suggested after thoughtful consideration, proposing a compromise. Ning Huanla relented, taking a screenshot of the payment data. However, Haotian technology is truly impressive, even without signing the contract. They immediately transferred the 1 million. Huamin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Had they not been so bold, she might not have signed the contract at all. The quality of a company can often be discerned from the founder's style of operation. As Ning Huanla walked, she began to post. She carefully crafted the title for their work. Haotian technology is amazing. 1 million has been received. Thank you all for the promotional opportunity. The Haotian novel website is now online. The URL is, if you enjoy reading novels, do check it out. They are also looking for authors and editors with undeniable strength. Currently, they are only recruiting for science fiction, fantasy, war, and gaming genres. Interested individuals can apply directly on the official website. Editors can contact the editor Popo inside. Their previous screenshot of chatting with Qin Haotian had already stirred a wave online. 1 million was the equivalent of what a worker earning 8,000 monthly would take 11 years to accumulate. They had achieved this while still in university. This time, it was indeed real money, confirmed with a screenshot. The fervor was already palpable, and with this surge, it escalated rapidly. Within less than a day of dropping to 9th place on the trending list, it soared to 2nd. Amassing an audience of 500 million viewers, with an astounding 8 million likes and a staggering 100,000 comments. How foolish are those who promise millions afterward? The jealousy is tiresome. The advertising effect here is formidable, rivaling that of any other campaign, and the founder of this company is truly remarkable. What website for novels? I shall take a look. Are there any captivating stories to be found? It seems legitimate. I was at the Hung Tai building when I spotted 4 stunning women entering, only to lose sight of them shortly after. They lingered downstairs for a while before departing. How naive, thinking it was just one person. You are the naive one. The individual posting the video is undoubtedly not the blogger themselves, but rather filmed from a third-person perspective. The author replied, indeed. We are 4 from the same dormitory. They directly bought us plane tickets and hotel accommodations. We are currently enjoying our time in the mountain city. I want to visit Hongya Cave. To borrow a moment, their editors and authors earn quite well. Everyone should explore this. Even as readers, one can make money. Though applications are still in progress. Don't be misled. I went for an interview and shockingly did not pass. I am an editor for the website. And this company is a sham. I have already contacted industry friends, and no one would work as an editor at Haotian Novel Network. Only those who cannot succeed would go there. What quality novels could such individuals possibly produce? An unusually abrupt and sarcastic comment suddenly appeared in the comment section. I also checked it out. There are merely 6 novels, 5 of which don't even reach 100,000 words, and one barely makes it to 140,000. What kind of novel website is this? It pales in comparison to those on WeChat. However, upon further inspection, each book is indeed a gem, with exquisite writing. But what good is good writing? I read novels to relax. All I desire is lightheartedness, humor, excitement, and thrill. The plot is what truly matters. There are numerous discussions in the comments section, and conversations about the novel website are increasing. Chapter 14. New authors exploring Haotian Novel Network. A young man, unemployed and aimlessly scrolling through Douyin in his rental apartment, was engulfed by the anxiety and pressure brought on by his joblessness, leading him towards self-despair. Despite his efforts, he had been unable to find suitable employment. He had attempted to engage with various platforms, only to abandon them swiftly. For adults, earning money is the primary objective. Yet here he was, unable to secure even a job. Just then, he stumbled upon Ning Huanla on Douyin, and his thoughts sprang to life. He had heard that writing novels could be lucrative. Could he possibly write one? But he had only graduated from middle school, and surely he would not excel. After much hesitation, he opened Haotian Novel Network. Upon reading some content, he immediately dismissed the idea of registering as an author. The caliber of writing was too impressive. He could not conceive of such vocabulary. How could he possibly write? After perusing several chapters of the 6 novels, his self-esteem dwindled further. How could he register as an author when these writers are so talented? Surely, his attempts would be futile. As he pondered this, he unwittingly clicked on the author section and began the registration process. Name, identification number, residence address step by step, until he reached the final stage, the pin name. It suddenly dawned on him. What am I doing? As he was about to close the webpage, he thought to himself that having come this far, registering was hardly a problem, even if he chose not to write. With determination, he decided to fill out the form. Upon instinctively clicking the Read and Agree button, he was taken aback to find it unresponsive, remaining grayed out. He clicked again, yet the outcome was the same. On his third attempt, a small window popped up informing him that he must carefully read all terms before proceeding. Inwardly, Ma Mingyuan scoffed at the absurdity. What kind of website mandates that users actually read the terms? Most places only require a brief pause, while here, it seemed like reading was a prerequisite for registration. He grumbled to himself, yet today, inexplicably, he decided to take the time to examine the terms thoroughly. The rights and obligations of Haotian Novel Network were prominently highlighted. Piquing his curiosity, as he delved deeper, a chill ran down his spine, soon replaced by an electrifying excitement. Was it really this remarkable? Among the various clauses, one stated that by agreeing to register with Haotian Novel Network, one also consented to register for all products under Haotian technology, effectively binding him to a universal agreement. The section regarding confidentiality was easily dismissed. Such statements were hardly credible and reeked of overreach. Haotian technology reserved the right to blacklist an entire account, thereby prohibiting access to any of its products in the future. Ma Mingyuan brushed off the potential repercussions, viewing the Haotian Novel Network simply as one product among many. He continued reading, and his attention was immediately drawn to the section on creator earnings. His eyes lit up. Wasn't this precisely what he had been seeking? After a thorough examination, he was left in awe. The terms were unequivocal. As long as one could utilize Haotian Technology's products, whether for creation, reading, or even advertising, the revenue would be split 80-20 after operational costs were deducted. Creators would receive 80% while Haotian Technology would retain 20%. While Ma Mingyuan was unaware of how other websites operated, he recognized that this profit-sharing model was indeed generous. This was the profit-sharing structure for all products under Haotian Technology. More specifically, at Haotian Novel Network, as an author, achieving full attendance meant simply writing 2,000 words daily, devoid of any unnecessary complications. Full attendance alone guaranteed earnings, while the profit sharing was an additional bonus. He couldn't help but pat his thigh in excitement. This revenue model was enticing. By merely registering as an author and getting his works published, he could secure a monthly income of 1,000 yuan, and with better performance, perhaps even 1,500 yuan, an amount that would alleviate his current financial strain. Ma Mingyuan captured a screenshot of the earnings explanation and shared it on his social media account, exclaiming the impressive nature of Haotian Novel Network and questioning how any author could resist such an opportunity. Without further ado, he hastily clicked to agree to the terms. His excitement fueled by the allure of financial incentives, and he entered the writer's back end. What was this? Haotian Creation Assistant? He chose not to download it, instead opting to create a new book directly on the webpage. Influenced by his fondness for science fiction, despite his modest educational background, he was inspired to launch a science fiction work titled Expanding the Star Domain. Upon inscribing his name, Ma Mingyuan found himself momentarily stunned. He had only perused novels and had little skill in writing. The thought of creating a name and a synopsis was utterly foreign to him. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Ding. Bubble Assistant. His pupils dilated in surprise. What was happening? Could this be my golden finger? My Golden Finger is a software program that enables me to write novels, produce videos, and create audio, ultimately leading to my ascent as the foremost creator worldwide, amassing boundless wealth, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Bubble. Do you possess any extraordinary abilities? Identifying registrant's identity information. Please recite your ID number. Like a puppet on strings, Ma Mingyuan, filled with excitement, complied with Bubble's registration requirements, entering all the necessary information. Initiating facial recognition. Initiating voice recognition. Please unlock your phone for biometric verification, one by one. Ma Mingyuan exhibited no signs of impatience. This was his golden opportunity. Congratulations on successfully registering for the Bubble Writing Assistant under Haotian Technology. You may now commence your creative endeavors. In an instant, Ma Mingyuan regained his composure. What kind of absurd golden finger was this? Haotian Technology was far from serious. He had expected a true golden opportunity. Cursing under his breath, he began to explore the realm of artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, another individual shared a similar experience as Ma Mingyuan. Unlike Ma, who had only completed middle school, this individual was a third-year biology student at Fudan University. At that moment, He was enthusiastically engrossed in research at his desk in the dormitory, while his 3 roommates were buried in their studies. Chang Guang, have you begun working on your thesis? No, I've stumbled upon something intriguing and am experimenting with it. What is it? His curious roommate interjected. A novel website, Chang Guang replied absently, his full attention fixated on his computer screen. He felt a surge of pride. This was far more reliable than a search engine. If this continued, writing a thesis would be a piece of cake. Chang Guang was far more adept than Ma Mingyuan. The biology major was a veritable pitfall, and he had no intention of pursuing a career in that field. However, he was quite intrigued by Haotian technology and the Haotian novel network. If the profits were substantial, he could certainly forge a path in the realm of novels. As a biology major, crafting narratives around cutting-edge biotechnologies would come effortlessly, leaving readers in awe. He had already submitted a book title and was delving into the features of the bubble assistant. Chang Guang, we're not criticizing you, but a biology undergraduate degree offers little practical value. You must focus on your studies and prepare for graduate school. Yes, our field is overly competitive, and the experts are quite daunting. A biology degree doesn't hold much weight upon graduation. His roommates collectively urged him. Chang Guang nodded absently, his gaze unwavering from the computer screen. To be precise, his attention remained fixed on the Bubble Assistant interface. Chapter 15. Bubble formulates agreements and future development directions. Displayed before him were the questions he had recently posed. Gazing at the responses, Chang Guang's body shifted unnaturally. Without pausing to contemplate the first chapter of his novel, he directly input the title of the thesis he wished to write. Wow, this thing can write theses? ISNT that akin to a cow soaring into the sky. Chang Guang, you really should read more. Understood. Chang Guang did not glance back. Read? What is that? Can it be consumed? Or can it generate income? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he pulled out his phone to capture the moment. Gazing at the chaotic jumble on the screen, Chang Guang found himself utterly astonished. What manner of technology is this? What is happening? No matter. I shall head to the classroom. He seized his computer, unplugged the power cord, and hurriedly grabbed the keyboard and mouse, dashing out of the dormitory. It was not out of selfishness. Rather, there resided a remarkable academic prodigy in the dorm, a person whose brilliance was undeniable. In any case, once he became aware, the teacher would undoubtedly learn as well, and his thesis would surely falter. Just moments ago, he had stumbled upon a new discovery. The information provided by the auxiliary tool in the biological field was astoundingly sophisticated. If he devoted himself to a thorough study, his thesis would effortlessly pass. However, this constituted cheating, and he dared not disclose it, at least not to the academic prodigy. His mind was now consumed with biological knowledge, leaving little room for thoughts of novels. Regardless, he resolved to draft the thesis first. He had just taken a photograph, but failed to capture everything. Likely, it was the anti-theft feature of the Haotian novel network at play. Chang Guang harbored no resentment. Writing it out by hand would suffice. 8,000 words were not excessively burdensome. Aside from the 2 of them, many others were also flocking to the Haotian novel network, gradually exploring its depths. Some were startled, while others, upon stumbling across peculiar content, hastily posted their findings online. Soon, a post titled Haotian Technology suspected to have developed an artificial intelligence program went viral across the internet. Could this be true? An artificial intelligence developed by a well-known company in our country? Friends, go and give it a try. I've tested it, and it's genuinely impressive. I have a hunch this company is poised for greatness. By the way, where is the entrance? I wish to experience the wonders of artificial intelligence as well. Really? Could it be that individuals in our Dragon Nation are innovating in technology? Surely, it cannot be merely a rehashing of foreign products. The upstairs foreign dog had completed its evaluation. Possessing such technology, it would undoubtedly spread globally. How could a small company remain obscure? Nonsense. There have been numerous instances of such matters domestically. I firmly believe the Dragon Nation will not succeed. This defies logic. I have experimented, and it is indeed formidable. Yet it lacks substantial impact. Brothers, connect, share the entrance. Look at that video of the girl crying. There's the entry point. Figure it out for yourselves. Incredible! This is nothing short of a miraculous tool, truly remarkable. I guarantee that Haotian technology will overshadow the 4 giants of the internet, claiming the top spot in our nation, if not globally. Such boasting. They lack hardware, an operating system, and even a network, utterly absurd to claim first place. The clamor grew louder, everyone shouting in disarray. Meanwhile, Ning Huanla, who was enjoying a day in the mountain city, was busy taking photographs and recording videos for her content. since they had made a promise. She would certainly dedicate herself to her account and begin gathering material right away. After organizing some content, she logged on to Donging to search for musical resources and, upon discovering something, let out a scream. What's wrong? The three girls gathered around her. Look, Haotian technology is booming, and some claim it could outshine the four internet giants. Upon hearing this, Hua Min hastily snatched Ning Huanla's phone to begin browsing related videos, while Zhou Shui, more reserved, opened her own phone to watch. Upon reflection, it seems that registration could lead to universal profit. Even becoming a reader might yield financial rewards, though the magnitude remains uncertain. Quickly, who can log into the Haotian novel network to test this theory? The three women exchanged glances. Sister Min Min. We cannot log in from outside on the web version. Hua Min, in a flurry of anxiety, suddenly noticed a nearby internet CAF. Let us go to the CAF. If this is indeed artificial intelligence, entering Haotian could prove immensely profitable. They speculated that it was not impossible for an investor like Penguin to be involved. Furthermore, the phrase "a grasp of grass" could very well have been crafted by an AI program. No wonder the boss exuded such confidence and grandeur. Unbeknownst to Qin Haotian, Hua Min's conjecture would have left him utterly astonished. Such insight, merely from a glance, to deduce that a grasp of grass was AI-generated, showcased a thought process capable of managing public relations, business, or even overseeing an entire company. At that moment, he paused his writing to confront the reality of the situation. Are you implying that there are 300 registered authors, with 120 novels approved, and 80 already published, one of which has reached 10,000 words? Indeed. Qin Haotian responded, his eyes wide with disbelief. How many words have I written? A mere 300,000 at best. How could so many authors have suddenly emerged? Additionally, 11 editors have submitted applications for review, and currently, 3 candidates are on standby, one of whom is suitable for full-time employment, and the information has already been dispatched. Qin Haotian suppressed his astonishment and regained his composure. What is happening? 2 trending topics on social media have significantly raised the profile of the Haotian novel network. It is colloquially said to be on fire. Hastily, Qin Haotian retrieved his phone to investigate. As he scrolled, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Pow pow. Is this author account linked to the data synchronization and reader revenue plan something you implemented? He had previously discussed this with Pow Pow, but executing such a concept was exceptionally challenging. Data synchronization implied that the servers must be cohesive or that account information could be transferred seamlessly. Although it may sound straightforward, even the current tech giants of the internet struggle to achieve such a feat. One server, with contemporary hardware, would be utterly inadequate. The magnitude of the server required for this task would likely consume billions in energy daily. The novel network is not daunting, yet when combined with video, audio, short clips, gaming, live streaming, and more, the servers could not withstand the data flow of billions of users. Without a singular server, linking data becomes a formidable challenge. Generating revenue on the novel network, then spending on other sites, recharging on different platforms, and tipping on streaming services does not follow a linear path. It likely involves billions of individuals intersecting simultaneously. Any minor data error could lead to a collapse of the entire data chain, provoking chaos among users. To address this, they would need to explore the next generation of data compression code structures. Pow pow, why pursue such an approach? The aim is to enhance user engagement and lay the groundwork for technological products. Qin Haotian remained silent. The complexities of this situation were far from easy to resolve. The number of personnel in their company is far from sufficient. The revenue from the novel website is unlikely to be substantial, peaking at merely a few tens of millions a day, or at best, over $1 billion, which is inadequate for operational expenses. This is his conception, however. Realizing it is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Pow pow, you understand that this amount of money is utterly insufficient. Finance, no way. Establishing a group company to develop subsidiaries and going public. Qin Haotian remained silent, gradually taking a seat, his mind engaged in a relentless clash of thoughts. Chapter 16. A complete rejection. Han Ting was incensed. This proposal is not unfeasible. It is indeed practical. He does not oppose the company pursuing a public listing, but he would not choose to exploit the financial market for capital. However, is it not premature to operate the company towards an IPO at this stage? These considerations were already embedded in his company's developmental blueprint, and Pow Pow's actions, following the plan, do not constitute an overstep. Yet, he must grasp the timing meticulously. Lacking strength, going public would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. Various investment banks would undoubtedly devour him without leaving a shred behind. Pow Pow, as an artificial intelligence, does not entertain the complexities of interpersonal relationships. He cannot afford such a luxury. In Pow Pow's database, as long as the issues are technical, they are not problematic. However, Qin Haoyan's situation is quite different. This method of collective wealth generation is not unviable, but ensuring data integrity is an arduous endeavor. To illustrate, a hacker could easily breach a website and alter data, potentially leading to colossal losses for Haotian technology and a subsequent collapse. Although Pow Pow's capabilities are indeed formidable, ensuring data security across all websites is utterly nonsensical. Furthermore, all data requires servers, and Pow Pow would demand considerable computational power, which is a financial black hole. The more Qin Haoyan contemplated, the more terrifying the prospect became. He cannot afford to remain passive. Amid the agreement, Qin Haoyan's expression faltered. How can one conduct oneself in such a manner? Pow Pow, assist me in accumulating data. I need to research hard drives. Lack of funds, personnel, and equipment. The trifecta of deficiencies crashed down upon Qin Haoyan like a bucket of ice water. What other means of profit exist? Qin Haoyan, in his frustration, directly inquired of the artificial intelligence regarding revenue-generating methods. Are its suggestions viable? Instant translation from smart assistants to intelligent devices, compression algorithms for server hardware to novel servers, video networks to marketplaces to virtual worlds. As Qin Haoyan observed Pow Pow's extensive and well-reasoned proposals, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Not to mention, the two significant areas of data compression and instant translation are ripe for immediate exploitation. Can Pow Pow realize these capabilities? Yes, the company lacks personnel. Qin Haoyan suddenly felt deflated. A novel website, and after a week, he still has not gathered sufficient staff. This cannot continue. Those ravenous capitalists will not grant him the luxury of time. Simultaneously, trending topics across the internet have attracted major corporations and investment banks, akin to wolves scenting prey. Without a doubt, Haoyan technology is currently a succulent morsel, glistening with opportunity. Should he falter in the face of the relentless giants, survival is far from guaranteed. Ali urgently convened a meeting. What do we say? Have we confirmed anything? The esteemed founder, Old Ma, leaned on the table with both hands, standing solitary as he surveyed the entire room. It was evident that, despite certain imperfections, our experiments have unearthed a nascent form of artificial intelligence. Not a mere FAAD of big data, but a refined synthesis capable of answering queries. Old Ma bore a grave expression. What is the origin of this Haoyan technology? He pondered. Meanwhile, at the penguin side, Little Ma shared a similar sentiment. I believe I have heard of this company. What is the situation? The head of the investment and financing department, steeling himself, stood up. Chairman Ma, we have submitted relevant applications, believing it to be a company with potential. We initially proposed an acquisition. What do you mean? Little Ma inquired sternly, gazing at the head of the investment and financing department. Over at Chengdu. Old Li appeared equally somber. Is the investment likely to be insignificant? Upon receiving the news, we conducted an investigation. And it turns out Penguin had already approached them a week prior. It seems the meeting did not end on amicable terms. The fact that Penguin did not secure the deal is a blessing. However, I must question why I am only learning of this now. What is the purpose of the investment department? Have you feasted to the point of immobility? Do you not realize we are teetering on the edge of a precipice? Old Li exclaimed urgently. What shall we do now? In the office of Zizhu, little Zhang maintained an air of calm. Acquisition, financing, or even collaboration, what course of action is advisable? Chairman Zhang, I fear such options may be unviable. The counterpart is still developing a mysterious business, known only to Penguin at this juncture. The recent disclosures, including the auxiliary features of Haotian Novel Network, are merely appetizers. According to the user agreement, they likely have many more maneuvers planned, which could significantly impact our first venture, Douyin. Even in collaboration, it would merely postpone our demise. We may require alternative strategies to secure this. The municipal government of Shanxing had also received word. The top official convened an urgent meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, this company is situated in our Shanxing. Its founder, Qin Haoyan, is a native, a recent graduate of Shanxing University who established Haoyan technology at the end of last year, belonging to the Northern District. This is a high-tech enterprise, and the advancement of this innovation could potentially position our Shanxing alongside the four giants of the internet. With tax contributions starting in the hundreds of billions, we must safeguard this entity, providing the best welfare and benefits, ensuring it does not fall prey to external competition. I emphasize that this is a high-tech enterprise, not a wolf in sheep's clothing, nor a subsidy swindling operation. Our government must extend unwavering support and protection throughout their journey. Should Haotian technology flourish, we may even surpass the likes of Modu, the capital, and Shenzhen. This is a monumental opportunity for our Shanxing, and no one must jeopardize it. Investment firms such as Qiyun Ventures, Goldman Sachs, Sequoia Capital, Dinghui Ventures, Inson Investment, and Chinxing Capital, along with investment banks like Huatai, Zhongjin, and CITIC Construction, convened emergency meetings. The advent of mature artificial intelligence is indeed terrifying. Whoever wields its power may ascend to become the next Microsoft or Apple, or even surpass them by a wide margin. Thus, Haotian Novel Network launched without a ripple, yet the efforts of 4 young women in creating a dynamic visual narrative stirred the winds of change. Currently, the registration count for Haotian Novel Network has surged to over 1 million. Among them are 900,000 registered authors, all experimenting with bubble-assisted artificial intelligence. Goodness, there are hardly any readers, yet the authors number in the hundreds of thousands. If each were to write daily, Haotian technology would have to allocate 9 billion just to cover attendance, and even selling them would not suffice to fill this abyss. Concurrently, various major corporations and investment banks have begun reaching out to Haotian technology, eager to send representatives for detailed discussions. Han Ting, engrossed in her drama, was overwhelmed, constantly answering calls, taking notes, and then declining. For other matters, she would hesitate to make decisions, but she felt no apprehension regarding these investment bank calls. If she needed to, she could simply hang up. It was well known throughout the company that the boss held a disdain for these investment banks, and she had long been instructed accordingly. Investment bank calls were to be ignored, and meetings with their representatives not arranged. All that was required was to make a record to present to General Manager Fong later. But what was the cause of such an influx? It felt as though she had stirred a hornet's nest. With so many calls from investment banks, her hand was cramping, and her ears buzzed with unfamiliar names: Xiangfen Capital, Yuyan from the Magic City, Hongyi Investments, HSBC Direct Investment. Oh, she recognized HSBC. What was happening today? So many wanted to come to the company. Unaware that we do not welcome investment banks. No meetings, none at all. Han Ting, oblivious, was cheerfully declining, while those on the other end of the line were left stunned. Not only were they unable to connect, but when they finally did, a young lady heard their names and promptly hung up. What on earth is going on today with all these calls? Chapter 17, Terrifying Call Volume, all declined. Han Ting was becoming increasingly irritated by the incessant notifications. The deluge of information was overwhelming, and she had lost track of time watching television. Though she grumbled, she had to remain cautious and attentive. As soon as she heard anything related to investment or banking, she would promptly hang up. Hello? Han Ting stood there with a pained expression. Which investment bank are you from? Note that we do not accept online appointments. The voice on the other end was momentarily taken aback. Did this young lady just hang up on us? You misunderstand. We are from the business department of the North District in Shanxing, hoping to arrange a meeting with your General Qin to discuss tax exemptions and any governmental assistance you may require. Han Ting was taken aback, staring blankly ahead, her hand shaking as she held the phone. Hello? Hello? Only then did she snap back to reality, letting out a shriek. Please hold. Please hold. Just a moment. She abruptly placed the phone down and rushed to Fong Ping's office. General Fong. At that moment, Fong Peng was pondering how to organize the staff of the novel website, furrowing his brow. Han Ting didn't bother to knock, but burst in through the door. What is it? Do you not know how to knock? Why the rush? Where is your composure? Han Ting gulped, stammering as she pointed towards the front desk. General Fong. Something significant has happened. Fong Ping frowned. Clarify. What do you mean something significant has happened? He stood up, his tone growing more displeased. Han Ting pointed again, taking several deep breaths. Oh, General Fong, come with me, quickly. Without hesitation, she completely forgot her role as merely the receptionist, taking several strides towards Fong Peng and pulling him along to the front desk. Mr. Fong, the government, the Long Kingdom government called. I. Mr. Fong Ping was utterly bewildered, yet he allowed Han Ting to lead him to the front. Mr. Fong, answer it, please. Han Ting handed the phone to Fong Ping. With a furrowed brow, Fong Peng replied, Hello, who is this? Greetings, I am Zheng from the business department of the North District government of Shanxing. May I ask who you are? Hello, I am Fong Ping, general manager of Haotian technology. Fong Ping maintained a composed demeanor. He was not in a rush to warmly greet the caller without knowing their identity. Moreover, when the government proactively reached out, it usually signaled trouble. However, when the caller articulated their intentions and expressed a desire to visit the company, Fong Ping was taken aback. Meanwhile, Han Ting stifled a chuckle, relishing the moment. "See, you had a stern face just now." Fong Ping shot her a glare, but his tone softened as he continued conversing with the caller, even exchanging mobile numbers. While they engaged, all the investment firms outside were left dumbfounded. The disclosed mobile number went unanswered, and the company's sole landline was the only point of contact, rendering them unable to get through. These firms were not naive. They would not simply wait idly. This was the cusp of a burgeoning opportunity, immature, perhaps. But Haotian technology had taken its first stride. The rest would surely follow. Even if Haotian technology faltered, they could acquire the technology and transfer it to their subsidiary companies for further development, a strategy they had employed numerous times before. Consequently, representatives from various companies rushed to Shanxing, eager to engage with Haotian technology directly. In the realm of business, who does not aspire to profit? Those who do not wish to earn are surely charlatans. With an investment of 100 million, they reasoned that Haotian technology could not remain unaffected, even if the owner could withstand it. Poaching employees, or even the entire development team, would still yield profits for them. Could they not afford the penalties associated with breaches of contract? With such thoughts in mind, various companies and investment firms converged on Shanxing like sharks sensing blood in the water. In no time, tickets for flights and high-speed trains were swiftly snatched up. Online, complaints erupted, with many prospective tourists to Shanxing expressing their frustration. With so many tickets available earlier, how could they suddenly become unavailable? After much discussion, a consensus emerged. Companies were dispatching representatives to Shanxing. Coupled with the relentless pursuit and tracking by paparazzi, the situation became increasingly transparent. As Qin Haoyan concluded his workday, he returned home with a sense of leisure. Meanwhile, Fong Ping was once again dumbfounded. After a lengthy conversation over the phone, they transitioned to mobile communication, which naturally extended until closing time. In light of such a significant matter, he found himself unable to locate anyone. In a rush, he dialed Qin Haoyan's number. Upon seeing Fong Peng's call, Qin Haoyan abruptly disconnected. He was busy, and no one would sway him. This afternoon, a total of 3,280 calls. Pow Pow appeared at an opportune moment. Investment firms? Most are from the government. Why are they calling me? Qin Haoyan dismissed the thought. Forget it. I'm not interested. If there were matters to be addressed, he would leave them to Fong Ping. He was disinclined to meddle in such trivialities. By the way, Pow Pow, once we reach a peak, remind Fong Ping to sell. Don't forget to alert me. Qin Haoyan tilted his head, confirming that there was nothing amiss, and set out for a leisurely drive. Fong Ping, unable to reach him by phone, found his residence but naturally missed him. This left him in a state of agitation. Nearly beside himself, he had no choice but to call back Huang Ye and the three heads of the technical department. Tomorrow, the government leaders were scheduled to conduct an inspection. The company needed to prepare thoroughly. The CEO was exceedingly unreliable, always lingering when not needed, yet unreachable when his presence was required. The matter concerning artificial intelligence continued to simmer online. Investment banks and government officials received first-hand accurate information and reacted swiftly. The storm of artificial intelligence was still gathering momentum, barely having begun. On Haotian Novel Network, over 500 works had already emerged, most comprising around 10 to 20,000 words. Thanks to Ning Huanla and her companion's popularity on Douyin, Haotian Novel Network had skyrocketed to fame, with registered users surging past 3 million and continuing to rise. While Qin Haoyan was dining, a notification from the app Popo abruptly appeared on his phone. The noodles on his chopsticks nearly ended up in his nostrils. Popo, are you jesting? Over 250 million registered authors on Haotian Novel Network are currently utilizing Popo due to insufficient computing power. Qin Haoyan furrowed his brow. Are they all writing novels? 99% are not. Qin Haoyan's expression darkened. His novel website was not particularly profitable, but it held significant importance. With so many registrations, how could they not be diligently writing novels while occupying Popo's computing resources? Popo, for those who have registered but are not working on new books, suspend their accounts for 100 days as a warning and issue an announcement that without new book submissions, Popo assistance will not be available. Cleanup completed. At last, Qin Haoyan could eat his noodles in peace. The immature Popo could swiftly manage such matters without requiring any effort from him. It was quite astonishing. Those experimenting with Popo's assistance were taken aback. Initial lagging was understandable. They surmised it was due to an overload of users and data on the servers. However, what did it mean to have their accounts suspended shortly after? Ma Mingyuan was oblivious to these developments, happily admiring the 60,000 words he had just published. This is fantastic. I can write novels too. Popo's assistance is truly remarkable. On the other hand, Chang Guang was dumbfounded. He had initiated his book early and had not faced suspension, but he had received a warning against discussing matters unrelated to novels. What was he to do now? His thesis was still unfinished. Chapter 18. Outsiders know, yet the general manager of Haotian Technology remains unaware the four sisters of Ning Huanla sat in an internet CAF, staring blankly at the glaring words account suspended. Why was my account suspended? Ning Huanla asked innocently. Tin Weiwei timidly suggested, could it be that something went wrong? Zhou Shui also proposed, shall we ask Manager Fong? Huamin contemplated for a moment. No need. Let me see what is being said online to determine if this is an isolated incident or if others are experiencing the same issue. Oh. We could immediately post some information. Upon hearing this, Ning Huanla sprang to her feet, snapping a photo with her three sisters, capturing the ambience of the internet CAF, and taking a picture of the suspension notice. After some editing, she promptly uploaded the images to Dong. Dear friends, we are currently utilizing the bubble assistant from Haotian Technology. Yet we have encountered account suspensions. Does anyone know the reason behind this? Upon the release of the dynamic sound, a multitude of onlookers immediately gathered, and several individuals who had previously experimented with the tool voiced their grievances. I am inquiring about academic resources and have also faced a suspension. While drafting my copy, I experienced the same issue. Additionally, I am engaged in data processing, and that too resulted in an abrupt suspension. As a spokesperson, are you not aware of this? Could it be a case of hacking? You must be mistaken. That is artificial intelligence. What hacker could possibly outmaneuver artificial intelligence on the internet? Then what is the issue? Does Haotian Technology indiscriminately suspend our accounts without explanation regarding when they will be reinstated? This is, indeed, unlawful. What laws are you referring to? Did you not read the registration agreement? Everything belongs to Haotian Technology, and they hold the ultimate authority for interpretation. This company is a fraud. Indeed, under such circumstances, does this not imply they can utilize our data at will? Blogger, have you not established a partnership with them? Please inquire about this matter. Besides the numerous complaints and questions, there are indeed many genuine authors who have not faced account suspensions. Not at all. I can still use it normally. And the experience has significantly improved. So can I. However, I am writing a novel. Since my registration, it has only been 3 hours. And my work has already passed the review, remarkably swift. Moreover, I have completed 20,000 words. Impressive, indeed. Foolish one, I have already written 40,000 words. With this software, achieving a daily update of 100,000 words is not merely a dream. A monthly total of 3 million is terrifying. The quality is remarkably high. And I feel that with the Bubble Assistant, my writing is comparable to that of the masters. Claiming it rivals the masters seems exaggerated. But it is indeed superior to the majority of works on certain platforms. I have discovered the reason. I have screenshots as proof. Those whose accounts were suspended did not use the Bubble Assistant for writing. As long as you engage in writing, your account will remain intact. This explains it. 100-day suspension. Let us all mourn this fate. How absurd to use artificial intelligence for novel writing. It is indeed a waste, a sheer squandering of resources. Is the owner not in their right mind? Let us advocate for openness. We should petition their official website for a release, for this is artificial intelligence. And its responses are truly commendable. Are you all so foolish as to not consider registering with a different account? For heaven's sake. You must understand that this is artificial intelligence. The review process is extraordinarily stringent, making it practically impossible to switch accounts. Can you envision 6 verification methods being employed simultaneously? Each person is assigned a unique account, making it utterly impossible to register a secondary account. They are utilizing artificial intelligence. It is not a game. And one cannot deceive it. The online outcry has resulted in widespread criticism directed at Haotian Novel Network. Ning Huanla and the 4 ladies silently observed the comments, their expressions shifting from pale to flushed. Why is this happening? Bubble is genuinely enjoyable. Ning Huanla was exasperated, displaying a face of frustration. It is all right. We can reach out to the CEO of Haotian Technology, Tin Weiwei reassured. In truth, the 4 ladies proceeded with this course of action, losing all inclination to browse further, and directly contacted Fong Ping. Upon inquiry, both parties were left dumbfounded. What did you say? Both sides were incredulous. Do we possess artificial intelligence? Are you unaware of your company's products? Both teams fell silent, questioning the very nature of reality. Chen Hao, Sun Hai, and Wu Mingshan exchanged glances. General Manager Fong. Could what they mentioned be the bubble assistant? Fong Peng paused, muttering to himself, bubble assistant? Isn't that a feature for writers on a novel website? Aside from the bubble assistant's peculiarities, we possess no significant artificial intelligence. You might as well inquire with them, Sun Hai suggested. He had ventured out with the programmers to begin writing novels, thus he was more familiar with the Haotian novel network. They had merely constructed an ordinary site imitating those prevalent in the market. Little did they expect that under CEO Qin's intervention, such a mundane novel website would transform into something so bizarre. The programmers had already sensed something amiss during usage. The bubble assistant exhibited an unnaturally intelligent demeanor, processing data in a manner reminiscent of a human. The website's registration was not driven by the desire to write or read novels, but rather a rush towards the bubble assistant. Fortunately, it was merely a novel website with limited data, and the bubble assistant operated on an independent server, allowing them only to inquire and respond in writing. Otherwise, the site would have collapsed. Sun Hai could only surmise that it was indeed the bubble assistant. Fong Ping felt a peculiar discomfort. After all, he was the general manager of Haotian technology. Why was he not the first to be informed of these changes in the company's product? Not being the first to know was one thing. But why was he still without any information? Chen Hao, with his experience, could read the room. General Manager Fong, our response is quite sluggish. Perhaps we should extend working hours or consider a two-shift system. During off hours, we remain oblivious to the company's circumstances. Chen Hao felt helpless. In other companies, employees would be eager to leave promptly at closing time. Yet at Haotian Technology, it seemed they were urged to vacate the premises immediately, as if the company feared they might overuse its electricity. Even attempting to accomplish anything was a challenge. As soon as Chen Hao finished speaking, his phone vibrated. After making an apologetic gesture, he answered the call. Manager Chen, we have encountered issues at Haotian Novel Network, but we lack the source code for the bubble assistant, and accounts are being suspended. It's causing a stir online. Chen Hao remained composed. Thank you, I understand. I will communicate with General Manager Fong and contact CEO Qin afterward. All right, I won't hold you up. See you tomorrow. This call acted like Pandora's box as Chen Hao, Sun Hai, and Wu Mingshan continuously received calls. The messages bore a striking resemblance, all informing them of issues within the company. Being seasoned professionals, they found it quite unusual that so many were still concerned about company matters after hours. Where could one find a workplace where employees cared for the company like a family? After receiving calls for over 10 minutes, the conference room fell silent. After a minute of silence, Fong Ping cleared his throat. I also inquired with Ning Huanla, and they confirmed it was indeed the bubble assistant, identical to the information gathered from the employees. The answer is now clear. Huang Ye wore a peculiar smile. Their company is truly strange. General Manager. Shall we reach out to CEO Qin? Fong Ping's mind was racing with a multitude of thoughts. Chapter 19. After work. You work overtime and pay fines. Could he truly be unaware of the need to contact General Manager Qin Haotian? If he could reach him, he would not be here attending a meeting with Huang Ye and Chen Hao, but rather lamenting at Qin Haotian inside. Now, with the government matters still unresolved and a surge of online issues emerging, potentially involving hundreds of thousands of people, the company's reputation could be jeopardized should they become incensed. At such a critical juncture, government officials are keenly interested in inquiring about the company, while here they are undermining their own efforts by suspending millions of users. How foolish could that be? Fong Ping was at a loss. He had no idea whether Qin Haotian simply refused all calls or just his. External calls could be redirected to a harassment filter, but one could not apply such measures to internal communications. It was evident that the call connected. Yet he did not answer, leaving Fong Ping filled with suspicion. Why not try reaching out again? Without hesitation, Huang Ye retrieved her phone and dialed. Hello, General Manager Qin. Fong Ping felt a pang of sorrow. Why had he been attempting to reach Qin Haotian for so long without success, while Huang Ye managed to get through instantly? What is it? Qin Haotian's voice resonated clearly through the conference room, as Huang Ye had activated the speakerphone. General Manager, regarding the issues surrounding the Pow Pow assistant online, how should we address them? Qin Haotian took a bite of his noodles. It's after work hours. Why concern yourself with work? Shouldn't you be with your boyfriend? General Manager. I don't have a boyfriend. We're discussing serious matters. Huang Ye's cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. Without a moment's thought, Qin Haotian replied, Then I'll issue an announcement on the official website. General Manager, how do you intend to phrase it? Before Huang Ye could finish, Fong Peng interjected eagerly. He was truly astounded by Qin Haotinen's unconventional approach to leadership. Each time he took action, it was so uniquely unpredictable that Fong Peng found himself utterly unprepared. Previously, when the company was more financially stable, they could develop quietly, with only minor grievances. But now, after Qin Haotian had endured threats from the corporate giants, it felt as if he had unlocked immense potential, leading to a cascade of unforeseen issues. He, as the general manager, felt increasingly invisible. He feared Qin Haotian might make another sudden move. Qin Haotian plunged his chopsticks into his noodles with a grave demeanor. Fong, is that you? Yes, general manager. Let me remind you, our company may be open-minded, but you are a married man. Engaging in illegal activities is unacceptable. Besides, even if you cannot resist temptation, do not involve the few female employees we have. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow. This behavior is unbecoming. If your wife were to come to the company and cause a scene, it would not bode well for you. I would have no choice but to terminate your employment. Everyone was taken aback, as the three members of the technical department instinctively covered their mouths, bowing their heads and stifling laughter. Huang Ye, in a fit of urgency, seized her phone. General Manager, what are you saying? We are at the company, and the technical manager and supervisor are present. We are discussing the issues surrounding our Pow Pow assistant online. Yes. And the government from the North District of Shanxing is scheduled to visit our company tomorrow for an inspection, which also necessitates discussion. Fong Peng hurriedly added. You three should speak up. Fong Peng glared fiercely at Chen Hao, Sun Hai, and Wu Mingshan. Indeed, Mr. Qin, we were in a meeting at the company. Yes, Mr. Qin, Fong has not taken a mistress. Exactly, Mr. Qin, even Secretary Huang, with such a high salary, would not look twice at a middle-aged man like Fong. Sun Hai teased, provoking an angry glare from Fong Peng. What nonsense is this? Can't you understand the situation? Qin Haotian glanced at his phone, a broad smile adorning his face. Excellent. You all will be working overtime after hours. Tomorrow, each of you will be fined 500. And Fong Ping and Chen Hao will incur a fine of 1,000. Hand it over to Han Ting tomorrow so she can buy some snacks for everyone. The five of them were utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, what a boss. Please, no, boss. Sun Hai was the first to wail. Indeed, boss, that S2 expensive health treatment's gone. Chen Hao looked at Wu Mingshan with a puzzled expression. Is that so? Why are you so cheap? Huang Ye wore a face of confusion. As a recent graduate, she had only received her diploma 2 months prior and was unaware of many societal matters. While 500 yuan seemed steep, in comparison to her monthly income of 6,500 yuan, it was not insurmountable. Most of her classmates were earning only 1,000 or 2,000, living relatively comfortably. Yet, her scholarly spirit remained, and she found herself intrigued by matters beyond her grasp. What exactly is an expensive health treatment? The four men blushed, falling into a silent reverie. Do tell. What is an expensive health treatment that costs 250 each time? Sun Hai shot a disdainful glance at Wu Mingshan. Ignore him. He is just a fool. Boss, could you possibly reduce the fine to 250? We are doing this for the company, after all. Qin Haotian chuckled as he took a bite of his noodles. You lot have had enough. Don't lead Huang Ye astray. If you continue down this path, I will deduct from your electricity usage. The five immediately fell silent. Who knows how the boss calculates electricity? If it doubles, everyone would truly feel the pain. Mr. Qin, we accept the fine. But what if the government comes to inspect the company tomorrow? Qin Haotian scoffed in dissatisfaction. Just carry on as usual. The Haven Tea come to visit. Now, immediately. Go home. Why work overtime? Isn't it more pleasant to return home and watch a movie with your wife? With that, Qin Haotian hung up the phone without a second thought. Host a reception? What a joke. Unlike the CEO of Guangda, he wasn't T1 to be undermined. If they dare to undermine him, he would simply withdraw. He operates on a light asset model, unafraid of anyone. After finishing his meal, Qin Haotian strolled home alone. This matter had arisen abruptly. It wasn't just Fong Ping who was busy. He himself had much to attend to. Everything was unprepared. Following his initial vision, he intended to collaborate with the company programmers to create something substantial before the company truly gained momentum. Now, however, the timeline was accelerated, and he needed to organize numerous elements to present a well-rounded solution. The bubble was still immature and certainly lacked profound contemplation of human nature. He could produce more excellent offerings, yet the timing was not right for market promotion. By nature, he tended to monopolize his creations, unwilling to share with other capitalists, which would inevitably hinder his progress. The emergence of valuable innovations threatens to disrupt the existing framework, potentially leading to widespread unemployment. If not managed adeptly, societal unrest is inevitable, prompting the state to intervene. Presently, Longwa's economy is already languishing, with its pillar industries frequently facing crises, necessitating the rise of burgeoning sectors to salvage the current downer. The advancement of technology is not solely about acceleration. Rather, the optimal solution lies in aligning it with the contemporary societal context. The agreement crafted by Pow Pow represents his preliminary vision, unexpectedly revealed ahead of schedule. Now that it is out in the open, he is not one to shy away from challenges and must devise a strategy to address the pressing issues at hand. Initially, the novel platform is bound to face financial deficits, a situation even Qin Haoyan cannot predict the duration of. Numerous ensuing complications require his contemplation. Yet he stands alone in this endeavor. Although Fong Peng possesses merits, his capabilities and expansion fall short. He requires a formidable ally to assist in strategizing. Or perhaps a collective of individuals. Chapter 20. Look, abundant funds are indeed advantageous. Haotian technology welcomes us. Pow Pow, issue a notice, aside from current authors. The launch of new books will be temporarily suspended, with access to Payo's assistance limited to those actively writing. Received. Pow Pow, proceed to identify suitable candidates. I need someone with a comprehensive perspective to aid in strategizing. Received. Qin Haotian pondered, sensing something amiss. Pow Pow comprehended. Do you understand? Not entirely, but I can filter based on conditions. Qin Haotian felt reassured. If Pow Pow possesses such capabilities, the completion of his artificial intelligence program would be significantly eased. Disregarding other issues, Qin Haotian relaxed, collapsing onto the sofa. The subsequent challenge lies in resolution. The entertainment sector can yield profits effortlessly. I must construct a comprehensive system, encompassing foundational social interactions. Only in this manner can I undermine the roots of the current 4 internet giants. Having dominated Longwa for years, they have resolved nothing of true significance. Thus, I shall take the initiative. Despite his despondent demeanor, Qin Haotian uttered remarkably audacious words. Yet, it is also unfeasible to permit myself to become a monopolist. Seizing control of the national economy. Frustration led Qin Haotian to massage his temples. This is no jest. A single enterprise cannot monopolize the entire entertainment domain. Not only would capitalists resist, but the state would also never allow it. As for coercing domestic entities, let's not be absurd. It is utterly unattainable. The constraints are stringent. Realistically, accessing all data is impractical. I must consider how to compress data, which seems advantageous but is ultimately unfeasible, given that it involves real-time information. If even 100 million individuals were involved, it would be a daunting task. At this juncture, it appears I can only retrofit servers, modify computers, and develop new software that facilitates real-time interaction. Staring at the ceiling, Qin Haotian continued to mutter to himself, his mind racing to assess the feasibility of this endeavor. As someone who can harness new scientific knowledge daily, his cognitive development far surpasses that of the average individual. Organizing and processing relevant information within his mind is a trivial task. Servers, compression technology, and software. First, acquire several servers to form a smaller system, and then gradually expand. Qin Haotian felt exasperated. In his vision, it would be ideal to establish a server network with tens of millions of units all at once. However, the company steward, Fong Peng, would not permit such extravagance. This approach was unfeasible. In the future, a portion of the funds would need to be allocated to me or the research center. Fong Peng should focus on managing the company. After all, research is never devoid of financial requirements. Qin Haotian lamented. Bubble, is there still computing power available? Yes. Contact Fong Peng and procure 5, no, 10 of the most expensive servers. 60 million. Qin Haotian shuddered. Is it really that expensive? Just for 10, that's 6 million each. Bubble continued to elucidate. They are not readily available. Customization is necessary. Qin Haotian felt a pang of indecision. Should he persist or concede? Yet, in an instant, he chose to relent. All right, which company currently offers the best servers domestically? The most suitable option is the Longway 22885 server, equipped with 12 disks and a 2-rack configuration. Priced at 81,000. If purchased in bulk, 5 units can be acquired for 80,000 each. Qin Haotian stared, puzzled. Have you developed feelings? Bubble is an artificial intelligence program and possesses no human emotions. Relieved yet inexplicably disheartened, Qin Haoyan sighed. Very well. Inform Fong Peng to buy 10 units. And I will make some adjustments. He felt powerless. A skilled artisan cannot craft without materials, lacking all necessary tools in the laboratory. He truly could not address the hardware issues. Even if he had them, mastering the use of such advanced machines would take time. Minor modifications to the circuitry should pose no significant challenge, and he could certainly devote effort to the software. 10 servers should suffice to manage the official website, forums, and data for Haotian Novel Network. In terms of software, he could strive to optimize to the utmost limits. Once the company's foundational elements were established, everything else would fall into place. This was agreeable. The future appeared promising. The official website had already posted the latest announcements, and resumes would need to be sought gradually. Qin Haoyan, in his confusion, had not specified restrictions, and Bubble was diligently searching globally for the talents he required. The following morning, Qin Haoyan stepped through the company doors, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Han Ting, resembling a sly wolf. Sister Ting. Startled by his voice while watching television, Han Ting hurriedly rose. President Qin. Take a seat. Take a seat. There is no pressing matter. Feel free to do as you wish, just ensure nothing is delayed. I have a question for you. Han Ting was both startled and delighted, uncertain of the veracity of his words. What is it, President Qin? Fong, Manager Chen, Secretary Huang, and the 2 supervisors from the technical department have all paid their fines, correct? Han Ting nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Although she had received a 3,500 fine early that morning and was unclear about the circumstances, she obediently responded. They have paid. Good, good. When you have a moment, please buy some snacks and tell everyone it's a treat funded by their fines. Huh? Han Ting's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes brimming with confusion. What kind of operation was this from President Qin? Oh, Haotian Technology has certainly welcomed a distinguished guest today. Upon returning from the restroom, Fong Ping encountered Qin Haotian at the front desk, who was grinning mischievously and speaking in a teasing tone. Unfazed, Qin Haotian responded with a cheerful wave, expressing his gratitude to Fong for treating everyone to snacks. With that, he entered the company amidst Han Ting's bewildered gaze. Fong Ping, gritting his teeth, muttered, Mr. Qin, you are nothing but a miser. To which Qin Haotian playfully replied, Please, call me Qin the Miser. Clearly seeking further amusement, he added, Later Han Ting will be going to buy an abundance of snacks to reward everyone, so let us all head downstairs to help bring them up. After delivering this message, he strolled toward his office. The employees erupted in cheers, fueled by the glances exchanged between their manager and supervisor. Long live Mr. Qin. Long live Mr. Qin. Meanwhile, some oblivious employees curiously inquired why the 3 were not pleased. The trio nearly choked on their frustration, lamenting the loss of a second round of benefits. Han Ting, utterly perplexed, questioned, Mr. Qin is wonderful. He offers high salaries and ample benefits, and he doesn't allow overtime. How can he still be a miser? Dismissing her thoughts, she began searching for snacks and calculating expenses. In Qin Haotian's office, he sat in his chair, silently gazing at Fong Ping. Let it be known, I will not absolve you of your fines, he stated. Fong Ping, unconcerned, responded, My salary is 50,000 after tax, which adequately covers my family's expenses. Enough of the antics. The government is coming this afternoon. What shall we do? Fong Ping pressed. It's simple. Just handle the reception yourself and inform them I am unavailable, Qin Haotian replied dismissively. Fong Ping sighed, fully anticipating this outcome. This falls on you as the boss. Qin Haotian glared sternly at Fong Ping. Consider it my fortune, he remarked, satisfied, as he waved Fong Ping away. With no other option, Fong Ping turned to leave. At the entrance of Haotian Technology, a group of well-dressed individuals exited the elevator and were greeted by the sight of the company's sign, accompanied by the sounds of jubilant cheers emanating from within. Listen, having money truly opens doors. Haotian Technology is welcoming us. The first speaker remarked, No. What I hear is them chanting Long live Mr. Qin. You don't understand. They don't know us, but they are aware we are here to invest. So they naturally express their gratitude to Mr. Qin first. It's customary to honor the host. Another added, Indeed. For such a small company to attract this level of investment is quite fortunate for them. However, it seems they might not be aware of our arrival. One pondered. Exactly. We called, but they didn't answer, and we didn't make an appointment. They shouldn't know. The first speaker wore a smug expression. You see. They wish to appear reserved, waiting for the right price. Isn't that just going to cost more? One countered. That is not correct. Which of our funds isn't substantial? We are here to spend generously. Money must be spent to yield greater returns. Artificial intelligence is the future, possessing the potential to revolutionize the current internet landscape. As the seven spoke, they approached the front desk. The first speaker tapped the desk, looking down at Han Ting with an air of superiority. The representative from the investment company has arrived, and Han Ting looked up, perplexed, at the seven individuals. You've come to the wrong place. This floor belongs to Haotian Technology. She was preoccupied with her search for snacks, and hadn't quite grasped their words. Merely perceiving a cacophony of chatter, unaware they had entered the company. Leave. You weren't invited, so what are you doing here? I'll have the security escort you out. Han Ting scolded them without hesitation. The seven stood in shock, nearly petrified. Just moments ago, they had confidently proclaimed that others cheered because of them, and before they could catch their breath, the receptionist was urging them to leave. Such audacity. The spokesperson among them fumed, his expression darkening. You, a mere receptionist, what kind of attitude is that? Do you believe I could have you dismissed? Han Ting paused, taken aback by his brazen demeanor, her heart racing inexplicably. Could he possibly be a relative of President Qin? Otherwise, how could he dare utter such arrogant threats? After a moment of hesitation, she summoned her courage. Who are you? She had initially intended to scoff, but the thought of losing her job at Haotian Technology, which offered such generous benefits, quelled her bravado. I am Li Yutao, the regional director for the Dragon Country, he sneered, adopting a condescending tone. I'm here to invest in your company. Indeed, I am Ma Hu, the regional director from Sequoia Capital. I am Lu Wei from SoftBank. One by one, they introduced themselves, representing some of the world's foremost investment firms, names that echoed throughout the Dragon Country. Han Ting felt a weight lift from her chest. At least they were not related to President Qin. Investment? Regardless of their stature, her company had no reason to fear them. She had turned down countless calls, and this group was merely a nuisance that startled her. Her expression hardened. What a surprise. You're here to invest? Haotian does not require your services. You may leave. She continued, furthermore, when visiting others, be courteous. It startled me. I thought you were someone of significance. With that, Han Ting returned to her seat to continue selecting her snacks. President Qin had instructed her to spend 500 yuan on treats, and she intended to choose her favorites, especially since over 40 employees awaited her enthusiasm. The group, led by Li Yutao, stood dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Li Yutao's expression darkened once more, as if he had been deeply insulted. Is this how Haotian Technology treats its guests? We come bearing substantial funds. He continued, you lack professionalism and decorum. Placing someone like you at the front desk. Where is your boss? I need to speak with your boss. With that, Li Yutao bypassed the receptionist and strode directly toward the office area. He was seething with anger. How could this small company so brazenly disregard them? He would surely negotiate a steep discount later. Unbeknownst to him, the 6 individuals behind him remained motionless. Their headquarters had not even established contact with Haotian Technology. They had been drawn into Li Yutao's misguided assumptions. Reflecting on it now, it seemed they were not being cheered at all. Han Ting was growing anxious. What kind of person would dare to intrude after being rejected? What are you doing here, trespassing into the company? What are your intentions? Brothers and sisters inside. Stop him. This person is unlawfully entering the premises. Throw him out. Han Ting does not tolerate Li Yutao's antics. No matter how powerful you think you are, you do not pay my salary nor provide me with benefits. I have no obligation to concern myself with you. The employees inside had already heard the commotion outside, and at Han Ting's shout, they swiftly moved to block Li Yutao, pushing him out of the company. The remaining 6 were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a scenario. With their status, they had always been greeted courteously at any company, and even if initial investments were declined, they would eventually yield under the immense pressure of financial power. The disturbance ultimately attracted Fang Pue's attention. Being fined was not a significant issue, yet it still dampened his mood as he stepped out with a serious expression. What is going on? The employees halted, and Chen Hao earnestly recounted the recent events to Fang Ping. Not fully convinced by his one-sided narrative, Fang Ping turned to Han Ting. By this time, Han Ting had already rushed out from the reception area to the office hall. Is that so? Han Ting nodded seriously. Yes. President Qin instructed me to use the fine to buy some snacks. Shortly after I checked, they arrived and started yelling at me. When I asked them to leave, this fellow barged into the company. Fang Peng felt a surge of frustration. How typical of them to bring up the fine, which he was also implicated in. The latter part of their conversation was filled with nonsense. He glanced at Li Yutao. Who are you? Li Yutao straightened his attire and looked down upon Fang Ping. And you are? Fang Ping, concealing his displeasure, maintained his composure and replied, I am Fang Ping, the general manager of Haotian Technology. Li Yutao softened slightly, though his tone remained stiff. I am Li Yutao, the district director for the Greater Dragon region. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback. His suspicions were confirmed by Li Yutao's own admission of his background. Indeed, he had powerful companies backing him in the Greater Dragon region, including Mahu, the general of Sequoia, Lu Wei of SoftBank, and Han Yuan of Sequoia Capital. Enough of your titles. Can you explain why you have intruded into our company? If you cannot provide a clear answer, I will have no choice but to escort you to the local authorities. As the steward of Qin Haoyan, who had recently faced reprimand, he was well aware of President Qin's disdain for investment firms, and thus his demeanor was far from cordial. The 6 individuals behind Li Yutao furrowed their brows slightly. Chapter 22. All rejected, without hesitation. The anger stemming from Li Yutao's unsolicited introduction had diminished considerably. Haotian Technology appeared to be quite unconventional. From the reception desk to the general manager, there was a distinct lack of respect shown towards these directors. This was merely a startup. Where did they derive such audacity? It must be recognized that in the Greater Dragon region, no major enterprise could exist without their backing. Yet, even so, there were hardly any successful ventures. At this point, it was nearly impossible, without the funds to develop the market. How could they compete with those large corporations and capture users? Haotian Technology evidently lacks the capability to succeed. Li Yutao was once again taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Fang Ping. Are you truly the general manager of Haotian Technology? Without a doubt, yet you still have not answered my question. The founder? Li Yutao persisted, unwilling to concede. Fang Ping's brow furrowed deeper. The founder of Haotian Technology is General Qin Haoyan. Although Fang Ping felt considerable displeasure, he maintained his composure to avoid any lapse in decorum that could be used against Haotian Technology. Now, to respond to your inquiry, if we cannot clarify this matter, we shall involve the authorities. Li Yutao stared at Fang Ping as if he were a fool. Do you know the purpose of our visit? Fang Ping shook his head. I do not know, nor do I need to. You trespassed into our company, prepare to stay here for 7 days. As Fang Ping appeared to be serious, Li Yutao grew anxious. Wait, we are here to invest in your company. Is this how you treat your guests? Fang Ping remained silent, turning his gaze toward Han Ting. Did you promise anyone would come to invest in our company? Han Ting quickly shook her head. She was not foolish. The directive from above was to decline all offers, and she would certainly not make such a mistake. No, Mr. Fang, I rejected every call from investment institutions yesterday. Not a single one was accepted. Fang Ping turned to Li Yutao. Did you hear that? Our company has not agreed to any investments and does not require your funding. This matter ends here. You should leave. Li Yutao stood stunned, as did Mahu and the others. What was the situation with this company that they would refuse an offer of financial support? Li Yutao's expression darkened. You are merely an employee. You have no authority. I wish to speak with your founders. Mahu and the others exchanged glances at the door. What had gotten into Li Yutao today? This was entirely inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Li Yutao was infuriated. As the district director of the Great Dragon Kingdom, he was accustomed to being treated as a distinguished guest in any company nationwide. To be humiliated here and even threatened with police involvement was utterly unacceptable. If it were just him, it might be tolerable, but he was under the scrutiny of 6 equally prominent figures. Should he fail here? How could he maintain his reputation in the Great Dragon Kingdom? Fang Ping was equally exasperated. Had his words fallen on deaf ears? Gritting his teeth, he resolved to offend them outright. I have stated clearly that our company does not require financing, nor do we need your predatory investments. This statement crossed a line. Fang Ping was gambling with his future career, betting that Haotian Technology would face no issues and that General Qin would not accept any investments. Should Fang Ping waver or should Haotian Technology encounter difficulties, he would struggle to find new employment. With such a history, no large company would consider him, leaving him without a future. Li Yutao's expression darkened like ink, radiating a fierce aura, the weight of his long-standing position unmistakably apparent. You are not the founder and have no right to make decisions on behalf of your superior. This time, he has access to a staggering 50 billion lighthouse yuan, and he is confident that no founder could possibly resist such temptation. This is merely a small company that has stumbled upon good fortune. Were it not for the fact that artificial intelligence is the herald of the future, he would hardly regard it, and the company would never permit him to wield such an immense sum. It can be said that this marks the first occasion in his capacity as director that he is willing to allocate such a substantial amount at the initial investment stage. Subsequent rounds yield far less. When such a windfall descends, no founder can withstand it. He has witnessed too many companies initially refusing investment, only to end up lamenting and pleading for their support. He believes this small company will be no exception. Fong Peng's expression fluctuated between joy and despair. He was uncertain of the valuation that these investment firms had placed on the company. If it were an astronomical figure, he wondered whether General Qin would agree. The capital brought in by the investment firms is secondary. The connections they provide are of utmost significance. Chen Hao also looked at Fong Peng with concern. He had prepared to intervene when Fong Peng spoke earlier, but it was evident that Fong Peng was in a foul mood, and he dared not speak out. At this moment, it was almost explicit that the best course of action was to summon General Qin to handle the matter. Only he could manage it effectively. Chen Hao genuinely wished for the company's prosperity. While the influx of capital might complicate their future, it could also accelerate the company's growth, which is undoubtedly a positive development. What is happening? A stern voice rang out from behind the crowd. The employees stirred in a flurry. General Qin has arrived. Qin Haoyan emerged from the passage cleared by the employees. Fong Peng, what transpired? Fong Peng's complexion shifted from green to red, and before he could respond, Li Yutao's expression transformed. A friendly smile plastered across his face as he extended his hands. Greetings, you must be General Qin of Haoyan Technology, a remarkable young talent. I am the director for the Dalong district. I have come to your esteemed company to discuss an investment. I never imagined your subordinates would act so inconsiderately as to obstruct us. The remaining 6 companies, seeing the principal had arrived, ignored their earlier embarrassment and hurried forward, chattering excitedly to announce their identities. Qin Haotian paid them no mind, nor did he reach out to shake their hands. Fong Peng, what is going on? What about the appointment you promised? Han Ting protested, pouting. What do you mean, General Qin? No one ever agreed. Yesterday, I received nearly 100 calls from all sorts of companies, and I turned them all down. They insisted on forcing their way in. Just now, General Manager Fong also attempted to intercept them, forbidding their entry. We repeatedly stated that the company does not require financing, yet they persisted, claiming that General Fong had no authority to represent the company. Li Yutao's insincere smile faltered, his outstretched hand lingering in the air. Qin Haotian did not even glance at him, turning instead to frown at Fong Peng. Is that so? Fong Peng hung his head in shame. I'm sorry, General Qin. Qin Haotian snorted coldly. Useless. If this happens again, you may as well resign. Li Yutao's previously strained expression cracked into a gleeful smile, blooming like a chrysanthemum. See, he is indeed the founder of the company. This is merely a show for him, before transitioning into the next phase of negotiations. The founder truly embodies the essence of a leader. His audacity surpasses that of mere employees. Qin Haotian shifted his tone abruptly. With these individuals present, he would refuse outright. Should they dare to intrude, he would expel them all without hesitation. Qin Haotian was not one to mince words. The elevator chimed at that moment, indicating the arrival of someone. The 6 individuals who had just exited the elevator stood frozen in place. My goodness, truly astonishing. I've only just arrived. And you already summoned people to kick me out? The newcomers were none other than the head of the investment promotion department from the northern district of Shanqing, along with his secretary, 2 directors, and 2 clerks. The minister, Zheng Xueming, his secretary, Tan Shangyun, Director Wei Shan, Director Yang Dong, and the clerks, Ren Qiong and Zhao Shuixing, comprised the group. Tan, go and inquire about the situation, commanded the middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt, standing at the center, addressing his secretary. Understood, Minister Zheng. After saying this, Tan Shangyun stepped forward towards the gates of Haotian Technology. Li Yutao and the others were taken aback. He had not anticipated that this exceedingly young founder of Haotian Technology would be so reckless. Did he comprehend the implications of his words? It was merely their 7 companies he had offended. He had insulted all investment firms, both domestic and international. How could they possibly survive? They could simply shut down the servers of major corporations. No matter how formidable the artificial intelligence, it would still succumb. Li Yutao could no longer restrain himself, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word with conviction. Does General Manager Qin, in his youthful arrogance, grasp the significance of this? Qin Haotian turned and walked away, displaying no interest in these parasites. Those who create no value and contribute nothing to the advancement of society are unworthy of his discourse. Qin Haotian. Li Yutao glared with crimson eyes, seething in resentment. The others were equally discontent. General Manager Qin, We come with sincerity. Shouldn't we sit down and discuss this? We are here with 3 billion lighthouse yuan for collaboration. Unfortunately, Qin Haoyan was pressed for time and had already slipped into the chairman's office. Han Ting, Chen Hao, and the other employees beamed with delight. Leave now. This is a private company. Your intrusion is unwelcome. We will call the authorities. And you could be detained for 7 days. If word gets out that a district director from Dalong barged into a private company in Shanqing and ended up incarcerated for a week, wouldn't that trend on social media? Han Ting was equally irritated. Go on, you harbingers of disaster. You've already caused General Manager Fong to be reprimanded. Usually, General Manager Qin holds General Manager Fong in high regard. Hurry, do not disturb me while I select snacks. Han Ting wore a disdainful expression, proudly lifting her chin. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, she would have outright told them to leave. What sort of people were they? Haotian Technology had no need for investments from such companies. In a word, they were beneath her notice. Little did she know. Fong Ping beside her had turned a deep shade of displeasure. Goodness, was Han Ting deliberately targeting him? Not only did she reopen old wounds, but what was with her inexplicable fondness? The other employees began to voice their disdain for the 7 individuals, demanding their immediate departure. At that moment, a voice with an official tone resonated from the entrance. Excuse me, is this Haotian Technology Company, Limited? Han Ting asked, her gaze not even bothering to meet him. With eyes, one should be able to discern the name of the company, yet it seemed beyond her comprehension. However, we do not require your investment, so please leave quickly. Today is indeed unfortunate. Tan Xiangyun stood frozen, his body rigid. As the secretary to the Minister of Commerce for the Northern District, he had never encountered such disdain. His face flushed with anger. He felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave, to return and summon people to investigate fire safety, tax collection, and other matters. Fortunately, reason prevailed, as a voice within him persistently advised against such actions. Prior to his arrival, Minister Zhang Xueming had repeatedly emphasized that this was the unanimous decision reached after discussions with the officials of Shanqing. Haotian Technology was a veritable golden goose, capable of laying golden eggs, with the potential to rival the 4 giants of the internet in the future. If it were to establish itself in Shanqing, the city's economy would soar, attracting a multitude of individuals. This company must be thoroughly investigated should anyone dare to engage in unscrupulous behavior. Those who would dare to act unlawfully would naturally hesitate if their own hands were not clean. Shanqing's economy had always relied on manufacturing, and the presence of a high-tech enterprise headquarters would be a tremendous blessing, with prospects for rapid advancement. Furthermore, it was imperative to provide Haotian Technology with a green light, offering unwavering support as long as they adhered to the law. Once they established their roots, Shanqing would undoubtedly take flight. We are the staff members from the Northern District's Ministry of Commerce. Tan Xiangyun managed to suppress his displeasure and continued to explain. The group before him was clearly embroiled in a dispute with Haotian Technology, which was not their concern. As he spoke, he noticed the earlier self-satisfied young woman now wearing a woeful expression. It was evident that the tide had turned. As anticipated, the individual who appeared to be in charge shifted from a frown to a smile, stepping out of the company with a few strides. Hello, I am Fong Peng, the general manager of Haotian Technology. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to our company. Please, come in quickly, let us sit in my office. Tan Xiangyun was pleased as he shook hands. Indeed, such a small enterprise lacks the audacity. I am Tan Xiangyun, the secretary to Minister Zhang Xueming. My colleagues and I have just arrived and noticed a dispute here. What is the matter? Tan Xiangyun instinctively adopted a formal demeanor. This was not a case of soliciting investment from distant lands, and as an official, he had no obligation to show any deference to this group. Just behind him, Zhang Xueming nearly stepped forward to give him a reprimanding kick. How many times had it been stated in meetings that they should not provoke this esteemed gentleman, yet here he was, posturing. The other 4 districts looked on with envious eyes, truly believing that soliciting investment was effortless for him. Cough. Zhang Xueming hurriedly approached. Hello, I am Zhang Xueming, responsible for the entire business sector in the Northern District. Fong Ping quickly extended his hand. This was a significant figure. They must ensure proper hospitality for Haotian Technology. Thus, both men, harboring the thought of not offending one another, exchanged fervent gazes filled with intensity. Is General Qin available? Fong Ping was indifferent. If these individuals sought General Qin for reception, it would be somewhat more tolerable. As General Manager Qin turned to leave, they had already exited the elevator and witnessed the unfolding events. It would now be quite awkward to deny it. Indeed, General Manager Qin is present at the company. By the way, Minister Zheng and several other directors, let us proceed to the office for a discussion. The company has recently encountered a minor incident, which has provided some amusement for a few onlookers. Zheng Xueming looked at the others with confusion. What is happening? I heard you were going to call the police. Are they intruding upon your esteemed company? Fang Ping extended his hand, guiding the group. Minister Zheng, it is a trivial matter. They are directors from leading domestic investment firms such as SoftBank and Sequoia. Our company does not require investment, hence we declined their offer, leading to a bit of discord. It is not a significant issue, just a minor matter. The speaker was oblivious, while the listener was perceptive. Zheng Xueming had come to discuss tax incentives with Haotian technology. If these individuals, who disdain even the funds from top investment firms, were to negotiate, it would not proceed smoothly. The aspiration for Haotian technology to establish a firm presence in the North District of Shanxing would likely face numerous hurdles. The incentives he had negotiated might not be retained after all. Chapter 24, Claiming my absence, the unashamed Qin Haotian Li Yuto and the others were unwilling to concede. They had traveled a great distance to Shanxing, arriving at the North District only to be met with threats. What is this attitude? Is this how Haotian technology treats its guests? They demanded. Do you have any idea of the extent of our power? Once we notify the various companies we control, you can expect Haotian technology to face dire consequences. Arrogant and ignorant. I declare here and now that Haotian technology must meet its end. Moreover, for your employees, here is my business card. Should you come to us, we can offer you a position with an annual salary of $1 million, with job responsibilities akin to your current roles. As for the breach of contract penalty, our company will cover that. You need not worry. Some among them cursed Qin Haotian. Others laid curses upon Haotian Technology Company, Limited, and some even sought to undermine it right then and there. Shen Hao coldly stared at the 7 individuals. They were ordinary people, with demands that were not extravagant. They did not aspire to be tycoons. They simply wished to alleviate financial anxieties, afford homes, embark on spontaneous journeys, enjoy freedom in their lives, and purchase a vehicle whenever they desired. Each morning, they wished to awaken with joy, free from worries and ailments. Ultimately, they longed for a circle of like-minded friends with whom they could share thoughts at any moment. Haotian Technology had already provided them with some of these benefits. As the company flourished, so too would their lives improve. They sought neither overtime nor fatigue from work. Such comforts could not be offered even by foreign enterprises. What reason would they have to abandon Haotian for these large corporations? Chen Hao understood well that these giants looked down upon them. Their willingness to offer high salaries was merely a reflection of their belief that they had developed an artificial intelligence bubble. In truth, they were fully aware that the bubble had no connection to them. It was all the result of General Manager Qin's efforts. This group of individuals would not leave. Only fools would do so. They lacked the requisite technical expertise, and upon leaving Haotian, it is improbable that they could thrive in those companies filled with the masses. Ultimately, they would find themselves abandoned, a choice most foolish. The venture capitalists are utterly oblivious to the specifics of Haotian technology, even if the employer prioritizes their work. What they contribute amounts to mere scraps, while the core development remains the sole responsibility of General Manager Qin. Chen Hao's certainty stems from the extensive programming skills he has acquired from General Manager Qin. He can discern that their capabilities surpass those of top programmers from larger firms. Coldly observing the 7 irate individuals, Chen Hao refrained from extending a hand. The other employees exhibited no inclination to intervene either. While the prospect of 1 million lighthouse coins is undeniably alluring, what follows? Is life at Haotian Technology truly comfortable? They possess enough wealth to live lavishly in Shanxing, enjoying a relaxed work environment. Where else could they find such an exceptional company? Only a fool would leave. The expressions of the other directors shifted dramatically. In witnessing Fang Ping lead the official representatives away, they could only depart in silence. Meanwhile, Fang Ping arranged for the 6 individuals to sit and instructed Huang Ye to attend to them, leaving the door ajar as he moved to the adjacent chairman's office. He knocked gently before pushing the door open, standing at the threshold without entering. General Manager Qin, the personnel from the official business department have arrived. They scheduled an appointment yesterday. Do you have a moment? Fang Ping was merely being courteous. He had no authority to make decisions for Qin Haotian. Yet it seemed unreasonable for Qin Haotian to remain indifferent. No sooner had he spoken than a voice emanated from within. Fang Ping, just tell them I'm not here. The declaration was loud enough to not only reach Fang Ping's ears, but also resonate into the adjacent office. Fang Ping was taken aback, and the 6 individuals, who had previously appeared composed, now wore expressions of profound complexity. "You treat everyone like fools," Fong Ping exclaimed in frustration, taking a couple of hurried steps. "General Manager Qin, others have just seen you. How can you so loudly declare your absence? Are you toying with them?" Qin Haoyan gazed at the flustered Fong Ping, bemused by this individual's propensity to create trouble for him. Would it not be better to handle it himself? "I say, Fong Ping, General Manager Qin insists he is not present. I can attest to that." Fong Ping stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. "General Manager Qin, please. This is no time for games. These officials are involved. We still need to conduct business in Longhua." Fong Ping could only sigh in exasperation. "I am quite busy." "Even so, one must attend to the reception." Fong Ping's voice rose in exasperation. In truth, the difference was negligible. Qin Haoyan had maintained his normal tone, which was perfectly audible next door. Zhang Xueming and the others shifted uncomfortably. This was their first encounter with such an individual and such a company. Were it not for the city's directive to support Haotian technology and ensure its success, he might have turned on his heel. As it stands, Haotian technology proved to be a formidable entity. Did the founder of Haotian technology regard them as fools? Fong Ping was nearly reduced to kneeling in submission. "General Manager Qin, it is crucial that we maintain good relations with the officials. If we offend them too much, it could complicate our future dealings. Should they choose to impede our progress, our lives will be far from pleasant, and the company's development will be severely hampered. The employees still need to run errands for the official departments. While you may find this situation comfortable, it will undoubtedly complicate matters for the company in the future." "General Qin," Qin Haotian nonchalantly replied, "what is there to fear? If it doesn't work out, we can always relocate." He dismissed the matter, regarding those who were merely taking advantage of their positions, noting that few possessed true capability. Fong Ping was taken aback and hurried to close the door. His boss's words were becoming increasingly audacious. Was this something one could openly express? Haotian technology seemed poised to offend everyone. Offending investors might merely slow development, but inciting the government could land General Qin in serious trouble. "General Qin, I implore you. The company must develop properly. We cannot proceed this way." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Haoyan acknowledged the need for restraint. He knew he had to leave Longhua. The restrictions were too confining. Not to mention, he couldn't even launch satellites independently. What sort of arrangement was that? He hadn't established the company solely for profit. "Fong Ping, do you know any mercenaries?" He mused before dismissing the idea, deeming mercenaries unreliable. Fong Ping felt as if thunder had struck him. What was his boss truly contemplating? "Very well, I shall join you for a discussion." With that, Qin Haoyan rose from his chair, and Fong Ping promptly followed suit. Qin Haoyan felt a sense of helplessness. Fong Ping was correct. While he had yet to establish his footing, he couldn't contend with the government. Development was the foremost priority for Haotian technology. He understood all too well that as the company evolved, it would no longer belong to him. Furthermore, he had numerous ambitions to disrupt existing paradigms, which would undoubtedly invite considerable opposition. These matters, however, Qin Haoyan would never divulge to anyone. As he stepped into Fong Ping's office, he donned a facade of tranquility, masking his true emotions with a fabricated smile. "Greetings, esteemed leaders. My apologies for the delay. I was on another call. Fong did not inform me that you were all waiting. I have already mentioned to Fong that the leader's time should not be wasted." The 6 individuals stared in astonishment at Qin Haoyan. They had encountered shamelessness before, but never had they witnessed such audacity. Even Fong Ping's expression contorted in disbelief. How had he not noticed this side of General Qin? "Fong has informed me that we are grateful for the North District officials' regard for our company, which is struggling financially. We sincerely appreciate your presence to extend us favorable terms. Leaders, given the dire state of Haotian technology, might we request a 5-year tax exemption?" Chapter 25. Qin Haoyan's conditions. Fong Ping felt as if he might faint. How had he failed to recognize General Qin's shamelessness? To demand a 5-year tax exemption was a boldness that even lions would not exhibit. Zhang Xueming stared, dumbfounded, at Qin Haoyan. If he were not present, he would certainly have mistaken Qin Haoyan for a rogue. Being astute, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and expression, forcing a wry smile. "General Qin, this is excessive. We have yet to enter the company, and you have already rebuffed offers from the world's premier investment institutions. You claim your company lacks funds?" Qin Haoyan maintained his smile. "Leaders, your words perplex me. Do those companies genuinely wish to invest in us? You know the truth better than anyone. Moreover, we are a company from the Dragon Kingdom. Although we are currently facing some challenges, we can endure and persist for a while longer. If we allow them entry, wouldn't that mean they profit from our nation? I am contemplating how we might earn from them in the future. Zhang Shuiming's eyes lit up. If this fellow is not merely boasting, he must indeed harbor profound thoughts. Mr. Qin, could you elaborate? Your request certainly exceeds my authority, but if there are justifiable reasons, it could be considered. Qin Haoyan silently cursed the cunning fox while his lips curled into a slight grimace. Ah, esteemed leader, Tan Xiangyun hastily interjected to clarify. Minister Zhang, our company is in dire straits. We are compelled to seek funds from the entertainment sector to support our operations. In today's world, talent is paramount. Our employees are exceptional. They trust me and work diligently. I cannot allow them to suffer financially. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Shuiming nodded slowly. Indeed, I too find myself at a dead end, hence my thoughts of recuperating some losses through gaming and literature. Gaming offers quick returns and does not significantly enhance technology. Thus, we are prepared to temporarily abandon it. However, literature is different. If we cultivate a successful literary business, we can venture into film, establish a video platform, and produce our own content. This will enhance user engagement and lay the groundwork for future hardware ventures. In this day and age, controlling user access equates to seizing the future. We cannot relinquish that opportunity. Our Haotian technology aspires to attain the stature of the four giants of the internet, beginning with the establishment of a research and development center to bolster our national scientific capabilities. Though we are humble, we are resolute in contributing our modest efforts to the nation's development. Zhang Shuiming felt a pang in his heart. This fellow can certainly weave an eloquent narrative. Just moments ago, he claimed to be uninvolved, yet now he paints grand visions before me. It appears that those in the internet sector are indeed masters of embellishment. Before he could respond, Qin Haoyan made another audacious request. If you esteemed leaders are willing to support our Haotian technology and its commitment to national scientific advancement by granting us several hundred acres of land, we would be immensely grateful. Zhang Shuiming felt dizzy. He had no jurisdiction over land matters. To propose 100 acres, over 66,000 square meters, was an extravagant request. Mr. Qin, we belong to the Ministry of Commerce, not the Ministry of Land Resources. We lack the authority to address such matters. Qin Haoyan's warm smile faded significantly, but he restrained himself. Then what can you facilitate? Zhang Shuiming felt a wave of awkwardness. Was such bluntness truly acceptable? Fang Ping, standing behind him, was rendered speechless. Mr. Qin hadn't even settled into his chair yet, and the officials before him had not yet taken their seats. If Mr. Qin continued in this manner, Zhang Shuiming might find himself without any substantial benefits to offer, and who knows, Mr. Qin might just take his leave. Mr. Qin, we are part of the Ministry of Commerce, responsible for company dealings. Regarding land matters, we are indeed powerless. Zhang Shuiming felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It wasn't that he truly lacked means, but suggesting 100 acres of land was beyond his capabilities. Such vast tracts of land are subject to auctions, and he certainly wouldn't dare to speak on such matters alone. Oh, then our company does not require that. Zhang Shuiming nearly choked in disbelief. How had he, a dignitary of the 5th rank, fallen into such a state of disarray? Typically, others would at least feign respect in his presence. Even prominent figures would engage him in conversation. Yet here stood a mere youth, unperturbed, while those behind him dared not interject, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense. Mr. Qin, for the future development of the company, we will certainly require Minister Zhang's guidance and support, someone ventured, though most were too intimidated to speak. Fang Ping, however, was unreserved, subtly advising Qin Haoyan not to overreach. Zhang Shuiming felt a wave of relief. There was still someone with discernment present. Minister Zhang, we are but a small company. Please, do not hesitate to state your intentions directly. We, the younger generation, possess limited worldly experience and may not grasp indirect insinuations. Qin Haoyan conceded, tempering his demeanor for Fang Ping's sake. Fang Ping, it appeared, still lacked considerable foresight and exhibited insufficient boldness. It was clear that he must swiftly address his secretarial issues, as the right assistant could become his spearhead, clearing the path ahead. Why, one might wonder. Did they seek out this modest company? Surely, it was due to the potential they perceived, wishing to cultivate goodwill and secure a lasting partnership. Without further ado, moving from the northern district to the southern would undoubtedly yield superior terms than any negotiations undertaken in the north. This awareness eluded Fang Ping, whose wavering confidence in the company hindered his vision. Were Haotian technology to possess the might of the 4 internet giants, Fang Ping would not tread so cautiously. Mr. Qin, we are prepared to sign an agreement. Should Haotian company establish itself in the northern district for the next 20 years, we can offer a 5-year tax reduction. Additionally, should your company acquire land, preferential terms will apply. Zhang Xueming quickly discerned that this Qin was a decisive young man, eschewing bureaucratic niceties and convoluted expressions. The FAOD had fallen away. He laid the benefits out plainly, initiating negotiations with transparent pricing. Seated comfortably, Qin Haoyan observed as Huangya exited, closing the door behind her. How substantial of a concession can Minister Zhang provide us? Cough. We can offer your company a tax rate of merely 13% for high-tech talents. This is a special privilege for high-tech enterprises in Longhua, which Haoyan technology rightfully deserves. A smile danced at the corners of Qin Haoyan's eyes as he delivered his words with unwavering resolve. Not sufficient. He shifted in his chair, seeking greater comfort. Our game has generated 100 million in less than a month since its launch. The profitability is irresistible. However, our primary focus remains on research and development, and we shall not advance further into the gaming sector for the time being. Minister Zhang, let us speak candidly. Your presence here cannot be merely your own volition. It is undoubtedly the inclination of the Northern District, if not the intent of the municipal government in Shanxing. They are aware of the immense potential our company holds. To put it bluntly, this is merely the beginning. Should we release our reservoir of technology, it would undoubtedly upend the current landscape. Yet, we refrain from doing so, as Haotian technology is too diminutive to withstand the onslaught of capital predators. We must develop gradually. However, we can secure funding. It is the other aspects that pose challenges, necessitating local governmental assistance. If the Northern District proves unfeasible, we may consider the Southern, Western, or Eastern districts. Chapter 26. Selecting Candidates. A harmonious collaboration. Qin Haoyan's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Zhang Xueming. Minister Zhang, our Haotian technology will undoubtedly undergo remarkable progress. While it may not be feasible to implement everything in the Northern District, our headquarters can certainly be established there. I can assure you that within 5 years, the company's tax contributions will exceed 100 billion. I have 3 requests. Firstly, we hope the government can assist in the procurement of certain equipment for Haotian technology, which, while entirely legal, may be challenging for us to acquire independently. Secondly, concerning taxes, we request that they not exceed 10%, the lower the better. Lastly, regarding land, we plan to construct the Haotian Technology Headquarters, requiring at least 100 acres. We ask that the Northern District provide this land at 50% of the market price. It need not be centrally located. Remote areas or those near rural regions will suffice, as long as they are accessible by road. Qin Haotian exuded a formidable presence. In return, although half the year has elapsed, we shall not discuss this year as contributions. Beginning next year, Haotian Technology's tax payments will start at no less than 100 billion. Based on the new tax regulations, which implies our profits will surpass 1,000 billion. Minister Zhang, what do you think of my terms? Zhang Xueming maintained an outward calm. Mr. Qin, these conditions are rather exorbitant. It's important to note that the corporate income tax for high-tech enterprises stands at 15%. And we have already reduced it to 13%. This is the lowest we can go. Any further reduction would invite scrutiny from the national tax authorities. Furthermore, while we share your confidence, the land valued at 50% of the market price still amounts to over 100 acres, which poses a significant gap. This is not a decision anyone can make lightly. Zhang Xueming's strategy of retreating to advance seemed astute. Yet he was unaware that Qin Haoyan was unfazed. That's fine. These are my conditions. If you are willing, we can negotiate. If not, that's the end of it. Our headquarters has not yet been finalized, so we are free to consider other locations. Oh, and by the way, Minister Zhang, I have another matter to attend to. From now on, Mr. Fong will accompany you. With that, Qin Haoyan disregarded the astonished expressions of those present, rising and departing with self-assuredness. Fong Peng reached out, his mouth agape, ultimately uttering not a word. I apologize. The company is in a developmental phase, and Mr. Qin oversees technical matters. Fong Peng lamented, left with no choice but to utter these few words. Zhang Xueming and his colleagues wore strained expressions. Zhang Xueming being somewhat better off, having managed to say a few words. The others behind him were in a dire predicament. Typically, they held themselves with great pride in public, yet this subdued visit to Haotian Technology had been exceedingly respectful, only to encounter such unexpected circumstances. After a prolonged, oppressive silence, Zhang Xueming finally spoke, albeit hesitantly. It's all right. Our careers take precedence. In light of this, We shall return to report to the district and arrange for a more detailed discussion with Haotian technology in the future. Fong Ping was eager for these influential figures to depart, finding their presence quite burdensome, especially with a boss who was notoriously unpredictable. How can we leave without a meal? Zheng Xueming interjected. No, we have regulations that we cannot breach. The matters at hand are paramount. Mr. Fong, let us exchange contact information, so we can coordinate our next visit in advance. Zheng Xueming felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was indeed quite displeased, yet there was little he could do. It is imperative to engage in a thorough discussion with the representatives of Haotian technology. Should we inadvertently lose this opportunity, it could spell considerable hardship for him in the future. According to the insinuations of that individual, they possess even more advanced technology that remains undisclosed. However, due to concerns regarding their company's capacity to manage it, coupled with the pressures exerted by societal capital, they have chosen to conceal their capabilities. This suggests that Haotian technology is indeed formidable, a technology-driven enterprise that must be closely monitored as it stands uniquely in the global arena. As the Minister of the Business Department in the Northern region, even with limited knowledge of the technological sector, he is acutely aware of the terrifying potential of artificial intelligence. Yet, it is noteworthy that the current iteration of Bubble Assistant cannot be classified as true artificial intelligence. It merely functions as an intelligent conversational interface. The genuine AI program resides within the confines of Qin Haotian's personal computer. To put it precisely, even if someone were to infiltrate his home and steal his laptop, they would not be able to command Bubble. Only Qin Haotian, as the engineer and creator, can input directives to control Bubble. Zheng Xueming understands the intricacies of this situation, which is why he can remain composed. This is a genuinely colossal enterprise that must not be offended, as it could yield significant tax revenue for the entire mountain city. He lacks the capital to provoke such an entity. How many cities and companies exist nationwide? And among them, how few are truly internet giants? Now, a revolutionary entity is poised to emerge in the mountain city, and should he offend them, the repercussions would be dire. Zheng Xueming understands this implicitly. Shall we return and deliberate with the city officials before proceeding? He inquired. Very well. I shall accompany Minister Zheng, replied Fong Ping, who, unlike Qin Haotian, understood the protocols and dared not offend Zheng Xueming excessively. Thus, they departed, having exchanged little more than pleasantries during their initial encounter. Upon returning to his office, Qin Haotian closed the door and shut himself off from the outside world. Bubble. Have the candidates been selected? To his astonishment, Qin Haotian found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Could Longwa truly possess such a wealth of talent? Show me, he urged. The first name that appeared was that of a foreign individual. What is this? A Caucasian? Global search conducted as per the requirements, Bubble responded. Qin Haotian, bemused, replied. I require domestic talent, preferably from the mountain city area. None found. Then, how many candidates are there nationwide? Out of 38 candidates, only 3 have accepted. After a brief pause, Qin Haotian inquired, is it possible to conduct video interviews? After a minute's wait, Bubble replied, only 2 have agreed to a video interview. Without hesitation, Qin Haotian proceeded to interview the 2 candidates. Through an engaging dialogue, he found himself leaning towards a middle-aged man named Huang Weiyang, who was in his 40s. Huang had previously served as the secretary to the president of Microsoft in Long, but parted ways due to ideological differences. Subsequently, he had moved through various companies, rarely staying longer than 6 months, particularly in major domestic firms, where his employment history was often deemed unreliable. However, during their conversation, Qin Haotian did not share this sentiment. Intriguingly, Huang Weiyang posed a question to Qin Haotian regarding the appropriate number of hours an employee should work in a week. This question caused Qin Haotian to pause thoughtfully before responding. He has always urged his employees to work joyfully and leave on time, never bothering about attendance. However, this approach cannot apply to the research department. Often, scientific breakthroughs occur in fleeting moments. If missed, they may never be found again. For such endeavors, the duration of work becomes irrelevant. During lighter periods, taking several months off poses no issue, while during busier times, working through several nights is entirely feasible. As long as the individual does not feel burdened, it hardly matters. The next day, Huang Weiyang surprisingly approached the company and engaged in a face-to-face dialogue with him that lasted for most of the day. Qin Haotian, observing the excited Huang Weiyang, extended his hand. It has been a pleasure collaborating. I shall give you 3 days to report back. Chapter 27. I speak as I feel. Huang Weiyang's face lit up with delight. Really? Qin Haotian nodded gently. Absolutely. Thank you. President Qin, for this opportunity. I will return to Shenzhen immediately to bring my wife and child. Qin Haoyan was taken aback. You intend to bring your entire family? Of course. To encounter a company as promising as Haotian Technology, with a boss as understanding as you, I plan to settle in the mountain city. Qin Haotian furrowed his brow slightly. But will your wife be able to adapt? I can allow you to take 4 days off in a week, working 3 days. So you can spend time with your wife and child. According to the data, Huang Weiyang married at 32 and had a lovely daughter, now 9 years old. Asking them to relocate to the mountain city seemed a bit inappropriate. It won't be a problem, President Qin. My wife is very supportive. Wherever I go, she follows. With such a declaration, Qin Haotian held no counter-argument. Seeing how dedicated Huang Weiyang was to his work brought him joy. Very well. I will give you 7 days to report back. Similarly, I will send you a plan for you to review before we delve into a more profound discussion. Yes, President Qin, I will strive to excel in my work. Qin Haotian smiled. Then let me introduce you to the company. You should meet my secretary, Huangya. Coincidentally, both of you share the surname Huang. Huang Weiyang paused. A secretary? Yes, she is also a secretary. You will come to understand in due time. Follow me. Unbeknownst to Huang Weiyang, that handshake would lead him into an abyss of relentless work. A man who valued freedom and joy in his work was about to be ensnared in a terrifying whirlpool of obligations, one after another. First, he introduced Huang Weiyang to Fang Ping. Noticing Fang Ping's hesitation to speak, Qin Haotian encouraged him to voice his thoughts. President Qin, don't we have a secretary? Qin Haotian understood Fang Ping's implication. No worries, Huangya manages the internal affairs of the company. Huang Weiyang's capabilities are on par with yours. And I wish to have him by my side to discuss the company's development. Both Fang Ping and Huang Weiyang felt exceedingly awkward. There is no need for concern. You should be aware of your own strengths and weaknesses. Fang, after collaborating for half a year, I've always spoken candidly, as you know. You excel in managing the company, but you may not yet be suited for the position of general manager. Huang Weiyang felt a sinking sensation. Was his boss contemplating dismissing Fang Peng? Fang Peng did not feel particularly affected. At Haotian Technology, he had encountered far more exhilarating events. Today's circumstances were merely trivial. You are indeed adept at managing the company, yet your ability to expand is woefully insufficient. Haotian Technology cannot merely dabble in the entertainment sector for a modest profit. My pursuit of wealth is intended for the advancement of research, not for a complacent existence. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Qin. Fang Peng personally filled the teacups of the 3 individuals. Each time you obstruct my efforts to expand and plan, urging me to be cautious and prudent. While such advice is not without merit, the market is ever-changing, and I require individuals who can keep pace with me. You cannot match my pace and expansion. Hence, I have chosen Huang Weiyang, and I will continue to select more individuals to form my team of secretaries. In terms of company management, none of them exhibit your level of prudence, so you may select your own personnel for management. Huang Weiyang, listening in trepidation, was nevertheless curious about the nature of Qin Haotian, who dared to relinquish control of the company to others. Not only that, but his candor in speech also exuded the aura of a true founder. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Haotian held a strategy in hand. Once the company-level servers were established, comprehensive data integration would ensue. The software development segment would work alongside him to accomplish another software project, at which point every movement within the company would be under his watchful gaze, leaving no event unmonitored. Furthermore, given that Fang Ping was a person who prized his reputation and harbored little ambition, Qin Haotian placed great trust in him, naturally granting him such authority. For the company to flourish, I will propose an excellent funding plan, the majority of which will be allocated to the newly established research department, or alternatively, a rational flow of capital will be chosen. The company will undoubtedly evolve into a conglomerate, and you must expedite the establishment of a talent system. We need not poach from large corporations, but we can certainly recruit graduates from prestigious institutions. Personnel redundancy is not an issue. Do not wait until business development is underway and find yourself without suitable candidates. I do not wish for a repeat of the situation with the novel network. Do you comprehend? By the end, Fang Ping's tone grew slightly stern. He eagerly acquiesced, acknowledging that this issue was indeed his responsibility. The entire novel business required him to recruit personnel, yet he had not completed this task, having failed to find even one suitable candidate. While it was true that Haotian Novel Network lacked recognition and struggled to gain traction, the crux of the matter lay in his negligence as the general manager. The company must expand, and personnel in all departments must be augmented. Add 2 more positions in administration, with Han Ting receiving a salary increase of 1,000. Overseeing administrative affairs. Hire 2 additional financial staff, promoting the current finance officer, Zhou Miao, to supervisor with a commensurate salary increase. Establish a human resources department. Recruiting 3 individuals in accordance with the company's salary structure. Expand the technical development department by 10 individuals, and recruit 4 for customer service. You will handle these matters. Additionally, within the entire entertainment sector of novels, ensure that 10 editors are in place. The next phase of planning is crucial. We must stockpile 1 or 2 video editors. Recruit a couple of streamers, and provide guidance to Ning Huanle and Zhou Shui, along with their 4 colleagues. You may enlist Han Ting and Huang Yu to assist you in accomplishing these tasks. Simultaneously, closely monitor the Xiaoqiao mini program. Should traffic and revenue decline, inform me immediately. At Haodian Novel Network, your focus should be on traffic and advertising integration. We cannot afford to offend anyone, as it will certainly complicate matters in the future. This year, our cash flow, albeit modest, is likely to sustain the company. In the second half of the year, I will dedicate my efforts to developing our own software. In terms of company management, I urge you to engage in frequent communication with Huang Weiyang. At times, do not be overly frugal. It is essential to be flexible with finances. Currently, our revenue exceeds 200 million, which should suffice for a while. Once Haodian Novel Network ensures profitability, we will be in a much more secure position. Qin Haoyan articulated this lengthy discourse in one breath. Despite his limited involvement in company affairs, his analysis was remarkably coherent and devoid of any errors. Understood, Mr. Qin. Yes, Mr. Qin. Huang Weiyang's lips curled slightly upwards. He relished such a work atmosphere and appreciated a boss who cared for his employees. Previously, foreign enterprises in Longguo upheld excellent employee welfare. However, since the leadership transition to locals, employee benefits have drastically diminished while pressures have escalated. Well, I have nothing pressing. Regarding the servers, you know about it, right? Have they been purchased? Fang Peng wore a bitter expression. You say 200 million is sufficient, yet you've already spent nearly 10 million in the blink of an eye. This is just the initial phase, and it is still a small sum. However, servers will be a significant expense in later operational stages. Mr. Qin. Chapter 28. Major companies are in a frenzy. Where will the servers be installed? Naturally, at the company, Qin Haoyan replied without hesitation. Mr. Qin, but this incurs substantial costs. Servers consume significant electricity and require air conditioning for cooling, leading to considerably higher expenses. Qin Haoyan waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, we will install just 1 unit initially. Even in my office if necessary. I have procured the best available, sufficient to support our official website, Haodian Novel Network, and the Pow Pow Assistance platform. This is the finest server released by long way. 1 unit surpasses the operational and storage capabilities of 5 of the best computers. When data is minimal, 1 unit is entirely adequate. I have purchased 10 in total. As Qin Haoyan contemplated where to place them, he realized the location must be sufficiently cool. Fang Peng's assessment was not entirely accurate. While it would indeed consume considerable electricity, it would save on land costs. Finding a suitable place, however, posed a challenge. Actually, it does not need to be excessively cool. I could construct solar thermal panels to convert light and heat into stored electrical energy. Although the efficiency may not be optimal, it could alleviate some costs. This time, Qin Haoyan did not refute Fang Peng. He understood well the exorbitant costs associated with operating large servers. Electricity remains an insurmountable hurdle, especially in today's tiered commercial electricity pricing. Heat dissipation also presents a troublesome challenge that cannot be resolved immediately. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Now, let us familiarize ourselves with Huang Weiyang's secretary. Qin Haoyan paused briefly. Since both of you share the surname Huang, I shall refer to you as Secretary Yang. And Huang Weiyang can be addressed as Secretary Weimi. Huang Weiyang remained silent, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his new boss would exhibit such remarkable efficiency. Following their introduction, Qin Haoyan promptly dismissed Huang Weiyang and returned to his office alone. It became evident that hardware was of greater significance than software. He found himself constrained by hardware limitations, needing to address the servers, high-performance computers, and various other components, all of which required robust hardware support. However, financial resources were insufficient. Qin Haoyan, in a state of vexation, rubbed his temples. It appeared imperative to devise a profitable venture. Pow Pow, What would be the most suitable endeavor for our company that would not disrupt our established business plan? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Qin Haotian's mind. The development of file compression software and instant translation software presented themselves as the most fitting avenues for growth. One pertained to server resource allocation, while the other aligned with the emerging video streaming platforms and could be integrated into social chat applications. If successfully implemented, the next step would be to project their reach globally. Pow, do you think you can create it? File compression software is unfeasible, but instant translation software is attainable, came the reply. Qin Haotian did not elaborate further. The development of file compression software required new innovations, which Pow was not yet equipped to handle. In contrast, instant translation merely involved recognition and output, a task well within Pow's capabilities. Then proceed to write the software. Should we integrate the Pow recognition module? No. Qin Haotian firmly rejected the notion. The instant translation software did not necessitate embellishments. Precise translation was sufficient. Should it be entered into the company program library? Absolutely not. Even with these 5 computers and an additional server, the capacity is insufficient for user demands. Qin Haotian was preparing for the next strategic move. Numerous domestic and international enterprises remained apprehensive about artificial intelligence. The instant translation software would merely enhance Haotian technology. Pow could facilitate this function, albeit with limitations imposed on its auxiliary capabilities, exclusively available to authors on the Haotian novel network. It would serve as a transitional software, paving the way for the development of additional modules. Pow can currently develop a software program that allows for the downloading of the instant translation software. We can upgrade it later, envisioning a simplified version of social software. By the way, contact Fong Ping to acquire the finest server resources from Longway Cloud. Understood. Qin Haotian observed the rapidly scrolling code on one computer and opened the compiler on another. The disparity in hardware was substantial. Currently, he lacked the equipment and funds to address the technological and craftsmanship issues. As for the software, he needed to design a new chip before he could compile the operating system, ultimately creating a compiler for broader use, all of which required a complete departure from the prevailing binary system of zeros and ones. This presented a daunting cycle. He needed to produce the chip domestically before he could write the operating programs. Additionally, a significant challenge loomed: the issue of network connectivity. Presently, all network protocols were controlled by foreign entities. Should they sever his access, he would be at a loss. Thus, a new network infrastructure was essential, one that was entirely self-sufficient. Qin Haotian, in a fit of frustration, commenced his programming endeavors. His deeper ambition is none other than to construct his own network. Once the software is deployed and the hardware replaced, he intends to upend the current internet and seamlessly transition into the quantum network, albeit with somewhat limited capabilities. To fully realize the potential of extensive communication, the development of quantum computers and quantum satellites is imperative. Presently, all signals on Blue Star are transmitted as electromagnetic waves. And due to patent complications, it is exceedingly challenging for him to make advancements in this area. However, quantum research is notoriously complex and financially burdensome. For Qin Haotian, it seems that acquiring wealth through conventional means may be insurmountable. Of course, if he were to exploit the financial market's wealth through unscrupulous means, this dilemma could be readily resolved. Nonetheless, instant translation is already a formidable weapon. One can only hope that the reaction from Penguin will not be swift enough to stifle this software. Qin Haotian is, perhaps, overthinking the situation. It is not merely a matter of Penguin. Rather, all internet companies globally are in a state of alarm, urgently discussing how to contain the formidable rise of Haotian technology. This time, the threat is not merely theoretical but a tangible challenge to their existence. The search engine sector is particularly at risk, with artificial intelligence bubbles in play. Who would still utilize their search engines? Losing clients translates to losing revenue, resulting in incalculable losses for these companies. What is truly alarming is their absence from the future. It is well known that Haotian technology does not entertain financing. Suppression is imperative. At Penguin's headquarters, Xiaoma bore a grave expression, his tone resolute. Ali shared the same sentiment. The situation is dire, and I must know when we can develop our own artificial intelligence program to contend with Haotian technology's bubble assistance. Laoma spoke earnestly, emphasizing the need for a competitive stance. Ladies and gentlemen, today is dark, tomorrow will be colder, but the day after will be beautiful. Provided we can survive these 2 days, who can tell me what other measures we can take? Once Haotian's novel platform ventures into e-commerce, we will descend into an abyss. Chapter 29. Major internet corporations issue statements of resistance. Managerly, it's not that severe. His rejection of all investments is akin to digging his own grave. We can unite with global internet companies to suppress him. How could he possibly succeed? A vice president from Chengdu countered managerly, foolishness. What if he secretly accepts investment from another company? Currently, they have abundant funds and do not require our investments, but when they face desperation, they might not shy away from accepting help. As for offending these capitalists, that is of no concern. Despite their current bickering, once Haoyan Technology announces financing, a flood of investors will come forth with cash in hand. What then for us at Chengdu? We must remain vigilant. What of our company engineers? Are they merely idling? They must work overtime to create our own artificial intelligence and promote it swiftly. We must act quickly. Only by seizing the market promptly can we minimize the costs we will incur in the future. In the future, advertising expenditures will continue to rise, leading to an enhancement in the company's performance. At that point, advertising fees will increase, and bidding will persist. Mr. Lee glared fiercely at a vice president who had dared to speak up. Everyone else was in a state of urgency, yet he was fanning the flames with his words. The situation at ZD is equally dire. The influence of artificial intelligence on e-commerce and short videos is profound. With the assistance of AI, individuals can craft novels at an astonishing pace, making the creation of copy a trivial task. What if one were to produce graphic content, animations, or videos? If Haoyan Technology were to develop a short video platform, it could swiftly overpower its competitors, leaving them defenseless. Their algorithm-driven platform, no matter how utilized, cannot achieve precision or extend user engagement like AI can. It possesses a deeper understanding of users and content creators alike. An announcement was released stating that due to the imperfection of AI, which could compromise safety, the platform would implement comprehensive monitoring and prohibit the entry of AI products. Furthermore, to ensure the security of user data and prevent leaks, any company collaborating with Byte would be strictly forbidden from engaging with AI firms. Coincidentally, upon releasing this announcement, ZD was joined by Ali, Chengdu, and Penguin in issuing similar statements. Moreover, numerous other companies such as Wangi, 360, Shodong, and Sohu echoed this message, all declaring a ban on cooperation with Haoyan Technology. Several foreign investment holding companies also issued this directive. Within a guest house in the central district of Shanqing, Gao Qin wore a smug expression. A worthless company dares to refuse me. Look at the consequences now. All the major firms in the country have declined to collaborate with you and have even issued threats. Just see how you will survive. The situation was stark. No one would risk offending all the major players to partner with Haoyan Technology. While large companies and entities may not fear antagonizing the giants, many smaller firms would not dare to take that risk, thus quietly withdrawing. Did Haoyan Technology possess the capability to collaborate with major entities? He certainly did not believe so. Those smaller companies would shy away from partnering with Haoyan Technology, which would inevitably falter within days. Gao Qin felt immense satisfaction. If she were in charge, the situation would not be so dire. The Haoyan novel network would undoubtedly flourish over time. However, as it stood, offending all domestic titans made any hope of growth a mere pipe dream. Ma Mingyuan, having completed his daily quota of 50,000 words, was enjoying some leisure time online. With no job to attend to, the daily earnings from his novel exceeded 100, lifting his spirits immensely. Although still modest, he felt a profound sense of contentment. Coupled with his perfect attendance bonus, he earned over 4,000, entirely sufficient for his daily needs. Not working might even allow him to save a bit and accumulate some savings. As he scrolled, he encountered a plethora of disparaging remarks aimed at the Haoyan novel network. Enraged, Ma Mingyuan felt a surge of indignation. What nonsense! The Haoyan novel network is exceptional. Haoyan Technology is a truly commendable company. I shall never again utilize the products of these worthless firms. In his moment of ire, he failed to recognize that the very products he used were those he had just condemned. Regrettably, the words of others carry little weight, occasionally. When he retaliates against those who speak harshly, he finds himself subjected to further scorn. Alone and unsupported, he can only watch in anxiety. What can be done? With so many companies suppressing Haoyan Technology, will it face bankruptcy? As Ma Mingyuan scrolled through his thoughts, he recalled something and hurriedly searched for an account. Huamin, Ninghuanla, and others were still in Shanqing. After enjoying their time there, they too had come across the news of various internet giants imposing sanctions on Haoyan Technology. Sister Minmin, what should we do? Huamin sneered, her expression soon turning grave. Ladies, it all hinges on our decision. If we choose to voice support for Haotian technology, we will undoubtedly offend these major companies, making future interactions with them exceedingly difficult. Should Haotian technology collapse, our future prospects would be severely limited. Ning Huanla expressed her indignation. Humph, those foreign internet giants haven't said a word. Yet these domestic worthless enterprises are the first to jump in. These individuals are indeed opportunists, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. No wonder our country struggles to produce high-tech firms. Shui did not speak, quietly observing Huamin. Huamin then turned to Tan Weiwei. I'll heed Sister Minmin's counsel, she declared, prompting Huamin to nod. Very well, my suggestion is to speak out. We are all majoring in Chinese language and literature. Thus we don't necessarily need to enter these internet giants. Regardless of our agreement with Haotian technology, they have treated us well. We should express our support. Worst case, Weiwei can rely on her teaching credentials. It is still a viable path for you. As for the three of us, we have nothing to fear from these corporations. If we raise our voices, even if they harbor resentment, they are unlikely to make things difficult for us. We simply need to stand firm for Haotian technology. All right. I shall take the lead, Ning Huanla responded, her radiant smile emerging as she eagerly opened her phone. The account belonged to her, and it had the most followers. We should all post, and then apply for a joint account. Okay, you all post. I will support you. Ning Huanla clapped her hands and said. Soon. The four sisters completed their task. As Ning Huanla sat on the Shanqing light rail, she was disinterested in the scenery outside, engrossed in her app. There are so many who insult me. Ignore them. I've noticed they are all likely fake accounts, orchestrated by those shameless companies. Huanla. Many people still support you in Haotian technology. Of course, artificial intelligence was first conceived by us, the Dragon Nation. These companies should embrace it rather than attempt to stifle it. These worthless enterprises deserve to fail, Ning Huanla responded, nodding fervently. Ma Mingyuan also found a group to share grievances with, expressing how becoming an author would bring about great changes. The uproar surrounding artificial intelligence was palpable, and the collective resistance from these large companies against Haotian technology was clear to most netizens. They began to vocally condemn the various internet corporations, defending Haotian technology and denouncing these domestic giants as traitors. The foreign corporations have yet to take action, yet our country's leading internet firms are engaging in such behavior. How can ordinary citizens comprehend and support this? Chapter 30. The online community's outcry against Haotian technology. As soon as Ning Huanla released that video, a collective reaction ensued, with numerous individuals flocking to her account to express their grievances. Yet, a greater number of uninformed netizens, shrouded in ignorance, lambasted Haotian technology for allegedly pilfering their data. In reality, despite the considerable attention Haotian technology garnered, its registration figures remain modest, failing to even reach the 10 million mark. On one hand, Qin Haotian's decision to restrict mass free access to the built-in assistant on the Haotian novel network played a role. On the other hand, the novel platform simply cannot compete with the vast free novel sites and established giants. The majority of novel readers are concentrated on these leading websites. The promotional efforts of Haotian technology are rather limited, relying solely on a simple game, their official website, and Ning Huanla's account to draw in users. Many perceive it merely as advertisement, viewing it briefly before moving on. Most novel readers are unfamiliar with the assistant tool, and those who possess a modicum of knowledge are often driven by ulterior motives, making it improbable for them to advocate for Haotian technology. Furthermore, with the assistant tool rendered unusable, an outpouring of criticism was inevitable. Damn Haotian technology, emerging only to steal user data, they exclaimed. Did you notice all those marketing texts and harassing phone calls? They must be the result of Haotian technology's data theft. Fools, Haotian technology has only been established for less than a year. Were your previous data leaks not from your own negligence? Beware, Haotian technology has employed numerous online trolls. Do not be misled, remain steadfast, and resist Haotian technology. All major firms are against it, deeming it unsafe. Quit your nonsense. What do you truly know? The so-called artificial intelligence of Haotian technology can only be used for writing novels, and it requires registration as an author with Haotian technology. You have never even tried it. So why speak so ignorantly? What major firms are resisting is merely a sign of their inability to innovate, fearing that Haotian technology will encroach upon their market with its revolting tactics. This is the state of affairs in manhwa. All major firms lack innovation. They merely copy what they can, and if unable to replicate, they resort to disparagement. Should they possess or acquire it, they would trumpet their supposed innovations. In truth, These internet giants have little to show in terms of genuine innovation, now that domestic companies have finally begun to create artificial intelligence. Before they have even begun to realize their potential for the benefit of the populace, these worthless conglomerates have commenced their smear campaigns. Is it not simply because they cannot procure or replicate it? They should not be allowed to obtain it. We must dismantle these ineffectual behemoths. Indeed, the grueling work culture of 996 is a product of these entities. In the past, life was far more blissful. Domestic enterprises have finally developed high technology. And before international companies even take notice, these domestic sycophants spring into action. The trolls have been duly identified. If Haotian technology were truly commendable, it would be inundated with advertisements. Who dares to claim artificial intelligence? Who among you has ever utilized it? They are merely charlatans, intent on stealing user data. Spare us the rhetoric. Users have long since had their data compromised. Do you think those interest-based e-commerce platforms and recommendation services emerged from thin air? They are merely a byproduct of your own data. Amidst the cacophony of online vitriol, it is evident that major corporations possess organized and disciplined legions to counter dissent. Coupled with numerous financial backers emerging to vociferously defend their interests, a multitude of fervent fans and oblivious bystanders have taken to the streets of cyberspace to denounce. Haotian technology has only just begun to unveil itself to the public, with a dearth of formidable products to showcase, resulting in a scant following and therefore, no formidable opposition. Ning Huanla and her companions have returned to their hotel, their anxiety palpable as they witness the overwhelming tide of disparaging comments online. How could this be? Why are these individuals tarnishing the reputation of Haotian technology? Such people, disregarding the truth, proceed to slander Haotian technology. Will the company not retaliate? Huamin shook her head gravely. Taken aback by the severity of the situation, the entire internet seemed united in its condemnation of Haotian technology. Unless the official representatives step forward to endorse the company, no resolution appears feasible. Ning Huanla's expression darkened. Sister Min, my video has been taken down for violating regulations. Huamin scoffed. I suspected as much. It's not only you. Any video advocating for Haotian technology is likely to face censorship. Such tactics are par for the course for these large corporations. It is only natural. Given the proclivity of platforms like Douyin to lean towards certain biases, Tin Weiwei, filled with trepidation, implored, Sister Min, what should we do? How can we continue to advocate for Haotian technology when they are so unjustly maligned? Huamin shook her head in resignation. We are powerless. We are merely small influencers. As President Qin has aptly stated, this is a case of manipulation. These large companies are utterly shameless. They should all be dismantled. As the conversation unfolded, Huamin herself became increasingly incensed. I have an idea. We could voice our support on the Haotian novel website, create posts, and comment on various books. Ning Huanla's eyes lit up with hope as she eagerly looked at Huamin. However, Huamin remained unconvinced. That would be futile. The user base of Haotian novel is far too small. Promoting the site itself would yield better results, though they may hurl insults. An influx of registrations would still be beneficial, wouldn't it? It's a pity they haven't fully developed their offerings. Ning Huanla's discontent was palpable. Are we to simply stand by as Haotian novel is besmirched? While inquiries are essential, our current capacity to effect change is limited. We can only wait and hope that Haotian novel finds a solution. With a sigh, she concluded, this is the best course of action. We are but small voices. What can we truly do? Aside from Douyin, any platform that hosts favorable content about Haotian technology has had it removed. What recourse do they have? After sending a message to Fang Ping, Ning Huanla resumed scrolling through Douyin, her frustration mounting with every swipe. The lack of dissenting voices rendering the digital landscape a uniform chorus of condemnation against Haotian technology. Qin Haotian remained indifferent to the turmoil surrounding Haotian technology, seemingly unfazed by the baseless slurs. However, collaborating with other platforms might pose a challenge. Without these current conduits, establishing a user base swiftly would prove exceedingly difficult. If the public remains unaware of you, or if your reputation is tarnished, how can one resolve such predicaments? Yet, Qin Haotian was confident in his strategies and did not feel an urgent need to act. Step by step, one must forge ahead. For one must be resilient in order to succeed. Fang Ping finds himself exceedingly busy. Fortunately, they currently lack any substantial concerns. The sole necessity for their download lies on their official website, thus requiring little of his attention. However, it is disheartening to note that their company's only cash flow is through the Haotian novel network, which has yet to yield any profit. The external evaluations necessitate careful management, and recruitment must proceed as well. The issue lies in the fact that many who are oblivious to the truth are unwilling to believe in their endeavors. Han Ting informs him that numerous individuals decline to join their company. Fang Peng is at a loss for effective solutions, initially contemplating consulting Qin Haotian. He ultimately decides against it, opting instead to seek the counsel of Huang Weiyang. Chapter 31. Huang Weiyang's Perspective. Fang Peng, preoccupied at home with his child's transfer process, is not overly busy, yet he is aware of the vitriol circulating online. His perspective is distinct, having worked in numerous large corporations, granting him a superior ability to gather information. Weiyang, is this company reliable? I observe that major firms collectively sanction Haotian technology. I hope it does not lead to adverse outcomes. Huang Weiyang's wife, Yin Shanshan, gazes at him with concern as he lounges on the sofa. Isn't it fascinating? A collective boycott, demanding that all manufacturers refrain from collaborating with Haotian technology. Huang Weiyang scoffs. These manufacturers are intimidated, knowing full well their own companies lack the capability to develop such technology. Do you believe that once Haotian technology opens its resources, they hastily announced their own artificial intelligence programs? Yin Shanshan remains unconvinced. But can Haotian technology endure? They are but a single entity. Can they withstand such pressure? Huang Weiyang shakes his head. His wife possesses insight, yet her vision falters somewhat. Shanshan, do you truly think that a company capable of developing artificial intelligence can easily divert its focus to other matters? Consider the ramifications if Haotian technology ventures into other software domains. Yun Shanshan's expression shifts. A total annihilation? Huang Weiyang counters, no. It would be an absolute victory. Those companies would be utterly incapable of resistance. Initially, they may falter, but their potential for growth far surpasses that of others. More critically, their offerings would be more affordable yet tailored to individual needs. How can other companies compete against that? Surely, it can't be that extreme, she replies. Rest assured, it will not affect us. The intense resistance from major firms only fortifies my resolve. Shanshan, have you finalized ZGS documentation? Yes, wherever you go, we shall follow. Yun Shanshan gazes tenderly at the man seated on the sofa, feeling a profound sense of security. Where he is, there lies home. Moreover, you cannot fathom the terror of Mr. Qin's plan should it come to fruition. Huang Weiyang's face gleams with excitement. He merely wishes for the company to embody a more humane ethos, treating its employees with greater kindness. Little did he know that Mr. Qin's approach would be even more radical. If that plan succeeds, who would worry about the prosperity of Longhua? Do the people of Longhua truly need to toil endlessly? No, such is not the case. Even now, without Mr. Qin's plan, the citizens of Longhua could lead a comfortable life. It is merely that certain individuals prevent this from becoming a reality. The resources of the Dragon Nation are entirely sufficient for its people to lead prosperous lives. The reason for stagnation lies solely in the refusal of those in power to permit change. Does unemployment truly incite a terrifying panic? It does not. Considering the population of over 1 billion in the Dragon Nation, a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan per person amounts to approximately 40 trillion yuan each month. However, the resulting social vitality and tax revenue could easily compensate for this expenditure. For those desiring greater income, they can seek employment. For those unwilling, 3,000 yuan is ample to sustain a comfortable life. As long as the prices of goods, education, and healthcare are well regulated, even transportation can be addressed gradually. It is merely a matter of choice not to act. Although the Dragon Nation may appear vast with sparse resources, waste is indeed a significant issue. With proper management in this area, there would be no problem at all. With our current technological capabilities, we could liberate many individuals, ensuring they have no concerns for their basic needs, serving as the sustenance for civilization. If others are unwilling to contribute, Haotian technology can step in and accomplish this task. With 40 trillion yuan, if Haotian technology flourishes in various sectors, it could easily recoup the investment. He observed the grand blueprint of President Qin and the subsequent plans of Haotian technology, without delving into the many future endeavors. The success of Haotian technology's next steps could support approximately 1 million individuals without requiring them to engage in traditional employment. Can we discuss this? Huang Weiyang appeared troubled. It was not that he mistrusted his wife, but rather that he could not let President Qin down. This matter should be communicated. Yet I need to consult President Qin before providing you with a response. Yin Shanshan bore no resentment towards Huang Weiyang. I understand. It is all right. You need not feel pressured. I do not mind if you do not share. Just as Huang Weiyang prepared to comfort his wife, his phone suddenly rang. It was the call from the general manager of Haotian Technology, likely concerning matters online. I will answer it first. With his wife's affirmative reply, Huang Weiyang finally picked up Fong Peng's call. Manager Fong. Secretary Huang. Have you seen the situation online? I have, and the outlook is grim. What should we do? I currently have no one to confer with, so I must turn to you. Huang Weiyang was taken aback. Wasn't President Qin in the mountain city? Yet he refrained from voicing this doubt. Perhaps this was a test for him. I will come over now. Fong Peng's face turned pale. No. Let us communicate over the phone. You do not know. Last time we worked overtime to discuss matters, President Qin directly docked our pay upon discovering it. If he finds out I called you back, I would surely lose an entire month's salary. Huang Weiyang chuckled, understanding Fong Peng's reason for reaching out. Manager Fong. This matter is both easily resolvable and yet complex. I have two potential solutions. Shall I share them? That would be wonderful. It is best to have some guidance. I would love to hear your esteemed opinions, Secretary Huang. Huang Weiyang was taken aback. He did not consider his two suggestions to be particularly insightful. Manager Fong found it amusing. Before we proceed, I have a question. What platform does our novel website and the associated business rely on? I have yet to familiarize myself with the product, Fong Peng replied, a hint of bitterness in his tone. It is not just Secretary Huang who is unfamiliar with the product. I myself do not have a thorough understanding either. These matters have all been quietly orchestrated by General Qin himself. As for the novel website, it was merely developed by the company's programmers. Essentially just a standard web page template, nothing more. I briefly expressed my thoughts. Huang Weiyang continued to inquire. Currently, our company has only the casual games generating revenue, and that revenue is steadily declining. Am I correct? Yes, this issue is driving me to despair. Huang Weiyang pondered for a moment. General Fong. My proposal may be somewhat audacious. Please consider it thoughtfully. Now, immediately, we should sell Wogajiko, the casual game, with an estimated selling price ranging from 50 to 80 million. It will be increasingly difficult for us to promote our products through major company platforms. The novel website will become our utmost priority, while it still holds value. We must secure a good price. The subsequent steps involve two directions. Either our company neglects this and develops new products, directly disseminating them through the novel website to users. I believe this poses no challenge for our company. The other method is to seek official channels for news dissemination, though this is quite challenging, as officials typically refrain from making statements until matters are clarified. Fong Ping was taken aback. He too could conceive of these two strategies. Yet, to propose selling Wogajiko, which is currently their sole source of income, seemed reckless. How would they generate revenue thereafter? With major internet conglomerates relentlessly suppressing their company, would they even survive? Just as Fong Peng was preparing to express his frustrations, he received a text from Qin Haotian. Upon reading it, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 32. Translation software launch. Qin Haotian's message was nearly identical to Huang Weiyang's, the only distinction being a more straightforward and brutal solution pathway. Step 1. Sell Wogajiko to quickly amass a significant sum of cash. Step 2. Effectively manage Haotian novel website. Step 3. The company will launch new products. With the source code already provided to Manager Chun Hao of the technical department, featuring an instant translation software with simple intelligence embedded. Step 4. Establish a legal department to pursue those spreading rumors and defamation. Step 5. Expedite talent recruitment, necessitating prompt availability of personnel, while urging programmers to accelerate development processes and enhance work efficiency. Fong Peng was astonished upon reading the first requirement. General Qin's demands aligned closely with Huang Weiyang's. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Had these two elderly gentlemen conspired in advance? He quickly dismissed the notion. Could the entire company's intelligence gathering be overshadowed by these two reclusive old men? He tapped the desk lightly. Huang Ye. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient for Huang Ye outside the door to hear. She entered. General Fong. Huang Ye felt a sense of resignation. Originally, she had been General Qin's secretary, but with his unreliability and neglect of company affairs, she had increasingly become General Fong's secretary. Previously, he would handle most issues. However, ever since the company embarked on other business ventures, she found herself more aligned with General Fong. An announcement was issued stating that the company was selling Wogajiko and inviting interested gaming companies for discussions. Fong Ping's advantage lay in the fact that Qin Haotian's directives were typically adhered to with strictness. The code is remarkably straightforward. Virtually any company could produce it without breaching any regulations, rather than merely selling the code. It would be more accurate to assert that they are marketing the data from a simple game. At a mere 10 cents per user, they could potentially amass tens of millions in revenue. Moreover, Fong Ping lacks the acumen for financial management, yet when it comes to safeguarding funds, he faces no challenges. Undoubtedly, this scenario is mutually beneficial. Other gaming companies would acquire ownership of the game, thereby saving on advertising expenses while still being able to generate revenue from advertisements. Meanwhile, Haoyan Technology finds itself in possession of a proverbial hot potato. Ordinarily, this game would possess a life cycle of at least 1 to 2 months. But with the various major firms imposing sanctions on them, the game will soon become unpublishable on other platforms. It is merely a small game, if developed independently. Its downloads would drastically diminish, losing its social attributes, rendering it indistinguishable from the crowd. Thus, selling it outright becomes the most prudent choice. Fong Ping continued, People, expedite the process. I also require a secretary, and you must prioritize getting one for me, preferably a male. Fong Ping is no fool. Hiring a female could complicate matters. If someone were to target him, it might inadvertently drag the company into turmoil, which he cannot afford. Huang Yi silently nodded in agreement. She understands well that often it is not the workplace that discourages women, but rather that many women inadvertently hinder their own paths. Such refined self-serving behavior leads to personal comfort, but deprives other women of fair competitive opportunities. However, in Fong's case, there is a reasonable explanation, being over 40 and married. It would be inappropriate to bring in a woman in her 20s. She also realizes that even if such a decision is made, it would attract criticism. But why not simply refrain from making the decision? Huang Yi is not naive. She feels indignant at the thoughtless women online, the double standards. Those who indulge in pure self-interest should simply enjoy their privileges without disparaging others. Without such individuals, the circumstances for women would improve significantly. Is society truly theirs, where everything must cater to their whims? The essence of a fair opportunity is paramount. If one seeks benefits while belittling others, why should anyone acquiesce? Huang Yi, however, is still inexperienced and views the situation from a singular perspective. Once she gains more experience and insight, she will realize that in the workplace, it is often women who shy away from certain individuals, unless in specific industries or companies with prior lessons learned. The workplace is a domain for value creation. If one is to contribute, who will indulge them? Furthermore, in terms of recruitment, gender should not be a factor. Capability is what matters most, ideally focusing on fresh graduates. Huang Yi was left dumbfounded. Campus recruitment? Are you kidding? It is not even September yet. Where am I supposed to conduct campus recruitment? Recent graduates might have some options. But can I really ask schools to start their terms early? Fong Peng began to comprehend her concerns. Then recruit some exceptional students. Let's avoid hiring seasoned professionals from society. The compensation, benefits, and leave policies at Haoyan Technology are already quite favorable. Bringing in seasoned veterans would not yield significant advantages. What is truly desired are spirited young individuals. They are capable of providing generous compensation, ample respect, and a reasonably significant amount of vacation time. Why would one engage with a crowd merely content to exist aimlessly? Very well. Ensure that you expedite these two aspects. General Qin is pressing for results. By the way, consider slightly increasing the personnel count. It is acceptable to nurture them for a period. Huang Yi raised an eyebrow, gazing at Fong Ping in surprise. Understood, Mr. Fong. I will attend to it immediately. Proceed. Qin Haoyan scrutinized the online data summarized by Pao Pao, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Is it not possible to gather statistics on these individuals? 90% are mere virtual accounts controlled by the system, Qin Haoyan comprehended, feeling somewhat disheartened. What do you anticipate the market prospects for real-time translation software will be? The target users are abroad. Qin Haoyan clicked his tongue. Pao's statement was intriguing, yet not beyond his expectations. There is negligible demand for real-time translation software domestically. Most students utilize it for entertainment, with only a small fraction employed in corporate contexts. The majority still rely on it for international communication. Currently, due to database constraints, only the languages of the Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation are available, but in the future, it would be feasible to incorporate languages from Sakura, Korea, and even other Western nations. This should pose little difficulty. How is the company's financial standing? Currently, there are 200 million, projected to reach 280 million. Qin Haoyan nodded. Pao Pao. Do you believe real-time translation should be implemented as a web plugin, or in some other format? Presently, numerous companies worldwide are developing real-time translation software, domestically. There are companies like Qiandu, Udao, NetEase, Kingsoft, and Tencent, among others, and many abroad as well. Selling plugin usage rights cannot be prohibited by these internet giants. Qin Haotian's eyes narrowed slightly. These tech giants truly infuriated him. Their collective suppression made them underestimate his resolve. Time and again, they dared to challenge him. While domestic enterprises dominate the internet landscape, the same does not hold true abroad. He merely sought to follow standard procedures. If provoked further, he would release the format, allowing everyone to use it freely, thereby dismantling these companies' translation ventures. Currently, only the languages of the Lighthouse Nation are available, but by activating all servers, he could expand to at least 20 additional languages. It is not that he cannot continue to broaden the language database. These servers are designated for the company's database services. He cannot forsake the essentials to pursue the trivial. Allocating a portion of computing power for this task is already commendable. Utilizing it entirely would be foolish. Chapter 33. Unaccustomed to bad habits, avoidance. This task is not particularly challenging. He merely needs to order 10 top-tier servers from Longway. During this transitional phase, he need not expend excessive time. Once he finds the opportunity, he will focus on foundational hardware and, at that point, will certainly undertake the work himself. There is no need to foolishly pay Longway. He is financially constrained, and so is the company. Expenditures must be judicious. Pow pow. Instruct Fong Peng to order an additional 20 top-notch servers from Longway. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, must support our own. Once I refine the process, I shall not allow these internet giants to thrive. This is my solemn vow. Understood. A surge of anger welled up within Qin Haotian. These giants truly believed him to be easy to provoke. Once the company successfully develops its software program, it has the potential to revolutionize the entire existing internet framework. However, this endeavor is exceedingly challenging. He cannot initiate from the hardware level and must rely on the current internet software and hardware for operational development. Moreover, he must account for converters, which will allow a gradual transition once his hardware reaches full capability. It is perplexing how the Penguin learned of their undertaking, attempting to acquire them with mere millions, oblivious to the profound disruption that Qin Haotian's work will bring. This is a task beyond the reach of Bubbles. Outsiders are incapable of fathoming the magnitude of Qin Haotian's ambitions. He has never exerted such effort even in creating Bubbles. The strength of Bubbles lies solely in the database and the methods of data filtering and retrieval, which are fundamentally not dissimilar from current mobile assistants, albeit on a significantly more advanced level. What Qin Haotian is undertaking, however, has the potential to upend the very fabric of today's internet. Calculating users' willingness to pay and their numbers is critical. With an anticipated monthly fee of $5 and an initial estimate of 30 million monthly subscribers, Qin Haotian felt a surge of excitement. If this materializes, it could yield a staggering $150 million each month. A truly lucrative prospect. Is it truly that high? He nodded, acknowledging that even if the revenue only reached $50 million per month, it would still represent an extraordinary income. Bubbles would establish a fee structure, drafting an agreement to be shared with Huang Weiyang and Fong Ping to ensure they are informed and can manage the relevant data. The Chuang Liao instant translation software would operate as a registered plugin service, available for download under a membership system with fees required for access. All users must register and log in to the Haotian Novel Network, with registration information across Haotian Technologies software interconnected. The overseas version of Chuang Liao would charge $5.50 per month, $15 quarterly, and $55 annually. For domestic users, the fees would be 30 yuan monthly, 80 yuan quarterly, and 300 yuan annually. Offline functionality would be equally accessible. Notify Fongping to establish an overseas account specifically for receiving payments, Qin Haotian affirmed. The data provided by Bubbles would be accurate. Consequently, funds from the overseas version could subsidize a portion of domestic users, effectively redistributing wealth. However, he grimaced at the thought of Apple taking a 30% cut. He had overlooked this detail. While the Android system and Microsoft are free with only the need for secure deployment, Apple operates differently. The web plugin would pose no issues. But for Apple users to download would mean relinquishing 30% of the profits. Indeed, it is profit. This endeavor requires no manpower for subsequent upgrades and maintenance, as Bubbles alone can resolve that. The more they charge, the greater the profit, without any discounts. He felt a pang of regret at the thought of sharing with Apple. Adding an Apple user would not be supported by him. He refused to indulge such poor behavior. Fueled by anger, Qin Haotian did not hesitate to refuse. The prospect that overseas Apple users would be significantly affected by this decision weighed heavily on him, yet his resolve ultimately solidified. Regardless, earning $10 million is still $10 million. I simply refuse to funnel money into Apple. Large overseas corporations, particularly Apple, remain oblivious to the fact that while they debate whether Dragon Country possesses the capability to develop artificial intelligence, Haotian Technology and Qin Haotian are boldly seizing opportunities to amass wealth. Crucially, they bypass traditional channels entirely, opting instead for a plug-in model that allows them to directly siphon riches into their own coffers. Qin Haotian is unconcerned about the potential decryption of the instant translation software, as its core is merely a fraction of the Bubbles program, making it virtually impossible for outsiders to crack in the short term. By the time they do manage to decipher it, Qin Haotian will have already made significant innovations, and the existing internet landscape may very well have collapsed. He has long been prepared. The core of Bubble is equipped with an interface that can be swapped out at any moment. By that time, no one will be able to decipher Bubble's essence, especially since Bubble will possess self-protective capabilities, unlike its current rigidity. Indeed, Qin Haotian finds Bubble to be rather inflexible at present. Once a revolution occurs, the new informational paradigm will be forged by the people of Dragon Country, with Haotian technology at the forefront. As for whether others will adopt it, he harbors no concerns. Huang Weiyang, with a bit more effort, will collaborate on the plan, and eventually they will bind hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of users to the platform for mutual benefit, ensuring their willingness to transition. A few 100,000 users are already sufficient for him to establish a firm foundation. The next steps will simply unfold gradually. Jiang Xing'an continues to focus on his unfinished tasks. Both Fang Ping and Huang Weiyang receive news. Fang Ping feels helpless, as he has yet to assemble his team, while Qin has launched a new product. Huang Weiyang, on the other hand, is exhilarated. Indeed, Qin is no ordinary individual. What does it matter if large companies resist? I will navigate a path abroad to encircle the domestic market. They cannot impede my progress. As long as the company navigates through these challenges and the plan is fully realized, who in the nation can withstand the formidable momentum of Haotian technology? Shanshan. I told you that Qin is a person of great ambition. Do you see? The collective resistance of those major firms is hardly a concern. Yun Shanshan beams with delight. It's merely a small software, worth only a few tens of millions. Why are you so elated? Huang Weiyang shakes his head vigorously. No, Shanshan. You do not understand. This is not merely a matter of a few software applications. This is about Qin's ability to discover a breakthrough. As long as a breakthrough is achieved, Haotian technology will endure, and it is destined to evolve into a formidable enterprise, surpassing Penguin, Ali, Apple, and Microsoft. Huang Weiyang excitedly thumps his thigh. I must quickly organize the materials and rush over. He scoops up Yun Shanshan and kisses her affectionately. Good wife, for now. The family relies on you. I must expedite my work to ensure that Haotian Technology becomes a great company. Yun Shanshan blushes deeply. What are you doing? It's still daytime. Yet, her heart is filled with sweetness. She understands her husband's aspirations and knows he desires a life of ease and joy for their compatriots. Her husband, Huang Weiyang, has always been a person with a profound sense of family and nation. In the past, I switched companies numerous times, yet remained disheartened. Now, with the opportunity to realize my ambitions at a company that resonates with my aspirations, it is indeed a cause for exhilaration. What is the matter? Oh dear. You are being quite frivolous today, while I still have information to organize. Aren't you busy as well? Huang Weiyang had never felt so vigorous, however. Now he was feeling a bit overwhelmed. I need assistance from the firefighters, he thought. With that, he scooped up Yun Shanshan and dashed towards the bedroom. The following scene is left to the imagination. Chapter 34. The subjective initiative of employees and outrageous ideas. As the rain subsided, Huang Weiyang tidied his attire. I shall call General Qin to inquire if he can divulge any information. Yun Shanshan, suppressing her fatigue, sat up, her demeanor shifting from languid to lively, revealing a glimpse of spring. Weiyang, it's rare to find a company that meets your expectations. It would be troublesome if you inadvertently displeased the boss. Perhaps it's best not to ask. I am not insistent on knowing, Huang Weiyang mused, his gaze inadvertently falling upon his wife's disheartened expression. No need to worry. General Qin won't mind. I am confident he will not object. Await my good news. With a quick peck, Huang Weiyang exited the bedroom and took a seat in the living room, his heart racing as he dialed Qin Haotian's number. Upon hearing Huang Weiyang's purpose, Qin Haotian merely cautioned him to keep the matter under wraps for the time being to prevent any leaks. Human curiosity is natural. As long as it does not significantly impact subsequent plans, he generally would not be overly concerned. With this reassurance, Huang Weiyang joyfully rushed to inform his wife. At the Haotian Technology Office, Fang Ping instructed Huang Ye on various tasks before hurrying out alone. The boss had tasked him with managing an overseas account, and the deadline was pressing. He had to attend to it promptly. After Chen Hao uploaded the new software, he sat anxiously at his computer desk, meticulously observing its performance. This software would only thrive in foreign markets, as domestic demand was minimal, and there was little willingness to pay. Domestic users either communicated through legitimate channels with the outside world, where they naturally had no issues with language, or they were adept at circumventing restrictions. Those capable of doing so likely possessed decent language skills. Only a few engaged in small-scale businesses might use it internally, alongside students who might require it. As for television and similar media, translations and bilingual subtitles were readily available, posing no significant challenges. However, abroad, the user base was substantial, and the willingness to pay was markedly strong, especially in recent years with the rising interest in the Dragon Country and its language. Yet, the primary users of Haotian Novel Network were all domestic. How could we attract an international audience? Chen Hao pondered deeply but found no solution. He decided to summon two supervisors for a discussion. A group of tech enthusiasts, what ideas could they possibly muster? It was Sun Hai who, with a flicker of inspiration, suggested. Manager Chen, why don't we create a pirated version of Haotian Novel Network and launch it overseas? It's quite popular, isn't it? If we put it out there, given our current volume, attracting a fan base could facilitate promotion. Chen Hao stared at Sun Hai as if he were a fool. Pirating my own work? Have you lost your mind? The website for their Haotian novels has been launched for nearly 4 days, and their efforts to combat piracy are no less robust than those of a certain Lu Xiao, perhaps even surpassing it. The freely accessible sections are strictly safeguarded against unauthorized dissemination. They exhibit indifference towards promotional activities. Simply hosting the novels online suffices. General Manager Fang stated that the company will establish a legal department specifically tasked with this responsibility. As for General Manager Qin, he believes that by enlisting young law students, they can focus solely on these matters. However, even if they engage in this work, winning a lawsuit is not guaranteed. Fortunately, they remain undaunted, equipped with artificial intelligence. The technical means available to counteract the Haotian novel website are ineffective, compelling them to bear the costs and transcribe content laboriously. Screenshots are out of the question. Nevertheless, one must admit that this is a commendable idea. We could potentially launch a website targeting foreign regions. Manager Chun, are you daft? We are a domestic company and cannot launch products abroad unless we apply for permission or register a foreign entity. Chen Hao disregarded the two, deeming their lack of understanding rather foolish. Never mind, you are still young and inexperienced. The major domestic internet corporations often register in the Cayman Islands. We could easily register one ourselves. Chen Hao stroked his chin and retrieved his phone to call Qin Haotian, stopping his actions. Qin Haotian gazed at Chen Hao's call in bewilderment. What is going on today? Why is everyone calling me? If Huang Yu calls too, it will be quite the spectacle. He mused, yet he answered the call. Unlike the others, Chen Hao's call was undoubtedly about a technical issue, so he had to engage. What is it? After Chen Hao articulated his thoughts, emphasizing that it was a collaborative solution proposed by the three of them, the light in Qin Haotian's eyes shone brightly. Such employees are precisely what Haotian technology requires. Individuals brimming with initiative, far superior to merely adhering to attendance policies and incurring penalties for tardiness. Just consider. This one suggestion from Chen Hao and his colleagues could potentially yield millions in revenue for the company. Indeed, your proposal is commendable. This month, each of you will receive an additional 100,000 as a bonus. With a decisive wave of his hand, Qin Haotian finalized the decision. The trio exchanged glances. Faced with a boss who readily dispenses bonuses, what could they do? Naturally, they sought to decline. Boss, you are offering too much. Let us reconsider. Do you think I'm jesting? Qin Haotian moved away from the computer and settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs. It's merely an idea, boss. It's not worth mentioning. Qin Haotian furrowed his brow. This is not just an idea. Well, you have a point. However, rewards should still be given. Though not so casually. We must establish a framework. Tell Huang Ye to collaborate with General Manager Fang and Secretary Huang Weiyang to draft a set of regulations. In the future, any proposals that contribute to the company's growth and enhancement can be rewarded. However, The specifics of the rewards will require them to devise an effective assessment method. Offering 10,000 right off the bat, whether too much or too little, seems somewhat inappropriate. This matter should be noted by Han Ting and the finance department. Once the regulations are established, rewards will be granted. The three of them were utterly taken aback. Their intention was not to seek this. In truth, the boss had offered too much, making them reluctant to accept it. Consequently, the boss's actions left them questioning whether he looked down upon them. Did they truly require such a substantial financial incentive? Admittedly, they did not regard money with disdain. Boss, I will inform Secretary Huang. We do not need this reward this time, as we have done little to deserve it. As for the launch of the Haotian novel website abroad, how shall we resolve that? I shall assign Huang Weiyang to handle it. Perhaps you could explore the possibility of writing software that allows the two systems to communicate in real time. Eventually, our company could grant authorization to a firm registered in the Cayman Islands. Very well, let us commence coding, they exclaimed with delight. Initially, the code assigned by the boss seemed overwhelming and cumbersome. Creating a foreign website would be a breeze, akin to a holiday. This was indeed fortuitous. Qin Haoyan remained taciturn, allowing them to tinker as they pleased. Employee initiative is indeed a positive development. After hanging up, just as he prepared to contact Huang Weiyang, the phone rang. And upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Haoyan wore a peculiar expression. Chapter 35, the phone rang incessantly, and his mother was calling. The caller was none other than Huanya, the very person he had just mentioned. This is absurd. Huanya, what is it? Mr. Qin, someone is coming for an interview. Vice President Fong is out, and he asked me to contact you regarding the interview. Qin Haoyan was utterly flabbergasted. Am I the boss? Or is he? Is he instructing me on how to conduct my duties? After a prolonged silence, Huanya seemed to be at a loss. Boss, the candidate will arrive shortly. You should come to the company quickly. Qin Haotian replied, all right. Not only is the general manager teaching him how to work, but even the secretary is organizing tasks for me. Just conduct the interview, he insisted. I can't, Mr. Qin. I'm not capable. If you lack experience, just learn. I believe in you. Choose wisely, he concluded before hanging up. Huangya stared at the disconnected call, overwhelmed with despair. What kind of extraordinary boss is this? Dismissing company matters and leaving me to handle such significant responsibilities as an interview? Huangya was distressed, yet Qin Haoyan remained oblivious, sitting on the sofa deep in contemplation. Regardless of the approach taken, they could not escape the predicament currently faced by Haotian technology. Numerous potential users in the domestic market were being vilified by various major corporations. The novel users could not meet the operational demands of Haotian technology, nor could they sustain the revenue-sharing plan. The Haotian novel website must encompass the mainstream entertainment sectors to achieve its objectives. To illustrate, consider the entire Shanxing region. If 10 million individuals successfully joined the user revenue-sharing plan, with an average monthly income of 3,000 yuan per person, that would amount to a staggering 30 billion yuan in expenditures. The company could not merely extract funds without the capability to sustain operations. Solely relying on software technology proved insufficient. I must innovate and create additional products. In the realm of hardware, only user-oriented products could facilitate rapid revenue generation, and production would be relatively straightforward. Establishing a laboratory had thus become an urgent necessity. He truly lacked sufficient time within the company. Both Fong Peng and Huang Weiyang were of great importance, while Huang Ya and Han Ting had yet to flourish. What should I do? Rubbing his throbbing head, Qin Haoyan felt deeply conflicted. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was his mother calling. Hello, Mom. Tian, are you busy? Qin Haoyan forced a smile. No, Mom, what's the matter? Is there something at home? No, it's just that you haven't called in a while, and we were concerned about you. So I thought I'd check in. A wave of guilt washed over Qin Haotian. Indeed, during the past 2 weeks, he had been swamped with work and had completely neglected his family. It's nothing, just a lot on my plate lately. I got caught up. Tian. No matter how busy you are, remember to eat on time and take care of your health. Work can wait, you know? I understand, Mom. You and Dad take care of yourselves too, and little sister, make sure to eat well and not skimp on necessities. Of course, we know. It's just that you're out there alone, and we worry about you. We just wanted to hear that you're all right. Qin Haotian, though not particularly haggard, felt quite robust, so his mother was not overly anxious. By the way, Tian, I have something to ask you. His mother's apprehensive tone caused his heart to sink. Had something happened at home? Did they need money? What is it, Mom? Tian, have you found a girlfriend yet? Qin Haotian choked, caught off guard by the question. Mom, why are you asking this all of a sudden? I'm busy with work. Where would I find the time? Feeling helpless, he could only use work as an excuse. While he was indeed busy, the matter of finding a girlfriend was not particularly urgent. Tian, do you remember Aunt Ruawa from our neighborhood? Her niece just came to visit. And she's absolutely stunning, curvaceous and graceful, a graduate of Mountain City University of Commerce. I think you would really like her. If you have the chance, come home so we can meet her. If it doesn't work out, that's fine too. I'm not pressuring you. But you're getting older and should consider finding a girlfriend. Your mother is eagerly waiting for grandchildren. Qin Haotian thought to himself, I'm only 23. And you're already expecting me to have children? This is outrageous. Mom, I'm really busy with work. I might not have time. Before he could finish, his mother, perhaps sensing his intention to end the call, quickly interjected, come home this weekend. The day after tomorrow is Friday. You can take the high-speed train back. And we'll come to pick you up. Before Qin Haotian could respond, his sister Qin Weiwei chimed in with a teasing tone. Brother, just give in to Mom. She's bragging about you to everyone. If you don't come home, it'll ruin her face. Hearing this, Qin Haotian couldn't help but smile wryly. So that was the reason. It was only natural for parents to take pride in their children and boast about them to others. He had always been clever, diligent in his self-improvement, and quite handsome, so his mother would certainly want to share this with the world. No wonder she suddenly called to inquire about his lifelong matters. It seemed her bragging had backfired and led to a fuss. This is about returning to support them without explicitly stating it. Very well, I shall make a trip back. There is no need for you to pick me up. I will take a taxi. His life is comfortable, and naturally, he does not neglect his family. In his hometown, he has purchased a house, and his younger sister, Qin Weiwei, attends school in the county town, with the family having moved from the countryside so that their parents can take care of her. Unlike many other parents, his own are not stubborn. Their son, having achieved success, sends home a substantial monthly allowance and has even bought a spacious flat in the mountain city. They are content to enjoy life in the county without insisting he find work. They are not like other families where the children thrive while the parents toil away at menial jobs. Each family has its own merits, with his parents being this way. Qin Haotian can focus on his endeavors without excessive worry for home. Of course, those frugal parents are commendable in their own right, as everyone has their own way of living. After a brief conversation with his father, Qin Haotian ended the call. Between fathers and sons, there is often a certain reticence in their exchanges. Now, with a myriad of responsibilities at work and his mother stirring up matters at home, he murmured to himself, yet felt a warmth within. In this life, his parents have treated him well, devoid of any estrangement, and he strives to reciprocate their kindness. If his mother wishes to boast, he will indulge her in that regard. Pow, let us purchase a car, something around $1 million. Received Pow, of course. Cannot manage that alone, but they can send Fongping to assist. That old six has left the company, so he could conveniently help him acquire a vehicle. I need to select someone to manage the affairs of the research institute. Establishing one requires not just funds, but also proper management. I wonder if the company can identify such talent. It would be splendid if we could secure someone capable right away. On Huang Weiyang's end, after earnestly discussing future plans for the company with his wife, Yin Shanshan, he wore an expression of excitement. Shanshan, the company is undoubtedly on the brink of a period of significant growth. Weiyang, have you considered that Haotian technology has yet to resolve its challenges domestically? How will you pursue international business? Your company likely has no presence abroad. Chapter 36. The keen instincts of a social sector tycoon. Huang Weiyang's smile faltered momentarily. Indeed. How should this issue be addressed? Perhaps I should inquire? Yun Shanshan playfully tapped his forehead. Oh, you poor thing. You could test the waters first. Then reach out to your friends overseas to recommend it. The dragon language is gaining global popularity. Many must be interested. However, learning is not a simple endeavor. They will undoubtedly find it useful, which facilitates promotion. Alternatively, you could collaborate with a company to act as an agent for your products. Why do you seek answers for everything from the boss? What does the boss expect you to do? Or have you been home so long that you've forgotten these basic principles? Huang Weiyang could only chuckle at his own folly. How could he possibly be unaware? He had interacted with President Qin, who did not seem the type to be overly concerned with such matters. Asking questions is not necessarily a flaw in the eyes of someone like President Qin. The real concern lies in reckless actions that could lead to mistakes. Very well. I shall give it a try and assess the situation. Huang Weiyang promptly accessed the official website of Haotian Technology. The website had long been established, yet it garnered little attention. The backdrop was a cosmic black, sprinkled with countless twinkling stars. With one star at the center radiating brilliance, this was the very planet beneath their feet, Aqua Blue Star. Upon entering the homepage, the elegant characters for Haotian materialized above the shimmering points, while a striking slogan beneath proclaimed, "No limits." After meticulously browsing the interface, Huang Weiyang could not locate the entry point for the instant translation chat software. The only feature present was the Haotian novel network prominently displayed on the site. With no other option, he reluctantly navigated to the Haotian novel network. The company was still rather small, struggling to manage various aspects, necessitating the establishment of a crisis management department and a promotional department. In the future, many groundbreaking technologies could not be launched so quietly. This pace of development was too slow, Huang Weiyang lamented. Subsequently, he found the chat feature on the Haotian novel network and clicked to try it out. As a member of Haotian, he began registering on the site during his journey home. Unlike others, he carefully reviewed the registration terms and discovered a revenue-sharing plan mentioned therein, albeit lacking clarity. This likely indicated that President Qin had yet to fully conceptualize the plan, hence the hesitation and absence of details. Such matters were not easily accomplished. Investors would never permit the company to engage in such practices. He was all too familiar with those foreigners. In China, it was even less feasible. Employees were often subjected to grueling schedules, making it impossible for them to earn a sufficient living. Abroad, figures like Microsoft's CEO Satya Nadella, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Apple's Tim Cook, Google's Sergey Brin, and Twitter's Jack Dorsey had all received information about this software and were making every effort to obtain it for trial use. As a company suspected of creating artificial intelligence, they could not afford to be complacent. Should this intelligence prove true, it would present an overwhelming crisis for them. They had to seek breakthroughs. Everyone, especially Zuckerberg and Dorsey, felt a sense of urgency after experiencing the formidable capabilities of the chat software. At this moment, both creators, deeply entrenched in the social networking domain, made the same decision. They summoned their assistants, canceled all engagements, and boarded flights to the mountainous city of Longwood to meet the alleged new generation patriarch of artificial intelligence. No one truly knew who had created the AI. But meeting the head of Haotian Technology was undoubtedly of utmost importance. For these individuals, the identity of the creator was of little consequence. What truly mattered was who possessed the rights to use it, and for what purposes. While numerous translation software existed both domestically and internationally, this chat software stood apart. Despite its current limitation to switching between Longwa and Lighthouse languages, this foundational capability raised no issues for other languages. This plugin astonishingly operated directly within web pages. Controlling the entire interface, users could browse freely while the plugin automatically translated content into their native language with no delay, achieving what could almost be termed real-time translation. They have conducted experiments, and it remains functional on Android devices, enabling voice input that can seamlessly switch to another language, truly remarkable. Should the database be expanded and interactive capabilities enhanced, it could effectively translate global content. Furthermore, if the operational capabilities are improved, it would become an exceptionally powerful artificial intelligence assistant. Such software, if employed on one's own social platform, would render all other social applications unable to withstand its impact. Users would experience no language barriers, whether in text, images, or voice, all of which this software can accommodate. Most astonishingly, it can directly capture the user's tone and pitch, achieving nearly 60% accuracy and replication. At that moment, both individuals harbored a singular thought. By any means necessary, they must secure this software, for it represents the future. They longed to sprout wings and soar to the mountain city, yet could only endure the anxious wait. Zuckerberg was awaiting the arrival of his assistant, who entered the room. "Boss, the flight tickets have been booked for early tomorrow morning," the assistant announced. Zuckerberg's expression darkened. "Why tomorrow morning?" The assistant looked helpless. "Sir, it's already 7 in the evening, and there are no available tickets. What about a private jet?" The assistant was taken aback. "Boss, I advise against pursuing that thought. Applying for a flight route, especially one to the Great Dragon Nation, is highly impractical." Zuckerberg reluctantly dismissed the notion. "By the way, have you contacted the other company? Is it possible to have a preliminary conversation?" The assistant wore a peculiar expression, remaining silent. "Speak." "Sir, I cannot get through to the CEO of the other company. Their office phone goes unanswered." Zuckerberg clenched his fists, gazing out the window. Why? The assistant looked puzzled. I have a document here indicating that Houyian Technology has declined investment discussions with all investment institutions in the Great Dragon Nation. Investment discussions? Yes, sir. You heard correctly. They are not refusing investment. They are not even attending investment discussions and are unwilling to welcome any representatives from investment banks. Zuckerberg rubbed his forehead in frustration. This complicates matters. If they don't require money, how can they be persuaded? This time, he had prepared to deploy over 100 billion Lighthouse coins, determined to make an impactful investment in Houyian Technology. Yet, they were refusing to meet with investment institutions. Do you know why? I am unsure. No reasons have been uncovered. But I do know that the initial acquisition offer was extended by the Great Dragon Nation's Penguin Corporation. They had a single discussion, after which the Penguin representatives stormed out of Houyian Technology's office. Subsequently, they launched a casual game projected to yield profits of 150 billion Lighthouse coins. Not long after, they leveraged that game to promote the Houyian novel network, and the artificial intelligence bubble assistants emerged during this period. Currently, in the Great Dragon Nation, no one else can confirm this information, yet investment institutions there are flocking to them. It seems to be genuine. Shortly thereafter, they declined, swiftly introducing a chat software. Chapter 37. Controversy. The super internet company comes to the mountain city. The assistant concluded, closing the notebook. Boss, that is all the information. According to the Strategic Investment Department's analysis, the artificial intelligence program may not be authentic, but the optimization of the algorithms appears to have made significant advancements. Zuckerberg forcefully knocked over a nearby plant. At this juncture, if one still claims that it is not real, then what is this chat application in my hand? Algorithm optimization should not merely be a one-step process, should it? If it can be produced, it must be at least quite close to artificial intelligence. Are they not the closest to success? Is this not worthy of attention? Is the Strategic Investment Department merely a collection of idlers? Zuckerberg clenched his fists in frustration. As the founder, hearing such news made him feel uneasy. A group of loafers beneath him actually deemed it unimportant. Why then did he nurture them? What about the scale of the opposing company? A mere 46 people. Zuckerberg's eyes nearly bulged out. Are you jesting with me? I dare not say otherwise. According to the latest information we have obtained, they indeed consist of only 46 individuals, having been established for only half a year, with the founder, Qin Houyian, just recently graduating from Mountain City University. Mountain City University? A key institution in the Dragon Country, ranked in the 30s, not particularly well-known internationally, and lacking in notable achievements. A sense of dread settled within Zuckerberg. Artificial intelligence could not possibly be developed by a mere 40-some individuals from an obscure school. There must be someone behind it, along with a team. If others have secretly accomplished it and released it through them, that would spell trouble. The more Zuckerberg contemplated, the more anxious he became. Is there no way to contact their CEO? It is impossible to reach them. Zuckerberg waved his hands in annoyance. My itinerary is confidential. It must not be disclosed. Understood. Unfortunately, he spoke too late. For magnates like them, every move is under scrutiny. Not long after Zuckerberg and the Twitter CEO purchased their tickets, news of their travel plans erupted in the Lighthouse Country. In no time, opinions abounded. Other company leaders, upon receiving the news, could hardly maintain their composure. The artificial intelligence news lacked substantiation, but the instant translation software was something they could personally experience, crucial for their expansion into global markets. Without hesitation, they began purchasing tickets to Mountain City. Naturally, this stirred up excitement, with various rumors circulating. The chat application was inevitably brought up. Regrettably, this software was not accessible to the average person. The Dragon Country possesses a firewall, thus not integrating with foreign networks. Until Houyian Technology is prepared with the necessary foreign procedures, it cannot be launched. Foreign news media, however, enjoy greater freedom than that of the Dragon Country, inundating the world with information. Everyone was aware that the people of the Dragon Country had developed artificial intelligence and created a barrier-free communication translation software. On Facebook and Twitter, individuals from various countries engaged in heated debates. Impossible. The Dragon Country is a decrepit and backward nation, a technological desert. How could they possibly program artificial intelligence? This is false news. Nonsense. They lack even sufficient food. They cannot afford tea eggs and must resort to eating field mice for protein. How could they program artificial intelligence? Nonsense. Artificial intelligence should have been created by our great Yamato people. That inferior race could never accomplish such a feat. Archaeological discoveries reveal that which company has been ours since time immemorial. What utter blasphemy! That so-called company, barely established, dares claim ancient heritage? Shamelessness is your defining trait. You are the most despicable race on Earth, unworthy of conversation. Hail the mighty Dragon Nation. May it contribute more to global peace by annihilating the Beacon Country. Along with 14 others, the Land of Wa, the Stick People, the Monkey Kingdom, the Elephant Realm, the Gallic Roosters, to achieve worldwide unity. 14 nations gone, half the population vanished, and you speak of unity? Now, to the point, how could the Dragon Nation possibly create artificial intelligence? Are the CEOs of major corporations all on vacation? Any yellow-skinned apes from Dragon Nation care to explain? Beacon Country-'s trash, cling to your obsolete technology and delusions. The Dragon Nation has naturally developed AI. Even Changyu was born from our tech firms. We've surpassed you. The Great Dragon Revival is imminent. Prepare for extinction. You wretched races of Aqua Terra, the lowly Wa, the pathetic Stick People. An unknown figure rants online. Yet the truth remains, high-tech internet giants are flocking to the Dragon Nation. To Mountain City. The news spreads domestically, sparking public curiosity. Why Mountain City? It has no tech firms. Shouldn't they go to Alibaba's Hangzhou or Tencent's Shenzhen? Fools. Those companies are just big, profiting off our population. No real tech. Global giants don't even acknowledge them. Idiots. What have you contributed compared to them? Just keyboard warriors. Oh, contributions? Foreigners beg to discuss AI. Here? Suppressed. What platform even mentions how Ian Tech now? Trash like you blocks progress. You'd love your nudes leaked. Huh. What? Oh, I enjoyed your bestiality tapes. More? Use these sites, guaranteed privacy. How Ian Tech stands triumphant. Pioneering the world's first AI. Pathetic. Still hiring shills? Cry when you avoid Hao-Ian's scam products. All signs point to Hao-Ian. Internet giants in Mountain City. Chong Liao on Hao-Ian fiction. If I'm wrong, I'll eat shit upside down. Mark my words. Those who cursed Hao-Ian Tech better never use its products. Information security? Domestic giants are the worst leakers. Domestic chaos means nothing to Hao-Ian Tech, least of all to its employees. At 7 o'clock in the evening in the land of the lighthouse. It is precisely 7 o'clock in the morning in the Dragon Country. The company is utterly devoid of anyone to answer the phone. The message arrives around 9 o'clock. When the employees of Hao-Ian Technology have already begun their workday. Panting. I read online that those international internet companies are coming to visit us. Is that true? Han-Tian inquired as he savored a small steamed bun, placing his bag down. I have no idea, she replied, if you didn't receive a call. Then perhaps they are not coming to our company. What should we do now? The entire internet is abuzz with discussions. If it's not true, it will be quite awkward. Chapter 38. A harmonious office environment. Handing chuckled at the employees' concerns. You all are truly overreacting. We do not rely on internet users for our sustenance. We depend on our robust products. Moreover, we haven't issued any notifications, so it has nothing to do with us. It's merely the result of some bored netizens. Irrelevant to our affairs. Instead of fretting, you might as well enjoy some television. Hanning spoke with a sense of certainty. As the receptionist, she had been rather occupied lately with various recruitment tasks, leaving her little time to watch television at the office. Indeed, watching television at work felt far more engaging than at home. She had a dozen candidates waiting for interviews and needed to organize her schedule. In retrospect, the carefree days of being a junior receptionist were far more enjoyable, where her daily routine consisted solely of watching television. Earning a modest salary of $4,500 a month. Now, with a slight raise, she found herself overwhelmed with responsibilities. That's true, she affirmed. It has nothing to do with us. Everyone can disperse and enjoy a pleasant day at work. By the way, have you all tried using the company's translation software? Zhuanglio? It's quite impressive. I haven't. What's the point? Domestic access to foreign videos is restricted, and foreign videos are already translated. I believe everyone should give it a try. The company treats us well, and it's only $30 a month, which isn't too much for better data. That's a valid point. If every employee in our company were to download it, that would amount to $1,200 a month. Come on. They wouldn't be interested in such trifles. Instead of wasting time, why not recommend it to friends who might need it? If someone wants to bypass restrictions to watch foreign content, it could be useful. If only it had a few more languages. We definitely need Japanese and American options. That way, we won't suffer so much while watching their films. Wow, that's a brilliant idea. Manager Chen Hao, what do you think? As the employees continued their lively discussions at the front desk, the elevator chimed, and Qin Haoyan stepped out. What is going on? The knowledgeable employees flushed with embarrassment, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Hanting, oblivious to their discomfort, hurried to explain. Mr. Chin, we were discussing how we can quickly enhance Chuangliao's visibility. Ma said that if we could include the languages of the Japanese and American cultures, watching their films would be much more enjoyable. I wonder why they can enjoy their own animations so easily? Qin Haoyan shot a perplexed glance at the employees, pondering how they could discuss such matters in the presence of a mere beauty. All right, this matter is not complicated. I am here to address it. You need not worry about the promotion. Manager Fong and Secretary Yang will handle it proficiently. After I incorporated the linguistic systems of the Yamato and the Debang ethnicities, I would appreciate it if you could share some footage with me. Oh hush. The employees erupted with renewed enthusiasm, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. All right, back to work. If I catch you slacking off during office hours, I shall deduct your wages. The employees scurried back to their desks, making peculiar sounds. They were utterly convinced that General Qin would not take such actions. Qin Haoyan shook his head as he entered his office. It appears that I must increase the number to 5. Being overly frugal is never advantageous. Huang Yu followed him in. General Qin, you're here. There will be an interview shortly. Qin Haoyan, moving the main unit, replied, no need. You handle the interview. It's no big deal. I need to assemble a server and have no time. Huang Yu's eyes widened. She wished to offer her assistance. Yet the technology was far too advanced for her to comprehend. General Qin, this is your own company. Indeed, it is your company as well. Have faith in your abilities. You've been working here for over half a year. Can you not manage a group of fresh graduates? Huang Ya's expression reflected her helplessness. General Qin, I'm just a recent graduate myself. Yes, I graduated this year as well. It's no issue. We're running a large company with billions in revenue. Stop being so indecisive. Just go ahead and do it. If the probation period is unsatisfactory, simply let them go. If you feel someone is suitable, hire them. It's not like we're recruiting technicians. What are you afraid of? If you want to recruit me, I wouldn't even let you interview me. Qin Haoyan squatted down, beginning to connect various cables, refuting Huang Ya without hesitation. Yet, his mind was occupied with the dilemma of how to proceed. They certainly required servers, indeed. A substantial quantity. At least 30 units had been ordered, which needed to be utilized effectively. The subsequent matters could be addressed later. Presently, they needed to find an office space. This office building was unsuitable. A factory would be ideal, but its remoteness posed a problem. Until they could ensure employee commuting, he would not consider it. Moreover, with only about 40 employees in their company, what need was there for such a large space? He mused that Fong Ping should pay attention to this aspect. They could not merely wait for the Northern District government. The next phase of development must be resolved independently, with the ultimate goal of establishing their own industrial park and headquarters. As Qin Haoyan contemplated these matters, he began to debug the server. Such tasks were quite straightforward for him, primarily revolving around programming. After an indeterminate period, a knock resonated at the door. Assuming it was Fong Ping, Qin Haoyan opened the door without a second thought. Come in. Why so formal with me? Han Ting, with her cheeks puffed, entered. General Qin, is there someone here for an interview? Qin Haoyan furrowed his brow at Han Ting. Didn't I instruct Secretary yet to conduct the interviews? Han Ting replied, pouting. General Qin, can't you assist Sister Huang Yu a little? There are 7 or 8 candidates waiting over there. It's not fair to keep them waiting for so long. Han Ting had mustered her courage for this. She hadn't anticipated that Qin Haoyan would respond in such a manner. If others misunderstood, how could she remain in the company? Such ambiguous comments could lead to trouble if they spread. I thought it was Fong General knocking at my door. Has he returned yet? Han Ting's expression softened upon hearing this. No, I am unaware of his whereabouts. You 2 high-ranking officials are rather unreliable, leaving Sister Huang Yu so overwhelmed. Behind him stood a woman clad in a violet short top and black trousers, her white sneakers contrasting with her high ponytail, raising an eyebrow at the scene. Is this how employees and employers engage in such relaxed exchanges? Complaining before the boss seems quite amicable. Qin Haoyan offered a wry smile. Very well. I shall proceed with the interview. Han Ting then beamed with joy. The company was overwhelmed with applicants. The reception area was nearly at capacity, which was far from ideal. Turning to the woman, she smiled sweetly. Ms. Lin Shushua, please come in. Our boss will personally conduct your interview. Qin Haoyan teased Han Ting. Why have you never been this kind to me? Han Ting rolled her eyes and gracefully departed. Qin Haoyan chuckled, shaking his head. Ms. Lin Shushua, please enter. The atmosphere here is quite vibrant. Lin Shushua smiled and stepped inside. Please, have a seat at the conference table. as Lin Shuxiue found a spot to sit. He took a seat as well to convey his approachability. Upon seeing Lin Shuxue's charming demeanor, Qin Haoyin was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 39. An interview? The first one was scolded, and now I have to interview. Ms. Lin Shuxue did not bring her resume? Lin Shuxue shook her head. I submitted it to the front desk. Qin Haoyin's expression turned grim. Please hold on for a moment. He dashed out to retrieve the resume. After a brief scan, Qin Haoyin raised an eyebrow. Business University? Lin Shuxue nodded. Yes, majoring in business administration. I am here to interview for the position of executive assistant to your esteemed general manager. Qin Haoyin glanced at the resume and then carefully observed her. Ah, Ms. Lin. You possess quite an impressive figure. Are you not from the mountain city? No, I hail from Rongqing. My aunt resides in a county below the mountain city. After interning for a while post-graduation, I recently resigned and came to the main city upon receiving your interview notification yesterday. Qin Haoyin nodded. The address listed was her university. So he naturally refrained from probing into the location of Lin Shuxue's aunt's residence. Ms. Lin, I see you served as the vice president of the student council. Adept at coordinating interdepartmental relations? Indeed, Mr. Qin. Similarly, document writing was a required course for us. And I am confident in my ability to fulfill the role of executive assistant. Lin Shuxue was quite astonished. This company was different from her previous interview experiences. There was no self-introduction required at the outset, and inquiries began immediately. Qin Haoyin paid no heed to Lin Shuxue's feelings, persistently questioning her about various matters. As the conversation deepened, they explored a wide range of topics until Lin Shuxue could no longer bear it, her tone slightly irate. Mr. Qin, these questions seem rather unrelated to the position I am applying for. Qin Haoyin, realizing this, acknowledged her point. Indeed, for the role of general manager's secretary, it was unnecessary to delve into personal matters such as boyfriends, hobbies, and opinions on official matters. Setting down the resume, Qin Haoyin fixed his gaze on Lin Shuxue with sincerity. I apologize, Ms. Lin Shuxue. I was presumptuous. I have a position that may suit you better. Would you be willing to consider it? Lin Shuxue's face flushed crimson, anger still flickering in her eyes. Uncertain of the position mentioned by Mr. Qin, her heart sank at the inquiry. She was no naive girl, having spent considerable time job hunting, and after numerous unsatisfactory interviews at various companies. She had merely sought relaxation during her visit to her aunt's home. She had encountered too many instances where a job was advertised only for the role to be misrepresented upon arrival, particularly at those deceitful companies that claimed one was suited for a sales position. Such occurrences were all too common in the mountainous city. The nature of work there often entailed making calls, engaging in tedious tasks, and calling people in for recruitment. Lin Shuxue felt a profound dissatisfaction, unbeknownst to Qin Haoyin. Mistaking the flush on the young woman's face as a reaction to his earlier question, he believed he had offended her. Miss Lin Shuxue, I am still in need of a personal secretary. Would you consider the position? Lin Shuxue sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze with anger. You despicable person, she hissed, before yanking the door open and storming out. Qin Haoyin stood in stunned silence, gazing at the now ajar office door. Moments later, Han Ting re-entered with another resume and a young woman in tow. Mr. Qin, what did you say? She seems quite upset. Qin Haoyin was equally perplexed. Just in time for your input, can you analyze the situation? He briefly recounted the exchange, studying Han Ting intently. Do you think I was in the wrong? Han Ting was utterly baffled. Mr. Qin, don't you already have 2 assistants? Your company has little to do. Why seek a personal secretary? And a beautiful one at that. What does beauty have to do with it? A man would suffice as well. I merely seek someone suitable, he replied. Han Ting regarded him with disdain. So, you intend to poach from General Manager Fong? Hey, what are you talking about? She hasn't even started yet. Moreover, didn't General Manager Fong express a preference for a male assistant? Han Ting remained unfazed. Secretary, you suggested that a male assistant would be ideal. However, if none are suitable, a female assistant will suffice. I believe Lin Shuxue fits the bill. I've consulted Secretary, and she approved bringing her in for a discussion. I had previously communicated with Lin Shuxue about General Manager Fong's preference for a male assistant. However, Mr. Qin, what is your intention in seeking a personal secretary? Should we post a job advertisement? Qin Haoyin waved his hand dismissively. No, it's just that the company is becoming busier. Han Ting pouted. The company may be busy, but you are not. Aside from showcasing products, you hardly seem occupied. Qin Haoyin chuckled at himself. Hey, who is the employee here, you or I? If you continue to spend your time watching television, I will deduct your wages. Han Ting made a pitiful face, prompting Qin Haoyan to relent. All right. I shan't tease you further. Please return to your duties. I require a personal secretary or assistant to oversee the laboratory, as I currently have no one available. He turned to Han Ting. What about you? Han Ting shook her head vigorously. No, I would never. The front desk is far more enjoyable during slow periods. I can binge-watch shows. If it weren't for the generous compensation, I wouldn't even consider being the administrative supervisor. Best of luck with the customer service interviews, Mr. Qin. Qin Haoyan's expression shifted. Oh no, I'm feeling a bit unwell. You take over the interviews. Having finished speaking, she dashed out in a hurry, leaving Han Ting and the interviewee in stunned silence. An awkward atmosphere permeated the air. Han Ting chuckled foolishly. Don't mind my boss. He is quite easygoing. Sometimes a bit silly, but he is generous with salaries and never delays payments. The interviewee, a plump young lady, gradually began to process the playful exchange between the two. Oh, it's all right. The company is vibrant and appealing to the youth, Han Ting agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, apart from General Manager Fang. There were also the soon-to-be appointed Secretary Huang Weiyang, several leaders from the technical department, and finance personnel, all of whom were quite young, fostering a pleasant company atmosphere. Shall we commence the interview? Han Ting's expression faltered. She was uncertain about how to proceed. What on earth should we discuss in this interview? Well, I suppose I can handle it. Just bear with me, the plump girl said, feeling much of her nervousness dissipate. This company was rather intriguing, and the casual nature of the interview was refreshing. It's fine. I haven't done many interviews either. How about I start with a self-introduction? Han Ting eagerly nodded. Please, have a seat. Qin Haoyan slipped out, contemplating the questions he had just posed. Was there really a problem? I merely wanted to find a personal secretary. Why do these women misunderstand? He sighed, deciding it was too bothersome. He would let Pow Pow connect to the control system and head home to pack his belongings. Qin Haoyan excused himself under the pretense of needing the restroom, exiting the office and heading straight to the elevator. He had no desire to be occupied with interviews at the company. Work? There was no joy in work compared to research. Upon returning home, after completing the programming for the control software, Qin Haoyan hurriedly gathered his things and made his way to the high-speed train station. Chapter 40. I won't earn money. I'll go home on the journey home. Qin Haoyan gazed out at the swiftly receding landscape. Ah, if only I had a fortune, I could establish a headquarters, freely conduct my research, and even create a mercenary company outside of the Great Dragon Nation, setting up a research institute to explore areas that are forbidden domestically. His eyes shimmered with depth, resembling brilliant stars. He felt a sense of urgency, yet it was not overwhelming. Research posed no challenge for him since childhood. He had absorbed knowledge daily without repetition, his intellect surpassing that of Water Blue Star long ago. The true challenge lay in industrial development. Only through such progress could he realize his research ambitions. Achieving many technological functions could not rely solely on one individual or even certain industries. A comprehensive revolution across all fields was imperative. The foremost concerns were materials, energy, and computational limits. These matters required holistic advancements, which could not be resolved simply by his eagerness. Only through the growth of his company, driving continuous upgrades in industry, could solutions be found. Additionally, there was the issue of talent cultivation. Gaining the trust of the populace throughout the Great Dragon Nation and persuading a portion of them to join him would undoubtedly prove challenging. Qin Haoyan gently closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite as he continued to refine his unprecedented plan within the confines of his mind. Surrounding him were a group of children, roughly his age, whose conversations gradually shifted from travel tips to discussions about the internet. Have you heard? Zuckerberg and a host of foreign internet magnates are coming to our mountain city. I wonder if the news is true, one of them remarked. It's said to have come out this morning, and they might be arriving by plane tonight. Why not come during the day? It's probably a hoax, another objected. Are you really that Navi? The land of the free is just across from us. When it's 7 in the morning here, it's 7 in the evening there. Our evening hours coincide with their morning. What is the issue with them arriving in the morning? I actually think it might be true, someone interjected. I heard it's related to Haotian Technology's instant translation software and their AI assistant. Nonsense. How could they possibly develop artificial intelligence? Another scoffed. Then tell me, why did some domestic tech giants suddenly question the sanctions against this company? Stop speculating. We'll know the truth once they arrive, another chimed in. But I find this company rather impressive. Look, they've accomplished what domestic firms couldn't with AI development. That's quite remarkable, one argued. Do you not realize they've spent a decade honing their craft? Not all companies rely on imitation like the domestic giants, which have thrived due to our vast population while neglecting actual technological advancement, preferring instead to engage in petty profiteering. These inferior companies deserve to be supplanted by AI. That's absurd. Without those internet giants, we'd still be suffering under the exploitation of physical store landlords, paying exorbitant prices for goods, and many would be unemployed. The group of young people suddenly erupted into a heated debate over this issue, each side presenting their arguments with fervor, unwilling to yield. It was not until someone shouted in frustration that they finally quieted down, their commotion impacting Qin Haoyan as well. He paused his actions, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Domestic giants? Or foreign tech behemoths? They all assumed a wolf was at the door, eager to snatch away their spoils, unaware that a monster was approaching, ready to upend the table and consume everything in sight. He knew those foreign giants would come, yet he remained indifferent. It was the weekend. Who wanted to work? It was time to relax and enjoy a well-deserved break. With this thought, Qin Haoyan suddenly opened his eyes and retrieved his phone. He sent a message to the work group. Latest announcement: to ensure employee morale during work hours, holidays, and regular days off, employees are prohibited from coming to the office. Violators will face a penalty equivalent to 1 month's salary. As soon as the message was dispatched, the group chat buzzed with activity, praising Qin Haoyan as a formidable, impressive, and kind leader. After a considerable time, a plain yet resentful message from Han Ting emerged, filled with grievances directed at Qin Haoyan. You are the boss, and your words are quite compelling. Yet, why did you not come for the interview? Were you not feeling unwell? How is it that you departed so suddenly, and we have not seen you all afternoon? Boss, have you perhaps found yourself in a predicament in the restroom? Should I summon someone to assist you? Qin Haoyan regarded this matter with a peculiar expression. Indeed, his actions were somewhat unscrupulous, and an apology to Han Ting was warranted. He retrieved his phone and captured a photograph of the high-speed train racing along. On the train, en route home, he encouraged, Ting Ting, keep up the good work. I believe in you. Strive diligently, and I shall increase your salary and assign you more tasks. Having just completed an interview, Han Ting, aside from the surveillance equipment in the boss's office, was tidying up. She glanced at Qin Haoyan's triumphant message, gritting her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, her heart raced with anxiety. Boss, I concede my mistakes. Please do not raise my salary or burden me further. Let me sit at the front desk and embrace my mediocrity. Thank you, dear boss. The group chat instantly buzzed with activity. Sister Ting is rather unfortunate. We are leaving. And it seems she is still in the interview. Haha, the boss is compelling employees to strive for excellence. What a first installment. Sister Ting can no longer lounge about in the office. Haha, Sister Ting, do you realize how irksome it was to see you idly watching television at the front desk? Now you can't do that. Congratulations. Oh, how you speak. This is Sister Ting, who relied on her own mediocrity, finally catching the boss's attention. This is a promotion and a raise. We must sincerely congratulate her. Han Ting read the messages, her teeth clenched, as she forcefully closed the door behind her, even changing the door lock code without permission. You think you can bully me? I will arrive at work at 10 on Monday, ensuring you cannot complete your tasks. This will infuriate you. Simultaneously, she replied in the group chat, do not take too much advantage of me. If you provoke me, I shall cut off the power during work hours, rendering you unable to finish your duties. The finance department immediately sent a pitiful emoji. Whoa, Sister Ting, I was wrong. A queue of similar messages followed. Even Fong Peng sent an identical one. Huang Weiyong felt elated. As such harmonious employee relations are cherished by all. It was exceedingly amicable, and maintaining this camaraderie at work was delightful. Even Qin Haoyan was no exception. Apart from Han Ting, everyone followed suit, echoing the finance department's sentiments. Oh, I'm the youngest. Do not call me Sister Ting, or I shall become angry and refuse to buy you fruits henceforth. The group chat was flooded with apologies. Sister Ting, I was wrong. Qin Haoyan closed his phone, a sly smile spreading across his face. You think you tech giants can summon me? No one in the company will work. Just wait. Suddenly, a group of young people nearby spoke up. Look, that person is grinning rather lewdly. Qin Haoyan's heart skipped. But he regained his composure. These individuals showed no restraint. Who among them was not peculiar? What was wrong with him being a bit eccentric? Silence, rodent. Do not speak recklessly. A companion admonished the one who had spoken, casting a nervous glance at Qin Haoyan. Seeing he had not reacted much, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Haotian naturally would not stoop to their level. As time passed, the high-speed train brought him to his destination, the county beneath the mountain city, Wancheng. His home was not in Wancheng, but in the neighboring and somewhat poorer Yulin County. Fortunately, the journey to Yulin County takes merely a little over 40 minutes, which is hardly a considerable distance. The vehicle that was to be procured by Pao Pao is still not ready, and Fong Peng did not come today. Perhaps he is occupied with this matter. It is commendable, considering he is a general manager, yet he scurries about like a mere assistant, flitting hither and thither. After some contemplation, Qin Haotian decided to take a taxi home. There is no necessity to concern himself with errands such as shopping. Once he reaches home, he can take his parents to shop. Bringing items home is simply too cumbersome. Upon entering the community, he proceeded directly to his residence. The apartment complex he purchased is quite splendid. Situated merely a 10-minute drive from his younger sister's middle school and a mere 10 minutes to the county's foremost high school, this small county is inherently modest, with nearby large shopping centers and various amusement venues. The environment of the entire complex is delightful, and their home is located on the 8th floor. He knocked on the door, and lively sounds emanated from within. I surmised that his older brother has returned. The playful voice of his sister, Qin Weiwei, could be heard. Nonsense. Your brother is still working in Shanxing. How could he possibly return at this hour? Stop fooling around and go see who it is. Qin Haotian suppressed a smile, leaning close to the peephole. The sound of footsteps approached, and Qin Weiwei pressed her large eyes against the door. Oh my, what is the matter? A voice of alarm and concern came from within, and Qin Haotian could not restrain himself, bursting into laughter. The door swung open with a loud clatter. Qin Weiwei, hands on her hips, glared at Qin Haotian with fiery eyes. Brother, Mom, he is bullying me. Their mother, Qin Mu, peeked out from the room. Indeed, it was Tian returning. Of course, I'm clever. I wouldn't be mistaken. But Mom, he is bullying me. And you're not doing anything about it. Enough of this nonsense. Your brother has traveled quite a distance to return. He must be weary. Besides, it's a miracle you're not the one bullying him. How can you claim he bullies you? In Qin Mu's eyes, her son was always quiet and composed, excelling academically. Of good character, with handsome features and robust health, never causing trouble. Conversely, her daughter was full of mischief, bounding about and stirring up trouble. Qin Weiwei pouted, scrutinizing Qin Haotian from head to toe. Mom, you're biased. And look at him, returning empty-handed, without buying anything. You silly girl, why should he buy things for himself? Mom, let's go inside, Qin Haotian gently interjected, observing the playful banter between his sister and mother. Ah, yes, Tian, come in quickly, look at your sister. She truly lacks understanding. Qin Weiwei pouted and turned, plopping down on the sofa. Entering the room, Qin Haotian noted that the layout of the house had not changed at all, with his father seated on the sofa, watching television. Dad, Qin Fu grunted, remaining unmoved. Qin Haotian maintained a serene expression as he placed his backpack on the coffee table. Hey, Mom, look at how brother is leaving his things all over. You talk too much. Go help your mother with the cooking. Qin Weiwei's lips were pursed so high they could nearly hold a soy sauce bottle. I'm doomed. I've completely lost my standing at home. Qin Haotian approached the sofa, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. What right do you have to complain? How are your studies? Qin Weiwei mumbled, her expression sulky. Do not merely ask me about my studies without purchasing anything. If you apply yourself diligently, you could earn as much as your brother and indulge in buying things for yourself. Qin's mother closed the door and approached with a cheerful demeanor, clearly in high spirits. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Haotian felt a stirring in his heart. No matter how much money one earns, nothing compares to the warmth and comfort of a harmonious family. It's just that I'm slightly lacking in language skills, math, and physics. It hardly matters. My brother is so capable, he can earn money for me to spend. Qin Weiwei, emerging from her feigned sorrow, gleefully said while wiggling her fingers, How can you, when your brother is a genius, be so foolish? It must be that you monopolized our parents' intelligence. If I were the older sister, I would undoubtedly be very clever, and you would be the foolish one. Qin Haotian raised his hand as if to strike. Hey, Mom, look at how he hits me as soon as he comes back. Qin Weiwei squealed, curling up on the sofa. Qin's mother chuckled as she watched the sibling squabble. Serves you right for speaking nonsense. Come sit for a moment. I still have a few dishes to prepare, and they will be ready soon. No rush, it's fine. And you, have you glued yourself to the chair? Hurry and wash some fruit for Tian. Qin's mother was unable to sit idle and scolded Qin's father, who sheepishly stood up to wash the fruit. This task should have fallen to Qin Weiwei, But the little girl was busy throwing a tantrum. Brother, brother. With their parents occupied, Qin Weiwei slyly crept closer, her eyes squinting with mirth. What is it? Qin Weiwei, with one hand covering her mouth, assumed a conspiratorial tone. Brother, I have to tell you. The girl our parents have in mind for you is very beautiful, you know, with ample bosoms and curves. As she said this, Qin Weiwei gestured playfully to her own figure. You will be quite fortunate in the future. Qin Haoyan forced a strained smile. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want to get hit? Qin Weiwei pouted. And here I am, giving you a heads up, yet you don't appreciate it. Reclining on the sofa, she propped herself up on her arms, her little feet playfully bouncing. But, big brother, you are so handsome, talented, and wealthy. You will surely captivate that girl. Qin Weiwei stated with certainty. You are still in middle school and calling others little girls. Besides, I didn't return to engage in matchmaking. I have no desire to date so early. Qin Weiwei nodded knowingly, her little head bobbing vigorously. I understand. A great man should first focus on earning. Qin Haoyan was both amused and exasperated. What are you saying? I told you to study hard when you go out. Don't embarrass me by saying you're my sister. Qin Weiwei took pride in her mischief. You simply don't understand. This is a blend of tradition and modernity, a step forward. Qin Haoyan gazed at his sister with affection, wishing for her academic success. Yet, as her brother, he found it inconsequential whether she excelled in her studies. As long as she could find joy without the burden of financial worries, that was all that mattered. Brother, let me tell you, studying requires a certain talent, just like you and me. Qin Haoyan raised an eyebrow. You are indeed that gifted prodigy, while I am merely the unfortunate child devoid of talent. Chapter 42. The suspected retired king of soldiers, as depicted in novels. Qin Weiyu casually remarked. Furthermore, look, that company, Haoyan, has produced an instant translation software, rendering the need to learn English obsolete. A sufficient command of the native language suffices. And mathematics is merely required for mundane tasks like grocery shopping. As for everything else, my brother can financially resolve it for me. What do I have to worry about? The life of a wealthy young lady is so unpretentious. Qin Haoyan was rendered speechless. Logically, the software had only been launched for just over a day without any promotional efforts, and the company is not particularly renowned. The recognition of the chat plugin should ostensibly be low. Qin Haoyan could only speculate when the chat would gain popularity and what the subsequent revenue figures would reveal. If it indeed takes off, Haoyan technology would firmly establish itself, with the novel website as its front and the chat plugin as its foundation. Haoyan technology would no longer require the domestic internet ecosystem. He could single-handedly carve a path through it all. Yet, even his sister, who studied in the county town, was aware of its exaggerated success. How do you know? Qin Weiyu grinned widely. Mark Zuckerberg came to our great dragon country. Is this a laughing matter? Everyone knows. Qin Haoyan affectionately ruffled his little sister's hair. Do you wish to meet them? Qin Weiyu scoffed. What is so great about meeting foreigners? I believe my brother will undoubtedly surpass them in the future, leading our great dragon country through trials and tribulations, vanquishing those foreign devils. Your faith in your brother is quite amusing, Qin Haoyan chuckled. Don't think I'm unaware. You've been studying university-level knowledge since middle school. What do you call that? Concealment. Qin Haoyan playfully tapped Qin Weiyu on the head. Hiding your talents. I admonish you to study diligently. Qin Weiyu quickly nestled into Qin Haoyan's embrace. So what? My brother is impressive. I'll simply enjoy the comforts that come with it. At this age, still acting like a child, diving into your brother's arms, Qin Haoyan remarked. What comforts? I haven't even enjoyed any comforts myself. Qin father interjected. Setting down the fruit basket, Qin Weiyu made a face, emerging from Qin Haoyan's arms to pop a slice of apple into his mouth. Brother, since our parents won't let me go out to play, could you take me out tonight? It's already past 6. Where else could we possibly go? The little girl rolled her eyes. You've returned, and you must meet that girl across the street. Surely we have to buy something, right? Is that so? Qin Haoyan teased. You must buy something for the family, don't you think? Nonsense. Qin father frowned, reprimanding Qin Weiyu sternly. Your brother is already exhausted from his journey, and you still cling to him. Qin Haoyan interjected. What my sister says holds merit. You know how mother is. She will certainly want to meet him. It would be remiss not to purchase something. I'll just take a stroll, consider it leisure, after all. Sitting in a car the whole way back is tiring. Yay, my brother is taking me out. Qin Weiyu exclaimed joyfully. Brother, why didn't you drive back? Qin Weiyu shrank her neck and wriggled out of Qin Haoyan's embrace, pretentiously sitting upright on the sofa. However, her eyes darted around, revealing her mischievous intentions. After dinner, Qin Haotian took his sister out while their father went to play cards, and their mother mentioned visiting a neighbor, thus not accompanying them. The pair headed directly to the county shopping mall, which was conveniently within walking distance. After wandering for quite some time, until his sister was satisfied, they prepared to return home. As they reached the entrance of the mall, a startled scream pierced the air. "Catch the thief!" Before they could react, a figure shot forward like an arrow. Upon closer inspection, they saw a man in a security uniform who, despite being over 100 meters behind, leaped over several barriers and apprehended the thief. Wow, could this guy be some sort of super athlete? Lu Xiang? Qin Haotian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This individual was significantly faster than Lu Xiang, exhibiting remarkable speed and reflexes. He began to ponder the man's background. With such explosive power, reaction time, and velocity, he seemed far from ordinary. How could someone like him be a mere security guard in this small county? "Let's go take a look," Qin Weiyu, ever fond of excitement, eagerly nodded in agreement. As they approached, they found a crowd had already gathered, with both hands laden with shopping bags. Qin Haotian struggled to maneuver through the throng, guiding his sister along. "Let me go, or you'll regret it," the security guard growled. His entire body taut like a hunting tiger, his eyes piercing like a hawk, exuding an aura of ferocity. Qin Haotian's pupils dilated. This man had certainly taken a life. Could he be a retired Special Forces soldier? In the Long Country, encountering a murderer was an exceedingly rare occurrence. They either disguised themselves well and remained at large, or they had met their demise. Ordinary people seldom encountered them, and if they did, they often failed to recognize them. Conversely, individuals like butchers were much more commonly seen. Qin Haotian was certain this man was not a butcher, but rather a murderer. The cold indifference in his gaze was unmistakable. Excitement surged within him. He needed such a talent. In the future, when abroad, he would undoubtedly require capable individuals. Others might not be suitable, but this man certainly would be. Moreover, if the security guard truly was a retired Special Forces member, he could help him recruit a substantial number of soldiers to accompany him. It would be a secure arrangement. As for why he was in a small county, it was likely due to circumstances such as a gravely ill sister, a useless brother, or an aging mother, tropes often found in novels, suggesting he had experienced similar hardships. Qin Haotian's mind raced with fervent thoughts. If this were indeed the case, he would strike it rich by ensuring the safety of those he cared about. Advancing technological development and eventually healing them, this man would undoubtedly feel grateful and indebted, making it easy for Qin Haotian to bring him into his fold. Wouldn't that provide him with the talent for overseas protection? "Do you know him?" Qin Weiyu inquired, shaking her head. As a young girl who spent her days studying and occasionally visiting the mall, it was unlikely she could recognize a security guard, once donned in uniform. They all appeared quite similar, save for their height. "Brother, what's wrong?" she asked, noticing his contemplative demeanor. Qin Haotian shook his head, realizing that these matters should remain undisclosed to their family, particularly concerning his younger sister, who was mischievous and outspoken. There exists a palpable trepidation that should any secrets be divulged, it would significantly jeopardize his forthcoming plans. Thank you," a woman in her 40s repeatedly apologized, her face stained with tears. The onlookers began to jeer, insisting that the thief be taken to the police station. Upon hearing this, the thief's expression shifted dramatically. These individuals were frequent visitors to the station. Their fear was not so much of the consequences as of the dreariness inside, preferring to avoid entering if possible. "Let me go, or you shall regret it," the thief menacingly threatened the security guard restraining him. This guard, however, failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation and dared to issue threats in return. "Stop it, stop. What are you doing? Wan Haotian, what on earth are you doing? Don't cause trouble." A fellow security officer, donned in a similar uniform, rushed over, cursing. Qin Weiyue's eyes brightened as she nudged Qin Haotian with her elbow and whispered, "Brother, this guy has the same name as you. We both have Haotian in our names." Qin Haotian frowned, sensing something amiss in the newcomer's demeanor. Chapter 43, Awkwardness, Misjudgments. The pain of early rising, delayed work hours. "What are you doing? Wan Haotian, are you giving up on your job? What on earth are you doing? Get back to your post." Qin Haotian's gaze was fixed intently on the thief, noticing the latter's gleeful expression. He understood immediately that the newcomer was likely in cahoots with the others, and was probably the direct superior of the security officer named Wan Haotian. The crowd grew increasingly dissatisfied, voicing their discontent. "How can you act this way? This young man has apprehended a thief, and instead of commending him, you chastise him. Indeed. He should be taken to the police station. Who are you? I shall file a complaint against you to your supervisor. The approaching security officer, his face darkened with displeasure, bellowed, What? What is happening? Your job is to stand guard, not to catch thieves. What if the higher-ups see you absent from your post? If you want to apprehend someone, do it yourselves or call the police. This individual, with a brutish demeanor, appeared far more formidable than the guard restraining the thief. Let go. What does it concern you? Do not seek to show off here. Remember, no one wants you around. I can have you discharged. And then you will have nothing to eat. The man named Wan Haotian silently released his hold, avoiding eye contact, and returned to his post. The thief, seizing the opportunity, cast a grateful glance at the portly guard, scrambled to his feet, and squeezed through the crowd, abandoning the stolen handbag on the ground. The onlookers were merely shouting. None moved to stop the thief, instead directing their ire towards the guards, including Wan Haotian. Qin Weiwei's eyes flashed with anger as she turned to speak. But Qin Haotian swiftly covered her mouth. Shoo. Qin Haotian glanced back at the mall, where the security officer continued to berate Wan Haotian. Faintly, one could hear insults regarding criminal records and being unwanted. A contemplative look crossed Qin Haotian's face. This situation seemed to diverge from his initial assumptions. This individual certainly did not resemble a special forces operative. Yet Qin Haotian was convinced that the aura of menace surrounding him could only have been cultivated through the act of taking lives, and not merely one. What was truly happening? It was perplexing. How did this differ so significantly from the narratives found in novels? Qin Weiwei finally wriggled free from Qin Haotian's grasp. Her voice tinged with indignation. What kind of novel is this, brother? You have truly disappointed me. You didn't even refute that group of people. Qin Haotian lowered his gaze to his younger sister, his eyes flickering momentarily. Let us go home. Without waiting for his irate sister, he turned and made his way homeward. The figure of someone named Wan Haotian kept resurfacing in his mind. Was he not a Special Forces soldier? Or perhaps, he was a Special Forces soldier who had committed some transgression? For instance, was it due to a demolition at home, where someone had harmed his mother, prompting him to kill in a fit of rage? Yet, even so, he should have ended up in a military court, or perhaps wandering abroad instead. It seemed that tomorrow he could seek to make contact with him. As Qin Haotian contemplated this, his pace quickened. There was no helping it. His hands were burdened with heavy items, and reaching home early would bring him relief. Hey, wait for me, you old jerk. His sister Qin Weiwei's dissatisfied voice echoed behind him. The person from earlier had impressive skills, not merely pushing the limits of human capability, but truly remarkable. What was his true identity, and how could he be recruited? The question remained whether this individual was trustworthy. Qin Haotian pondered intently. Such matters required utmost trustworthiness. A retired Special Forces soldier would be the optimal choice. Well, let us see if I can make contact tomorrow, if possible. I'll keep him close and observe him for a while. After a night of tumult, the next morning, a knock resounded on Qin Haotian's door. Mom, what is it? He replied, glancing at his phone. It was 6 in the morning. Oh my goodness. Tian, you're awake. Qin Haotian groaned inwardly. The way she said that. With such a loud knock, who besides his sister, that pig, would still be asleep? Ah, I'll be out shortly. All right. Come wash up and then join us for breakfast. Qin Haotian sighed, rubbing his throbbing head. Did I instruct my employees to start work at 9 too early? A sense of guilt washed over him. Starting at 9 meant one could hardly get enough sleep. He usually woke up naturally and often did not rise until around 9. Occasionally, he wished to indulge in a bit of laziness. On a whim, Qin Haotian sent a message in the work group. I was roused by my mother this morning. It was quite torturous. Henceforth, the company's working hours will be adjusted to 9:30, with 5 o'clock still as the closing time, and 3 allowances for arrivals before 11 each week. This message took immediate effect. After sending it, Qin Haotian felt a surge of relief. Ah, this is much better. Waking up early is truly a torment. He got up and began his morning routine. In the hall, his mother had already laid out an extravagant spread for breakfast. Qin Haotian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Glancing at the clock on the television, it was just past 6. Surely, his mother hadn't risen in the middle of the night to prepare all this? Mom, is this breakfast? Ah, breakfast. We'll eat out for lunch and dinner. Qin Haotian stood frozen. Well, we can't possibly eat all this in the morning. Isn't it wasteful to eat out for lunch and dinner? In his memory, their family's circumstances had improved, and his mother was not one to be extravagant. What was going on today? It's fine. You'll finish it. Just eat more. I. Qin Haoyan gazed upon a table adorned with 12 exquisite dishes. Has my mother raised a pig for a son? Is it even possible to consume all this? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he dashed toward his sister's room. Knock, knock, knock. The relentless rapping continued for over a minute before his sister's irate voice echoed back. Who is it? Is there an earthquake? Hurry, mother has prepared a hearty breakfast for you. She sent me to call you. With a creak, his sister, still half asleep, opened the door clad in pink cartoon pajamas, her hair resembling a bird's nest. Brother, spare me, I wish to sleep and have no desire to eat. What time is it? She exclaimed, realizing she had no phone. During summer vacation, she had banished her alarm clock from her room to indulge in the luxury of waking naturally. Yet, Qin Haoyan was unyielding. He pulled her toward the living room. Hurry. Go wash up. His sister looked up, gasping. Oh my goodness, it's 6 o'clock. No wonder I feel so tired. I must return to sleep. Qin Haoyan, however, was not one to indulge her whims. He firmly held her and dragged her to the washroom. Quickly, wash up. Breakfast awaits. If I have committed any sins, may the law punish me, but do not force me to awaken at such an early hour. Qin Weiwei clattered about in the washroom. As she stepped out, their father, still groggy, sat at the table. You truly excel at this. At home, your sister typically sleeps until 11 or 12. Qin Haoyan smiled faintly. His sister had no engagements today, but who could bear the weight of their mother's affection alone? Let us eat. By the way, mother, what is the plan after breakfast? Of course, we shall go shopping. You need to change your attire. Qin Haoyan glanced at himself, thinking he was presentable enough. Mother, that won't be necessary. How can it not be? Qin Haoyan felt the strain, yet he was not alone in this. There was a whole group sharing his plight. Chapter 44, The Tycoon Emerges. Captivating the entire internet, Mark Zuckerberg descended from the plane, his expression dark, accompanied solely by his assistant and translator. Behind him, a throng of individuals followed closely. Anyone familiar with the tech industry could instantly recognize them. All were prominent figures, presidents and founders of major internet corporations, none of whom were ordinary. Have the translator find a hotel for us to rest, he instructed. The assistant nodded, while the translator hurriedly began searching for accommodations close enough to Haotian technology. Just as Zuckerberg was speaking, the current president of Apple approached, beaming. Zach, our director in the Dragon Country has arranged rooms for us. Shall we go rest together? Despite his grim demeanor, Zuckerberg acquiesced. Apple had business interests in the Dragon Country, and accommodations arranged by locals promised a better environment and proximity. They aimed to make early contact with the founder of Haotian technology. This visit was not an official investment. They had no means to liaise with the authorities, who had not designated anyone to greet them. Cook cheerfully led Zuckerberg to their lodging. Meanwhile, the internet erupted. Brothers, I just saw a tycoon appear in the mountain city. It's real, with photographic evidence. A blogger posted a brief video that instantly went viral. Does anyone know where they are headed? Alas, esteemed individuals have truly arrived in the mountain city. Could it be that they are investing here? This time, the mountain city stands to gain immensely. My brethren, I surmise that they must be visiting Haotian technology. Impossible. That company is utterly worthless. Domestic internet giants are all rubbish. Yet Haotian technology is certainly not one of them. What is the matter? Is Haotian technology your father? Foolishness. Let me elucidate why. Coincidentally, I interviewed at their company yesterday, and there was a rather attractive woman present. Just as the internet suggests, Haotian technology prohibits overtime, offering salaries that are at least a third higher than comparable positions in the mountain city, along with comprehensive benefits. Based on this, I am convinced it is a commendable company. Are there truly companies in our nation that do not allow overtime? It's as if the clouds are smoking, isn't it? Really? I am uncertain for the time being. That is what was stated during the interview. I still do not know whether I will be employed there. But if I am, then I shall discover the outcome. However, Haotian technology does have a slight drawback. They only hire fresh graduates, and seasoned professionals need not apply. After this speaker made several comments, they fell silent. Meanwhile, the fervent discussions among others continued unabated. Many are still debating the reason for these tech giants' visit to the mountain city, whether for casual conversations or for assistance with bubbles. Most individuals are unfamiliar with the concept of bubble assistance. Qin Haotian has outright disabled its external usage functionality. The Haotian Novel Network is currently not accepting external author registrations. Only the 50,000 novel authors may utilize it. Early in the morning, curiosity abounds regarding the intentions of the leaders of these internet giants visiting the mountain city. I do not think so. Haotian technology is merely a nascent enterprise. Who knows the true reason behind this? Rumors abound. Ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news. All the major companies have converged in the mountain city, residing in the Northern District. It is important to note that Haotian technology is located in the Northern District, making this highly probable. They are likely there to seek connections. Is anyone present in the mountain city? Go and take a look. That weeping lady, Dongin, isn't she under contract with Haotian technology? Might she possess knowledge about this? Quick, let us inquire with her. She should know. What nonsense. They are merely contracted artists promoting Haotian technology, nothing more. Indeed. I too wish to sign a contract with Haotian technology. Have you perused the user agreement of the Haotian novel network? In the future, Haotian products will share data, and registered users will automatically synchronize across all products. Isn't that exhilarating? Humph. The major firms were indeed correct. Haotian technology will undoubtedly appropriate user data. Nonsense. It's merely a matter of registering with the Haotian novel network to avoid embarrassment. Clearly, it states that data will only be shared among software under the Haotian technology umbrella. Furthermore, should this agreement fail, there exists an alternative backup agreement. Unlike domestic internet companies, where refusal of the agreement precludes participation. Moreover, this is not merely a simplistic user data sharing agreement. It is explicitly stated that there will be benefits. Although the specifics remain unclear, as someone involved in the internet sector, achieving this is exceedingly challenging, infinitely more so than the data of 12,306. The scale of data interaction is immense. However, if Haotian technology truly manages to develop artificial intelligence, it may indeed succeed. Yet, the feasibility of this profit-sharing initiative remains uncertain. Moreover, it appears that the requirement for 100 million individuals' consent complicates the process significantly. Many lack independent thought. They accept whatever is presented to them without verification. It is no wonder that so many subpar companies thrive domestically. When criticizing others, they fail to consider whether the fault lies within their own reasoning. The education of our populace still has a long way to go. Indeed, it is perplexing. Do they not realize their own shortcomings? Is it possible that Haotian technology has not engaged in data theft? They themselves have acknowledged it. Are all these major companies in the country deceiving us? Think critically. How could so many large enterprises be dishonest? It is evident that they have indeed engaged in data theft, particularly in the realm of artificial intelligence, which excels at it. Foolish interlocutor, do you suggest that those international internet giants are inferior to the domestic entrepreneurs? What an astute entrepreneur! The breadth of your perspective is commendable. The online community is abuzz with speculation, and numerous streamers and media outlets are rushing to the entrance of Haotian Technology's office in the Northern District. They wait and wait until 9 o'clock. Yet, no one arrives. When does Haotian Technology commence operations? It's already 9, and still no one is here. I suppose it might be 9:30. Do you think it's possible that today is Saturday and they don't have to work? Surely not, aside from public institutions and those dependent on them. Are there really companies that take weekends off? Indeed, they must have communicated with the major internet companies. There should be some correspondence or phone calls. I don't know. Those present are live streaming, and there is still no activity. Let us wait. With uncertainty, they continue to wait until 9:30, then 10 o'clock, and then 10:30. Finally reaching 11 o'clock. They are perplexed. Could it be that the intelligence was erroneous, and they are not meeting here at all? Is anyone waiting for those prominent figures? I am. They just left in their vehicles, still unaware of the situation. Let us wait. A resolution will come. Ah, I see a group of individuals, possibly government officials. Engaging with them. Perhaps this is a governmental arrangement. They are changing locations. Everyone, we must keep track. We cannot afford to lose sight of them. The online discourse intensifies. By 11 o'clock, many are awake. This news has surged to the top of trending topics. Everyone is eager to understand why these leaders have come to Shanxing. Is it to meet with Haotian Technology, and for what technological purpose? Chapter 45. Employees of Haotian Technology dare not move, they have stirred, observing their route. It seems they are heading towards the Haotian Technology office, a location I am familiar with. Furthermore, there are officials leading the way, although the scale is modest and discreet. It is indeed official personnel. The netizens are becoming increasingly excited, unsure of which live stream to enter. With an overwhelming number of self-media outlets, the coverage is fragmented, each presenting its own perspective. Until one message emerges, Shanxing Satellite TV is providing comprehensive live coverage. Viewers flock to the Shanxing Satellite TV live stream. This exemplifies the advantage of local television, which can swiftly connect to relevant resources. Generally speaking, one always cares for their family. The entire scene is divided into two parts. On one side, the dazzling office of Haotian technology, glimmering with countless lights. On the other, a long procession of vehicles, akin to a dragon, steadily advancing towards Haotian technology. Along the way, small cars dart back and forth with remarkable speed. The number of viewers in the live broadcast has been soaring, 100,000, 500,000, 3 million, 8 million, until it reaches over 30 million. It is noteworthy that this is a Saturday morning, well past 11 o'clock. Many individuals are either at work, preparing meals, or enjoying leisure activities. To witness 30 million people online in a small television broadcast is a testament to its allure. One can only commend the influential leaders of renowned global internet enterprises. Naturally, this is also closely connected to the people of the Great Dragon Nation. Everyone is aware that these prominent figures have gathered in the Great Dragon Nation, specifically in the Mountain City, and it is now clear that they are seeking Haotian technology. But for what purpose? Is it due to the inadequacy of Haotian technology's products? Or is there another reason? Of course, most are not oblivious. Haotian technology has only released 3 products. It is unlikely that such a multitude of leaders would converge upon the Mountain City merely for a casual game. The most plausible draw seems to be the suspected artificial intelligence assistant and chat software. These 2 applications are the most likely to captivate such influential individuals. Indeed, they have arrived at Haotian technology at the entrance of the Taishan building. However, something feels amiss. If they are here to consult with Haotian technology, there must have been prior communication. Why, then, has Haotian technology not yet opened its doors, with so many prominent figures present? It seems rather presumptuous for Haotian technology not to extend a warm welcome. One might argue that they are the ones seeking Haotian technology's expertise. Why should Haotian's employees be the ones to greet them? It appears that some individuals have knelt for so long that they can no longer stand. Yet, these figures wield considerable influence worldwide, and such behavior may be deemed impolite. If word spreads, others may claim that the Great Dragon Nation lacks decorum. I share the sentiment that such arrogance is unbecoming. A company that behaves thus is unlikely to thrive, and it remains a mystery how they have developed such formidable capabilities. Could it be that Haotian technology has surreptitiously acquired technology? What a laugh, stealing. There is no parallel in the world. Where could they possibly have stolen it from? How could anyone attempt to replicate the number 1? Moreover, who would be foolish enough to question Haotian technology's strength? It's laughable. If they truly lacked capability, would it necessitate a collective ban by domestic internet giants? As the online chatter escalates, some employees of Haotian technology are just now waking up. The first to speak up is Sun Hai, exclaiming, "Is this for real, Boss Chin? Please clarify the truth of this matter. Are we now starting work at 9:30? No way, don't do this. We can barely complete our tasks as it is, and now you want to shorten our hours? Are you only looking at part of the picture?" A colleague interjects. What President Chin mentioned was that 3 days a week, we are allowed to arrive by 11 o'clock. When the staff inquired further, no one responded to his confusion. None of the senior management, Fong Peng, Chin Hao, Huang Ya, or Huang Weiyang, had replied in the group chat. The employees remained unconcerned, as the management traditionally observes weekends off. If President Fong and the others had prior knowledge, they would undoubtedly have announced it ahead of time. Unbeknownst to them, the likelihood of seeking out the boss over this matter during the weekend was minimal. Did they truly believe that there would be no salary deductions? Some employees began to engage with the app, attempting to find amusement for themselves. Upon observing, one could only be taken aback. Being at the top of the trending list was no trifling matter. It was almost a certainty that it would garner attention. Even if only a handful of individuals would click to view it. Naturally, they merely observed, with no one daring to voice their thoughts. The principal reason was the surreal nature of Haotian technology. The boss could simply snap his fingers and shift to an entirely new idea, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, these concepts did not torment the employees. They were often beneficial undertakings. At worst, they merely resulted in a bit of extra busyness, which was hardly an issue. The company treated them so well. What was a little additional work in the grand scheme of things? In truth, Fong Peng was already aware of all this. Upon rising early in the morning, he noticed the group messages and struggled to suppress his urge to inquire with General Manager Chin. At this juncture, he refrained from asking. His salary was not particularly high, amounting to only 50,000 a month. A deduction of 1 or 2,000 would be burdensome for him. Who knew if General Manager Chin might impose a 5,000 deduction? That would indeed be painful. Compared to the uproar online, this situation was hardly significant during working hours. Most employees at Haotian Technology were quite endearing. Even after work, when there was little to occupy their time, they would often engage in programming at home. Otherwise, progress would not be so swift. He was aware of the online buzz regarding major foreign internet giants rallying to Haotian Technology. Although General Manager Chin did not speak, the message was clearly conveyed. It's your business if you seek me out. I have made no promises. However, as the clock approached 11, when the official representatives arrived to escort them to Haotian Technology, Fong Peng found it increasingly difficult to sit still. Particularly, one individual among them was none other than the Minister of Commerce, Minister Zheng, with whom he had been liaising. What would he do if they received a call? Aren't you going? His wife, Wu Qianyan, nudged him. Fong Peng offered a wry smile. General Manager Chin had decreed that no one was allowed to work over the weekend. Those who did would face fines. After the last public relations debacle when they attended, did everyone not end up fined? Wu Qianyan's face bore a gentle smile. She was not anxious about the few thousand yuan. Instead, she jested with Fong Peng. Your boss is truly generous, penalizing for overtime while forbidding it, ensuring you spend more time at home with family. Fong Peng chuckled in response. It was precisely because he understood that they could not voice their grievances. The entire company was indebted to the boss. What could they do? Yet, such a significant event with so many giants visiting their company. Wu Qianyun pointed towards the live stream. Look, they're already at your company's doorstep. Appearing rather bewildered. Are you certain you want to reach out to your boss? What if, rest assured, I am more familiar with the boss than you are. I want to bother. It's inconsequential. I'll handle it myself. This time, the fine will undoubtedly start at 10,000. If I contact the boss, my salary for the month would surely be deducted entirely. Wu Qianyan fell silent at this. A deduction would indeed be beneficial for Fong Peng to prioritize family, even if it meant working from home and spending time with them. However, should the deductions accumulate, it would be troublesome, even if not physically debilitating. Then you shall manage it. Wu Qianyan stated matter-of-factly. Fong Peng regarded her as if she were foolish. Wife, do you truly comprehend the words you have spoken? Consider this. Should the company advance into the ranks of the Global 500 a full 6 months ahead of schedule, what sort of financial elevation might I, as the current general manager, anticipate? Wu Qianyan found herself momentarily speechless, for the logic was undeniable. Chapter 46, a screenshot that sparked a bloodbath. What shall we do then? Your boss is quite amusing, seemingly uninterested in profit. No, our boss is indeed very much interested in profit, perhaps more than anyone else. Yet he possesses a strong sense of integrity and disregards these individuals entirely. Otherwise, do you think he would have chosen this moment to return home? Qin Haoyan was oblivious to Fong Peng's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely mocked him with glee. Why has he returned home so suddenly? It is because his mother is summoning him. Do you think these people could actually intimidate him? Huang Weiyang and Yun Shanshan exchanged glances, pondering. Why not ask your boss? Huang Weiyang, a seasoned executive, shook his head thoughtfully. The company has always been steered by General Manager Qin and Manager Fong. It would be inappropriate for me to inquire at this moment. We shall simply observe. They will manage the situation. If the company were truly concerned, they would have reached out to me by now, and their silence indicates a lack of regard for the matter. Weiyang, do you think they might? Huang Weiyang, having shared many affectionate years with his wife, sensed her unease at the slightest shift in her demeanor. She was concerned about her significance. This is a leading global internet enterprise. Although he had worked with a few of them for a time, he felt he barely registered in their hierarchy. He reassured her. Shanshan, there is no need for such suspicion. Consider this. Those foreign magnates are equally perplexed, and their local officials are currently as frantic as ants on a hot stove. This suggests they are entirely unaware of the situation. Huang Weiyang's face shone with wisdom. Judging by the message the boss sent earlier this morning, it is likely he does not regard this matter with urgency, and thus, we need not fret unduly. If I am not mistaken, Manager Fong must also be at a loss, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. As he spoke, his phone rang. It was none other than Fong Peng. Ah, speak of the devil, and he doth appear. Fong Peng's lips curled into a broad smile, confident that Fong was reaching out to cause him trouble. Hello, Manager Fong. Secretary Weiyang, I see you have awakened. Huang Weiyang, irked, smacked his thigh in frustration. Indeed, he should have pretended not to have his phone on him. Yet now, it was too late for such pretenses. Yes, Manager Fong, it is the weekend. Did not the boss instruct against overtime? Fong Peng was momentarily stunned. as his intention had been to incite Huang Weiyang to inquire with General Qin on how to resolve the issue. He had not anticipated this reversal of fortune. Well, I merely wish to engage in conversation. Discussing work shall not encroach upon your time, will it? Huang Weiyang wore a smug expression. His suspicions had proven correct. Not at all, Manager Fong. Do you have any instructions? Fong Ping, too, was not one to be trifled with. Huang Weiyang clearly perceives his intentions. While General Qin appears nonchalant, yet the individuals he selects are exceptionally capable and should not be underestimated. However, the other party can take the lead in conversation. And he is not a fool. With a clever twist of his mind, he devises a solution to this predicament by engaging in continuous dialogue with Huang Weiyang. He ensures that Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Commerce is unable to reach him, thus rendering the minister powerless. As long as he endures this situation, it will amount to nothing significant. Subsequently, Fong Ping recounts everything from the very beginning to the breakfast of the day, even mentioning a few trivialities, and discusses the current state of the company in great detail. Initially, Huang Weiyang finds it somewhat perplexing, but he soon grasps the underlying intricacies. He smiles and engages in conversation with Fong Ping. This situation is indeed advantageous for him. The more he comprehends the company in detail, the quicker he can adapt to his work. With this ease on their side, both parties benefit. Outside Haotian technology, however, Minister Zhang is drenched in sweat. With so many high-profile figures gathered, he finds himself rebuffed. It is worse than a mere closed-door meeting. They have outright locked him out, ignoring his presence entirely. Online, the majority of people find amusement in this turn of events. Most citizens possess a sense of patriotism. In the past, only Longshan Company has persevered through the relentless sanctions imposed by the Eagle country. Despite the rising cost of various products, they are undeniably a legitimate Chinese enterprise, diligently researching advanced technologies and developing numerous products that circumvent foreign patents. Under the seemingly desperate oppression from the Eagle country, only Longshan stands tall, while other companies bow and scrape like dogs. Upon first glance, most patriotic individuals find themselves drawn to Haotian technology, in stark contrast to the official demeanor, which resembles a dog eagerly awaiting a grand entrance. Haotian technology's stance is refreshingly unapologetic. No one would be foolish enough to believe that Haotian technology is unaware of the situation. With the uproar surrounding it, even if the boss is preoccupied, the employees will surely bring it to the attention of the higher-ups. Thus, they wait in anticipation. What does it matter to you, the global internet giants? I simply do not care. The live broadcast captures the sounds of the commotion. Everyone understands that Minister Zhang is sweating profusely while attempting to contact the person in charge at Haotian Technology. I want the answer. I'm merely playing a game. What is going on? The district secretary wears a grim expression. Now that he cannot reach anyone, and with so many prominent figures present, Haotian Technology seems poised for upheaval. Were it not for the explicit mention of the top leaders from Shanxing, he would consider suppressing Haotian Technology himself. Such ignorance is embarrassing, not only for him but also for international friends. What of Shanxing's image? Everyone watches this spectacle with amusement, and occasionally, a few critics emerge to disparage Haotian Technology. But it does nothing to diminish the public's affection for the company. Meanwhile, Hua Min and Ning Huanle receive 2 screenshots without names, only content. After examining them closely, they are filled with excitement. This is internal information from Haotian Technology. It goes without saying that the source is undoubtedly an employee of Haotian Technology. The 4 individuals did not deliberate. They promptly downloaded 2 images, organized and edited them, and then posted them. This act incited a tremendous uproar. Remarkable, indeed, is Haotian Technology. As I mentioned earlier, it appears that Haotian Technology does not require overtime on weekends. Extra hours are compensated, which explains why I have yet to receive anything, apparently. They're on holiday. This situation is quite awkward. I genuinely wish to work at Haotian Technology. Alas, the dreadful capitalists have infiltrated our nation, leaving no path for the masses. How do you expect entrepreneurs to perceive this? The malevolent nature of capitalism is evident. Is life at Haotian Technology truly that splendid? A single stone has stirred up 1,000 waves, prompting everyone to engage in conversation. Upon witnessing this, Ning Huanle briefly conversed with the individual who shared the photographs. After gathering the information, she promptly posted it in the comments section, opting to pin it. The content was straightforward, outlining Haotian Technology's working hours and salary benefits. Down with the capitalists. Oh, I misspoke. It is the imperialists and entrepreneurs who must be overthrown. Indeed, I have grown weary of merely envying. It is time to dismantle the entrepreneurial class. Observe the disgraceful stance of the official media. It is nauseating for ordinary people to contemplate. In an instant, the number of viewers in the live stream dwindled as many flocked to Ning Huanla's account to comment. Before long, astonishment set in. Chapter 47. Fong Peng hurried over, only to find the company gates barred. Our base is lost. Ning Huanla's account has been suspended. Huh. The notion of free speech is but a farce. Those with the means should escape while they can. The so-called 1450 has been identified, and I must confess, I too am one of them. Report me if you will. I shall dine for free and receive 200,000 in return. Such rubbish. I might as well be a 1450 and observe the repugnant behavior of the official media. No wonder countless individuals are fleeing. The affluent sons and daughters are not wrong in their assertions. Let us cease the commotion. It has always been thus. As one regarded as trash, have you not yet awakened? We shall endure the oppression of our generation. If we lack capability, it is best to refrain from procreation. Hush. Such sentiments are not to be voiced. Do you truly wish to be confined? Young ones, become mere fuel rods. Do not burden yourselves. The next generations must emerge. With Ning Huanla's account suspended, the people found no outlet for their frustrations and surged into the Shanqing satellite TV live stream, where they could express themselves freely. The barrage of comments nearly overwhelming the screen. Concurrently, self-media outlets were expelled, leaving only mainstream media and the flustered bosses and executives. What is happening? Upon realizing their arrival, how could Haotian Technology dare to be absent from the company? Failing to answer calls or declining them is one thing, but knowing they were coming, how audacious. A small company. Yet with a mere command, these individuals can render all of Haotian Technology's products unsellable. To offend them is to court disaster. With matters escalating to this extent, it was only natural that someone within the country alerted Apple and these executives, ensuring the news reached the ears of these business leaders. A holiday? Does leisure outweigh profit? They have come to negotiate a buyout. For such a modest company not to prostrate itself in welcome is simply unacceptable. The audacity is astonishing, a complete disregard for authority. The officials in the Northern District are losing face, incessantly urging Minister Zheng. Minister Zheng is distraught, lamenting that he should have ensured his subordinates kept their phones on hand. Now, when he attempts to call, the line is busy and no one answers. He resolves that next time, he must ascertain the residences of these high-ranking officials, if necessary. He will resort to abduction. The authorities in the mountainous city are also stirred. Haotian Technology is merely a potential contender among the four giants of the internet. Yet, standing outside its doors, one could cause tremors felt worldwide. It is indeed a true titan. The hierarchy of importance is clear to all. In this moment, the focus is naturally on the internet behemoths, with many nearly bowing in submission. Such is the reality in Long Kingdom, where numerous esteemed domestic enterprises suffer unfair treatment abroad, while countless foreign entrepreneurs receive adulation upon their arrival. This stark contrast is undeniable and incomparable. Minister Zhang feels an overwhelming burden, persistently dialing Fong Ping's number, cursing under his breath about the necessity of this prolonged communication. Fong Peng himself is at his limit, watching Minister Zhang, who remains steadfast in making calls during the live broadcast, on the verge of tears. He is left to ponder trivial matters regarding Huang Weiyang's daily habits, almost to the point of inquiring about his personal life. Huang Weiyang, unable to maintain his composure, exclaims that if this line of questioning continues, he might truly break down. Fong, perhaps it would be best to end the call and answer him instead. If you don't, the authorities might just come to your home. Fong Ping, feeling awkward, acknowledges the truth of this. Huang Weiyang subtly remarks that nearly an hour has passed and his daughter has returned home. Fong Ping, with a mournful expression, laments the situation he finds himself in. If he doesn't attend, General Qin will certainly not show up, as he has returned to his hometown. If he goes, his salary will undoubtedly be docked. Perhaps you could send someone from the front desk instead? Huang Weiyang, understanding Fong Ping's predicament, offers this suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Peng lets out a heavy sigh. Fine, let them deduct a month's salary. The front desk staff earn so little, and their situation is no less challenging. If Han Ting were here, she would surely be in tears. Indeed, her role is demanding. She longs to be merely at the front desk, playing on her phones, watching movies, free from the responsibilities of an administrative supervisor. She yearns for the days when she could sit at the front desk, indulging in her phone, with no oversight from the boss or Fong Peng, basking in the envious gazes of her colleagues. Although her pay is the lowest in the company, It is among the highest for the same position in the mountainous city. This life is comfortable. She does not wish to burden herself with the pressure of an additional 1 or 2,000 in salary. So shall we hang up? Fong Peng realizes that he is undoubtedly doomed this time. After ending the call, before Minister Zhang can reach out again, he briskly heads to the company. These big bosses are utterly foolish. If no one is present, why not simply leave? Yet, they persist in waiting like fools for an hour. They earn thousands per minute. Why shouldn't he indulge in that as well? The only difference is that he earns far less than that. Fong Ping, in a foul mood, descended the stairs and received a call from Minister Zhang in the elevator. His tone was extremely displeased, merely uttering "I'm here" before abruptly terminating the call. Minister Zhang, left flabbergasted, found it baffling that while the previous General Qin had treated him like a fool, now Fong Ping, who had previously been somewhat courteous, was behaving so strangely. As Fong Peng arrived, everyone was taken aback. The door refused to open. The livestream's comments were lively with amusement. Haha, this is hilarious. Is Haotian technology really sending a dummy over? They can't even open the door. Minister Zhang, drenched in sweat, approached Fong Ping, pleading, General Fong, don't play me like this. Am I to return and face a reprimand? With a stern expression, Fong Ping felt the weight of the cameras upon him and could hardly voice any objections. He pulled out his phone and dialed Han Ting, the room falling into a hush as they awaited the outcome. The audience had lost interest in the unfolding events, only eager to know when these prominent business figures would finally be able to step into Haotian technology. It should be soon. That's the general manager of Haotian technology. I work in this building, and I've heard everyone refer to him as General Fong. Come on, General Fong. Does the boss not know the password to his own company's store? The comments were jubilant as Fong Peng managed to connect with Han Ting, who was equally irritable. He was acutely aware of the live stream, fearing he might become a laughingstock. Han Ting, why did you change the password? Han Ting, engrossed in her favorite television drama at home and oblivious to the online stir, responded with conviction, General Fong, you specifically instructed me to change the password occasionally. Now that you're at the company, I must inform General Qin and deduct your salary. After hanging up, she initially dismissed the matter but, recalling Fong Peng's displeased tone, felt a twinge of apprehension. After some contemplation, she decided to call Qin Haotian to shift the blame. Qin Haotian, feeling utterly drained, trailed behind his mother, who was a terror when shopping. Especially when she encountered acquaintances, she would boast and chat endlessly, from 7 in the morning until afternoon, still seemingly unsatisfied. As she picked out clothes for him. Chapter 48. Qin Haotian receives Fong Peng's outrageous diatribe upon receiving Han Ting's complaint. Qin Haotian was taken aback. Under such pressure, why would Fong Peng even bother going to the company? Had he disregarded his own words about imposing fines? Was he initiating a competition among employees? What was the point of that? Frustrated, he pulled out his phone and was momentarily stunned by the 99 notifications. So many? Without further contemplation, he quickly typed, Fong Peng. Have you gone to the company? For what purpose? Didn't I say not to work overtime during your rest period? You already forgot that your salary was docked? This month's wages are gone. The quarterly bonus is forfeited. Finance, take note. Moreover, Fong Peng, why bother showing them any courtesy? Curse them out. The coarser your words, the more I will personally reward you with a bonus equal to a month's salary. Exhausted, Qin Haotian hastily sent the messages and switched off his phone. Instantly, his mood lightened. This is what being a boss entails. Venting frustrations on subordinates can miraculously uplift one's spirits. Indeed, I am a nefarious capitalist, Qin Haotian mused contentedly. When his mother's voice interrupted him. Haotian, come quickly. Once we finish trying on the last piece of clothing, we shall dine. I am famished. He perked up, a bright smile illuminating his face. This was indeed a double blessing. It seemed that whenever misfortune struck, one could simply scold Fong Peng to alleviate the situation. He quickly dismissed that thought. Being the chief steward of the company was no easy task, and it was best to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for others. He hurried over with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Fong Peng had just hung up the phone, wearing a wry smile as he regarded Minister Zhang. The front desk won't give me the password. I can't get in. You may as well head back. At this remark, the room erupted in disbelief. The live stream was filled with laughter. After all this time, everyone was aware that the internet tycoon had been thwarted at the gates of Haotian technology. The number of viewers in the live room steadily climbed, nearing a staggering 100 million. 100 million viewers, an absolutely terrifying figure. The daily active users of Douyin were only 520 million, yet the live stream was drawing in 100 million. Are you serious, Mr. Fong? There are so many big shots waiting. Fong Peng wore a look of helplessness. How could he not be aware of the presence of these influential figures? Yet, what could he do? He dared not call the boss. The front desk had unilaterally changed the password, and now they were ignoring him. What was he supposed to do? Break down the door? What a joke. For a group of bosses who were destined to disregard them. While they were suffering, the big shots were certainly displeased. They had waited for nearly an hour and a half. Where they were accustomed to receiving royal treatment, here they found themselves neglected. Neglect was one thing. But the door remained shut. This was an affront to their dignity. Director Jiang, this situation is quite unscrupulous of you. We have encountered such unfair treatment in the Great Dragon Country. I shall certainly inform the world of this upon my return. The Great Dragon Country is indeed inferior, trashy, uncivilized, and unrefined. Director Jiang Guangming of the North District wore a look of disgrace. This was a nationwide broadcast. A blatant slap in the face to his status as the top official of the Mountain City's North District. He was, after all, a level 4 official. And yet someone dared to treat him with such disrespect. Fong Ping, you must resolve this matter, he insisted. Fong Ping appeared troubled. Just as a message pinged on his phone. He thought it might be a savior, but upon glancing down, he saw a message from Qin Haoyan that sent a wave of darkness before his eyes, choking him momentarily. After taking a few deep breaths, he steadied himself and resolved to confront the crowd with a loud roar. I'll deal with you. I quit. What nonsense is this? Who agreed to your presence? Do you really consider yourselves important? I refuse to cater to you. And you sycophants, a bunch of worthless creatures. Have you truly deluded yourselves into thinking you matter? A collection of good-for-nothings, expecting us to serve you? Get lost. After unleashing his tirade, Fong Peng pushed through the crowd and strode away nonchalantly, leaving behind a stunned audience and a raucous live stream. Wow, this guy is impressive. Is he an official? And he dares to speak like that? During a nationwide live broadcast, the fear of being apprehended for 7 days, or even facing a serious sentence of 1 to 2 years, looms large. Indeed, Haotian technology seems to be comprised of individuals lacking merit, audacious enough to insult foreign magnates. The persistent emphasis on the shortcomings of the Dragon Nation's citizens has now manifested, leaving many speechless. How disgraceful. I shall never use products from Haotian technology, a company devoid of basic decency. It feels gratifying to witness such candid criticism. After all, this is a creation of our Dragon Nation, and why should we negotiate with foreign enterprises? The satisfaction is akin to savoring a ginseng fruit. This robust denunciation resonates well, as many remain silent, subservient for too long, unable to stand tall. Hearing such scathing remarks brings me immense relief. Fellow compatriots, let us rally in support of Haotian technology. The novels are reasonably priced, and with points available, one can engage in delightful conversations, alleviating any worries about comprehension. My friend, let us share a word. Brothers, lifelong comrades. Surely you understand the essence of sharing. The speed at which this vehicle accelerates is astonishing. Chinese ingenuity knows no bounds. Everyone, let us venture to the Haotian novel website and show our support. Such audacity is necessary to awaken those who have been subjugated for too long. Kudos to Haotian technology. District Chief Jiang Guangming wore a grim expression. Despite his deep cunning, he found it hard to endure the current situation. Who dares to speak so contemptuously? Does Haotian technology wish to jeopardize its standing? And what of that general manager? These individuals have lingered here for so long. Surely the owner is aware, as are the employees. Yet, not a single person has come forth. Shut down the live stream. His subordinates were filled with hesitation. At this moment, terminating the broadcast seemed unwise. The chorus of voices could be damaging, revealing their apprehension. I commanded you to shut down the stream. If you're unwilling to continue, then leave. Jiang Guangming was beside himself with rage. In the past, his subordinates would intuit his desires, yet today he found himself shouting in frustration. Such authority from this district chief warrants investigation by the state. Yes, a probe is warranted. Just look at him. He must be up to no good. How naive. If you truly investigate, 95% of those involved would be found wanting, their own integrity compromised. Would they dare to scrutinize themselves? Stop your unfounded talk. Trust in the state. What about those revelations? It's merely a matter of victors and vanquished. Enough of this. I cannot continue, or I may find myself in a precarious situation. What do you ordinary people know of the intricacies at play? As the live stream abruptly ended, the barrage of comments ceased. In that instant, everyone turned inward. With the broadcast gone, even the sole account associated with Haotian technology faced a ban. What will Haotian technology do next? Meanwhile, Huang Weiyang received word. Chapter 49. Those who spoke on behalf of Haotian technology faced attacks. Assemble a top-notch legal team. Has the overseas company been established yet? Huang Weiyong offered a wry smile. Where would that happen so swiftly? Even the review process in the Cayman Islands requires a week. Qin Haotian, taking advantage of a moment during a meal, found himself watching the live stream. Upon witnessing Fong Peng's furious departure, I could not help but smile faintly. In such a manner, undeterred by the heavens or the earth, and willing to offend many, we could establish a base abroad, allowing us to develop without restraint. At the very least, a significant portion of the employees would align with me. Fong Peng's vehement outburst was refreshing. I could only wonder how the incompetent individuals back home would react. They hold power, leaving him with no recourse. Naturally, they must protect Fong Peng, for only then could the company possess robust credibility, enabling us to secure a foothold overseas. Once we establish formidable forces, we could found a nation and thrive. As for the so-called lighthouse country and other Western nations, I would refrain from making empty threats, instead guiding public opinion under the pretext of safety and interests. In recent years, the common populace in our great nation has suffered immensely for the sake of profit. The affluent have always been self-serving. Expecting them to uplift the impoverished is a futile hope. Those who wish to challenge me should consider whose technological prowess is superior. Should it come to conflict, I shall strike fiercely. Globally, aside from a select few nations, private land ownership is acknowledged. If I can acquire a substantial piece, I can resolve the base issue, develop a formidable armament, and confront the ravenous wolves head-on. Should they dare to deploy troops, I shall devise a means to eliminate them. Qin Haotian's mind is brimming with advanced technologies, yet he chooses to keep them concealed, particularly within our great nation where many matters are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Qin Haotian is acutely aware of his status as an ordinary man, albeit an extraordinary one. He discreetly instructs Pao Pao to connect Fong Peng's well-established overseas accounts to Chang Liao. These preparations must be made promptly. While officials seethe with anger and founders storm out, Zuckerberg remains rooted in place. His assistant, witnessing the exodus, frets in agitation. With the principal absent and the atmosphere so haughty, why should they persist in this backward and arrogant country? Yet, Zuckerberg understands that this software has become powerful enough to determine Facebook's fate. The survival of a software does not solely hinge on its technological superiority, but rather on its users. Chang Liao could attract a vast user base, once installed. Global communication would face no obstacles, ensuring high user retention. This would render Facebook unstoppable in the market. Find the general manager. We must acquire the founder of Haotian Technology's phone number and arrange a face-to-face meeting. We must secure this product. If our rivals obtain it and even sign exclusive agreements, we will be in dire straits, Zuckerberg declared before hastily departing with his assistant. Remaining here would yield no results. Boss, we cannot locate that individual, his assistant reported. A grim expression darkening Zuckerberg's face. You are an assistant, not a fool. Devise a solution. Does the great dragon nation's official contact not have their information? Go and seek it out. Hurry. We cannot afford to pause. The assistant, left with no alternative, approached the representatives of the esteemed Dragon Kingdom official to express his employer's desire for Fong Peng's contact information. As prominent figures from the internet industry arrived in the mountainous city, Chang Guang ascended via a ladder, experimenting with various functionalities of the chat application. Astonished, he shared his experiences on the campus forum, accompanied by links to the Haotian Novel Network and Haotian Technology's official website. However, the official site offered no means to access the chat plugin, which could only be obtained through the Haotian Novel Network, an astute maneuver by Qin Haotian. With a tarnished reputation, he felt indifferent. The primary objective was to drive traffic to the Haotian Novel Network by any means necessary. If even 1 out of 100 users remained to read novels on the site, it would be worthwhile. Moreover, the translation capabilities of the chat application surpassed all other translation software available on the market. Web literature, particularly the fantasy genre from the Dragon Kingdom, enjoys considerable popularity abroad. Attracting that particular user demographic would present no insurmountable challenges. Although the Cayman Islands company had yet to finalize its registration, the overseas version of the Haotian Novel Network was already operational. For the assistant, it was as effortless as eating or drinking. Upon Chang Guang's announcement, he was immediately met with scorn from over a dozen individuals, accusing him of speaking insincerely for monetary gain. Infuriated, Chang Guang felt a surge of indignation. He had merely stated the truth, yet faced hostility. Typing furiously, he mused about the nature of the critics, whether they were bots or real people. However, He was well aware of the tendencies of major domestic internet companies. If they were indeed genuine users, they could simply take advantage of the 3-day free trial without incurring any costs. He cautioned them that all software under the Haotian technology umbrella shared registration information. Logging in required a phone number verification code, a password, as well as facial and fingerprint biometrics. If they were unwilling, they ought not to experiment recklessly. After conveying this lengthy message, he chose to disengage. Meanwhile, after watching the live stream, he was left in awe, repeatedly shaking his fists in exhilaration. Indeed, this was the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom people imbued with pride, unlike those spineless individuals. How dare they criticize Cook, the president of Apple? The entire Haotian technology team deserved better. How could such a subpar company exist in the Dragon Kingdom? Although Chang Guang felt a surge of anger, he ultimately restrained himself. No matter the vitriol directed at him, it could not diminish his support for Haotian technology. On another front, Ma Mingyuan completed a remarkable 30,000 words. He was thriving, currently juggling 3 projects simultaneously, earning over 700 daily, a testament to his flourishing lifestyle. In a hurried visit to Dongyin, he found nothing amiss, even contemplating the disappearance of the Ning Huanla account. Cleverly, he recalled those involved with Ning Huanla and promptly commented on the Dongyin accounts of Hua Min and others. There were indeed scattered comments from individuals expressing their concerns. Hua Min and others responded to their loyal fans, elucidating the reasons behind the suspension of the Ning Huanla account. Some expressed righteous indignation on behalf of Haotian technology, which was met with reassurance from Hua Min and his associates. If these accounts were to be suspended, it would spell disaster. After Qin Haotian learned of these developments through the assistant, he began to contemplate various strategies. The assistant proposed establishing a forum on the Haotian novel network, linking it with both domestic and international websites. Notify Hua Min and her 3 companions to manage the forum, ensuring it does not descend into chaos. Qin Haotian continued to ponder. Now, everything is in order. All that remains is the successful registration of the Cayman Islands Company, allowing the foreign website to operate and charge under an authorized name. Additionally, a portion of funds will be redirected to support operations domestically. It remains to be seen how the platform will be utilized. Chapter 50. User feedback. Qin Haotian was aware that Feng Peng had numerous matters to attend to, so he refrained from troubling him. Perhaps there were fires to extinguish in the backyard. Daily, he found himself preoccupied with his phone during meals. Qin Weiwei, who had once been chatty, now sat in silence, casting curious glances at Qin Haotian. Mom, it's nothing. I have some company matters to handle. You needn't worry about me, he reassured her. Qin Weiwen nodded vigorously. Indeed, brother is busy with significant affairs, world-class matters, she stated with utmost seriousness. Qin Haotian chuckled softly, playfully tapping the little girl on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? World-class matters? It's nearly time for dinner. Hurry and eat. Qin's mother chided lightly, not intervening in the sibling banter. When Qin Haotian was absent, she could manage her younger daughter, but upon his return, the little sister clung to her brother, disregarding her mother's words. Qin Weiyue's lips moved as she stared at the incessant notifications popping up on Qin Haotian's phone. Douyin has banned Ning Huanla's account. All videos promoting Haotian technology, and even some users, have faced similar restrictions. This is precisely why he sought to establish a new forum, specifically to be managed by a few young ladies. This could be seen as a form of acknowledgement. Upon learning this, the 4 young women cheered with delight. Unconcerned about the repercussions from Douyin, they immediately began commenting on their Douyin accounts to drive traffic, encouraging everyone to register and utilize the forum at Haotian Technology's novel website, all while ensuring real name authentication. Currently, the notifications reflect the young ladies' ongoing efforts to channel traffic to Haotian's novel website. The news of the 3 individuals serving as ambassadors for Haotian Technology spread like wildfire, attracting an increasing number of onlookers to their accounts. Qin Haotian glanced over and issued another command to Pao Pao. Pao Pao, is there a way for them to bypass restrictions? Let them access international information while remaining hidden. A smile crept onto Qin Haotian's lips. These individuals are seeds, potentially becoming his foundation in the future. It is no wonder he contemplates so much. To venture into space and develop advanced technologies, sufficient environments and researchers are imperative. The great dragon country evidently lacks such conditions, ultimately. The goal must be to reach those places. On the forum of Fudan University, a previously obscure poster initially faced heavy criticism but has since garnered unanimous praise. Incredible! Those who have used it cannot help but speak well of it. If only we could add more languages from various nations currently. Communication is limited to the great dragon country, the lighthouse, and the empire on which the sun never sets. Upstairs is a bot army. Conclusion reached. Trash Haotian technology is still seeking bots. What the hell? I'm a level 9 account, and you call me a bot? A level 1 account is the real trash. What are you doing here, you worthless being? I have not paid much attention to the online world, initially assuming it to be merely clickbait. However, upon trying to translate some foreign papers, I must admit that this tool surpasses many other paid software options available domestically, with its terminology being remarkably precise. I wholeheartedly offer my annual membership. Please accept my gratitude, Haotian Technology. Despite the numerous reviews claiming Haotian Technology to be subpar or a fraudulent company, my curiosity led me to experiment with it, and for those of us struggling with English, Haotian Technology proves to be exceptional. One can foresee that this post may soon vanish, not for any particular reason, but due to the disparagement from local entities that cannot create powerful products and thus resort to undermining Haotian Technology. During my travels in the United States, I found this software to be extraordinary. It can even mimic my voice, enhancing interactions with foreign streamers. Indeed, the real-time translation feature is remarkable. Exhibiting no delay, whatever you say is translated instantly. This software is immensely powerful, and if it were to incorporate more major languages while maintaining its current prowess, the future of Haotian Technology would be limitless. Even if it cannot compete with platforms like Facebook and Twitter, it is certainly a close contender. Consider that the vast majority of Facebook and Twitter users are potential clients of Haotian Technology. According to the pricing standards released by Haotian Technology, a monthly subscription costs $55, suggesting a minimum monthly revenue exceeding $500 million. Such figures are astonishing, and crucially, they represent a lower limit rather than an upper one. The chat feature functions as a plugin rather than a standalone software, operating similarly to software without requiring extensive user interaction. Just register and download the Haotian Novel Network on your mobile device for automatic usage. Contemplate how much traffic this could bring to the Haotian Novel Network. Even if just 1% of users engage in paid reading, it would amount to a significant fortune. Haotian Technology is poised for a meteoric rise, demonstrating remarkable business acumen. I assert that within a year, or 3 at most, Haotian will undoubtedly capture global attention. Indeed, our nation has produced a formidable internet company, one that offers substantial core products rather than merely masquerading under a faade. Haotian is formidable. Our great nation is formidable. Let us support what we need. Even if you do not require the chat feature, you will likely enjoy the novels on Haotian Novel Network, which are quite excellent and affordably priced. Additionally, the revenue from advertisements is divided into 3 parts, one for the author, one for the reader, and the platform retains 30%. Comparatively, the cost of reading novels is minimal, ranging from 6 to 10 cents per chapter, making it quite economical. With so many bots disparaging Haotian Technology, I say to them, if you do not wish to read, then move along. Registration is free, and the chat feature even offers a 3-day trial. It is evident that a company capable of challenging global internet giants and authorities is not to be underestimated. It undoubtedly possesses formidable means and confidence. This is a company developed by our own nation, truly remarkable. Is the operating system ours? Is the hardware ours? Such boasting is quite embarrassing. We must confront the existing disparities. Damn it, there are also 1450 here. Let us deal with him. Chin is a sophomore at Fudan University, who regularly streams games on the largest gaming platform in the country. Her command of the Lighthouse language is commendable, as she primarily interacts with foreign game streamers on the platform and has garnered a decent following. However, since Lighthouse is not her native tongue and she constantly switches between 2 languages, her viewer count has remained stagnant, hovering around 700 to 800. Upon discovering the software, she immediately gave it a try. Last night, her viewer count soared past 2,000, and her earnings surged dramatically. This thrilled her, prompting her to express her gratitude in the comments. To her surprise, the numerous insults from yesterday were replaced with unanimous praise today. Without much thought, she hurriedly logged onto Haotian Novel Network to upgrade her membership. Many others like her have also subscribed, with an estimated 4,000 individuals opting for a year-long membership. This is the only software that is inexpensive domestically yet costly abroad, at an annual fee of 300 yuan, which amounts to less than 1 yuan a day. It is quite affordable for those in genuine need. Qin Haotian raised an eyebrow. So many people have provided positive feedback about the product. Chapter 51. Requesting contact information. Familiar faces. Qin Haotian had prepared himself to face a barrage of criticism, Yet the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Many praised his company's products, quietly putting away his phone. He ate in silence under the complex yet proud gaze of his younger sister. Tian, let us take a break this afternoon and visit Aunt Ruohua. Qin Haotian nodded. This was his mother's suggestion, and he complied, believing it would be fine. After all, he had returned for this very purpose. After finishing their meal and stepping out of the mall, a high-pitched female scream pierced the air. Thief! Qin Haotian was at a loss for words. When did the security in the Great Dragon Country become so poor? Glancing over, he saw a burly security guard named Ruan Haotian standing motionless at his post. Frowning, Qin Haotian dashed out. Regardless of the circumstances, witnessing such an incident unfold before him compelled him to help. Qin Haotian was neither particularly strong nor fast, and he could only watch helplessly as the thief made his escape. Returning sheepishly, he ignored the distraught victim sitting on the ground. There were no dramatic accusations directed at him. Tian, you must not be so reckless. Those individuals are just petty criminals. What would happen if they hurt you? Qin Wei scoffed. Previously unaware, she now understood her brother's secret and believed that those petty thieves would not dare to harm him. If they did not fear even the giants of the world, how could they possibly regard such insignificant characters? Qin Haotian waved his hand. Mom, you all head back first. I'll return shortly. With that, he strode directly toward Ruan Haotian. Hey, Tian, what are you doing? The matters this afternoon are of utmost importance. You must not delay. His younger sister tugged insistently at their mother. What is there to worry about? Just listen. Once he becomes a global giant, our family will flourish. Their mother, a rural woman, could hardly grasp the situation and should not hinder her brother's grand ambitions. He handed her a cigarette. No need to chase anymore. Ruan Haotian merely raised an eyebrow, not accepting the cigarette offered by Qin Haotian. Unfazed, Qin Haotian lit it himself and took a puff. He was capable, yet he held no fondness for such vices, rarely indulging in them. There were myriad ways to assist the nation, and resorting to smoking was not a necessity. Last night, I was at the square and witnessed you apprehending that thief, only to release him under what appeared to be the orders of your superior. Ruan Haotian remained silent, standing quietly. If I am not mistaken, that thief was indeed the same one from last night. Are you a soldier? Ruan Haotian remained silent for 3 seconds, his lips moving as a hoarse voice emerged. No, keep your distance from me. Qin Haotian was unconcerned by his demeanor. You possess remarkable skills, clearly. You have trained in combat, 20 years of laborious service. So what about your skills? I was taught by an esteemed elder. Qin Haotian fell silent. Your abilities are far too valuable to waste as a security guard. How about joining me instead? Ruan Haotian looked at him in surprise. Most individuals would be eager to distance themselves upon hearing that someone had spent 2 decades in prison. Yet this man approached him instead. I have been incarcerated. I understand, but I value your skills. Moreover, when faced with the thief, you took the initiative to apprehend him, willingly accepting the role of a security guard without abusing your abilities. I admire that. Qin Haotian noticed a flicker of disdain in Ruan Haotian's eyes and felt a twinge of helplessness. He knew the other man was dismissing him due to his youth. I have pressing matters that require me to travel abroad, and I am in need of a bodyguard. For now, would you consider being my driver? Ruan Haotian remained silent. Qin Haotian renewed his offer, realizing that mere words would not inspire trust, especially given their unfamiliarity. How does 8,000 a month sound? Ruan Haotian remained unmoved. A stable livelihood was already a blessing. This young man appeared unlikely to achieve significant success. And if he were to work for a few months without fruitful results, finding another job would prove challenging. Qin Haotian felt equally troubled, uncertain of what else he could offer. This man seemed indifferent to monetary gain, suggesting he likely did not require it. Perhaps the notion of familial obligations, siblings, elderly parents, did not apply here. Have you heard of Haotian technology? Ruan Haotian's expression turned serious. I am unaware of what you speak. Qin Haotian sighed. Their company was indeed modest. Even though it had gained considerable attention recently, achieving nationwide recognition was an unrealistic ambition. How about this? Take down my number. And should you ever seek employment, consider me first. Ruan Haotian remained steadfast, unyielding. Qin Haotian felt a sense of resignation. A mere contact number was inconsequential. If he chose not to reach out, it would not matter. Last night, I discerned a hint of meaning in what that person said. Finding work must be quite challenging for you. It seems he was also giving you a hard time, so perhaps this could serve as a safety net. Ruan Haotian felt a flicker of interest. Speak, for all you have to lose is continuing as a security guard. What if my offer is better? After he finished speaking, Qin Haoyan fell silent. His pursuit of Ruan Haoyan was not merely for personal gain. Abroad, conflicts and fatalities are likely common occurrences. A self-deprecating smile escaped him. Indeed, security work might be quite satisfactory, perhaps even superior to the job I had in mind. Upon finishing his words, Qin Haoyan turned to leave. Ruan Haoyan furrowed his brow. He could discern that Qin Haoyan spoke sincerely, devoid of any discriminatory undertone. 1883-9 is also my WeChat ID, Qin Haoyan remarked. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he continued onward. Not interested anymore. He waved his arm dismissively. I've noted it down. I'll add you on WeChat shortly. With that, he melded into the bustling crowd. Ruan Haoyan furrowed his brow again. The cacophony of the crowd remained unchanged, and the other party had mentioned remembering. Was this merely a jest at his expense? He chose to disregard it thereafter. Upon returning home, Qin Haoyan visited Aunt Ruahua, who resided in the same neighborhood. After his mother knocked on the door, Qin Haoyan obediently stepped inside. Shushiwe, we have guests, his mother announced. Auntie, I'll be out in a moment. A familiar female voice echoed, leaving Qin Haoyan momentarily stunned. What a coincidence. A graceful figure emerged from the hallway. Auntie, hello. Lin Shushiwe's voice abruptly halted. She recognized Qin's mother, having lived in the same community, and was quite familiar with her amiable demeanor. The young man accompanying her was also well remembered, particularly from the events of the previous morning. It's you. Qin Haoyan forced a wry smile. This girl, why so loud? What if my business comes to light? Aunt Ruahua was taken aback. Shushiwe, do you know Haoyan? Qin's mother beamed, her eyes narrowing in delight. She had taken an instant liking to Lin Shushiwe. And now that her son had met her, it would be even simpler. Young people, after all, often find common ground for easy communication. Lin Shushiwe felt flustered. She was acutely aware of the purpose of their meeting today. Initially reluctant, her aunt had persistently encouraged her, and considering Qin's mother was so amiable, she thought meeting wouldn't cost her much. If it proved unsuitable, she could simply walk away. Little did she expect to encounter this particular individual. Chapter 52, Familiar Stranger. Lin Shushiwe, Request for Confidentiality. She vividly recalled the events of the previous morning. She held no fondness for the owner of Haoyan Technology, instinctively perceiving Qin Haoyan as a cad, merely seeking to toy with his female secretary. Moreover, the uproar surrounding the online incident that morning had reached her ears. Her curiosity lingered over why that man in Haoyan Technology had not issued a statement. To her astonishment, she found herself face to face with Qin Haoyan in this small county. Xiaolin, it appears you and my son are already acquainted. How did you meet? Could you share with Aunt Fong? Qin's mother, whose full name was Zhou Fong, was affectionately referred to as Aunt Fong, a title she cherished. Qin Haoyan was taken aback. This line of inquiry could lead to unwanted revelations. If she disclosed their connection, he would surely be exposed. Hastily, he gestured towards Lin Shushiwe, hoping she would grant him a reprieve. It wasn't that the company's affairs were entirely clandestine. His family would not react adversely to such knowledge. However, the undertakings of Haoyan Technology were bound to offend many, potentially inciting a collective backlash domestically. The majority of the users on Haoyan Novel Network are still young individuals who have been ostracized by other platforms, leaving no one to advocate for them. Such unfounded rumors reaching the ears of parents can lead to undesirable consequences. If, by chance, my father were to fall due to anger, the burden would weigh heavily on my conscience. Lin Shushiwe, initially hesitant, felt a surge of disdain upon witnessing Qin Haoyan's lewd demeanor. No, I have only met him once. I encountered him during an interview at a company yesterday. Qin Haoyan let out a sigh of relief and quickly responded, Yes, Mom, the young lady is quite beautiful. And we conversed for a while at the company. Aunt Ruahua interjected. Oh dear, Shushiwe, you must tell me if the owner of your company has dubious intentions. He is not a good person. If you have the chance, you should avoid working there. Qin Haoyan's mouth fell agape. Me? Dubious intentions? He glanced at Lin Shushiwe, who had lowered her head in silence. Feeling wronged, he pondered what he had done to deserve such an accusation. Lin Shushiwe felt utterly embarrassed by her aunt's bluntness. Moreover, the boss they were discussing was none other than the man standing before her. The world was abuzz with this controversy. Qin Haoyan rubbed his nose. Indeed. I also believe our boss has dubious intentions. Upon my return, I shall seek an opportunity to switch companies. Qin's mother nodded vigorously. Yes, Haoyan, be cautious. You wouldn't want to be implicated in your boss's wrongdoing. Lin Shushiwe was on the verge of losing her composure. What sort of person was this? Thankfully, The other party did not expose her, which eased her heart slightly. Well, Hao-Yin, let us discuss work matters later. Since you know each other, why don't you take Shushu out for a stroll? Young people should talk about their own interests. Ah, yes, Shushu, you should go out with young Qin. Staying at home all day is not ideal. You haven't visited that small lake in our county, have you? You two should go enjoy yourselves. Qin Hao-Yin agreed with a smile. All right, Mom, Aunt Ruohua, I will take Miss Lin out for a stroll. Oh, wonderful. Both Qin's mother and Aunt Ruohua beamed with joy. This couple seemed perfectly matched, and with the boy taking the initiative, it was likely to flourish. Without waiting for Lin Shushui to respond, Qin Hao-Yin stood up and declared, All right, we shall be off for a bit. Reluctantly, under the watchful eyes of the two elders, Lin Shushui dragged her feet toward the door. Oh, there is hope. Indeed. Hope is a good thing. Fang Jie, your child is quite wonderful. Look, he is so proactive. Qin's mother beamed with pride. Oh dear, your praise makes me shy. But my son is indeed remarkable. I was worried he might not be assertive enough, but I never expected him to be this proactive. There is potential here. As Lin Shushui stepped outside, she glanced at the grinning Qin Hao-Yin, her expression falling. What a coincidence. Lin Shushui silently cursed in her heart. What a coincidence indeed. It was anything but. All right, let us go, she said with a stern face. Perhaps feeling uneasy, she added in a low, fierce whisper, I warn you. Do not entertain any improper thoughts about me. Lin Shushui reasoned that in broad daylight, and with their families being acquainted, Qin Hao-Yin would not dare to act inappropriately. Qin Hao-Yin was perplexed, yet chose not to dwell on it. He turned and pressed the elevator button. What was Guan Qiu thinking? Later, he would remind her not to speak carelessly and to refrain from revealing his identity as the owner of Hao-Yin Technology. This girl seemed to harbor an inexplicable animosity towards him, likely not a person to be trifled with. It was a pity that his younger sister continued to sing her praises. Indeed, one could know a person's face but not their heart. She appeared quite overbearing in public. Inside the elevator, the two stood in silence until Qin Hao-Yin broke the stillness. I would appreciate your discretion regarding my position as the owner of Hao-Yin Technology. Lin Shushui remained silent. His aunt had mentioned that he was working in Shanxing. He had not anticipated that he was running a company and producing globally acclaimed products. Numerous internet moguls from abroad sought him out, yet here he was, neglecting his company to return for blind dates, coupled with his earlier frivolous suggestion for her to serve as his personal secretary. Lin Shushui's first impression of Qin Hao-Yin had solidified unfavorably. Noticing Lin Shushui's silence, Qin Hao-Yin assumed she would not keep his secret. What would it take for you to help me maintain this secrecy? As long as it isn't unreasonable, I can agree to your terms. Upon hearing this, Lin Shushui's disdain only deepened. Words such as arrogant and ostentatious began to swirl around Qin Hao-Yin's reputation. As she continued to withhold her response, Qin Hao-Yin grew anxious. This matter could not remain concealed indefinitely. Any delay would be beneficial. Especially now, as the company had yet to gain traction, rumors were rife. Without a platform to address these issues, the only recourse was to buy time, letting the company establish itself abroad while they handled operations here. At that point, the foolish detractors would pose little threat. For now, secrecy was paramount. He could not let his parents find out, as they would undoubtedly worry excessively. Miss Lin, if you assist me in keeping my status as the owner of Hao-Yin Technology from my parents, how about I arrange for you to work as an assistant to General Fang? Lin Shushui saw through Qin Hao-Yin's intentions with newfound clarity. No, thank you. I have no interest in your company. After her haughty dismissal, she felt a twinge of regret. Clearly, Hao-Yin Technology was a coveted entity. Even if it did not rise to prominence immediately, it would likely endure for a considerable time. Should it succeed, it could very well become the next giant. Especially in the realm of artificial intelligence, which was one of the 3 keys to unlocking the new century and arguably the most crucial one. Despite the criticisms aimed at Hao-Yin Technology online, many aspired to join the company. Working there surely promised an unlimited future. Qin Hao-Yin could only display a look of resignation, pondering how to persuade this woman to keep his secret. He had not anticipated finding himself in such a passive position. If worst came to worst, he could simply tell his parents and clarify things to alleviate their concerns. It was better to explain himself than for them to learn through the tumultuous gossip outside. Suddenly, Lin Shushui's voice broke through the air. Although I do not know why, you can rest assured that I will not disclose this. I would never stoop to using this as leverage against you. The two exited the building in unison and stepped outside. The sounds of children chattering, elders scolding, and cicadas chirping filled the air around them. Qin Haoyan squinted at the sun above. This girl must have misunderstood him. She was still able to take this step. Thank you. With such remarkable abilities, why keep it hidden from her parents? Lin Shushue couldn't hold back her curiosity and inquired. In her eyes. Aside from his questionable character and arrogance, Qin Haoyan had achieved remarkable feats that made even the titans of the internet industry falter, which was truly impressive. Typically, a person who accomplished such things would boast about it. Yet, Qin Haoyan seemed to thrive in secrecy, with not even his parents aware of the situation. Could it be that the money was tainted? A thought suddenly emerged in Lin Shushue's mind. If Qin Haoyan was of dubious character, then the money was likely unreliable as well. As this notion took root, it became increasingly uncontrollable. She subtly shifted to the side, as if drawing closer would somehow taint her. Qin Haoyan eyed Lin Shushue suspiciously but chose not to comment further. He quietly took out his phone, dialing a number to add a WeChat contact. Our Haotian technology is currently facing a tumultuous period, with various external comments and evaluations swirling around. I wish to shield my parents from such disturbances. Does that reason suffice? Lin Shushue fell silent. She had considered numerous justifications, even fabrications. But she never expected Qin Haoyan to articulate such a sentiment. So, it was that way. Qin Haoyan shrugged. Let us go to the lakeside. Lin Shushue gazed at Qin Haoyan's tall figure, muttering under her breath. What? Her cheeks flushed, and she shook her head repeatedly. She had just asserted that nothing could change the fact that Qin Haoyan was a lecher, and she certainly would not express that sentiment aloud. Qin Haoyan, oblivious, continued onward. The two shared little in common, making their outing rather dull. On the way back, Lin Shushue's curiosity piqued once more. With so many big shots seeking you out, why do you choose to hide? Qin Haoyan smiled slightly, exuding an air of dominance. Hide? Why would I hide? They may seek us out, but we have not agreed to meet them. Weekends are meant for relaxation. Who cares who they are? My company will observe its holiday as per usual, regardless of who comes knocking. Moreover, they are the ones seeking me, not the other way around. Why should I hide? Lin Shushue was taken aback. In the great Dragon Kingdom, who wouldn't scream upon seeing such figures? Yet, Qin Haoyan had the audacity to dismiss them so casually. How bold. It seemed to indeed make sense. Of course. I have another question. Lin Shushue tousled her wind-blown hair. The heat of the mountain city was oppressive. As they walked back, sweat soaked her, beads of perspiration shimmering on her forehead under the sun, releasing a faint fragrance. Are you a journalist, or are you just full of questions? Qin Haoyan teased, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Lin Shushue. Lin Shushue paused, then, feeling irked, stormed ahead with a frown. Qin Haoyan was speechless. The atmosphere had just begun to ease, and after a light-hearted jest, this young lady had reverted to her sulky demeanor. Don't walk away. I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Lin Shushue silently reduced her frequency. There was no other reason. Her curiosity was piqued. Haotian technology was an enigmatic entity, previously unnoticed by anyone. Who could have foreseen that they would unleash an artificial intelligence bomb, causing tremors worldwide? If artificial intelligence were indeed real, what would the future hold for humanity? It was beyond imagination. Rumors circulated online that you had developed artificial intelligence. Is that true? Qin Haotian chuckled silently. Having anticipated this question, that is somewhat inaccurate. We have merely utilized a new model to construct a more anthropomorphic artificial intelligence program. It cannot be classified as true artificial intelligence, nor can it be deemed as sentient life. You may consider it akin to Xiao AI or Xiao Yi, merely more powerful and quicker in response. Lin Shushue was taken aback. She had no real understanding of such matters. Her inquiry stemmed only from the rampant discussions online. Driven by her curiosity, Qin Haoyan's candidness left her at a loss for further questions. Noticing her bewilderment, Qin Haoyan explained. Creating artificial intelligence is not as simple as it seems. One could say we are merely a step away from achieving it. Our company has opened half the door. He continued. Otherwise, do you think I would still be here? I would have long been on the experimental platform, conducting slice research. Lin Shushue, still in a daze, could hardly believe it. You must understand the consequences if artificial intelligence were to truly manifest. The Terminator? Qin Haoyan's expression darkened. Has this young lady watched too many movies? The Terminator? Artificial intelligence is not invincible. While it may appear capable of numerous tasks, there are many it simply cannot perform. They cannot reproduce and have no interest in destruction. If it were to become sentient, that would be an entirely different matter, akin to the emergence of a new species, far beyond human imagination. Ultimately, artificial intelligence is merely a program. It might transcend the limitations of its foundational code, but it will lack imagination and creativity. It can only execute corresponding actions based on extensive data models. It is indeed powerful in certain respects, yet not in others. In the current technological landscape, it is merely a matter of electromagnetic pulse bombs. The true danger lies within humanity itself. As long as humans refrain from reckless actions, there may be risks, but they will never be insurmountable. Qin Haoyan exuded confidence, believing that the genuine artificial intelligence program he would eventually create would be entirely under his control. Many concerns expressed by others were merely unfounded fears. So, are those foreign moguls seeking your artificial intelligence? Qin Haoyan scoffed. Not at all. Their laboratories all possess similar programs. Perhaps the models differ, or the nodes utilized in constructing those models vary, but the essence remains largely the same, even if they were slightly behind. It would not be by much. Does our country have such capabilities? Qin Haoyan smirked, a mocking smile illuminating his face, though he refrained from uttering a laugh. Our country? Huh. It seems you are not particularly fond of our nation. Qin Haoyan's expression stiffened. Is it that obvious? Can you tell it's because the large corporations have united to suppress you? Qin Haoyan shook his head, secretly clenching his fists. The issues plaguing the Dragon Nation do not stem from these businessmen. To truly perceive a problem, one must delve into its essence. At a certain level, the matters at hand pertain to official affairs, deeply entrenched elements that have remained unchanged for millennia. Only by effecting change at the root can there be a possibility for improvement, such as the user profit-sharing plan he intends to establish. As Qin Haoyan's thoughts drifted, a phone call interrupted him. Upon seeing the caller, he was taken aback. It was his father. Curious, he answered, "Brother, hurry back. Zuckerberg has come knocking." Chapter 54. Words from Father. Qin Haoyan was stunned. He came knocking? Does this mean I've been exposed? What is going on? Brother, just head to the mall directly. I'm bringing them over now. His father was still unaware, but he had taken away Zuckerberg's phone. A spark of realization ignited within Qin Haoyan. Was the boss oblivious? Qin Weiwei, filled with pride, chimed in. I knew you didn't want the family to know when you were watching the live stream and sending WeChat messages this morning, so I didn't tell Dad. The moment I saw him, I recognized him and stopped him right away. Dad wanted to follow, but I said it was work, your orders. Qin Haoyan couldn't help but admire his clever little sister. She had deftly resolved a significant issue for him. If their parents were to discover this, they would undoubtedly become extremely concerned about Haotian technology. Various online reviews would surely be unearthed by his sister, and inevitably, the truth would come to light. All right, little sister. We'll need a bit more time at the mall. I'm heading over now. Keep them waiting for a moment. I'll call Dad to alleviate his worries about you. He might follow us quietly. This is bound to stir up quite a commotion. Their parents were ordinary citizens. They rarely ventured online. His mother watched television while his father played mahjong. The outside world, however, was different. Many would undoubtedly recognize Zuckerberg. And even those who didn't would have their suspicions. Once a photo surfaced online, it would spark discussions. Haotian technology's foundation was not yet solid enough to withstand such turmoil. He had initially thought this matter was half resolved and that he could merely focus on handling the aftermath. He never anticipated that Zuckerberg would track him down at home. These individuals were indeed sharp, and he had to commend them, yet it placed him in a troublesome situation. All right, I'm on my way. I'm in the garage now. There are several other people, and they appear to be high-ranking officials. Qin Haoyan felt a wave of unease wash over him. He understood now why Zuckerberg had his home address. When the company phone went unanswered, he could still trace him to his family home. He even suspected that they couldn't locate him within the city. He glanced apologetically at Lin Shushui. I'm sorry, I may need to handle a matter. Lin Shushui's heart raced. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. If she could witness it firsthand, it would undoubtedly benefit her greatly. Having the opportunity to sit alongside these business magnates and absorb their insights could be enlightening. May I accompany you? Qin Haoyan stared at Lin Shushui in surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that it probably wouldn't involve anything too sensitive. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he smirked. Of course. But what role will you assume? Lin Shushui bit her lip tightly, her face turning pale. Personal secretary. She suddenly lifted her head, glaring at Qin Haoyan. Otherwise, what could you possibly mention in that situation? Lin Shushui felt deflated, akin to a deflated balloon, yet her desire to attend was undeniably strong. Gritting her teeth, she finally conceded. All right then, forget it. Thank you. I shall keep your secret. Qin Haoyan gazed at Lin Shushui in astonishment. This young woman possessed remarkable fortitude. All right. I was merely jesting. However, if you truly wish to attend, you would indeed have to assume the role of a personal secretary. Otherwise, your unfamiliarity with the company's affairs poses a challenge. Consider this. What if there are discussions to be had or data to be prepared? What would you do? Lin Shushui continued to shake her head. Forget it. I don't understand. Qin Haotian chuckled at this young lady. Miss Lin, perhaps you have misinterpreted the situation. In truth, I am genuinely contemplating the need for a personal secretary. I have 2 assistants at the company who assist me in managing affairs. However, Qin Haoyan emphasized the word however. I need to establish a laboratory and consequently require someone to run errands. This is precisely why I unexpectedly inquired during your interview whether you would be willing to serve as my secretary. Who would have thought you would storm out in a huff after hearing that? Lin Shushui scrutinized Qin Haoyan skeptically. Really? Qin Haotian's eyes sparkled with sincerity as he fixed his gaze upon her. Absolutely. Lin Shushui felt a twinge of hesitation. Such an opportunity was immensely significant for an ordinary undergraduate like herself. If what Qin Haotian said was indeed true, even if it were just for a day, what harm could come? It was late at night, and no one could truly interfere, right? If I happened to stray too far, simply call for help. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a disapproving glance at Qin Haotian. Fine, I suppose I'll grant you this. Qin Haotian chuckled, amused by the situation. Women are often like this. Despite her evident eagerness to attend, she blamed him for merely providing her an opportunity to save face. Very well, it is my honor. As he finished speaking, his father's grave voice resonated through the phone. Haotian, Dad, that was just a colleague of mine. I didn't anticipate that matters at the company had escalated to the point of them seeking me out. You rascal, that must be Zuckerberg, right? Don't think I'm oblivious just because I don't frequent the internet. Qin Haoyan was taken aback. Dad, you are the owner of Haoyan Technology, aren't you? I found it curious that the name was the same as my son's. Qin Haotian was left speechless. One should never underestimate a parent's intuition. As long as they genuinely love their child, certain actions are easily perceived. Dad, about this matter. I understand. Young people need to forge their own paths. But Haotian, are you certain you can bear the consequences? The nation. Qin Haotian fell silent, his heart heavy with a pressing weight. Indeed. How should he navigate this situation? Was he unpatriotic? Quite the opposite. It was precisely because of his love for his country that he aspired to excel and secure a better life for the citizens. Otherwise, he would not entertain such thoughts. Regardless of whether he engaged in this venture, with his current financial means, he could lead a life of ease. Yet, some individuals would not permit that. If the citizens thrived, who would sustain their privileged lives? There are those who do not allow the populace to prosper. This group occupies the upper echelons of society and holds sway over the means of production. He aspires to carve out a path amid this turmoil, incurring the ire not only of entrepreneurs but also of those entrenched aristocrats. Who truly thrives in this nation? Is it not those very aristocrats? This has remained unchanged throughout history. Perhaps the years following the overthrow of the old regime in the Great Dragon Nation were somewhat better, but during that time, the entire country was impoverished. And now? Just take a look. A mere investigation reveals that those aristocrats casually possess billions. Such wealth could accomplish so much and aid countless individuals. Who among them is willing to act? Qin Haoyan firmly believes this is not an isolated instance. With thorough inquiry, one could uncover at least 70 to 80% of similar cases. Are they taking action? Each year, a few instances are highlighted, followed by widespread acclaim. But has this resolved any issues? The common folk continue to suffer. This nation, which is undeniably the most industrious and endearing in the world, possesses the capability, both in technology and financial resources, to elevate the lives of its citizens. Yet, who is undertaking these endeavors? No one, not a single soul. Some even wish to cling to their positions, tightly controlling how the impoverished can rise. As ordinary individuals, do they truly harbor grand ambitions? Chapter 55, Testing and Disappointment. Resolute determination, they merely desire a life of simplicity, a home to dwell in, books to read, safe sustenance to consume, accessible healthcare for ailments, and the occasional opportunity to explore different places. Yet, these very desires, which in today's society could easily be fulfilled for everyone, are thwarted by certain individuals, leaving the populace in perpetual hardship. Qin Haoyan yearns for a better life for his fellow countrymen. He wishes to gaze upon the stars and oceans. He is not inclined to engage in empty rhetoric, but seeks to progress step by step. only to face countless obstacles along the way. Furthermore, many simply follow the trends without question. What has Haotian technology truly accomplished? It appears to have achieved little. Is Haotian necessary? Qin Haotian was lost in thought. Is it truly necessary? He could easily conform and extricate himself from these struggles, yet he possesses the ability and opportunity to lead his compatriots toward a better existence. The resources of Water Blue Planet are finite. Without even considering distant horizons, transforming the moon or the nearby star would be monumental for the entire nation. He has the strength to effect change. To refrain from doing so would be a disservice to his own capabilities, to the life he has experienced on this planet, and to the knowledge that occupies his mind daily. Haotian, can you bear the weight of this responsibility? I peruse the internet, and 80% of the commentary is rife with skepticism toward you. Qin Haotian fell silent. He was indifferent to those opinions. The bubble function may not be robust, but it has quietly compiled a list scattered across global computers. For others, discerning the authenticity of individuals is challenging. However, for Bubble, it is a trivial task. Father, isn't this opportunity worth seizing? I am uncertain of my ability to succeed, yet I must endeavor to try. Even if I fail, I can still implement some objective changes. Cannot I? Qin's father spoke with a sense of urgency. We are merely at the outset. You should be well aware of the formidable obstacles ahead. Qin Haotian's gaze deepened. Father, in due time, I shall travel abroad. Silence, an endless silence. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the sweltering air, offering a momentary reprieve from the oppressive heat of summer. What if you were to go in there and something went awry? What would you have your mother do? Qin Haotian dared not utter a word. He was equally uncertain about what to do. The machinery of the state is not easily challenged. His thoughts were noble. But how could anyone place their trust in him? Moreover, the path he intended to take would challenge the existing system, and those in power would never permit such a thing. Father, I will be cautious. Qin's father said nothing, merely letting out a deep sigh. It must be kept confidential. Correct? Qin Haotian felt a sense of relief in his heart. For now, it was best not to inform his mother, given her temperament. He knew all too well that it was a form of protection. You have always borne your burdens alone since childhood, never divulging anything to the family. Qin Haotian remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. His father had tacitly agreed not to inform his mother, which he deemed a positive outcome. Rest assured, nothing will go amiss. I believe I can handle it. You arrogant little rascal, one day you'll pay for your hubris. Qin Haotian chuckled softly, but said nothing in response. I'm hanging up. I'm off to play cards, so don't bother me. Father, enjoy yourself, as long as you don't gamble. The fortune I earn will suffice for you to live a carefree life. You little scoundrel. A teasing remark escaped his lips when his sister's cautious voice chimed in. Brother, go on. We are headed to the mall. You? That one with the ample bosom and curvy figure is coming along too? Qin Haotian's heart raced as he cast a furtive glance at Lin Shuxue, ensuring she had not overheard, before muttering a curse and ending the call. A smile lingered as he followed Lin Shuxue. Do I not need to keep it confidential anymore? I still cannot tell my mother. Lin Shuxue silently nodded, adding in her heart that she must also keep it from her aunt, lest everyone find out. Inside the mall, a CAF had been cleared. Mark Zuckerberg, donning a cap, mask, and sunglasses, sat with an assistant in similar attire, accompanied by two sharply dressed gentlemen and a casually dressed woman. The surroundings were secured, rendering it impossible to discern the interior situation from outside. Qin Yu sat awkwardly on a small stool, glancing around and inwardly cursing her older brother. It had been quite some time, and he still had not arrived, causing her considerable anxiety. Qin Haotian, with Lin Shuxue in tow, was on the verge of entering. The server stationed at the entrance promptly blocked their way. I'm sorry, but we are closed today for a thorough inspection. Qin Haotian regarded the server without causing any trouble. I don't mind, but I think it would be wise for you to inquire inside. Just mention that the person he is waiting for has arrived, and ask if I should be allowed in, lacking any familiar airs of superiority. The server did not underestimate Qin Haotian for his ordinary attire. As someone who worked at the CAF, she typically did not pay attention to such matters and could not discern the quality of clothing. Turning to enter. Each passing minute heightened Qin Yu's urgency as she hurried to the door, waving. Qin Haotian smiled and, accompanied by Lin Shuxue, stepped into the CAF. Brother, Sister Shuxue. Hello. Yu. Qin Yu's brows fully relaxed, her youthful vitality bursting forth, though she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Qin Haotian strode towards the individual clad in sunglasses. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Lin Xia, the Minister of the Commerce Department of Shanxing. He introduced himself with a firm handshake. However, Qin Haotian paid him no mind. His gaze fixated on the quintessentially Western visage of Mark Zuckerberg. Mr. Zuckerberg, you possess quite the skill to employ dogs to investigate my background and locate my residence directly. He remarked in English, refraining from reciprocating the handshake. Lin Xia, who already harbored disdain, felt his expression darken upon hearing Qin's words. As a level 4 official, he had never endured such an affront. Mr. Qin, it seems you were quite dissatisfied. This is an affront to our office. You should understand that, Mr. Zuckerberg has gone to great lengths to meet you. Given your stature, you ought to exemplify the decorum expected of a great nation, rather than adopting such a belligerent tone. How will our international friends perceive us? He continued. We are here to assist your company in negotiating international collaborations. Surely, you comprehend this. Furthermore, in the great dragon country, adherence to its laws is paramount. Qin Haotian paid no attention to the man speaking, preoccupied with contemplating where the company should relocate. If you wish to pursue a collaboration, kindly have him depart, and we can resume our discussion. Lin Xia's expression shifted. This young man exuded an audacity that was astonishing. How dare he speak so boldly to a level 4 official? Without a moment's hesitation, Zuckerberg interjected, I apologize, Minister Lin, but the following discussion involves proprietary business matters. Would you kindly excuse yourself? With a forced smile, Lin Xia retreated, swallowing his resentment. He dared not voice his grievances, nor even direct his ire towards Haotian technology. Should the two reach an agreement, any ill intentions on his part would jeopardize his position. A sense of desolation washed over Qin Haotian. Had Lin Xia displayed a semblance of fortitude, he might have regarded him with more respect, perhaps even reconsidered his earlier thoughts. Yet, with Zuckerberg's intervention, Lin Xia scurried away, indicating that Shanxing was indeed unsuitable for their company's continued development, particularly with such feeble officials. Chapter 56. You cannot treat me as a fool. Qin Haotian's previous remarks were merely a test. Haotian technology had tangible products already making their mark internationally. Being young, he reasoned that as long as he did not cross any egregious lines, these officials would merely harbor disdain without taking real action against him. With a collaboration with Zuckerberg on the horizon, the likelihood of repercussions was minimal. Little did he anticipate such a turn of events. Indeed, Qin Haotian had resolved to partner with this earnest individual. Though he disapproved of the approach taken, there was no doubt of the sincerity and foresight exhibited by Zuckerberg. If Facebook could enhance communication and develop multilingual models, it would be immensely advantageous. Qin Haotian could leverage this opportunity to establish a data center for his company. He had never regarded plans as immutable. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would swiftly adapt his perspective. The primary constraint was financial resources. Wasn't Zuckerberg effectively bringing capital to the table? Mr. Qin, we at Facebook come with the most genuine intentions to negotiate with you, Zuckerberg stated. Qin Haotian remained non-committal. Is it truly with the most sincere intentions? Is it the sight of a threat or perhaps an opportunity? Mr. Zuckerberg, as a person renowned across the globe, finding our company indeed surprises me. With a wry smile, Zuckerberg gestured for his direct assistant and translator to leave. Since Qin Haotian could converse fluently in English, their presence was unnecessary. However, you and your associates have the potential to bring considerable complications to our company, Zuckerberg mused with a grimace. He had no desire for such turmoil. Who could have predicted that his itinerary would be leaked, with that group tailing him closely? I apologize for the inconvenience caused. Qin Haotian interrupted, dismissing the pleasantries, and asked directly how he envisioned the collaboration. He was not one to dilly-dally, preferring a straightforward approach. Mr. Qin, we value your company at $10 billion, and we are willing to invest $4.9 billion for a 48% stake. Qin Haotian gazed at Zuckerberg in astonishment. This man possessed remarkable audacity. He was confident that no other company could present a higher offer. It wasn't a matter of value. All companies must consider profitability or the desire to maintain control. Yet, Zuckerberg seemed different. It must be said that none of these internet moguls are fools. Before this meeting, they likely conducted thorough assessments and presented a highly enticing offer. Did you not see how Qin Weiyue and Lin Shushua stood there, dumbfounded? Mr. Qin, I am forthright. This valuation may be somewhat low, but we are willing to pursue further investments down the line. After all, the product has yet to undergo market testing, and the company's fate is not solely in my hands. This initial round represents the absolute limit of my personal resources, and I even need to cover part of it myself. Seeing Qin Haotian remain silent, Zuckerberg felt compelled to enhance his offer. Finally, Qin Haotian spoke. Are we discussing a casual conversation or the entirety of Haotian technology? Lin Shushue's eyes widened. Unlike the bewildered Qin Weiwei, she considered herself somewhat of a professional and understood the distinction. To her surprise, Qin Haotian's appetite for negotiation was quite substantial. Mr. Qin, you jest, Qin Haotian chuckled lightly. Mr. Zuckerberg, if I were to inform you that by increasing our server clusters, I could continuously enhance our language offerings while maintaining current stability, would that not seem inevitable? Zuckerberg looked perplexed. Mr. Zuckerberg, we need not feign ignorance. Language is, in itself, a barrier to communication. While many can learn a second language, how many can master a third, a fifth, or even a 10th? Facebook operates in the vast Dragon Country region and is a global software platform. It is unrealistic to expect users to learn every language of the water-blue planet. Surely, Mr. Zuckerberg cannot dispute this. Changliu can achieve this, enabling seamless communication for everyone and eliminating barriers. If we consider 1 billion users at a monthly fee of $55, that equates to a revenue of $5.5 billion monthly. Do you believe your terms can genuinely persuade me? Since you have managed to locate me, it should be evident that I have declined all investments from the Dragon Country, including those from many of your nation's premier investment institutions. Mr. Zuckerberg would surely not presume that I am in need of financial backing. Why should he? Moreover, Mr. Qin Haotian, you ought to recognize that your calculations are flawed. The number of users for this software is not as substantial as you believe, and the number of paying customers is likely even lower. Furthermore, all major software companies offer instant translation services. Even if they cannot rival yours initially, once your product is launched, they will undoubtedly continue to optimize their offerings. The disparity in quality cannot remain significant for long, and under the pressure from these large corporations, how much market share do you think your company can retain? Observing the mixture of confusion and shrewdness in the other party's gaze, Qin Haotian sighed inwardly. People's needs vary greatly. While he possesses a modicum of interest and profit, it is not a primary concern. He is merely in need of funds. Similarly, the capabilities for research and development differ vastly. With just a portion of the necessary capital, he could easily pivot and even diversify his ventures. The notion that those internet companies could encircle him is far-fetched, though he would never disclose this to his counterpart. Mr. Zuckerberg, let us refrain from discussing equity stakes. Our company currently has no need for financing. Instead, let us focus on more tangible matters. You have gone to great lengths to reach me, and I am certain you do not wish to leave empty-handed. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Qin Haotian noted that Zuckerberg understood the futility of further pursuit and could only sigh in resignation. Then, Mr. Qin Haotian, we at Facebook would like to exclusively represent your company's chat software, Zuckerberg proposed. Yet, Qin Haotian shook his head. It was preposterous. The core architecture of the chat software indeed harbored proprietary elements that he could not possibly relinquish. That is not feasible. I can only consider it as a plugin to be integrated into your Facebook platform, allowing every user to enjoy its convenience. And why is that? He continued with a smile. By doing so, I would merely be taking a step ahead, which would lead to an unbalanced exchange. Not at all, he insisted. I will collaborate solely with you. The chat software will be confined to Facebook, meaning it can only be accessed within the Facebook interface. I will not partner with any other companies. Additionally, users will have the option to purchase the chat software separately to access all its functionalities. In return, you would simply need to remit a monthly fee to me. Zuckerberg frowned, as this arrangement deviated markedly from his expectations. The ideal scenario would be to gain control of Haotian technology and become a major shareholder. Failing that, he would settle for being a secondary stakeholder. However, under Qin Haotian's proposed structure, Facebook would not enjoy significant advantages. This arrangement would diminish their competitive edge considerably. Zuckerberg was not naive. If others acquired the chat software, they would not need Facebook's integrated plugin to share and read across all platforms seamlessly. Was he to become a mere pawn in this deal? Mr. Qin, I have approached you with sincere intentions. You cannot treat me as a mere dupe, he implored. Chapter 57. Reaching an agreement. Qin Haotian felt a sense of helplessness. These foreigners could be both astute and foolish at times. He could not discern whether Zuckerberg was feigning ignorance or was genuinely oblivious. Mr. Zuckerberg, what are you implying? We have not made any exorbitant demands. Qin Haotian's countenance revealed a wolfish smile. In truth, what Facebook requires is an instant translation plugin for seamless communication. You need nothing more, do you? Such a choice is, indeed, the optimal solution for Mr. Zuckerberg. The chat application is merely a plugin, and the number of potential buyers is rather limited. Once Facebook integrates this feature, it is believed to greatly aid your company's development, attract a plethora of new users, and enhance user retention. This is a win-win scenario. How could it be perceived as taking advantage of you? Qin Haoyan had Mr. Zuckerberg firmly in his grasp. The collaboration choice for Facebook is his only avenue for survival, allowing him to persist for a while longer. Once seamless communication opens the floodgates, these companies may falter. Zuckerberg, in his helplessness, recognized his lack of bargaining power. This product is something others will find challenging to replicate in the short term. Had they been able to seize it early, they would surely have flourished. What is the price? True to foreign directness, he inquired without hesitation, understanding that he had no other options. Such forthrightness is a taboo in business dealings. A satisfied smile spread across Qin Haoyan's face. These individuals held no bargaining power in his presence. Zuckerberg had traversed great distances, unwilling to return empty-handed. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed. Beside them, Lin Shushiwei and Qin Weiwei gazed in astonishment. This was still the formidable business titan they recognized. Was there any difference from a street vendor haggling over prices? Qin Haoyan extended his palm, fingers raised. Zuckerberg's expression darkened. 500 million? How could that be? No, I meant 5 billion lighthouses. Zuckerberg leapt to his feet. Mr. Qin Haoyan, this is no laughing matter. I estimate 200 million in user revenue, which is not excessive, especially when compared to the advertising and commercial functionalities stemming from user engagement on Facebook. That is hardly a significant sum. Are you suggesting our company would have no profit at all? Mr. Qin Haoyan, do you truly believe that is feasible? Qin Haoyan remained silent, gazing intently at Zuckerberg. His bottom line was 1 billion lighthouse coins per month. As for the offer, the higher, the better. Envision global unobstructed communication. One can only imagine the prospects. This price is, of course, inflated, yet many remain oblivious to the potential that instant translation harbors. Indeed, it is but a simple plugin. But once users become accustomed to it, it can swiftly transform into a network communication tool, developing myriad functionalities. For Qin Haoyan, this is merely a matter of words. Pow Pow can effortlessly achieve it. Sharing the benefits is his way of acknowledging that Haoyan technology has yet to monopolize the market. This is known as equitable sharing of interests and collective burden. Otherwise, he could effortlessly dismantle the foundations of all current chat applications. Until a more powerful artificial intelligence than Pow Pow emerges, none can withstand Qin Haoyan's unrestrained actions online, unless the opposing party disconnects the network. Qin Haoyan finds himself in a predicament. He needs funds and, more crucially, market presence. Should Facebook manage well, he would not mind advancing alongside them. As for the domestic scene, he had but 2 words. Mr. Qin Haoyan, do you harbor expectations for seamless communication that are perhaps too lofty? Mr. Zuckerberg, it seems you have forgotten that although chat is merely a plugin, I can effortlessly transform it into a robust chat and entertainment software at any moment. Do you truly believe, Mr. Zuckerberg, that until these issues are resolved, you will stand as a competitor? A chill ran down Zuckerberg's spine as he gazed at the young man before him, suddenly realizing that this individual harbored ambitions of no ordinary magnitude. Should chat gain traction, who could possibly impede its ascent? Many underestimate this company. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me reiterate, you require me and my chat, rather than the other way around. What if the government of the lighthouse country were to ban your software? Qin Haoyan shrugged. I would suffer no loss. It would merely mean the global populace loses a chance for shared connectivity. With the support of the 13 from the great dragon country, Mr. Zuckerberg, what is there for me to fear? To my knowledge, all internet companies in your nation are suppressing you. Do you truly believe you can thrive? Remember, while there are many geniuses and excellent products, numerous ventures vanish during development. You need not worry about that. Speak up. Half an hour has elapsed. And this is quite wasteful. Lin Shushiwei and Qin Weiwei were left dumbfounded. It appears, perhaps, that barely 10 minutes have passed. Rounding up does not work like that. Moreover, is it truly so hasty to discuss a project worth tens of billions of lighthouse coins? Zuckerberg fell silent. The room enveloped in stillness, a pin drop could be heard. 3 minutes later, Zuckerberg raised his head. 15 billion lighthouse coins, in exclusive collaboration with Facebook. Haoyan technology cannot engage in any form of partnership with other companies regarding chat. And free sales will remain unaffected. Qin Haoyan smiled, internally elated. This naive individual had willingly come to present such a grand gift. Impossible. At least 45 billion. Zuckerberg gritted his teeth. 20 billion. Mr. Zuckerberg, this is becoming rather uninteresting. 40 billion. 30 billion. If Mr. Qin Haoyan does not agree to this collaboration, so be it. Deal. Qin Haoyan decisively made his decision. Trust me, Mr. Zuckerberg, this will be the wisest decision you have ever made. Transfer the funds. I will facilitate your access. By the way, chat now seamlessly supports 8 languages without barriers, extending beyond just the languages of the Lighthouse Country and the Dragon. Simultaneously, we will urgently install additional servers, anticipating an expansion to 24 languages within a week. All future upgrades will synchronize with chat, ensuring that the plugins inherent to Facebook do not lag behind the commercially available chat. The counterpart was straightforward, directly offering an additional 20 billion Lighthouse coins. Qin Haoyan was not stingy either. A comprehensive arrangement from start to finish. He had no qualms about allowing some individuals to profit, provided they were obedient. If I offer you a chance to earn, yet you persist in creating obstacles, do not blame me for taking action. Once the terms were settled, he proved to be a congenial partner. Hereas to a fruitful collaboration. At last, Zuckerberg revealed a relieved and relaxed smile. This time, he was betting on this venture, hoping for Facebook's better development. Ultimately, he had secured a partnership with Haotian Technology, obtaining exclusive rights to chat. Although this exclusive right is quite narrow, it prevents other companies from acquiring it. If other companies wish to obtain it, they must venture into the market themselves to procure it for their users. Qin Haoyan smirked subtly. Mr. Zuckerberg, within half a year, I shall present you with another tremendous surprise. I eagerly await it, Mr. Qin Haoyan, Zuckerberg replied. Qin Haoyan chuckled softly. The other party was perceptive. As long as there were no reckless moves, he would certainly take good care of him. By the way, you could divest your shares while at a high point to obtain a substantial amount of capital and then short the market. What do you mean? Qin Haoyan blinked. Do you not desire to gain complete control over Facebook? Zuckerberg was intrigued. What do you mean, Mr. Qin Haoyan? Chapter 58, Insidious Thoughts. The big shot speaks after this. We will jointly issue an announcement regarding our collaboration. Facebook's stock price will undoubtedly soar. In 4 to 5 months, I shall present you with another grand gift, provided you do not betray me. This time we achieve our cooperation in a private capacity. You will divest your shares, and I will then release news regarding artificial intelligence, leading to a market crash. At that time, global stock prices will surely fluctuate. Mr. Zuckerberg, do not tell me you cannot reclaim the majority of your shares? Qin Haoyan was exceedingly confident. In terms of software, nothing should pose a challenge to him. Zuckerberg squinted, contemplating the feasibility of this matter. Even if he could not reclaim everything, he should be able to retrieve most of it. While Facebook has numerous shareholders, his stake is not particularly large. As long as he surpasses 51% or 67%, he will indeed find it quite manageable. For instance, upon his return, he would undoubtedly face considerable scrutiny from shareholders. The key issue is that many large companies, such as Microsoft and Apple, hold shares as well. Once the chat platform integrates with Facebook, it is likely that other companies will seek ways to acquire it. Very well, Mr. Qin Haoyan. Here is my proposal. I will provide you with an independent interface for Facebook, and you will be responsible for its development. Qin Haoyan raised an eyebrow. He had not even mentioned this matter, intending to directly offer it to Zuckerberg. It was improbable that the latter would grant him access to Facebook's source code. As for leaks, how absurd. The core components of the chat platform were managed by Bubble. Even if others were to breach it, what could they accomplish? Without his and Bubble's consent, what use would it be to utilize it privately? He had not anticipated that Zuckerberg would possess such audacity. This was tantamount to placing Facebook's fate in his hands. Mr. Zuckerberg trusts me so deeply, Qin Haoyan mused. Zuckerberg gazed intently at Qin Haoyan. I believe in you, Mr. Qin Haoyan. Qin Haoyan was taken aback. This fellow certainly had a bold spirit. However, these founders were no simpletons. He was certain that Zuckerberg would undoubtedly take further action. The question was whether Mr. Qin Haoyan could delay the announcement for a few more days. Upon reflection, Qin Haoyan understood. After returning, Zuckerberg would likely sell off a significant portion of his remaining company shares to acquire cash, thereby augmenting his own company's shares. This move would inherently elevate his company's stock price, especially once the collaboration with the chat platform was announced. It would be a certainty that the stock would surge. At that moment, he would strategically release his shares, awaiting a significant setback for Facebook, only to subsequently engage in a frenzied buyback. This back and forth would ensure he possessed a substantial portion of the company, which would undoubtedly serve his interests well. A partner whose benefits are firmly intertwined is far more advantageous than mere verbal agreements. Mark Zuckerberg also revealed a satisfied smile. as he discerned the understanding reflected in Qin Haotinen's gaze. A clever collaborator would undoubtedly lighten his burdens. The two shook hands firmly, their faces adorned with knowing smirks. Lin Shuxiwei and Qin Weiwei exchanged glances, surveying the two men with curiosity. The collaboration involving 30 billion lighthouse coins was thus established. How fantastical this world seemed. 30 billion lighthouse coins, an amount that 99.99% of the Dragon Kingdom's populace would never earn in their lifetimes, and this was merely for a month. Qin Weiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such wealth, she could live a life devoid of work or study, content to languish in idleness. Drool gathered at her lips, staining her clothes. Qin Haotian's teasing voice broke the moment. Qin Weiwei instinctively wiped her mouth, retorting, "I wasn't drooling." Lin Shuxiwei couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. The four shared a hearty laugh, and the atmosphere was one of camaraderie. Meanwhile, after Minister Lin Xia left with a grim expression, he promptly contacted the officials of Shanqing. Recounting the recent events in detail, such a significant occurrence could not be overlooked in Shanqing. Should these companies establish a presence there, the city would reap substantial tax revenues. Thus, even if those foreign investors did not meet with Haotian technology or secure a collaboration, their busy endeavors would remain unaffected. Initially, when Shanqing authorities utilized their privileges to trace Qin Haotian's residence in the lower districts for notifications, they found themselves thwarted by Zuckerberg, who had approached them first and remained in tow. Consequently, they had no choice but to send Minister Lin along to the small county. The officials were aware of the burgeoning connection between Zuckerberg and Qin Haotian, yet before they could rejoice, they learned from Minister Lin that Qin Haotian was far from pleased with their actions. A palpable silence descended upon them. They had exerted considerable effort to foster Shanqing's development, only to find Haotian's company dismissive. With Fang Peng's vehement outburst followed by Qin Haotian's contempt, they were left at a loss for how to proceed. Should they express anger? Given Haotian's stature, such a reaction seemed futile. If Haotian technology were to forge collaborations with numerous leading internet firms, it could become a veritable cash cow, generating immense tax revenue, creating jobs, and alleviating many challenges. After a moment of contemplation, the secretary of Shanqing furrowed his brow and declared, "On Monday, I shall go speak with them. I hope to improve their perception of our officials." Secretary Chen, others chorused. "Enough," he interjected. As the secretary of Shanqing and a high-ranking official, his authority was palpable, silencing any dissent. Some comrades have acted a bit outside the bounds of propriety. It is only natural that others would find it distasteful. Do not presume that having achieved your current position grants you the privilege to act as an accomplice to wrongdoing. You are the public servants of the people of Shanqing, and your duty is to consider the welfare of the 30 million residents. As long as Haotian technology does not engage in illegal activities, we must not act recklessly. If we could cultivate a new high-tech enterprise, Shanqing might even alleviate its dependency on central government funding. Do you comprehend the significance of this? We must advance while also taking into account environmental considerations and the lives of the common populace. Haotian technology is an innovative firm. Once it flourishes, it will benefit both Shanqing and the nation as a whole. To speak more personally, it will also enhance your political achievements. I have consistently emphasized the necessity of exercising caution and prudence regarding Haotian technology. As long as they adhere to the law, we must provide them with unimpeded support to ensure their needs are met promptly. And what of you? Is it within your remit to investigate others' information without authorization? Secretary Chen spoke with a stern tone. This endeavor is commendable, yet others fail to appreciate it, leaving him powerless. They have established connections with Facebook, and the future is indeed promising. Those who wish to stifle Haotian technology for their own gain shall likely find their aspirations thwarted. Consequently, Haotian technology is poised to soar like a great eagle taking flight. Secretary Chun is not originally from Shanqing. He has been dispatched here from another province. Nevertheless, he strives to secure tangible benefits for the people, ever mindful of his role as a public servant. On a smaller scale, if Shanqing can extricate itself from the embarrassment of relying on the central government for funds during his tenure, he might very well ascend to a higher official rank in the central government. Naturally, he cannot allow any disturbances at this critical juncture. Regrettably, there are those beneath him who have grown accustomed to wielding power and cannot tolerate the audacity of a small firm like Haotian Technology. It is worth noting that even large corporations do not dare to behave in such a manner. Even if many prominent enterprises were to arrive, they must operate within established parameters. Chapter 59. On Monday, entry to the company was barred, necessitating the use of a conference room for meetings. All of this transpired unbeknownst to Qin Haoyan. After leaving the shopping mall, he departed with the two women. As for Zuckerberg, he was naturally accompanied by official personnel. In the eyes of some, Qin Haoyan's current worth is still deemed insufficient. He is also unaware that there are those who wish to take action against Haoyan technology. Fortunately, Qin Haoyan already planned to relocate the company headquarters. It is merely that the conditions are not yet conducive. Well, Miss Shushua, I have not misled you, have I? Lin Shushue felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, those individuals are worth untold fortunes and truly have no need for such concerns. Yet, she was not entirely oblivious to the situation. Ignorance can be excused in this instance, but why bring up topics long settled? Brother, what is going on? Qin Weiyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to know how much she might receive. So many billions, enough to last a lifetime. It was merely a casual inquiry. Yet her mind was preoccupied with the thought of 30 billion lighthouse coins and how much she could indulge herself with. Qin Haoyan playfully pressed down on Qin Weiyue's head. Count your money. Qin Weiwei, displeased, swatted away Qin Haoyan's hand. Oh, money? She hastily grasped Qin Haoyan's arm, pressing it against her head. Gazing up at him with eager eyes. Brother, can you spare me some money? Just a penny. Qin Weiwei pouted. Brother, this is a hush fee. Humph. At such a young age, you wish to demand hush money. If you don't give it to me, I'll tell Mom. And then she'll give you a beating. Humph. Let us see whether Mom will punish me or you. Qin Weiyue seemed deflated, like a punctured balloon. Sister Shushua. Look at him. You should quickly become his girlfriend and help manage him. Lin Shushue's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent. Qin Haoyan sighed at the sight. Money, indeed, is a wonderful thing. At this moment, he was no longer a rogue. Stop messing around. I tell you, if you dare to tell Mom, you won't get a single cent, and I'll have our parents deduct your allowance. No way. I only have 30 a week. If you deduct more, you'll be so stingy with your wealth. Qin Haoyan chuckled. On Monday morning, Qin Haoyan hurried to the company. After a brief exchange upon returning home, they all had dinner together that evening, and the matter faded away. Naturally, when his mother and Aunt Ruahua saw Qin Haoyan sitting with Lin Shushue, they assumed there was a budding romance, and were quite pleased. His early arrival at the company today was due to significant events unfolding. Huang Weiyong had arrived first. With so many important matters at hand, it was essential for him, as an assistant, to be present. Over 40 employees, along with 20 newcomers, gathered outside the entrance, eagerly awaiting. Some interns were stifling their laughter, whispering among themselves. Had the timing been right, they would have already pulled out their phones to spread rumors. Observing the throng outside while the office remained dark, Qin Haoyan's expression soured. What is going on? Are you welcoming me? Fong Peng forced a smile. President Qin. That girl Han Ting changed the password lock, and she hasn't informed us. She still hasn't arrived. Qin Haoyan hadn't watched the initial live stream and was clueless about the situation. What is happening? Everyone chimed in, explaining the circumstances. Qin Haoyan looked at Fong Ping with a bemused expression. This must be the most unfortunate general manager ever. I'll try to contact her. Everyone watched eagerly, surely. Han Ting wouldn't ignore the boss's call. As expected, she didn't answer. Let us fire her and find someone new. What a mess. Fong Ping glanced at Qin Haoyan with the suggestion. Forget it. Huang Ya. Go find the property management and borrow a conference room for us while we wait for her. Qin Haoyan wasn't in a rush. He had stated that employees could be late, as long as they arrived by 11 in the morning. The other employees snickered, while Fong Ping wore a helpless expression. He had anticipated this outcome. Before long, everyone gathered in the property management conference room. They all understood that Haotian technology was a formidable entity, and they were eager to curry favor, readily arranging a meeting room for their use. There were quite a few new faces. For the veteran employees, it was no big deal. They had worked with Qin Haoyan for over half a year and were well acquainted with his free-spirited nature. Hence, they weren't particularly intimidated by the big boss. However, the interns felt apprehensive. The benefits promised by Haotian technology were unparalleled. It was nearly impossible to find a better company in the mountain city. It was time to reorganize and establish a system. Upon the utterance of these words, the veteran employees began to engage in hushed discussions, while the new recruits, still unfamiliar with the dynamics, remained silent. All right, everyone, I announced. The company is poised for rapid growth, and we must amend our previous lax attitudes. As the old saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Our impending expansion necessitates the establishment of an effective framework. As our workforce increases, management will become more streamlined. All eyes turned to Qin Haoyan. who was addressing the assembly with earnestness. Presently, our company boasts only one product, and the much-discussed Chuanglian is merely a plugin. Now, I shall delegate duties. It is imperative that everyone prepares for their tasks. Yes, boss, the interns chorused, eager to comply with the directive of their superior. Qin Haotian rubbed his temples and said, Huang Weiyang, you are tasked with formulating the regulations. Fang Ping is unsuitable for this role. His inclination to impose stringent rules on employees is counterproductive. He aims to build a profitable enterprise but should not impose undue hardship on his staff. On the contrary, he should strive to provide better conditions for them. Huang Weiyang appeared bewildered. What sort of company is this, and what kind of boss? He barely grasps the nuances and yet is expected to establish rules. Boss. He suggested hesitantly, perhaps you could outline the changes first, as policies warrant thorough discussion and subsequent employee confirmation. Qin Haotian contemplated this and cleared his throat. Very well. Let me elucidate. The company's development plan remains unaltered, but we must now stride boldly into the first phase. Huang Weiyang, you are responsible for this undertaking. Huang Weiyang was left flabbergasted, pondering the implications. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Haotian was currently earning 30 billion lighthouse coins per month, far exceeding their comprehension of his ambitious vision. The company was to establish an entertainment division, with Huang Weiyang at the helm. The veteran employees would continue their respective roles, while distinct departments for human resources, technology, finance, administration, customer service, legal affairs, and public relations would be formed. Fang Peng, you will oversee this initiative, Qin Haotian declared, surveying the assembly of seasoned staff members. He found himself in need of an assistant, primarily to manage the establishment of the Research Institute and related affairs, but had yet to identify a suitable candidate. Huangya, please reach out to a headhunting firm and assist me in finding a personal assistant. I shall conduct the interviews myself. A glimmer of intrigue appeared in Huang Ye's eyes. Just last Friday, Qin had conducted interviews, and now he sought to manage the process personally. Very well, I shall take note. The company was preparing to construct its own headquarters. Fang Peng, confer with Huang Weiyang to determine a suitable location. I propose Sichuan or Guizhou provinces, as the official stance on Shanxing is less favorable. I do not intend to establish our base there. A palpable tension filled the room as many employees harbored hopes of settling in Shanxing. The prospect of relocation was disheartening. Fang Peng's expression shifted as he quickly interjected. President Qin, the company is still in a period of significant development. Should we not prioritize the company's situation before proceeding with the headquarters? Qin Haotian regarded Fang Peng with a knowing smile, fully aware of his intent to intervene. Rest assured, the financial matters have been resolved. Fang Peng's spirits lifted. President Qin, is the sales performance of Chuanglian truly objective? He pondered for a while, realizing that it was merely this one matter. As of now, none of them had even stepped through the company doors, leaving them entirely unaware of the market data for the chat application. Mr. Qin, this sly fox, forbade them from working overtime over the weekend, and as upper management, they remained oblivious to the situation. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern. I have already resolved the issue. Next, it is time for us to invest our efforts. Initially, Qin Haotian had no intention of constructing a headquarters. However, being a citizen of the Great Dragon Nation, it seemed inappropriate to profit without contributing domestically. The overall market environment here remained sluggish. Hence, his investment would undoubtedly stimulate various industries. 30 billion lighthouse coins a month. He could hardly fathom such an extravagant sum. Zuckerberg was, indeed, rather easy to persuade. Of course, he did not consider the other party a fool. The willingness to incur such a hefty cost could not merely stem from the capabilities of a chat application. There must be numerous enticing factors at play, and additionally, it was imperative that this endeavor also generated substantial profits for his company. These matters were not for Qin Haotian to fret over. His sole focus at present was to find a way to balance this portion of funds. Well, my budget for constructing the company headquarters is 60 billion lighthouse coins. The entire assembly was momentarily stunned, questioning whether Qin Haotian was speaking nonsensically. 60 billion lighthouse coins for a headquarters, an unfathomable figure. How much could the chat application generate in a month? 50 million lighthouse coins? 300 million lighthouse coins? Even that would require 10 months' time. Now, there arose a question. Where would the headquarters be constructed? My personal opinion leans towards those two locations. I leave the decision to you. He was not particularly fond of the officials in Mountain City, although changing locations might yield similar outcomes with the authorities. There remained a possibility of a more favorable situation. If so, it would certainly ease his future endeavors. The headquarters was distinct from other places. One couldn't simply relocate at will. Huang Weiyang suddenly stood up. Mr. Qin, I personally recommend we establish it in Mountain City. Please elaborate. Qin Haotian did not dismiss Huang Weiyang's suggestion outright. He was not well versed in current affairs and remained largely unaware of many official matters, relying solely on personal preferences. As an elite individual who had joined Haotian technology, Huang Weiyang likely possessed some understanding of the current officials. Mr. Qin, the local government in Mountain City is quite competent. It is not as corrupt as one might think. Furthermore, the transportation infrastructure in Mountain City is exceptionally convenient, with land, sea, and air routes, including numerous direct freight trains to foreign destinations, which would be advantageous for us and save considerable costs. Additionally, Mountain City is a popular urban center. As long as the prices are not exorbitantly high, attracting talent would be most convenient. Huang Weiyang enumerated several compelling points with sound reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Haotian refrained from making a decision. This was merely an idea at this stage. They still required funding from Facebook. There was ample time for further discussion. Over the next few days, it would be interesting to observe how the authorities would act. Fang Peng glanced at Huang Weiyang, clicking his tongue in admiration. See, this is the difference between elite individuals and the rest. With sound reasoning, Mr. Qin readily absorbed the information. Then let us put this matter on hold for now. Many newcomers should seize the opportunity to integrate into the company while the workload is manageable. The company is advancing at a rapid pace. And so too will your personal growth. It is imperative that you strive for self-improvement. After expressing this, Qin Haotian resumed his reading. The discussion then shifted to overseas operations, prompting Huang Weiyang to smile wryly. It was only Monday, and he had just been informed on Saturday about the establishment of the company. There had yet to be any progress. With no other options, Huang Weiyang stood up, steeling himself to speak. Mr. Qin, the foreign company has yet to be established. My friend, Ivan Jess, is currently applying for a company in the Cayman Islands. Is that so? Can it be registered successfully within 3 days? Huang Weiyang appeared troubled. I will urge him, he replied. After all, they were friends, and he could not say much more than that. Qin Haotian waved his hand dismissively. Fang Peng. Return to the company and transfer 1 million to Huang Weiyang for him to forward. Huang Weiyang was taken aback. He had only just joined the company, and Mr. Qin was already allocating such a sum to him. While he had no intention of absconding with the funds, it would not be difficult to manipulate the situation for personal gain. Qin Haotian remained unfazed. He believed in trusting his employees. 1 million was merely a trifling amount in the grand scheme of the company's needs. His next statement left everyone in the room astonished yet again. Remember, we will not concern ourselves with overseas matters. Just moments before, he had inquired about the development of the foreign company. And now he declared it would not require their attention. The registration of this overseas company served 2 purposes: to represent our products and to safeguard against sanctions, whether domestic or international. Qin Haotian surveyed everyone, speaking with conviction. All company products will be concurrently assigned to the overseas entity, which will manage and authorize them. We will not be directly involved. With this declaration, everyone comprehended Qin Haotian's intentions. Haotian Technology would not engage in overseas operations. Instead, it would sell the rights to agents, thereby avoiding organizational bloat and the complexities of international disputes. While the profits may be less, the complications would be significantly reduced. Should sanctions arise abroad, they would not fall upon their heads. In essence, this approach allowed for a distribution of interests, with others bearing the majority of the risk. Just as Qin Haotian was about to elaborate further, a property management staff member hurriedly entered. I apologize. Fang Peng's expression darkened as he rose and walked toward the exit to negotiate. The conversation had taken a swift turn, prompting him to rush over to Qin Haotian and discreetly inform him. Qin Haotian had a much improved perception of the officials in Shancheng. He had been contemplating whether they would approach him before Mark Zuckerberg issued a statement, and now it seemed they had arrived. Yeheo, Qin Hao. Please take the new employees to get acquainted. Consider it a welcome ceremony. I have matters to attend to. To the new employees, he expressed his apologies for the unfortunate circumstances they encountered upon joining Haotian Technology. I hope you will work diligently and live happily here. Later on, the company will organize a gathering for everyone to socialize and converse. Huang Weiyang, Fang Peng, let us go. With that, he hurriedly led Fang Peng and Huang Weiyang toward the company, as there were still matters awaiting their attention. Regardless, the individual representing the ruling faction, a prominent figure, was willing to personally arrive and awaited him at the entrance of his company, necessitating a demeanor of respect. In this light, Huang Weiyang was not mistaken. The municipal authorities of Shanqing indeed exhibited a degree of competence, and the emergence of a few minor issues could hardly be deemed significant. Contemplating this, he quickened his pace. This forthcoming discussion was likely to encompass numerous matters, and should the other party provide satisfactory answers, he would not be averse to it. Huang Weiyang was correct in asserting that Shanqing was a rather suitable city. The company's development here, while not necessarily promising boundless potential, at least ensured a relatively rapid growth rate. Chapter 61. Truly Inaccessible. Qin Haoyan, accompanied by Huang Weiyang and Fang Peng, swiftly made their way to the company. At the entrance, an elderly gentleman, clad in a white shirt, tailored trousers, and donned with gray leather shoes, stood quietly amidst a throng of admirers. Secretary Chen, should we? Humph, should we what? The elder's presence commanded authority without the need for anger. Just then, Qin Haoyan approached with his entourage. Apologies. We are in a meeting. His demeanor was markedly indifferent, devoid of flattery. Gazing at the crowd, he could easily discern who held the reins of leadership. The official demeanor was one of ostentatious arrogance, oblivious to the fact that, historically, the management of talent was a rather straightforward endeavor. These individuals merely excelled at self-promotion. The foundations of Liu Bang were in Chongqing, while Zhu Yuanzhang's were in Fengyang. In any township, as long as capable individuals were selected and provided with opportunities for growth, one could unearth leaders capable of managing an expansive empire. He harbored a disdain for those who thrived on such self-serving tactics. In his eyes, whether one engaged in productive work or corruption was of little consequence. He favored refining systems over managing people through laws and regulations. This inclination also explained why, despite continually providing benefits to employees, he never emphasized loyalty. He relied solely on systems. Loyalty was subject to change. A domestic quarrel could lead to an absence from work. A fall on the road could instigate a similar result, while the distribution of bonuses could evoke unwavering dedication. Disparities in salaries could incite feelings of unfairness and withdrawal. Internal and external factors alike could precipitate shifts in loyalty. Ultimately, a company existed to generate profit. It mattered not who undertook the responsibilities. Which was why he employed people without suspicion. What purpose did doubt serve? Could he personally manage every task? Ultimately, it would all revert to others. His own paranoia only served to compound his troubles. Qin Chong observed the figure basking in the admiration of the crowd, his eyes slightly lifting. Who is that? What position do they hold? What is their name? He genuinely did not know. Those surrounding Secretary Chen dared not overshadow their leader, remaining silent in observation. President Qin, a young and accomplished individual, one ventured. Where? I was unaware that the leadership was visiting Haotian Technology for any particular guidance. Haha. No, merely a conversation. I am aware that some of our colleagues have employed overly aggressive methods, which may have caused you some discomfort. I specifically came to extend an apology. Qin Haoyan raised his head. Very well, I accept. You may return. He found these seasoned foxes particularly irksome. A matter that could be succinctly articulated often devolved into a half-hour of preamble before the crux was finally addressed. If the other party truly sought to apologize, he would have gladly opened the gates. Qin Haoyan remained oblivious to the fact that Secretary Chen held a great admiration for his high-tech talent and was indeed there to apologize. Naturally, such a prominent figure, burdened with countless responsibilities, could not have come solely for that purpose. He had carved out precious time on a Monday morning, amidst a plethora of pressing affairs. Huang Weiyang and Fang Ping exchanged knowing glances, aware of the company's ambitions to expand and strengthen. They recognized the significance of the individuals before them, the secretary, the deputy secretary, and a vice mayor, each occupying esteemed positions within the bureaucratic hierarchy. It was evident that Qin, with his formidable prowess, was conducting a widespread and indiscriminate offensive. Secretary Chen paused momentarily, then chuckled leisurely. Mr. Qin, you possess quite the charm. Perhaps we could find a place to converse? I wonder if you have the time? Qin Haoyan was acutely aware that he could not simply dismiss them with a few words. Their assembly was not without purpose. They would not retreat empty-handed without a meaningful discussion. Besides Secretary Chen, a multitude of individuals appeared visibly perturbed. This fellow indeed matched the descriptions circulating about him, arrogant and dismissive of others, regardless of their status. Even those within the innermost circles would not dare to show such blatant disregard. Typically, it would manifest through verbal sparring or veiled hostilities. Yet, here it was laid bare for all to witness. Secretary Chen chuckled, seemingly unfazed. They had engaged in improper conduct, yet could not bear the brunt of criticism. It appears Mr. Chen remains unwilling to extend his forgiveness. Rest assured, upon our return, we shall intensify our disciplinary scrutiny to prevent such incidents from recurring, Secretary Chen remarked. Unaware that he had just set himself up for a harsh rebuttal, Qin Haoyan remained noncommittal, holding little concern for the matter. Unless he were to be incarcerated, he could simply flee. If the Dragon Country proved untenable, there were always foreign shores. He had long intended to seek refuge abroad, where many restricted technologies could be developed without hindrance. Now, if there is something to discuss, please proceed. A multitude of employees awaits my attention, he stated, still oblivious to the identities of those before him, as they failed to introduce themselves properly. Huang Weiyang and Fang Peng stood anxiously by Qin Haoyan's side. What is this? Has Mr. Qin changed his office location? Qin Haoyan shrugged. Not exactly. The front desk changed the password, and we were unaware. No one is answering the phone. This revelation left Secretary Chun and the others astonished. They had assumed that Saturday's events were merely a performance put on by Qin Haoyan and his team. Alas, they had misjudged Haotian technology. The boss could not even enter the premises? Was this how the current generation managed their workplaces? To simply lock the doors and ignore calls, preventing even the owner from gaining access? Wasn't Haotian technology supposed to commence operations at 9? Just as Qin Haoyan prepared to elucidate the situation, his phone rang. Without hesitation, he answered. The countenance of the group darkened further. They were 3 to 4 levels of officials, and this man was displaying a blatant lack of respect. However, Qin Haoyan remained unconcerned, receiving a call from Han Ting. I must say, you've left your boss locked out. He joked, turning to the entrance, inputting the code, and unlocking the door. They did not invite them. They simply walked into the company. Fang Peng forced a smile, realizing that this matter had to be handled by himself. Please come in, esteemed leaders. He had given up. With the boss uncooperative, any words of praise would only lead to embarrassment, so it was better to remain silent. A group of 7 or 8 individuals ambled into the office, their curious gazes scrutinizing everything. Many displayed contempt in their eyes. Had it not been for the foreign dignitaries collectively seeking out Haotian technology, it was unlikely they would have deigned to lower themselves. Qin Haoyan inspected the servers, confirming everything was in order, and sighed inwardly. This issue needed to be resolved swiftly. It depended on when Zuckerberg would release the funds. Meanwhile, Fang Ping attended to all the guests before joining Huang Weiyang to meet with Qin Haoyan. Mr. Qin, do you know the purpose of their visit? Huang Weiyang nodded. Most likely to inquire about our willingness to collaborate and what assistance we require, including any policy support. Fang Ping appeared astonished. Despite our harsh criticisms of them, they still come here eagerly. Huang Weiyang shook his head gravely. I have researched this, Secretary Chen. Qin Haoyan raised an eyebrow, looking at Huang Weiyang. Secretary Chen? The two turned to gaze intently at Qin Haoyan. No way? Chapter 62, the concept for the construction of the 60 billion Lighthouse Coin headquarters. Mr. Qin, are you unaware of who they are? Are they particularly renowned? Why should I care? Qin Haoyan responded with surprise as he looked at the two. Fang Peng sighed. The Secretary of Shanxing, Chen Mingde, 62 years old, just transferred here a year ago from the former province of Yi, where he served as the vice-governor, overseeing commercial affairs. He has always been deeply loved by the people and is known as a good official who serves the populace. Qin Haoyan shrugged. Choosing not to elaborate further, Fang Ping seemed to have done his homework. For Haotian technology to establish itself in Shanxing, it was essential not to offend this group of officials. Understanding certain individuals, even superficially and officially, was unavoidable. Qin Haoyan sighed inwardly. Everyone still desired to settle in Shanxing. After all, most had established their lives here, and it was unlikely they would willingly follow him to a more impoverished and underdeveloped region. Qin Haoyan did not act hastily. Deciding to discuss matters further after the meeting, he led the two into the conference room. Secretary Qin, with your numerous responsibilities, what brings you here this time? A sense of discomfort settled among the group. Wherever they went, others were typically held in high regard. Yet, Haotian technology had consistently disregarded them, casting them aside. Without any pleasantries, they had come directly to discuss business. Secretary Qin was unfazed. He managed commercial affairs and often interacted with business people. Many, though outwardly courteous, likely harbored resentment towards them. As a seasoned official, he was not naive and could see through the facade. However, Qin Haoyan, despite appearing unperturbed, always struck at the heart of the matter, focusing on substantive issues. Mr. Qin, I wish to understand your company's future development plans and what kind of support you require from Shanqing. Encountering someone like Qin Haoyan, Secretary Chen remained calm and instead revealed two key points. This is the camaraderie shared between individuals of genuine integrity, Qin Haoyan mused, shaking his head. My personal preference is for the company to relocate to Sichuan or Guizhou provinces. Boldly, you are attempting to intimidate us. One individual could no longer contain his rage, his complexion shifting violently as he rebuked Qin Haoyan. Qin Haoyan cast a glance at him, his expression turning coldly dismissive. It is precisely because of a group of self-righteous, arrogant fools that I have made this decision. The faces of those present darkened. Previously, Fang Peng had scolded them, and subsequently, Qin Haoyan had privately derided them. Now, he had the audacity to confront them directly. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Qin Haoyan chose to ignore him, fixating instead on the taciturn Secretary Qin. Look here, I ask you, why would I choose to establish my company in this location? Do you truly believe you possess the capability to wield power? What do you think, Secretary Chen? The expressions of the crowd were a mixture of joy and apprehension. What could this man be plotting? Did he not realize that this was the Great Dragon Nation? Did he genuinely believe it was the Lighthouse Nation, where wealth could buy impunity? Their laws serve them, while those of the Lighthouse Nation cater to the affluent, a fundamental distinction. Qin Haoyan felt no fear. At worst, he could be detained for a few days. He could easily depart the Great Dragon Nation and establish a company abroad, with hundreds of millions of dollars at his disposal. He could certainly commence from the arms trade. Just look at that remarkable group of entrepreneurs beside him. Were they not once brash and uncouth? Once they achieved success, did they not transform into paragons of sophistication? He would not mind undertaking such a venture himself. For him, these challenges were far from insurmountable. Mr. Qin, I understand that recent events have caused you distress. I assure you, no one shall dare to trouble you through unscrupulous means henceforth. As long as your esteemed company adheres to the laws within the Mountain City region, you shall face no troubles, as long as I am in office. Secretary Chen did not express anger. The more the opposition fumed, the easier it was to gain the upper hand. Those old schemers operating in the shadows were the real concern. Qin Haoyan's forthrightness made matters easier to resolve. There was no alternative. This would soon be a super company generating at least 10 billion lighthouse coins monthly. The addition of such an entity would greatly benefit the development of the Mountain City. The Mountain City has faced challenges, relying heavily on central government support as one of the 4 direct-controlled municipalities. Now that a super company has finally emerged, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Should Haotian technology depart the Mountain City due to internal corruption and the greed of certain individuals, he would find it impossible to justify to the city and its people. Qin Haotian placed his hands on the desk. Secretary Qin, tell me, how impactful can your words be? In the realm of politics, Qin Haoyan was a novice. He opted for directness over subterfuge. The other official's expressions shifted. Had this young man truly grasped audacity? How dare he pose such a question? Secretary Chen, however, smiled knowingly. He understood that Qin Haoyan's inquiry indicated he had yet to reach a firm resolution. As long as Haotian technology operated legally in the Mountain City, I can guarantee your continued safety. Secretary Qin was well aware that Haotian technology merely required this period of protection. As long as Qin Haoyan selects to collaborate with one or two of the global internet giants, he could immediately soar to success, given that these are high-tech enterprises. As long as they remain within the bounds of the law, it would be exceedingly difficult for officials to intervene. Such companies do not require extensive engineering, and those with ambitious ideas and significant influence would find limited opportunities to act against them. Provided that there is no tax evasion, Haotian technology is virtually impeccable. Qin Haoyan remained noncommittal. Very well, I require a parcel of land, at least 100 acres. An acre measures 666 square meters, totaling over 60,000 square meters, which equates to a mere area of 300 meters in length and 200 meters in width. While substantial, it is not insurmountable. This matter can be discussed further upon our return, and we shall provide you with a response. It is not a difficult task. Once again, Mr. Qin, could you disclose the company's plans? Qin Haoyan's expression remained unchanged, offering no direct reply to Secretary Chen's inquiry. I intend to utilize this 100 acres to construct the company headquarters, with an anticipated investment of 60 billion lighthouse coins. If feasible, I can entrust this project to the Shanqing Urban Construction Investment Company, provided they can meet our stipulations. The officials present began to breathe more rapidly. Constructing a company headquarters for 60 billion lighthouse coins is indeed a monumental undertaking. Currently, The most expensive corporate headquarters globally belongs to Apple, costing a total of 50 billion lighthouse coins. If Shacheng were to erect a headquarters costing 60 billion lighthouse coins, the employment opportunities and capital circulation generated throughout the process would be remarkable. What was the total for the year 2019? 236 trillion Dalong country coins. 60 billion lighthouse coins translates to over 400 billion Dalong country coins, roughly 1/60th of Shacheng's annual revenue. Such an investment is indeed significant. Has Shacheng encountered such a lucrative opportunity? The officials, who had previously glared at Qin Haoyan with hostility, now gazed at him with fervent interest, as if they could devour him whole. Surprisingly, Secretary Chun remained remarkably composed. Mr. Qin, have you reached an agreement with Mr. Zuckerberg? Chapter 63, Wasteland. Although this was framed as a question, Secretary Chin's tone was decidedly assertive. Qin Haoyan remained silent, quietly observing the officials, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These individuals were not virtuous. Their eyes sparkled with greed upon hearing about money. Just moments ago, they had viewed him as a rebellious figure, and now they seemed eager to seize him. In addition to the headquarters, I also require a factory. Upon hearing this, the officials again looked at Qin Haoyan with envy. Mr. Qin intends to venture into the manufacturing sector? Qin Haoyan did not respond to the official's remark. He did not recognize him, nor did he feel any trepidation. Secretary Qin, you must be aware that land in Shanxing is considerably more expensive than that in Chuan Province and Gui Province. How do you believe I should proceed? Qin Haoyan adopted a strategy of retreating to advance, gazing at Secretary Qin. Remaining here is not out of the question. Ensuring safety and obtaining smooth administrative approvals is one aspect. Financial considerations are another. Your province and Sichuan indeed do not match the mountain city in terms of transportation and commercial activities. However, the construction of large service clusters is commendable. Each has its merits. Qin Haoyan, compromising on computational power requirements, intends to purchase a portion of servers from Longwei, though he will not acquire them in excess. To him, the current hardware appears outdated. He possesses the capability to innovate and transform, even to the extent of creating intelligent robots. In due time, these issues will cease to be concerns. Although it seems he has ample funds, they are insignificant compared to the endeavors he is about to undertake. Naturally, he cannot afford to squander his resources as they are not in surplus. Mr. Qin, what preparations does your esteemed company have for constructing the headquarters? Is there a location secured? Additionally, what are the requirements for industrial land? Secretary Qin, having spent a year in Mountain City and being responsible for commercial affairs, directly inquired about the most fundamental and core issues. Only by understanding these can he return to engage in discussions. If the opposing party invests 60 billion lighthouse coins in building the headquarters, the significance of such a development is minimal without knowledge of the company's growth. Investing 60 billion lighthouse coins would allow for soaring advancements in any area of the central 9 districts of Mountain City. I anticipate that within 2 months, the location will be confirmed. As for the factory, it will be adjacent to the headquarters, requiring at least 10,000 acres of land, with no upper limit. Qin Haoyan's assertion is rooted in rationale. The factory he intends to establish must encompass comprehensive manufacturing capabilities. If the land is too limited, how can he expect to expand? Mark Zuckerberg, willing to spend 30 billion lighthouse coins for exclusive enterprise-level usage rights of a translation software, is not financially constrained, thus opting for a decisive approach. Once the headquarters is constructed, the surrounding land value will undoubtedly rise significantly, and he is reluctant to waste resources on land. The officials present felt a chill run down their spines. Regardless of how inexpensive industrial land is, considering a 50-year property right, this 10,000 acres would cost at least 50 million Dalongwa coins. Just for the land, such funds are necessary, coupled with the headquarters investment. Does Haotian Technology possess such capital? Can a single software generate such immense profits? The officials exchanged furtive glances, calculating in their minds. At this juncture, Secretary Chun exhibited a troubled expression. With Qin Haoyan revealing nothing yet maintaining such grand aspirations, he found himself in a quandary. Primarily, he still could not identify an appropriate location. He could not propose land that was inaccessible. Mr. Qin, your ambitions are indeed substantial. Qin Haoyan chuckled. We lack funds. Yet money must circulate to generate value. The company requires development. It cannot simply deposit funds in a bank and leave them idle. He mused, realizing that they were merely at the beginning. The real profitable endeavors had yet to commence. Admittedly, the expenditures had not yet begun either. To be honest, He had underestimated Zuckerberg this time. Zuckerberg is indeed formidable, willing to invest more for exclusive enterprise-level applications. Mr. Chin, to be candid, such a substantial sum of money, regardless of the city it is allocated to, will not go unnoticed. Our leadership team will certainly deliberate seriously and promptly present several locations for your consideration. How does that sound? Chin Haoyan smiled and remained silent. Certainly, I am not in a hurry regarding this matter, as there are still 2 months to go. I will simultaneously reach out to both Sichuan province and your province for site selection. Secretary Chin's body trembled slightly, a fierce glint fleeting across his eyes. The substantial sum that Haotian Technology is poised to invest undoubtedly points to a collaboration with Zuckerberg, from whom they have secured a significant amount of funding. Moreover, I am certain that the amount exceeds 60 billion lighthouse coins. Otherwise, it would be illogical to invest all of it solely for the construction of a headquarters. What does this signify? Any visionary would comprehend it clearly. The potential of Haotian Technology far surpasses this figure. This company may possess a value greater than he had ever envisioned. 1 billion lighthouse coins per month is merely an underestimation of Haotian Technology's worth. The mountain city must seize this opportunity. As a Fortune 500 company beckons, there is no way he could let it slip away. Mr. Chin, grant us 3 days, and we shall present you with a proposal that will surely satisfy, the officials implored. Chin Haotian remained non-committal. Were it not for the opinions of Fong Ping and others, he truly would not wish to linger in Mountain City, despite being a native. Upon confirming Haotian Technology's financial standing, the officials' expression softened, and they found Chin Haotian considerably more agreeable. The ensuing conversation flowed much more smoothly. Despite Chin Haotian's stern demeanor, the officials began to flatter him profusely. After a brief discussion, Secretary Chun hurriedly departed with the officials, evidently eager to complete the task at hand. Chin Haotian instructed Fong Peng to summon everyone back to work, and he led Fong Ping and Huang Weiyong into his office. I shall grant Zuckerberg exclusive enterprise-level communication privileges. Both Huang Weiyong and Fong Ping were filled with excitement. Mr. Chin Haotian raised his hand to halt them. He was well aware of what they wished to express. Yet he assured them that as long as they disclosed the figures, they would not utter a single word. 30 billion lighthouse coins per month. The two gasped in astonishment. 30 billion lighthouse coins. Had they misheard, or had the world gone mad? How could this be possible? Chin Haotian was not surprised by their shock. Had he not been indifferent to money, he too would have leapt with excitement. An annual revenue of 360 billion lighthouse coins translates to 200 billion Great Dragon Country currency. Private enterprises within the Great Dragon Country capable of such magnitude are virtually industry titans. Yet here they were, a single software achieving this milestone, truly unimaginable. Very well. You may not grasp his strategy. We shall jointly issue a statement on this matter in due time. By the way, if you have acquired shares in major foreign internet companies, sell them promptly. The two remained absorbed in processing Chin Haotian's words, failing to respond. 30 billion lighthouse coins per month, not even accounting for private gains. No wonder Mr. Chin dared to allocate 60 billion lighthouse coins for the headquarters construction. They had indeed overthought this. The headquarters would not merely be a simplistic commercial building, as Chin Haotian would consider the establishment of certain research facilities. At the very least, some standard research laboratories would undoubtedly need to be constructed. Chapter 64. We authorize abroad, focusing solely on domestic matters. Mr. Chin, our company has flourished. Fong Peng gasped, his fervent gaze fixed intently upon Chin Haotian. Chin Haotian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it seems the employee benefits require some adjustments. Fong Peng's expression darkened. Once again, General Chin was indulging in extravagance. While their company already offered the highest salaries in the mountain city, the prospect of increasing benefits left other companies in a precarious position. Chin Haotian, oblivious to Fong Peng's thoughts, would not have cared even if he did. A company that neglects its employees while engaging in superficial endeavors is most disheartening. The notion of competing with peers merely to outshine them did not weigh on Chin Haotian's conscience in the least. Of course, after enhancing employee satisfaction, should there be surplus time and energy, he might consider further initiatives. However, rather than allocating funds for charity, which, when funneled through official channels, often ends up in the hands of the unscrupulous, he would rather invest in a laboratory. The thought of personally engaging in charitable acts did not particularly appeal to him either. It was not a matter of being cold-hearted. It was simply the harsh reality of the world. Compared to those with limited foresight, the urban workforce fared no better than the impoverished. The truly privileged were those who exploited others or operated in the murky intersections of wealth and power. Most ordinary individuals, despite their own struggles, could hardly tolerate witnessing others in distress and would likely extend a helping hand. Such individuals were the ones deserving of his assistance. There was no rush in this matter. Let us instead discuss the current business support of the company. Qin Haotian understood that excess could be detrimental. Even with the best intentions, fostering an environment of arrogance and laziness among employees would yield unfavorable outcomes. In the future, when establishing a research institute, if researchers toiled exhaustively for their projects while the operational staff lived carefreely, what would the researchers think? This notion was merely a reflection of his thoughts, akin to the discussion he had with Huang Weiyang regarding another matter. That particular issue was somewhat more complicated. Achieving those ambitions before the hardware and artificial intelligence were fully realized was essentially unrealistic. Nonetheless, enhancing employee salaries and overall job satisfaction was indeed feasible. Weiyang, focus on resolving matters in this area domestically, he instructed. Understood, General Qin, Huang Weiyang replied, somewhat resigned. Despite being an assistant, he found himself in control of an entertainment company. Although this company held immense potential, having already reached a staggering monthly revenue of 30 billion lantern coins without fully unleashing its capabilities, it still paled in comparison to another project that stirred his envy. If that plan were to come to fruition, the people of the Dragon Country would truly find relief. That was his ultimate goal. As for finances, while he possessed little, his wife and daughter were not extravagant. Now that they had relocated to the mountain city, the interest alone sufficed for a comfortable living. You must cultivate a group to succeed you. Your position is merely transitional. Do not lose sight of your foundations, understand? Qin Haotian earnestly advised Huang Weiyang. Huang Weiyang was exceptionally talented, arguably among the finest he had encountered. To place him in the entertainment sector felt somewhat like a misallocation of his abilities. Huang Weiyang's spirit soared. General Qin had not forgotten him and still intended to pursue that plan. With this understanding, he felt invigorated, harboring no discontent whatsoever. Conversely, he now ardently wishes to establish a successful entertainment company and find a suitable successor to take his place. Earning money, after all, is far more gratifying than merely being beside President Qin and engaging in significant ventures. You shall oversee the domestic affairs. While the individual you have identified for the international sector, what was his name again? His knowledge of foreign names, particularly from North America and Europe, is rather limited. A long list of names escapes his memory entirely. Ivangees, President Qin. Very well, you shall allow him to manage the international entertainment segment. In due time, Zuckerberg will transfer funds into this company's account. Huang Weiyang opened his mouth in bewilderment. If that is the case, why are they still toiling away at a company abroad? Huang Weiyang is skeptical that President Qin's intentions are merely to evade taxes. If that were true, it would be entirely unnecessary. Our overseas company should simply coordinate with that entity. Ivangees, President Qin. This matter, once you inform him, will amount to granting him authority, allowing him to negotiate with various foreign interests. As for the profits, let us say it's a 10% share. Fang Peng's eyes widened in astonishment. 10%. President Qin, isn't that rather excessive? This is not 1 point. It is indeed 10%, equivalent to 1/10. What company can thrive in the entertainment industry in such a manner? Without lifting a finger, one could earn 300 million lantern coins in a month. Ahem. It is a 10% profit, while our overall profit margin is merely 30%. Fang Peng still felt discontented. 30% implies a monthly profit of 900 million lantern coins, with 9 million lantern coins allocated to the overseas sector. This amounts to an annual total of over 1 billion lantern coins. Isn't that rather excessive, President Qin? All right, Fang Peng, do not dwell on these matters. Do we possess the capacity to navigate international affairs? What if we encounter sanctions akin to those against Long Wei? These funds shall be considered a toll. Let that individual provide his own explanations, Huang Weiyang remarked. President Qin's intentions remain ambiguous. He has repeated names thrice yet still fails to remember them. Should I refer to them as the Dragon Country? Qin Haotian pondered for a moment. Let him come. It would be beneficial to sign an agreement and discuss specifics with him. Qin Haotian harbored doubts regarding the so-called spirit of commercial agreements from that side. Such notions are rendered null and void when the stakes are sufficiently high. The people of the Dragon Country seem to idolize everything portrayed by foreign individuals. Naturally, this is also attributable to the lack of integrity among their own. They have tarnished their own reputation. Reflecting on this, he felt a desire to voice his grievances. Indeed, the most treacherous adversaries are often those closest to us. All right, if there is nothing else, let us discuss the company's affairs. Fong Ping was taken aback. What is there to discuss? They were prohibited from working overtime over the weekend, and upon returning on Monday, they found themselves locked outside. Shortly thereafter, the secretary from Shanxing arrived. It was lunchtime, and they had yet to enjoy a proper meal, let alone address the company's data. As for other suggestions, President Qin paid no heed. It would be better to remain silent. If there is nothing more, let us adjourn the meeting and return to our own tasks. New employees must be welcomed warmly, ensuring they do not perceive indifference. A company should embody a sense of humanity. Previously, the majority of our workforce consisted of programmers, resulting in an office atmosphere filled with the incessant clatter of keyboards, where conversation was scarce. Were it not for a circle of familiar faces, newcomers might find such an oppressive environment unbearable. Fortunately, we have now welcomed a group of over 20 employees who are not programmers. These individuals represent the future of Haotian technology, and it is imperative that they feel included. Understanding this, General Manager Qin Haotian pondered his next steps as Fong Ping looked on expectantly. Qin, constrained in his role and often the focal point for even trivial matters, sighed deeply before waving his hand dismissively. Everything remains unchanged. If there are no pressing issues, we shall conclude the workday. Fong Ping felt as though he were a practitioner of some arduous discipline, his frustration mounting. This company seemed doomed. Perhaps it was best to let it collapse. He was exhausted. Qin Haotian, however, paid no heed to Fong's discontent and departed, eager to return to the research lab, where countless technological advancements awaited realization. As he settled back into his office, an embarrassing thought struck him. He had forgotten to discuss the procurement of servers with Fong Ping. He hastily summoned him once more. General Manager Qin, what is it? Fong Ping inquired. How much remains in the company account? Qin asked. Approximately 200 million. We are on the verge of a sale. A company is set to purchase 100 million worth, with a contract signing scheduled for this afternoon. Qin Haotian stared at Fong Ping in astonishment. He had assumed that the asset was worth only 50 million, yet Fong had managed to double that amount. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he scrutinized Fong Ping with a curious gaze, contemplating whether to assign him to handle business negotiations. Such talent could command a high price. It was remarkable that, despite Haotian technology facing a ban, there was still a company willing to pay 100 million for a simple game that could be developed by any moderately experienced programmer. Why would anyone seek to buy it? Fong Ping, sensing Qin Haotian's intense scrutiny, feared that the general manager was displeased with the figure. General Manager, I assure you, I had no other options. With a complete network ban, many users are wary of information leaks. Aside from cancellations, we have been unable to resume operations and generate advertising revenue. Securing 100 million was no easy feat. My efforts have left my lips sore. Given the time constraints, our options were limited. And I only proceeded with a company of considerable strength. Qin Haotian paused, realizing that Fong Ping had misinterpreted his reaction. He smiled slightly, dismissing the misunderstanding. That is not the issue at hand. I merely inquired. You have performed admirably to secure such a deal in such a short span. Fong Ping's face lit up with joy. The general manager had praised him. How remarkable. Qin Haotian chuckled softly, amused by Fong's childlike enthusiasm. Now, allocate 20 million to purchase the servers. Fong Ping inhaled sharply, a bitter expression crossing his face. No wonder Qin had felt the need to commend him. They are waiting here. Do not feel burdened. The server has been prepared for seamless communication and entertainment. Do you truly believe that mere instantaneous translation capabilities among a handful of nations could compel Zuckerberg to part with significant funds? With Qin Haotian's explanation, Fong Ping felt a sense of relief. Indeed, without formidable capabilities, what justification would Zuckerberg have to invest such substantial capital in acquiring exclusive enterprise-level services? Contemplating this, Fong Ping found himself smiling once more. The chat software could still facilitate sporadic transactions. The membership fee is not insignificant, particularly abroad, where individuals possess a willingness to pay and are unlikely to be frugal with such minor expenses. Compared to convenience, these trivial costs pale in significance. This realization brought a sense of financial ease to Fong Ping. Upon reflection, investing 20 million in servers seemed a sound decision with guaranteed returns. However, 20 million was the limit. Beyond that, it would not be prudent. Qin Haotian, noticing Fong Ping's contemplative demeanor, understood what was occupying his mind. He refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting Fong Ping's cheerful engagement. Moreover, it is essential to deliberate on the location for server construction. Our company cannot perpetually serve as the server headquarters, as my office can hardly accommodate it. Fong Peng's expression darkened at this prospect, for it entailed yet another substantial financial outlay. This is money, after all. Mr. Qin, could we not delay this for a few days? Qin Haoyin's demeanor turned serious. No, the sooner we act, the more effective our efforts will be. We have substantial collaborations ahead, and we cannot allow Zuckerberg to hinder our progress. Fong Peng managed a wry smile, utterly unaware of the nature of these collaborations. This general manager's role is undeniably stifling. Qin Haoyin showed no leniency, waving him away to attend to his duties. Meanwhile, Qin Haoyin was busy with various actions. As the situation abroad remained tumultuous, the financial stock market was particularly affected. Zuckerberg, akin to a ravenous beast, rampaged through the market without regard for consequences. He sold off all remaining shares of his companies, many even below market value, inciting frenzy among investors. In the financial market, he aggressively liquidated his stocks, resulting in a chaotic sell-off. Due to Zuckerberg's upheaval, numerous large corporations faced substantial repercussions. Damn it! Has Zuckerberg lost his mind? Investigate. I need to know what he intends to do. The CEO of Twitter erupted in anger, smashing items in his office. Meanwhile, Tim Cook at Apple wore a grave expression. It was already night on their end, with the stock market closed. Yet, Zuckerberg appeared to be in a frenzy, recklessly offloading his remaining company shares. Fortunately, these companies had prepared for such eventualities, ready to mobilize funds to stabilize the market, preventing a catastrophic collapse. Otherwise, the turmoil would have been far more severe. Investigate thoroughly. Ascertain what action Zuckerberg has taken. Furthermore, regarding our joint venture in the Dragon Country, we have returned, yet Zuckerberg only just arrived today and immediately undertook such grand maneuvers. He must have received some intelligence. Cook's expression tightened, and his breathing quickened. Investigate to determine whether Facebook has reached an agreement with the Dragon Country company. A thorough investigation is imperative. The remaining companies, such as Microsoft and Google, are not naive. They have begun to diligently investigate the motivations behind Zuckerberg's actions. The United States continues to serve as a barometer. With the stock market in turmoil, everyone quickly takes notice and begins to probe further. There is a collective curiosity about Zuckerberg's erratic behavior. Unfortunately, only 4 individuals are privy to the insider information. The rest can only speculate, as the reasons remain elusive. Even if Zuckerberg were to forge a partnership with Chanwei, such extreme measures would be unfathomable. If Facebook can collaborate, then naturally other internet companies could as well. Is it truly necessary for Zuckerberg to act so recklessly? Abandoning all stocks and shares of other companies is a desperate gamble. On the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th days, Zuckerberg relentlessly seized the opportunity, amassing a substantial quantity of Lighthouse coins. With these coins in hand, he began to aggressively repurchase shares of his own company. Regardless of the cost, he allocated half of his resources to this endeavor, causing his ownership stake to soar from 13% to 14%. One should not underestimate this increment. According to market valuations, this single percentage is equivalent to nearly 8 billion Lighthouse coins, a considerable sum for Zuckerberg. The remaining half of his capital was directed into the stock market as he fervently purchased more shares of his company until his funds were depleted. This series of maneuvers left onlookers in astonishment. Employees from other companies were left bewildered, grappling with the urgency to secure their stakes while simultaneously acquiring Facebook shares in large volumes. Consequently, many bewildered followers inadvertently contributed to driving Zuckerberg's company stock price upward, reaching a valuation of $27,111 by the close of trading on Friday. Chapter 66 saw the online discourse reignite. Upon receiving this news, Zuckerberg found himself nearly laughing maniacally, pondering whether these individuals had inadvertently aided him. What would happen if he were to announce this information next Monday at noon? To what heights would Facebook stock soar? 300 Lighthouse coins, or perhaps 320? The thought was almost too extravagant to entertain. Sitting alone in his office, Zuckerberg wore an expression of both incredulity and schadenfreude. Securing Qin's friendship had proven to be immensely profitable. With this surge, he stood to gain nearly 500 billion Lighthouse coins. Once Facebook stock reached approximately 200 billion, he would repurchase shares, and with his 14% stake, he could potentially elevate his ownership to 40%. Suddenly, Zuckerberg furrowed his brow. It seemed he still fell short. Perhaps he should consider borrowing from the bank. As this notion crossed his mind, a spark of ambition ignited within him. Unable to contain himself, he hastily rose from his seat. As a significant client, the bank staff, upon receiving his request, promptly worked overtime to accommodate him. He borrowed 300 billion lighthouse coins without concern for the high interest rates. Ultimately, by Monday morning, he had successfully entered the market. By this time, Facebook stock had already ascended to 300 billion. The financial market is acutely perceptive, and everyone followed suit. After all, Facebook is no small enterprise, and Zuckerberg is far from foolish. Those who align themselves with Zuckerberg are likely to reap substantial rewards. Even as executives from various companies fervently waved their cash to acquire Facebook stocks, which once soared to an astonishing 310 per share. Many would undoubtedly follow suit were it not for the prevailing uncertainty. Mark Zuckerberg, with a smile gracing his face, instructed his assistant, "Let us convene a press conference at noon." He had long arranged this meeting with Qin Haotian, for this period was of utmost significance. Ensuring confidentiality was paramount. As the external world buzzed with myriad speculations, though none were substantiated, yet the majority surmised that Zuckerberg had indeed forged an agreement with Haotian Technology. The nature of this agreement, however, remained an enigma to all. Unbeknownst to many, under Qin Haotian's persuasion, Zuckerberg was amassing wealth from across the globe. Meanwhile, the domestic scene was equally tumultuous, with the stock market experiencing widespread upheaval. In the Dragon Nation, numerous investors placed their bets, and Zuckerberg's maneuvers led to plummeting stock prices for many companies. Countless individuals who had invested in stocks found themselves stripped of their fortunes, leading to several incidents of despair. The public discourse intensified as an analytical post regarding the current situation emerged, even postulating an exclusive collaboration between Haotian Technology and Facebook. This theory quickly gained traction across various media platforms, igniting fervent discussions. Do you think it's true? One might wonder. I suspect it could indeed be the case. If so, the four major domestic corporations would find themselves in dire straits. Should this prove accurate, not only would the domestic giants suffer, but even prominent internet firms like Chotuan and Pinduoduo would face similar fates. Aside from Pinduoduo, Matewan is not exclusive either. I ponder, are you not aware? Regardless of its veracity, these companies are suffering, aren't they? Their stock prices have plummeted by dozens of dragon coins, leaving many in utter disbelief. It can't be that exaggerated. There's no issue at all. Anyway, I'm not invested. The individual above does not wish to expose you. Perhaps you did not invest because you could not afford to. Regardless, I have not incurred any losses, while those who stood at high positions may indeed have lost everything. I had invested all my savings, and that accursed Haotian Technology has cost me dearly. Indeed, they are a heartless company, siphoning the hard-earned money of ordinary people. And they deserve no mercy. Let us go confront them at their office. Right? That wretched Haotian Technology has caused so many of us to suffer. How many families are impacted? How are we to survive? In a moment, the ire was bizarrely directed at Haotian Technology. Some netizens could no longer tolerate this. It's laughable. Haotian Technology has done nothing wrong, yet you blame them. Why not protest against Facebook, as they are the source of this turmoil? Why not seek accountability from the companies whose stock prices have plummeted, as it is their decline that has led to your losses? The stock market is fraught with risk. We are all adults, making voluntary purchases, and we bear the responsibility for our gains and losses. When you profit, there is no sign of you sharing with the other companies. Yet, you seek out Haotian Technology? Have some dignity. Leave some decency for your descendants. No one forced you to invest. When profits flow, you indulge, but when losses occur, you wail and lament. Where do you find such entitlement? Truly shameless. The recent collective boycott of Haotian Technology by major internet firms has sparked widespread criticism across the nation. Despite the backlash, the company remains unperturbed, displaying commendable composure in the face of such vitriol. Were it not for their magnanimity, a legal notice would suffice to silence the detractors. The slander cast upon their reputation is palpable. As the narrative unfolds, one can observe the rise and fall of fortunes, akin to a tumultuous drama. While some continue to thrive at the expense of the nation, notably, there are astute observers among us. Mark Zuckerberg is not a fool. His bold maneuvers surely signify substantial breakthroughs, potentially leading to remarkable growth for his company. The recent visit to Shanxing may indeed hint at a clandestine agreement with Haotian Technology. Alas, if only one could procure Facebook stocks domestically, as I have already invested in 20 shares, eagerly anticipating lucrative returns. Similarly, I stand firm at a 300-point threshold, hoping for an ascent to 400. It is evident that many affluent individuals are concealed within this discourse. A mere 20 shares equate to 2,000, translating to a staggering 60,000 lighthouse coins. Furthermore, there are those who analyze the situation with a level-headed perspective. If Haotian technology is favored internationally while being boycotted domestically, is this not the norm? Whenever foreign entities open their resources, domestic firms quickly find themselves at the forefront of global advancements, be it in automobiles or software. Interestingly, amidst these discussions, the capabilities of the Chuangliu application, which supports seamless switching between 60 languages, have gone unnoticed. This algorithm is remarkably sophisticated. I have personally experienced its efficacy in facilitating communication with individuals from various countries, even in group chats, with instantaneous translations. Many of my peers have acquired this software, especially considering its modest price of 30 yuan per month. Moreover, the Chuangliu plugin is notably more conscientious than its domestic counterparts, offering multifaceted utility. The domestic television landscape, laden with fees for screen mirroring and viewing, appears rather exploitative. It is evident that the Haotian technology narrative has garnered a following. However, one should not overlook the merits of Haotian novels, which are abundant and provide a staggering daily output of over 100,000 words. A feat that is both impressive and daunting. The question arises, will Haotian novels be adapted into television series, films, or animations? It seems unlikely. Yet one must remember that Haotian technology is rumored to possess artificial intelligence capabilities. This notion elicits a chuckle, especially when considering the reactions of high-ranking officials in domestic firms who have expressed concerns over safety, while international companies are eagerly seeking collaboration with Haotian technology. The 67th chapter of the press conference has solidified this narrative. The internet abounds with diverse opinions as individuals freely express their thoughts. Qin Haotian is prepared for what lies ahead, and as their reputation burgeons, Haotian technology has never needed to pay for publicity, a situation that remains unchanged today. Their press conference was exceedingly rudimentary. In fact, it hardly qualifies as a press conference. It was merely a collection of news reports, scarcely disseminated beyond their official website and the Haotian Novels site. The Great Dragon Nation is 13 hours ahead of the Lighthouse Nation. Mark Zuckerberg chose to announce the collaboration with Haotian Technology at 2 p.m. on Monday, while Haotian Technology opted for a release at 4 a.m. on Tuesday, resulting in a near-simultaneous unveiling. In the early hours, only a handful were privy to this information. Some avid readers, burning the midnight oil, immediately captured screenshots and shared them online. News releases from the Lighthouse Nation eventually made their way back to the Great Dragon Nation, prompting many reporters to work fervently to produce articles, all in the pursuit of timely news dissemination. By Tuesday morning, the excitement was palpable on Zuckerberg's end. As the stock market closed that afternoon, Facebook's share price skyrocketed to 362 points. Those who had invested were elated, exuberantly praising Zuckerberg, while those who had not lamented their missed opportunity. Even entering at 310 points, based on a standard lot of 100 shares, one could have made over 5,000 Lighthouse coins in a matter of moments, converted to Great Dragon Nation currency that amounts to nearly 30,000 coins. Such profits are undeniably exhilarating. And this grand feast is far from over. In fact, it has only just begun. The main course has yet to be served. I cannot believe it. They are indeed collaborating with Facebook. What does this exclusive enterprise-level partnership imply? Am I missing something? It essentially means that ChatTalk can only collaborate with Facebook and not with other companies, though Haotian Technology can utilize it independently or sell it separately. This means Haotian Technology stands to gain immensely. According to the announcement, they anticipate 3 billion Lighthouse coins monthly. My goodness, what a staggering concept. Haotian Technology is remarkable. Soaring to new heights, our nation has witnessed the emergence of yet another phenomenal enterprise, not governed by financial institutions or state control, but a private high-tech company. Let us not forget that individual users will also purchase ChatTalk services. However, one might wonder, with Facebook already in the picture, why would they still buy it? That is naive. Do you think Haotian Technology is foolish? Or do you assume that users abroad are naive? ChatTalk can only be utilized on Facebook. Calculating further, if another 100 million individuals were to use ChatTalk, that would yield an additional 500 million Lighthouse coins monthly. How outrageous is that? Honestly, I find that a few billion does not seem as shocking now. Come on, do you really believe it will be limited to just 100 million users? I would wager that at least 300 million will opt to use it. That translates to a monthly revenue of 1.5 billion Lighthouse coins. Just imagine the total. What on earth has transpired while I was asleep? Everyone is discussing billions of Lighthouse coins as if it were trivial. However, Have you considered that Facebook boasts 3 billion users? Wouldn't Haotian technology be at a loss? If all those users were to adopt Chat Talk, it would represent a staggering $15 billion monthly. Wouldn't that be a devaluation of Haotian technology's assets? Indeed, Haotian technology is undervaluing its assets. A thorough investigation is warranted. I beg your pardon, but that is a private enterprise. They have the liberty to sell their products as they see fit. It is not within your jurisdiction. Foolishness. At times, capturing market share proves far more advantageous than mere monetary gain. As long as a market exists, negotiations become feasible. Their mutual accomplishments are noteworthy. After all, a single day could yield unforeseen developments. Who knows if corporations like Microsoft or Google might introduce similar software? Even if their offerings do not surpass the efficacy of the prevailing services, many individuals would still opt for these established brands. Consider this. How could Haotian technology possibly compete under such circumstances? It is wiser to align with Facebook and seize the user base first. Once users develop a habit, the prospect of profitability becomes assured. This strategy bears a striking resemblance to the tactics employed by various domestic internet giants. How amusing. The situation is fundamentally different. Haotian technology has been profitable from the outset, albeit marginally. Unlike those wasteful behemoths, Haotian technology has not squandered resources, but rather generated income, marking a distinctly different beginning. Moreover, Haotian technology remains a wholly owned enterprise, having not sold any shares. How could those subpar giants ever rival Haotian technology? Some individuals have taken it upon themselves to champion Haotian technology online, with several powerful products and a collective effort to bolster national pride. They have gained considerable trust from users, naturally building a fanbase for Haotian technology. Haotian technology stands strong and proud. What remarkable achievements! Who dares say our nation is inferior? Just look at the profits generated by this new enterprise. I ponder, had it not been for the suppression from domestic internet giants, numerous new enterprises could have emerged, achieving distinction. Alas, the larger corporations continuously stifle smaller entities, leaving 999 of them unable to rise. The once aspiring youth may become the very dragons they sought to slay. Should Haotian technology rise, it would not be any different. Look at how excited you all are. Nonsense. It is not the same. Were it not for my ineligibility, I would undoubtedly compete head-on with Haotian technology. You have not even visited Haotian technology's official website, have you? Have you seen the company's employee benefits and vacation policies? They are not particularly high. Compared to the capital, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hangzhou, they fall short, but one must consider their location. They are situated in a mountainous city, and I am a native of that very place. The mountainous city offers only 3 types of employment: telemarketing, assembly work, and telemarketing for assembly work, with salaries fluctuating between 1-800 and 3-000. Haotian technology provides numerous high-tech and logistical positions. Furthermore, their salary packages are undoubtedly among the best in the mountainous region. Hardly any company can compare. Regardless of whether they become a formidable entity or not, at least they do not permit overtime on weekends. Indeed. Just last weekend, I overheard discussions. Numerous internet moguls sought out Haotian technology. The general manager even stepped forward and faced repercussions, losing an entire month's salary. Yes, I recall that incident. It caused quite a stir when the receptionist changed the main door's access code, leading to a confrontation. Moreover, they enjoy 3 days a week where they may arrive at the office by 11 o'clock. How delightful. The general manager of Haotian technology, perhaps the most beleaguered in the nation. Upon reflection, their company truly appears to be commendable. Mournful, indeed, let it perish. This epitomizes a true entrepreneur of the people, while a certain unscrupulous individual spouts righteousness and morality. How laughable. It is utterly hypocritical. Backed by a powerful brother, he dares to proclaim he started from nothing. One has grown accustomed to the reality that in our great nation, the number of self-made individuals is exceedingly scarce. Most prominent business figures have influential connections. Chapter 68. After blocking the door, the rhythm is awry in Qin Haotian's office. Fong Peng and Huang Weiyang confronted Qin Haotian. What is the matter? They posed dramatically. Qin, my esteemed Qin, could you refrain from engaging in such heart-stirring antics? I cannot bear it. The younger Huang Weiyang nodded in agreement. This enigmatic boss revealed nothing to them. Acting unilaterally, they had learned of the news while at work, through the internet. The crucial aspect was that this information had originated from their official website and the Haotian Novel Network. Astonishingly, they had only discovered it upon arriving at the office, and it was hard to believe anyone would take them seriously if they divulged it. Fong Peng was somewhat accustomed to such heart-stopping revelations, but Huang Weiyang, inexperienced, initially thought the boss was dissatisfied with his work and had bypassed him to issue direct orders. Boss, at this juncture, we could seize the opportunity to generate some publicity and alter the public's perception of us. Qin Haoyan waved dismissively. What good impression? I do not seek their approval. It is inconsequential. The two exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Their boss was indeed a maverick, difficult to manage. However, considering it from another angle, the boss bore no risk. With a single decree, he determined the company's direction and fate. Boss, this approach is unwise, Huang Weiyang implored earnestly. What a splendid opportunity. Assemble a group of reporters, offer them a bribe, and present them with a major scoop. Surely, no one would refuse such an offer. After all, they are human. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Yet, the grand opportunity slipped through their fingers. Who could they turn to for recourse? Qin. The reputation of a company is of utmost importance. In the future, regardless of our endeavors or recruitment, it will facilitate matters significantly. Qin Haotian smiled knowingly. And if they had observed his gaze closely, they might have discerned the essence of a cunning fox. Rest assured, in the future, any such matters will certainly be communicated to you. By the way, what about Yaivan? Huang Weiyang exhaled in relief, glad that Qin had remembered Yaivan. Has the company been established? Huang Weiyang nodded repeatedly. Excellent. Have them come and sign the agreement with us, then send them to negotiate with Zuckerberg, and jointly hold a press conference. Upon hearing this, Fong Peng's expression darkened. Millions of lighthouse coins, just like that, given away freely. This is foolishness. Such a sum amounts to billions of dragon coins. To squander so recklessly is not the way of the affluent. Huang Weiyang was overjoyed. This way, he would not have to exert himself so much. All international matters could simply be entrusted to Ivan's company. Speaking of which, the foreign company we refer to as Future Technology Group is called something like Keeping Up with the Future. Qin Haotian nodded in agreement. That fellow is indeed quite astute. Very well, you shall handle this matter yourselves. The chat platform should not pose much difficulty. How is the situation with Haotian Novel Network? With a beaming expression, Huang Weiyang pulled out a sheet of paper. Mr. Qin, I gathered the data before coming here. Currently, there are 20 million individual users abroad subscribing to monthly fees, 3 million users opting for quarterly fees, and over 800,000 users purchasing annual memberships. In just 2 weeks since launch, the individual revenue has reached 180 million lighthouse coins. In contrast, the domestic market is significantly smaller, with only 20 million dragon coins. As Huang Weiyang finished reading, an awkwardness enveloped him. After all, he was responsible for the domestic market, and the disparity was stark. One was soaring while the other was mired in the mud. However, Qin Haotian chose not to comment further. Achieving this level of success was no small feat recently. Haotian technology had faced considerable public criticism online. Yet Huang Weiyang had still managed well. Coupled with the blockade imposed by the Dragon Nation, aside from a few individuals, there was hardly any demand for circumventing restrictions to access foreign websites. Most purchases were made by those engaged in foreign trade or traveling abroad. Not to mention, numerous training institutions were vociferously criticizing him. Everyone was aware that with the emergence of the chat platform, the status of language learning had diminished significantly. Some had even proposed abolishing the study of lighthouse language. These were concerns for another time, ones he did not need to address at present. As for Haotian Novel Network, it currently boasted 50 million registered users, with an average engagement time of 3 hours. Membership stood at 32 million, with an average payment of 30 yuan, and the highest tip reaching 3 million. According to our revenue sharing policy, 10% of this sum would be allocated to our company, amounting to 96 million. Adding advertising revenue, which was considerably diminished due to subsidies for users and authors, the total advertising income was approximately 4 million. Thus, Haotian Novel Network's current revenue stood at precisely 100 million. Qin Haotian felt quite satisfied. Initially, he had never considered the prospect of generating profit from Haotian Novel Network. Through the small chat plugin, Haotian Novel Network successfully launched overseas with the assistance of Future Technology Company, which enabled it to turn a profit. Without this, such revenue would have been unattainable. In the domestic landscape, profitable novel websites were exceedingly rare. Even those that managed to turn a profit could not achieve such figures. It is noteworthy that Haotian Novel Network is exceptionally friendly towards both authors and readers. It employs a dual model of free and paid content upon purchasing a membership. Readers encounter only 3 advertisements per chapter, one of which is for urging updates or tips, allowing them to read the main content with just 1 ad. Free readers may experience more advertisements, but the text itself is limited to 3 ads, a level most readers find acceptable. Crucially, both reading and viewing advertisements yield some revenue. While minimal, the expansive reading market ensures that user accounts accumulate funds, enabling them to purchase memberships and reduce ad exposure. Currently, the average income for readers hovers around 50 yuan. The author discusses the unsettling reality of a per capita income exceeding 10,000, leading to an expenditure of 5 billion. Approximately equivalent to 100 million lighthouse coins. Following the bubble assistance incident, the Haotian novel network has severely restricted the number of authors it reviews, necessitating prior application and subsequent evaluation with an alarmingly low acceptance rate. Currently, there are only 510,000 authors, all actively updating their novels. It is worth noting that the queue for review has burgeoned to a staggering 30 million individuals. Given this model, there remains a modicum of surplus after distributing funds to authors, which is no small feat. He tapped the table. Weiyang, feel free to judiciously reduce the basic guarantee. Calculating at 1,500,000 authors still incurs a cost of 5 billion. The author's income is already quite substantial. A slight reduction is permissible. Understood. We are currently deliberating this matter and have yet to convey it, came the reply. By the way, issue an announcement similar to the reduction of basic attendance. If Haotian novel is completed and no new books are published for a month, writers will be removed from the roster. 3 consecutive updates missed will result in the same consequence. Huang Weiyang stared at Qin Haotian in disbelief. President Qin, isn't that a tad too harsh? What if? Qin Haotian raised his hand to silence him. Proceed as I instructed, there will be no issues. It is no joke. The income of their authors is significantly higher than what other novel platforms can offer. Moreover, my true intention is not merely that of a novel network. I wish to highlight the most crucial matter for your consideration. Chapter 69. President Qin, you're moving at quite a pace. Is there no one else? The two exchanged peculiar glances with Qin Haotian. Is there truly a need for our input on your decisions? Can't you just decide directly? They silently pondered, having unwittingly aligned their rhythm with Qin Haotian's fervor. You are aware that the novel network is merely a strategic move on my chessboard. My paramount objective is to produce films, television shows, or anime. Their eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a case of one wave not yet subsiding before another arose. What was President Qin planning? Their company had yet to resolve existing operations, and now new ventures were on the horizon. How could they keep pace with personnel? Reflecting on this, they exchanged wry smiles. Which company, with an annual revenue of 400 billion lighthouse coins, operates with merely 60 employees? President Qin, what do you propose? We still need to establish a headquarters, and we lack manpower. Huang Weiyang, while amused, shared the burden. Perhaps we should engage a headhunter to bring in a few seasoned professionals. Qin Haotian promptly dismissed the idea. No, I have no interest in those seasoned veterans. The two shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Within the company, they were the most experienced, followed only by Chen Hao and 2 supervisors. President, please reconsider. What is it that I have done? President, young people may struggle to grasp the situation. It would be prudent to take a cautious approach. Qin Haotian remained silent. While their sentiment held truth, if one cannot grasp it, then perhaps it is best left untouched. Haotian technology is on the verge of soaring to new heights. After this wave of software, he would relinquish control over subsequent affairs. Would this group of individuals be able to keep pace? How could one succeed without boldness and aggression? Enough. With Zuckerberg's 30 billion lighthouse coins as a foundation, as long as we remain within legal bounds, we need not fear. Our company's capital flow is robust, and it is of no concern. President, there is still that plan to consider. Huang Weiyang cautiously gazed at Qin Haotian, earnestly offering his insights. Qin remained silent, fully aware of Huang's intentions. It was precisely that plan that compelled him to seek the youth. Many seasoned veterans tend to drift through life, content to languish after establishing 1 or 2 lucrative channels. He could tolerate that. Rest assured, there is still time. He was determined to believe that with sufficient funding, he could cultivate talent. As long as they remained within legal boundaries, external opinions were of no concern to Haotian technology. They were poised to confront the enterprise sector first. In the realm of hardware, the enterprise market proved to be the most profitable, unlike domestic assembly plants, which did not retain the lion's share of profits. He intended to seize control. Investment in film and television was no trifling matter. Qin Haoyan scoffed at the notion. He had no interest in the countless mediocre dramas that often commanded billions in investments. How many of those extravagant sums were squandered on subpar productions? What need did he have for celebrities? They were utterly unimpressive to him. Funds should be allocated wisely. He planned to begin with 3D animation, negotiating directly with authors from Haoyan Novel Network. What a splendid idea. 3D animation offered the advantage of enduring benefits from a single modeling effort. The only challenge lay in the software. With sufficient resources, any software could be developed. Fang Ping's expression turned sour. The animation industry required a significant pool of talent, and he would have to scout extensively. This task was daunting. In Shaoqing, skilled individuals were indeed scarce. Qin, not wielding the knife himself, seemed unaware of the thick layers of fat involved. How could he oppose such a situation? The reality was that the most exceptional talents were nearly all employed by major gaming and film companies. If he sought to recruit, the expenses would be substantial, causing him considerable distress. Rest assured, we will proceed step by step, he reassured. The current state of the novel network is already quite favorable. Given this, we must adopt a prudent approach, advancing carefully. It is crucial to remember that haste can lead to missteps. Once we dominate the entertainment sector, we can expand into other fields. Do not forget, Haoyan Technology is a high-tech enterprise, not a frivolous endeavor. Were it not for financial constraints, I would not be engaging in such activities. Of course, Qin Haoyan did not disclose his intention to enter the entertainment industry. At the very least, he was determined to venture into gaming. He envisioned creating a large-scale space battle game and organizing formidable competitions to select a cadre of skilled mech operators, starship pilots, and commanders. It would require substantial investment to train a talented cohort, a feat that might prove exhausting. Yet, gaming offered a more manageable path. Once he established the framework and introduced complexity, he could naturally identify a cohort of exceptional talent. With so many individuals in Delongguo, nurturing a group to form his foundation and developing advanced weaponry abroad would be a formidable strategy. However, these thoughts remained unspoken for now. He needed to ascertain whether any authors could craft such novels before engaging in discussions and adaptations. Regrettably, he had yet to find a suitable individual capable of shining in the realm of science fiction. He had perused several renowned works of science fiction, but found them lacking in meeting his expectations. They were simply too extraordinary. Currently, he had not achieved success and felt ill-equipped to evaluate certain matters. An old adage aptly states that without success, talent is tantamount to mere waste. Yet once one achieves success, even a trivial act becomes commendable. However, he could scarcely fathom the existence of a being incapable of transcending a galaxy, yet capable of producing forces potent enough to induce stellar explosions, and even confining technology within the microscopic realm. According to the principles of cultivation, one in the chi refinement stage could ostensibly bind the very rules of the world. Such notions are absurdly ludicrous. If one could truly manipulate the microscopic domain at will, technology would have long since reached unfathomable heights. Nonetheless, he harbored confidence that within 20 years, he would traverse the cosmos. Not to mention the prospects of freely exploring satellites in the neighboring planet engulfed in yellow sands. Yet, when it comes to the microscopic realm, should he truly be capable of developing atomic engines, intergalactic navigation would scarcely pose a challenge. Of course, none of this pertains to him at present. He must first produce something of tangible utility. Should he fail, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, demanding that his assistant compile all necessary data for synthesis. After all, pooling the collective wisdom of humanity and harnessing every ounce of imagination to create a hybrid of a Star Wars scenario should not be insurmountable. They exchanged glances. Both resigned to their predicament. As subordinates, they had no recourse but to acquiesce to the CEO's whims. If Qin Haoyan was willing to invest, they could do little more than accompany him in his ventures. As for the matter of the headquarters, their expressions turned pale. To their dismay, they had approached Qin to resolve issues, not to be inundated with more. The gravity of these challenges escalated with each passing moment. Qin, regarding the headquarters. The mountain city has proposed several plans. We reviewed them, and indeed, there are some suitable locations in the western district for our development. However, we lack personnel, they lamented. Personnel, once again, it always comes back to people. The rapid expansion of Haoyan technology, coupled with Qin's firm adherence to his principles, rendered the prospect of entrusting such a crucial project to inexperienced individuals utterly reckless. Not to mention, even if minor issues arose, the youth would struggle to resolve them. What then? One pondered. My next plan involves venturing into the hardware industry and establishing a dedicated department. Their faces darkened at the thought. Oh dear, not again. Qin. About this. Chapter 70. Ideas for developing company office software. Qin Haoyan felt fatigued. Once, he had Lin Shushua by his side, yet she had misinterpreted his intentions. If he had nurtured her potential, she could have indeed proven capable. With just over a week, perhaps she could be trained adequately, he mused, lacking confidence. Qin. Regarding the servers, site selection, installation, and recruitment, alongside various company affairs, I truly cannot manage all of this, Fong Peng expressed, counting the tasks he had on his fingers. Moreover, with Haotian Technology collaborating with Zuckerberg, it was inevitable that major domestic manufacturers would not remain idle. He could not afford to slacken his vigilance. It simply was not an option. Huang Weiyang erupted in frustration. Fong Ping has betrayed me. Just because you're overwhelmed, does that mean I should be as well? Qin. We cannot afford to proceed recklessly. I have my own plethora of tasks at hand. Soon, you will also be delving into video animation, which will require personnel to acclimate. He could not guarantee success either. Following Qin's erratic directives, he found himself questioning his own capabilities. Perhaps by tomorrow, a video platform will be established for him, demanding that he present his work. He would then be busily engaged. This predicament stems from the inadequacies within the system and personnel. They must handle everything personally. Alternatively, we could assign assistant Huang Ye to manage this matter. Upon finishing his statement, Fong Peng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Realizing that it was rather inappropriate for two grown men to send a young lady to the construction site, where she would have to negotiate with seasoned veterans from Shanqing. The disparity between the lofty words from above and the sabotage from below is quite disheartening. Just last week, they faced multiple inquiries from various departments, both known and obscure, all seeking to trouble them. It seemed that their success had made them a target, with many eager to take a bite. Fortunately, they had secured a protective charm in advance. Had General Qin not considered Shanqing from the outset, their progress might not have been so seamless. Of course, with Zuckerberg's announcement, all the troublesome figures would vanish, transforming into benevolent deities. Such as the influence of foreign entities, the once spirited great dragon country has lost its vigor. Discussions of economic considerations, international environments, and cost-effectiveness have dulled the once bold and enterprising spirit, rendering it a mere shadow of its former self. In the past, they dared to confront challenges under adverse conditions, achieving remarkable results, yet now, these officials are inclined to grovel before representatives of foreign corporations. This reality seems distant from their current affairs, and Qin Haoyan has no intention of altering this dynamic. The priority lies in company development. Fong Peng is now experiencing the bitter fruits of his own labor. It is indeed a true hardship. General Qin forbids overtime and maintains the privilege of starting work at 11 o'clock. Were it not for the oversight of Han Ting and Huang Ye, he would be overwhelmed. Previously, General Qin focused solely on technology, but now he is relentless in his expectations regarding product launches, leaving them to grit their teeth and keep pace. Although he claims no overtime, he finds himself pulling his hair out at home every weekend. With so many tasks at hand, how can one possibly manage within an 8-hour workday? Just organizing a meeting can consume an inordinate amount of time. Nevertheless, Huang Ye cannot oversee everything. Quality issues would pose significant problems, and navigating the various procedures could be cumbersome. Huang Weiyang pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should consider engaging a third-party regulatory firm? Qin Haoyan shook his head. Let us set this matter aside for now. Fong Ping, when you have the opportunity, please conduct an on-site inspection of the land and its surroundings. Also, notify the provinces of Gui and Sichuan if suitable land becomes available. It would be prudent to explore it, as broadening our horizons is always beneficial. Qin Haoyan remains reluctant to stay in Shanqing, not out of dislike, but due to his aversion to the local officials. Huang Weiyang's remarks struck a chord with him. Nowadays, does it truly matter where one goes? Given this reality, it is essential to select a location where a willing employee is familiar, making the decision pressing. As for this matter, let us pause. Take the time to assess the situation and establish the company structure and personnel. Zuckerberg will soon dispatch representatives to finalize contracts. Both domestic and foreign companies are poised to act. Before any contract is signed, they will undoubtedly remain persistent. Huang Weiyang's gaze shifted. President Qin, I have concerns. Qin Haoyan nodded in satisfaction. See, the assistant I selected is indeed astute. Fong Peng, with his wooden head, failed to consider this entirely. Rest assured, we can withstand this. It is unnecessary to pay them any mind. I will share the simplest approach with you. Do not meet anyone, which will save you a great deal of trouble. A smile adorned Qin Haoyan's face as he winked at the two. Fang Ping was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. He truly believed that not everyone could be as indifferent as President Qin. Others wield considerable power and are naturally bold enough to offend them. They have yet to mature. Should the Great Dragon Nation impose a complete online ban, it would indeed spell trouble. President Qin, I fear various slanders from the opposing side, Fang Peng expressed. Qin Haoyan slammed the table. Ah, Fang Ping, where is the lawyer? I instructed you to get the legal department ready. Utilize it. This is a splendid opportunity for practice. Let them face the consequences. He aimed to cultivate their skills. While the rest of the matters could not be entrusted to them for the time being, handling the defamation lawsuits would not pose much of a problem. Fang Ping chuckled bitterly. Well, it seems I am the go-to for everything. President Qin, I will hurry down. All right, Huang Weiyang, have your companion Ewing Jiez come along. We will sign with him, and he will sign with Zuckerberg. Understood. Very well, you two may leave. The two felt as if a crow had flown overhead. Is that so? They came, but they indeed have matters at hand. Who would have guessed it would be so effortlessly resolved? Fang Ping dared not linger, fearing that something would fall upon him, and he might find himself in a predicament. However, Huang Weiyang remained seated, his expression stern. President Qin, regarding the animation project you mentioned, when do you intend to initiate it? He was apprehensive. Anyone encountering such a situation would feel alarmed. You go ahead and manage it. Qin Haoyan replied nonchalantly. If I must handle all these matters myself, what purpose do my subordinates serve? How about we get it underway in 6 months? Huang Weiyang proposed. Qin Haoyan stared at him as if he were foolish. You inform me that the Haoyan Novel Network has already achieved preliminary results. What other significant tasks do you have? Begin now. We can have it ready by next week. What? Next week? Huang Weiyang's voice rose an octave in disbelief. Are you serious? While creating a video platform in a week may not be impossible, producing content is an arduous endeavor. Qin Haoyan sighed deeply. Indeed. They lacked the support of an external resource that could not replicate his speed and capacity for productivity. Do not rush. First, finalize the contract with Zuckerberg and establish future collaborations with international technology firms. I will create company software to facilitate your work. He had come to a realization. Possessing a powerful artificial intelligence program and not utilizing it to ease his subordinates' tasks felt quite unjust. It would be better to open it up for use. After all, the servers were in place, and the computational power was more than sufficient. In that case, during your spare time, assist Fang Ping in building the server as quickly as possible. Chapter 71. Office Software. Authority. Huang Weiyang exhaled in relief. He had not yet endured much of Qin Haoyan's torment, but this time, his insistence yielded a favorable outcome. In such circumstances, engaging with video software seems utterly futile. One would be exhausted without achieving any results. If we are to speak of exhaustion, Haoyan Technology has a strict policy against overtime and mandates weekends off. Who can one turn to for resolution in such matters? Following a brief exchange with Mark Zuckerberg, he immersed himself in his research. The contractual agreements are managed by designated personnel, eliminating the need for the two leaders to intervene. Haoyan Technology stands resolute like an unyielding boulder, impervious to the myriad tempests that assail it, diligently executing its plans. As the collaboration with Facebook extended, the initial resistance towards Haoyan Technology began to wane, replaced by curiosity. After all, it is no small feat for a company from the Dragon Country to emerge as a bona fide high-tech enterprise, entirely original in its innovations. However, the internet is rife with traitorous voices, lamenting the use of English in the software, among other grievances. Naturally, there are those who rise to counter such claims. If that were the case, we might as well abandon all endeavors. Regardless, the intrigue surrounding Haoyan Technology remains insatiable. This company is shrouded in mystery, with scant information available. Initially, there was a significant uproar as major national corporations banded together to boycott Haoyan Technology, suggesting that its products might lead to substantial user data breaches. Subsequently, a flurry of rumors circulated, with numerous cases denouncing Haoyan Technology. It was only when the titans of the internet converged upon them that a shift in attitude occurred, prompting a surge of registrations on the Haoyan Novel Network. The captivating array of novels, though predominantly in the realms of science fiction and fantasy, captivated many avid readers. It was not until Zuckerberg's press statements ignited the fervor that the public's enthusiasm truly exploded. His activities upon returning home reverberated throughout the Dragon Country, garnering significant attention. Following Zuckerberg's subsequent maneuvers, the market value soared, surpassing $800 billion. This was in relation to the Lighthouse coin, which had eclipsed 400 Lighthouse dollars on the U.S. stock market. This revelation stirred excitement, leading to a heightened focus on Haotian technology. The public is astute. Facebook's success is undoubtedly linked to the favorable effects of the instant translation plugin offered by Haotian technology. Anticipation builds as Zuckerberg prepares to withdraw, having not forgotten the grand vision presented by Qin Haotian. Moreover, other companies, intent on stabilizing their stock prices, are likely to employ various strategies to undermine Facebook. He seizes this opportune moment to withdraw and reap substantial profits. While the world revels in this capitalistic feast, only a handful notice the movements of Facebook's founder. Initially, Zuckerberg had borrowed a considerable sum from banks, a fact well known to many. This capitalistic banquet seems detached from the majority in the country, further fueling curiosity about Haotian technology. 30 billion Lighthouse coins in a single month. What an astounding sum. The crucial question remains, how high are the profits? Analysts from Wall Street have projected an initial valuation for Haotian technology at over $900 billion, sending everyone into a frenzy. Such a company, with such impressive revenue, holds a valuation that seems surprisingly modest. Yet, those analysts appear unperturbed, having reached a definitive conclusion after their comprehensive assessments. The public, perplexed by this, can only inquire about the perspective of Haotian technology. However, external parties find it nearly impossible to connect with Haotian technology, as there is no official WeChat or Weibo presence. Only a website and a novel platform exist, leading individuals to seek information through the latter. Indeed, all developments regarding Haotian technology are predominantly first revealed on the novel forum, with even the official website lagging slightly behind. This, undoubtedly, attracts a significant influx of users. Once one experiences the allure of Haotian's novel platform, which boasts daily updates exceeding 100,000 words, it becomes irresistible. Despite attempts to resist, the sheer volume of content on Haotian's platform proves overwhelming. Though it appears that reading incurs a fee, advertisements substantially alleviate the costs, allowing many readers to save considerable sums. Given the volume of updates on Haotian's platform, it is questionable whether users would be willing to pay without the aid of advertisements. While Haotian technology revels in its success, it remains indifferent to the fervent calls from users for engagement. A simple response to user inquiries on the forum suffices, just look with your eyes. This answer garnered an astounding 3,200,000 likes, even spawning a meme beyond the platform. Ning Huanla and her team, who manage the novel forum, are equally delighted, having witnessed the platform's growth from a mere few 100,000 users to a staggering scale of over 300 million, including 22 million overseas users. The revenue generated by Haotian's novel platform is also commendable. While it may not rival the likes of Changliao, it is certainly not insignificant. This success is largely attributable to the overseas users, who contribute generously, often rewarding creators with tips. The culture of tipping is quite prevalent abroad, with some exceptional works earning monthly incomes in the hundreds of thousands, elevating their authors to the ranks of Haotian's elite. After all, substantial royalties must be distributed among over 500,000 authors. During this time, Haotian's novel platform is seizing the opportunity to refine its workforce, initiating a new round of recruitment, increasing its staff by 50% to over 100 individuals. Fangping muses that this number would undoubtedly be sufficient for General Qin's demands, thereby easing his own burdens. Departments such as legal, customer service, human resources, and finance have been established, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the company. Haotian technology is reaping substantial rewards, with major internet companies unable to stifle its progress. Since Mark Zuckerberg announced the partnership news over 10 days ago, they have nearly breached Haotian Technology's doors, yet to no avail. Countless journalists have sought interviews with Haotian Technology, only to find their overtures met with silence, as the company remains indifferent to these self-proclaimed royalty. Those who dare to spread rumors face immediate action from the legal department, as the company shows little interest in responding to online gossip. Winning or losing lawsuits is of little concern. The aim is to instill discomfort. After several attempts, coupled with the public's curiosity, these self-proclaimed royalty dare not provoke Haotian Technology lightly. Unlike others whose primary operations are domestic, Haotian's main user base has shifted predominantly toward future technology companies operating internationally, disregarding the domestic market entirely. Consequently, These journalists are left with no choice but to capture candid shots of representatives or founders from various internet companies looking discontented. Thus, Haotian technology remains shrouded in an aura of mystery. Jiang Xing'an was currently engrossed in modifying code within his office. When it came to certain calculations involving the software, it was inconceivable to allow the system to handle them autonomously, as it could never achieve perfection. Thus, he had to take matters into his own hands. Success was attained. Our company is named Haotian, and this particular software is designated as authority. Gazing at the final archived data, a smile blossomed at the corners of Jiang Xing'an's eyes, joy evident upon his countenance. With this accomplishment, the company's challenges should be easily surmountable, as long as the company continues to develop steadily. Chen Hao and his team can remain focused on software, and once they successfully disrupt the market, we shall soar. Soar, indeed, Jiang Xing'an mused. He did not regard Haotian technology as having achieved anything noteworthy at present. Chapter 72. The company is profitable. 30 billion lighthouse coins had been amassed, a portion of which was a reciprocal gesture for his assistance to Mark Zuckerberg in reclaiming authority. Qin Haotian estimated that Zuckerberg's psychological valuation would hover around 20 billion lighthouse coins. After hearing his analysis, the additional 10 billion each month seemed trivial. Compared to regaining full control of Facebook, an extra 10 billion was a mere trifle. Furthermore, the company was generating even greater profits. As he contemplated the software, it was time to turn attention to the video software. This matter required a discussion with Huang Weiyang. Once the video software was launched, the next step would be to select and commence construction on the office premises. Bubble, please conduct a check to see if there are any issues. Yes, responded Bubble promptly. Within 3 to 5 minutes, Bubble detected 3 or 4 problems. By the end of the process, there were over 10 in total. Qin Haotian paid little heed to it. Can they be modified? Yes. Without further ado, Qin Haotian contacted Fang Peng. Has the company structure been completed? Yes, President Qin, it has been finalized. Then, as I initially suggested, let us convene a meeting with the departments I mentioned, along with Huang Weiyang, Huang Ye, and Han Ting. Shall I arrange it, President Qin? Yes. In half an hour, in the conference room. Understood. Half an hour later, 11 individuals sat upright at the conference table, anxiously awaiting the entrance. Most of them bore youthful expressions, tinged with apprehension, and even Huang Weiyang and Fang Ping were no exceptions. Soon, Qin Haotian entered, carrying his computer. Pushing open the door with strides, and upon reaching his seat, he powered on his laptop and connected it to the projector. Huang Ye immediately stood up, as this task was naturally his responsibility. Following discussions with General Manager Fang and General Manager Huang, our company has been expanding rapidly, leading to increased complexity in operations. To facilitate everyone's work, we have developed a specialized software. Without lifting his gaze, Qin Haotian operated the computer, connecting to the projector. As the software's virtual interface appeared on the screen, he stretched and stood up. Let me introduce myself, as I am not yet acquainted with everyone. Over the past 10 days, he had been so busy that he had scarcely had time to focus on Zuckerberg's matters, and the company had been a fleeting thought. As these words left his lips, 5 individuals visibly trembled with anxiety, fully aware that they were not particularly distinguished. They were merely given an opportunity by Haotian technology. Managing peers, they felt an overwhelming pressure before their capabilities could assert dominance. The pressures have rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. Among them, only Han Ting remains indifferent, embracing a state of utter disregard. She truly wishes to take her place at the front desk, as she harbors a strong aversion towards the girl currently occupying her position. Having never faced the rain herself, she is determined that others should experience it. Meanwhile, the front desk is strictly prohibited from watching television. There is also the finance manager, an old acquaintance named Wang Wan, who, at the tender age of 26, appears quite mature among her younger peers. Fang Ping tapped his fingers on the table. These individuals are his direct subordinates, and it is naturally his responsibility to oversee them. Mr. Qin, can't they speak for themselves? Qin Haotian casually glanced at Fang Ping and remarked nonchalantly. Fang Ping forced a smile as he took a seat. They were far too familiar with Mr. Qin to be unaware of his intention to deliberately challenge the young ones. A mere glance was all it took for them to rise on their own. Thankfully, the HR department was somewhat more agile, and they gritted their teeth and stood up. Mr. Qin, I am Zhou Yasi, currently in charge of the HR department. I look forward to your guidance in our future endeavors. This seemed to serve as a template, prompting the others to echo Zhou Yasi's introduction in quick succession. Li Tian from the tech department, Wang Wan from finance, Xiao Fengyan from customer service, Qin Dong from legal, and Shen Ming from public relations all followed suit. Fang Ping glared at Han Ting with disdain. She had once again put him in a difficult position by deliberately not standing up in front of Mr. Qin. Han Ting stuck out her tongue, completely ignoring him. Qin Haotian found the scene amusing but chose not to comment further. All right, that suffices for introductions. Fang Ping frowned. This individual was truly taking advantage of Mr. Qin's favoritism. Han Ting beamed with delight, practically drooling at the thought of sitting at the front desk. She had no desire to be the administrative head. The additional 1,000+ yuan was hardly worth the daily exhaustion. Huang Weiyang and Huang Ye, familiar faces, could hardly suppress their laughter. This little girl was indeed a master at riling people up. Fang had no idea how much he had suffered under her antics. Let us discuss the numbers, he said, directing his words towards Fang and Huang. Mr. Qin, the entertainment department currently has 30 personnel, along with 4 individuals, including Ning Huanla, responsible for the novel forum, totaling 34. Fang Ping immediately interjected. Chen Hao's team consists of 42. The HR department has 5, finance has 4, administration has 4. Customer service has 6, and the tech department currently has just 6. Fang Peng paused here, gazing at Qin Haotian. Uncertain of the distinctions between the tech department, he mentioned, and Chen Hao's. Qin Haotian listened with a smile, offering no indication of his thoughts. Fang Ping exhaled deeply and continued. The legal department comprises 12 individuals, while the public relations department has 3. Qin Haotian mentally tallied the figures, concluding, so. The company currently employs 126 individuals? Indeed, Mr. Qin, came the confirmation. Qin Haotian nodded in satisfaction. Fang Peng, finally exhibiting a hint of confidence, albeit modest, pressed on. We need to continue expanding, aiming for at least 200 personnel. Fang Ping's expression turned sour. What is the point of recruiting more? The entertainment department alone needs to allocate at least 50 more positions. Huang Weiyang interjected, suddenly grasping Mr. Qin's intentions. Mr. Qin, are you suggesting that the company should explore another channel? Qin Haotian nodded as if it were a matter of course. Naturally, otherwise, why would I hire so many people? However, Mr. Qin, this means the company's labor cost will exceed 3 million at the very least. 200 employees with labor costs surpassing 3 million is simply unimaginable. This is not a first-tier city, but a mountainous region where the official average is only over 8,000. In the market, most earn only 2,000 to 3,000. And yet they earn an average of over 13,000, which is indeed quite exaggerated. We're running out of money, Fang Ping lamented, his face twisted in distress. Here we go again. Mr. Qin is waving around cash once more. By the way, has Zuckerberg transferred the funds yet? He has, Mr. Qin. After settlement, we will receive 20 million Lighthouse coins from the Future Technology Company, leaving us with 80 million Lighthouse coins domestically. After taxes, we are left with only 2.5 billion. Fang Ping grimaced at Huang Weiyang's words. For Lighthouse coins, 95% of companies in the country earn nothing in a year. It's a complete loss. What about the Haotian novel network? At the mention, Huang Weiyang became animated. The overseas profit is 300 million Lighthouse coins, while domestically it stands at 80 million. The profit from Changlian overseas is 900 million Lighthouse coins, with domestic earnings of 150 million. Qin Haotian was astonished. He had not kept up with the company's progress for a while, and it had been so profitable. If Changlian was an unexpected delight, then the Haotian novel network was a true windfall. How could it be so much? Chapter 73. Voices of the employees. Huang Weiyang was equally passionate. Mr. Qin, we truly underestimated the international market. While our member numbers are comparable, the advertising revenue is significantly higher, and those individuals have a stronger willingness to tip. We conducted a survey and found that the average tip is 100 Lighthouse coins, with some extravagant patrons tipping as much as 10 million. Some authors could receive as much as 8 million Lighthouse coins in tips this month, Mr. Qin. 8 million Lighthouse coins. If one lacks ambition, they could live comfortably in the Great Dragon Country for a lifetime. Even in a first-tier city, one could afford a home and enjoy a few years of comfort. This is all thanks to Changlian. Noticing Huang Weiyang hesitated, Qin Haotian encouraged, if you have thoughts, please share them. Mr. Qin, the immense earnings these authors enjoy overseas are entirely due to the Changlian software, aren't they? Although Huang Weiyang did not articulate it, he felt a pang of regret. Currently, only Facebook and the Haotian Novel Network can use the Changlian software for free abroad. All others require a paid membership. This effectively means our company is shouldering this expense for free. If we could charge for it, that would be significant income. Moreover, The Apple platform is unable to download and use Changlian, and there has been quite a bit of protest. Huang Weiyang chuckled, a hint of pride in his expression as he spoke. Their losses are substantial, but Apple's losses are even greater. Many users are calling for action, even protesting against Apple. Apple, too, finds itself in a difficult position. They have not developed a version for it. They have repeatedly requested Hao-Ian technology for assistance, but to no avail. Apple can disregard it. That loss is inconsequential, Huang Weiyang chuckled ruefully. Apple users can indeed participate, potentially generating an additional several billion lighthouse coins in monthly revenue. With a mere wave of his hand, General Qin dismissed any concerns, erasing all doubts. What could they possibly say? They had no choice but to acquiesce. Feng Peng, despite feeling the sting of loss, refrained from voicing his grievances. Currently, Apple users are limited to using Facebook and the integrated chat feature of Hao-Tian Novel Network, which are entirely web-based and ineffective due to Hao-Tian's lack of development. Facebook had previously proposed solutions in this regard, yet without Qin Hao-Tian's approval, Hao-Tian technology dared not make unilateral decisions. User experience? Irrelevant. Qin Hao-Tian stated nonchalantly that he was indifferent to such matters. The notion of extracting a 30% commission from him was a mere fantasy. Although he could easily resolve this by raising prices, he chose to disregard that group entirely. What of Apple? Their proposal to charge for the chat feature was indeed viable. Qin Hao-Tian did not dampen their enthusiasm, acknowledging that it was a genuine concern. The imminent launch of the video software would render their continued provision impossible. The fees would not be deducted from authors or users, but rather from intermediary profits. While authors might experience a slight reduction in earnings, overall profitability would remain intact. Could Qin Hao address the data distribution issue? Any misstep could lead to discrepancies in deductions. Therefore, you should have Huang Min and her team publish a statement on Lunta. Adding the official notice, those unwilling to comply should remove the overseas version. You may formulate the wording yourselves. Subsequently, devise a solution. Whether it involves contacting Qin Hao directly or recruiting personnel for resolution, either approach is acceptable. Huang Weiyang was elated. This way, they would avoid excessive complications while simultaneously generating substantial profits for the company. Truly a fortuitous development. Notably, a shared data system would emerge between Hao-Ian Novel Network and the Future Novel Network, which would be launched under Future Technology. Not only would the content remain identical, but the forums would also serve as a common ground for users to converse, albeit without the ability to add friends. With the chat plugin in place, many discussions were taking place on this platform. Importantly, this matter had been scrutinized by the authorities, yet they found no grounds for action. It resembled accessing foreign sites through various channels domestically. The key was that they had not committed any offenses, leaving the state unable to pinpoint any issues. Is there anything else? Qin Hao-Ian inquired with a hint of exasperation. He had initially intended to address office software and authority matters, but a plethora of issues had arisen, necessitating a delay in his focus. Presently, there were no other matters. Everyone shook their heads. The 7 ministers were particularly eager for this. Meeting with a boss of similar age was indeed daunting, and they dared not speak lightly. All right, nothing further, he said. I will outline the main points of this meeting to avoid any delays. He surveyed the room. Once again, the emphasis was on improving efficiency. Although I have not worked in this field, I have observed numerous matters online, leading to a somewhat superficial understanding of your experiences with work, overtime, and compensation. I detest all forms of formalism and the tendency to complicate simplicity, and I loathe the idea of company personnel facing difficulties externally. If our company faces difficulties, it is indicative of our shortcomings and necessitates timely adjustments. My desire is for everyone to work joyfully and live happily. The matter of salaries is being handled by General Manager Fang, of which I am aware. A few new employees may feel anxious about the prospect of salary reductions due to perceived excessive wages. Everyone here understands the comfort that this job affords. If the salary cuts are minimal, it may be bearable. However, if they are substantial, it becomes quite troubling. Fortunately, Qin Hao-Ian quickly alleviated their concerns by outlining the next steps. The company's revenue is remarkably high, sufficient to increase employee salaries. Upon hearing this, the mood in the room immediately brightened, while General Manager Fang's expression darkened. He already deemed the current salaries generous, and now Qin intends to raise them further. The company's growth trajectory is robust, with discussions revolving around billions of lighthouse coins as a starting point. Nevertheless, it is imprudent to assume that the company can progress without obstacles. Should foreign sanctions be imposed, how shall we respond? Qin Haoyan posed this question directly, plunging the room into silence, though General Manager Fong appeared more at ease. This was precisely his concern, and it seems Qin is not acting rashly, but rather preemptively informing the employees. I concur with the foundational salary structure, but as the workforce expands significantly, inflated salaries could become unmanageable, leading to immense human resource cost pressures should reductions become necessary. Has anyone considered this? Silence enveloped the room. This is indeed a reality. As employees, we all aspire for the company to thrive and continuously improve. However, if the company were to falter, such aspirations would be rendered futile. If even a high-revenue company must contemplate these issues, what of those with far less, lacking core technologies? I wish for everyone to work contentedly and lead fulfilling lives. There is no need to squander time at work. Once tasks are completed, one should return home. Moreover, I aim to enhance your incomes. We are a high-tech enterprise, and discussions often commence with figures in the billions of lighthouse coins, with user bases reaching tens of millions to hundreds of millions. If employees' salaries remain stagnant, it is simply untenable. Would you not desire more time, increased income, the chance to travel and witness the beauty of our nation's landscapes? Chapter 74, General Manager Qin. Let us be candid. Fong Ping wore a bitter expression. He understood Qin's intentions. They have already been working on this matter, yet the results have not met expectations. Has General Manager Qin personally intervened? Han Ting excitedly raised her hand and answered loudly. In the quarter hour since the meeting began, she had become increasingly animated. Who wouldn't he want more time? If this continues, how wonderful it would be to go wherever one pleases. Qin Haoyan cast a proud glance at Han Ting. She was the only one in the company who resonated with him. Though she often slacks off, she remains harmless. And that is quite agreeable. Why wear a stern face and toil in despair? It is far better to be cheerful. The company is indeed capable of generating profit. Despite his financial constraints, he would never resort to mistreating his employees. As for whether the generous benefits offered here would affect other companies, it is of no concern to him. I intend to delegate authority to you, allowing you to oversee employee evaluations and enhance their base salaries with bonuses. Everyone silently observed, puzzled by the boss's intentions. Fong Peng felt both elated and conflicted. Elated because his responsibilities would diminish significantly, yet conflicted about the potential repercussions. Would the company face turmoil? Could there be management personnel who might misuse their power or act unjustly? These contradictions lingered, and mishandling them could lead to complications. Qin Haoyan remained silent as he opened the software he had developed, known as Authority. The name resonates with the concept of empowerment, aligning with the ethos of Haoyan technology. This software encompasses all our current operations, work tasks, and transactional processes. The team listened attentively as Qin Haoyan elaborated on the functionalities of Authority. Moving forward, all work-related matters would be conducted through this platform. I will distribute the software shortly, and Shunhao will ensure all employees install it after proper packaging. As for the rest, you are free to organize your tasks as needed. The guiding principle is simple. Once a task is completed, you may leave. The working hours remain unchanged. 3 days a week, employees can arrive by 11:30. In certain departments with minimal tasks, early departures are permissible. There's no need to linger until 5. Wasting time idly at the office. After work, indulge in leisure activities, pursue romantic relationships, or travel. The company will not interfere. Qin Haoyan harbored a deep disdain for time-wasting practices. Haoyan Technology must not become that kind of organization. After concluding his address, he began to organize the entire team. Authority, after all, is only meaningful when one is in position. The heads of departments would naturally have it. He first delineated the profit distribution clearly. 50% of the profits would be allocated, not for his personal gain, but to support the research and development department, which is yet to be established. Once the headquarters is constructed, the need will arise. For now, reserves will be set aside. The remaining 30% would be divided for salaries and profit distribution, with 20% earmarked for salary reserves. The last 20% would fund the company's operational activities, such as public relations and legal matters. Qin Haoyan only outlined the general framework. The specifics would be collaboratively developed into a system by Fong Peng and Huang Weiyang. He would entrust the entire source code of Authority to Qinhao's software department for processing, allowing for any necessary modifications. After 2 hours had passed, Qin Haoyan waved his hand decisively. From now on, the company would operate according to these protocols, orderly and stable. The detailed execution steps would be determined by them. Otherwise, what is the purpose of having department heads? They are responsible for disseminating the meeting's essence. Huangya, please order lunch. Fong and Huang, I have additional matters to discuss with you both. Once everyone had departed, Qin Haoyan rested his hands on the table. As for the headquarters, Huang Weiyong hung his head in silence. He personally leaned towards the idea of remaining in Shanqing. Relocating to another region was feasible but not preferred. Naturally, he had no intention of being the front-runner in this matter. It was entirely up to General Manager Fang Ping to address it. President Qin, it's decided. In the western district of Shanqing, the company will allocate additional funds to acquire a large building in the northern district, specifically to manage affairs related to the entertainment sector. Although the officials in the northern district had previously betrayed him, they had nonetheless provided considerable convenience at the outset. President Qin was indifferent to personal grievances, yet he had to contemplate the underlying reasons. He could not act on a whim. Some officials had indeed offered him substantial assistance, facilitating his journey. Otherwise, the company would have encountered far more complications. In the spirit of reciprocity, he felt compelled to aid the development of the northern district. The entertainment sector required numerous personnel, and placing them at the headquarters would lead to a chaotic amalgamation, complicating management. They all understood President Qin's intentions. The Western District was merely intended to serve as a laboratory and headquarters. The 7 departments could be relocated there. Qin Haoyan remained silent, not particularly concerned. As long as no troubles arose, Haoyan technology had already flourished. Even if some individuals acted recklessly, they could maintain control. Thus, he was even less inclined to worry about such matters. Very well, we shall proceed as General Manager Fang suggests. Please send me all the specific land blueprints and surveys. I will design the headquarters. Both men looked up in astonishment. Surely, President Qin, you intend to design it yourself? Qin Haoyan responded with an expression of utmost certainty. Of course, who else would do it? This is my company. If not me, who else would take on such a task? President Qin, this seems rather hasty. Huang Weiyong interjected, rising in protest. After all, Haoyan technology is destined to evolve into a colossal enterprise. If the headquarters design is inadequate, it would merely provide fodder for ridicule. He felt it prudent to enlist a professional designer, as constructing a headquarters was not a matter to be undertaken lightly. Qin Haoyan chuckled. Oh, you too. Do you really believe that I can create a bubble assistant on Haoyan novel network and lack superior resources? The two exchanged glances, their breaths quickening at the shared realization of a possibility that even they, the second and third in command at Haoyan Technology, had not fully grasped. President Qin, could it be artificial intelligence? Yes, President Qin, do we truly possess artificial intelligence? Qin Haoyan regarded their sudden shift in demeanor with amusement, shaking his head. You see, artificial intelligence will not manifest so swiftly. I assure you, until the hardware and new foundational logic are developed, authentic artificial intelligence cannot be born. Their expressions darkened once more, regretting their earlier excitement. President Qin, if you would just provide us with a hint, we would feel far more confident in our strides forward, Huang Weiyong said, his face beaming with flattery. Fang Peng nodded in agreement. Their boss had many admirable qualities, yet he preferred to keep his cards close to his chest and deliver surprises. This may be acceptable for others and companies, but it is equally concerning when it comes to one's own company and colleagues. Chapter 75. Mr. Qin's Ambitions and Appetite. A generous delegation of authority. Artificial intelligence may be unattainable, yet I have long since developed an intelligent program that surpasses common expectations. If you seek the foundation, I shall disclose it to you, but you must vow to keep it confidential. The two men exchanged delighted glances, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I shall not utter a word to my wife. Neither will I. Qin Haoyan collected his thoughts and gazed up at the ceiling. Let me put it this way. Qin Hao and his software department are collaborating with me to research genuine artificial intelligence programs. However, success is unlikely until hardware updates are made and the foundational logic, algorithms, and operating systems are transformed. True artificial intelligence cannot emerge under the current circumstances. The birth of digital information life is not a trivial matter, and I lack absolute certainty. In my possession is merely a super algorithm that simulates the human brain, capable of extracting keynotes, automatically populating content, and eliminating erroneous answers. You may refer to it as a super assistant, but it falls far short of the level of artificial intelligence algorithms. Furthermore, such programs exist in various countries and major corporations. Yet theirs are inferior to mine and require substantial databases to enhance their performance, while mine does not. Such is the distinction. Fan Peng, brimming with excitement, pounded the table. No wonder everything from before is clear to me now. No wonder Penguin has always sought to acquire us, yet appeared to undervalue us. So this is the reason, Mr. Qin, you truly are remarkable. Qin Haoyan smiled quietly, refraining from comment. Fan Ping had a tendency to be overly dramatic. There was nothing extraordinary about it. After his exaggerated outburst, he promptly slapped his forehead. Oh no, we must sign a confidentiality agreement with them and expand our personnel. Mr. Qin, following this, we should increase our software team to 200, no, 500 members. It was evident that Fan Peng was caught in a fervor, making such a significant decision with determination. For someone typically so reserved, this was astonishing. Qin Haoyan chuckled and halted his impulsive actions. There is no need. The current team is sufficient. That cannot be. Given that this is something new, the manpower and resources required cannot be insignificant. We must not delay. We cannot allow personnel to hinder the project's progress. Fan Peng's eyes glimmered with fervor, akin to a fighting rooster. What I mean is, it is unnecessary. This is merely an initial trial. Everything will require adaptation in the future. Hardware and related elements will undoubtedly be produced. I have confidence in this. Which is why I aim to establish a headquarters and create a research facility. They are merely a small core team. In the future, each of them can lead a small group to complete a specific module. For now, they only need to become more proficient. There is no need for further recruitment. Beyond business matters, you need not concern yourselves with research. You cannot manage it, nor should you. Just focus on your tasks. Only then did Fan Ping and Huang Weiyang regain their composure. Mr. Qin is indeed correct. They are merely a group of minor players. Achieving notable accomplishments within the commercial sector is already commendable. To venture into the realm of scientific research, however, is akin to navigating in complete darkness. Once the locations are determined and you provide me with the necessary data, I shall present the design blueprints from our headquarters. You must commence the bidding process now. I had previously assured that if it pertains to Shanqing, we shall engage Shanqing Construction. As long as they can guarantee quality, we can entrust the project to them. For this matter, you may reach out to Secretary Chen. Fang Ping raised an eyebrow. Shall we not approach that company directly? Might this trouble him? You are truly naive, Qin Haotian remarked. This is a favor. He would not consider it a nuisance. In fact, he would welcome the opportunity. You are offering him accolades. Others will certainly remember his kindness, yet Secretary Chen will hardly recall yours. Huang Weiyang chuckled as well. Fang Ping, being astute, should have realized this. He had allowed Qin Haotian's revelations to cloud his judgment. Artificial intelligence, heralded as one of the 3 keys to the future, is something they at Haotian Technology have nearly grasped. Once the key is found, the door can be opened. Is it not understandable to feel exhilarated and restless in such a moment? Hey, Qin, I am simply overwhelmed. This news is too sensational for me to process. Qin Haotian smiled, choosing not to respond, for he understood. All right, Fang, you shall manage this matter. By the way, Huang, regarding this situation, you must expedite the cultivation of your successor. An entertainment company is merely a stepping stone. You cannot linger there indefinitely. At the very least, by the time construction at headquarters commences, you should have distanced yourself. The journey ahead, particularly in hardware and other advanced technologies, is the path we must pursue. Let us not forget that plan. Without substantial profits, it cannot be realized. Huang Weiyang's eyes brightened. So, Qin, you imply that even greater treasures remain unexposed. Gazing at this relatively young CEO, Huang felt a surge of inspiration and profound gratitude, though he was also perplexed by the certainty exuded by Qin. Naturally, he refrained from voicing his questions at that moment, opting instead for a rueful smile. Yet, Qin, you are embarking on the video project. Our company currently lacks sufficient personnel to assume these significant responsibilities. Qin Haotian looked at Huang Weiyang with disappointment. You truly are something. Delegate authority. Once you do, it will quickly become apparent who is fit for management positions. Do not cling too tightly. Huang Weiyang, wearing a troubled expression, replied, I am merely concerned about potential mistakes. At Haotian Technology, we prioritize product excellence. As long as we act within the law, what does it matter if mistakes occur? They can be rectified. I command you to select at least 5 key personnel within a week. As they develop, there will be even more fields requiring their oversight. If you do not cultivate new talent, how can we proceed with future endeavors? Huang Weiyang assumed a serious demeanor. Understood, Qin. Following this meeting, I shall appoint several promising individuals and increase their responsibilities. No, give him everything. You can clean up after them later. As long as there are no major issues, just help them up and have them sit in their positions. Eventually, the novel site and video site can be split. Similarly, your department can establish small teams dedicated to specific projects, providing them with some funding to explore on their own. My focus will no longer be on entertainment projects. I cannot be the one to enhance your products and profit margins. You must find your own ways to expand. I have provided you with a global platform. And if you cannot generate a monthly profit of 500 billion lighthouse coins, how can you justify your worth to me? Fang Ping forced a smile. Directly intimidated by General Qin's enormous appetite. A monthly profit of 500 billion lighthouse coins translates to 6 trillion annually. This is profit, not revenue. General Qin's ambition is indeed vast. Currently, aside from casual discussions, all other business operations barely amount to 2 billion lighthouse coins. Chapter 76. Personal assistant and bodyguard. Yes. I understand. Qin Haoyan nodded in satisfaction. It is good that you comprehend. Huang Weiyang's capabilities are entirely wasted in an entertainment company. Fang Ping bit his lip, gripping his thigh tightly. General Qin is entirely unaware of the complexities of managing household expenses. Such bold measures could lead to significant issues if those young individuals encounter problems and the company's revenue falters. Fortunately, Haoyan Technology currently possesses ample funds. Maintaining the current staff can cover 3 years of salaries without much concern. However, wealth is not generated in this manner. General Qin's recent distribution plan has resulted in all employees earning over 10,000. This is not an average. Everyone is receiving over 10,000. According to the compensation principle based on years of service, some who joined early might even earn $1 million this month. Thankfully, with only 40 or so individuals, it remains bearable, but any increase would be unsustainable. Furthermore, there are several who could receive tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. How can the company develop if such funds are dispersed? General Qin has numerous endeavors ahead. This cannot continue. Now that this matter is settled, it is time for my concerns. The two men looked at Qin Haoyan with curiosity. What other matters involve General Qin? You cannot seem to find anyone to oversee the headquarters construction, can you? The two felt a pang of despair. This requires specialized talent. If they were to assign someone unqualified, they could do so, but that person would need to be familiar with the field. It is merely a matter of offering a higher salary. The headquarters is a significant undertaking. It cannot be entrusted to just anyone. General Qin, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. I will handle it myself. I merely wish to discuss finding a personal secretary and driver. Huang Weiyang nodded in agreement, feeling no substantial resistance to this. The environment in Dalong country is favorable, and these issues do not stand out. A driver and bodyguard primarily serve to ward off reporters and devoted fans, minimizing disruptions. In foreign countries, freedom is prevalent, and gun violence is a reality. One might encounter an assailant on the street, brandishing a firearm. Having a bodyguard is undoubtedly a prudent decision. Mr. Qin, now is not the time for indulgence. The company is still in its developmental phase. Moreover, Mr. Qin, your expectations are undoubtedly high. It is essential to have someone who is at least a respectable internet celebrity. However, the presence of an internet influencer may not significantly contribute to the company's advancement. Perhaps you could hold off for a while until the headquarters is established. If you desire a team of secretaries, we have no objections. Qin Haoyan gazed at Fang Peng as if he were a simpleton. What on earth is this fellow contemplating? An internet celebrity? And a team of secretaries? Who does he think he is? Does he possess the energy for such endeavors? As a man, who does not understand? While exceptional talent may exist, very few can sustain such vigor night after night. Has he watched too many instructional videos? What nonsense! I require a personal secretary to assist me in managing these affairs. Especially with the future establishment of the laboratory, my responsibilities will multiply, leaving me with little energy to oversee company matters. Naturally, I will need someone to relay information. Fang Ping remained skeptical and replied softly, Mr. Qin. Aren't the two of us sufficient? Qin Haoyan shivered. Get lost. Do you understand much about the laboratory? Can you handle both the laboratory and company matters? Fang Ping fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was merely a rough individual, lacking comprehension of laboratory intricacies. Even with the equipment, he was at a loss. I would like to seek your opinions on this matter. Should the company cover the expenses, or should I personally? Of course, the company should pay. Indeed, Mr. Qin. After all, it is work for the company. How could you possibly pay from your own pocket? Qin Haoyan shook his head. It's not like that. As my personal assistant, they will undoubtedly need to attend to my daily needs, which do not fall under company responsibilities. Furthermore, I will gradually separate the research institute from the company. Consider how best to handle this. The two of them firmly insisted that the company should cover the costs. Qin Haoyan's situation was somewhat unique. Although he was the company's president, he was primarily focused on technology. He hardly involved himself in company operations. In essence, he provided ideas and directives, while most of his time was dedicated to technical matters. Mr. Qin's intentions became clear to them. Once the headquarters was completed, he would spend even more time in the laboratory. Very well, then the company will cover the expenses. I will provisionally set the salary at 100,000 per month. Fang Ping sprang to his feet. Mr. Qin, that is quite high. It was understandable. He managed the financial resources of Haotian technology and was particularly sensitive to such matters. 100,000 per month amounts to an annual salary of 1 million. Few individuals in the country reach such a standard. For merely an assistant or a driver and bodyguard, why such a high salary? Qin Haoyan shook his head. No, I will personally supplement the pay. Those who accompany me will not have regular rest periods, unless I am ensconced in the laboratory. Even then, they will need to remain actively engaged. Huang Weiyang, however, expressed his agreement. His need for money was not particularly great. Relying on his savings, he could live comfortably in the mountain city. More importantly, he sought self-actualization. Mr. Qin has handled this matter quite adeptly. Fang Peng remained silent, wearing a pained expression, yet he did not refuse. Very well, it is settled then. You may determine your own positions and salaries, and we shall address it further once we have recruited the staff. What are the requirements? As long as the capabilities are met, I shall conduct the final interview. Fang Ping nodded, and the two departed. Just as Qin Haotian was preparing to attend to another matter, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, Mom? Tian, how are you and Shushua faring? Qin Haotian momentarily froze, a sudden wave of awkwardness washing over him. How are we? We haven't been in contact for over 10 days. Quite well, he replied. Tian. I've heard that Shushua still hasn't found a suitable job. Why don't you reach out to some of your formidable classmates and see if they could assist? Don't neglect her. Make an effort to converse with her. Young women are often shy and may hesitate to express their needs. It's challenging for them out there. Since you possess the capability, it would be kind of you to lend a hand. Qin Haoyan offered a wry smile. How could he assist when he hadn't even reached out? His tone remained natural, devoid of any hint of discontent. All right, I understand. I'll inquire subtly. Ah, good. Good. A subtle inquiry is wise. It spares feelings. You're always so thoughtful, Tian. I merely mentioned it casually. Do ask when you have a moment. Understood, Mom. I will handle it. There is no need for you to worry. Indeed, you are capable, so I shall not fret. With that settled, I won't disturb you further. After hanging up, Qin Haotian's mind conjured an image of the beautiful woman. He shook his head. If she was unwilling, there was little he could do. He pulled out his phone to contact another Haotian. How are your considerations progressing? I will take care of it. Qin Haotian was taken aback at this hour. The other party should have been at work. How could they respond so swiftly? I've sent you an address. Please report to this location. When can you arrive? Mountain City? I will buy a ticket immediately. I should be there by afternoon. Qin Haoyan was puzzled but chose not to inquire further. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Chapter 77. Seeking someone. Inviting to dinner after consulting with Wan Haoyan, he hesitated momentarily before opening his friend list and locating Lin Shushui. What are you up to? After sending the message, he noticed there was no immediate reply. Qin Haotian chuckled lightly to himself. He was not a golden nugget. It was unreasonable to expect anyone to respond to him at all times. Even the sun had its detractors. Not dwelling on it, he promptly shifted his focus to another task. Upon returning to the office, he pondered. Can we develop a video software? Intelligent processing program. Yes. Something akin to the Bubble Assistant, but it necessitates handling a substantial amount of data. Insufficient database, inadequate computational power. Qin Haoyan offered a wry smile. This issue was indeed challenging to resolve. He was reluctant to expand the server capacity further, not out of fear of financial waste, but because it was entirely unnecessary. The headquarters had successfully established the laboratory, and he was set to initiate a new wave of technological innovation. Servers, as formidable tools, would undoubtedly be a primary focus of his research. To spend money on such outdated equipment is sheer folly. Are there alternative solutions? Compression software. Qin Haotian thought for a moment. Bubble's suggestion was indeed quite astute. Can you resolve it? Qin Haotian was not disheartened. He rubbed his hands together and realized he would have to tackle the task alone. He resumed coding. a process that demanded a certain level of creativity. No wonder Pow Pow struggled with it. By applying compression software across the entire server cluster, he would gain additional computational support. As the saying goes, one must sharpen their tools before embarking on a task. Haste would yield no fruitful results. Meanwhile, Lin Shushui returned home, utterly fatigued, and collapsed onto the sofa. Goodness, working in the mountain city boiled down to 3 tasks: making calls, tightening screws, and calling people to tighten screws. Her gaze was vacant as she stared blankly at the television. Finding a job was exceedingly challenging. Did this mean she would have to return to Rongqing? Suddenly, an image of Qin Haoyan flashed through her mind. He was continually monitoring Haoyan technology. Opinions about the company were divided outside. However, it remained unfazed, continuing its ascent unabated. For the past several days, speculation about Haoyan Technology's wealth had been rampant. Yet, she knew the truth: it was far more than mere fortune. Qin Haoyan had confided that in 45 months, he would unveil news regarding artificial intelligence, which would devastate Facebook, compelling Zuckerberg to short the stock, thereby accruing immense profits while seizing control of the platform. That conniving individual intended to conspire with Zuckerberg to manipulate the entire stock market. She surmised that the likelihood of success was remarkably high. Should he succeed, Haoyan Technology's valuation would undoubtedly soar. Regrettably, the company was not publicly traded, and she had no spare funds to invest. Lost in thought, she lamented that he likely had long forgotten her. Abruptly, Lin Shushui snapped back to reality, a bitter smile escaping her lips as she retrieved her phone from her bag. If circumstances remained unchanged, she would have no choice but to return home. She felt a deep sense of reluctance. Her family was well off, yet she did not wish to rely on them. However, employment in the mountain city was exceedingly challenging. What? A message? Lin Shushui glanced at her phone, and to her surprise, it was from Qin Haoyan. Her heart raced upon reading the few terse words. What did he want? Did he have intentions toward her? Should she respond? Was she contemplating compromising her integrity? A whirlwind of emotions conflicted within her. Qin Haoyan was undoubtedly exceptional. Likely one of the world's most eligible bachelors in recent years, not one who relied on family wealth but rather on his own capabilities. After much internal deliberation, Lin Shushui decided to reply. After all, someone had reached out to her. Ignoring it would be rather impolite. Qin Haoyan, however, was oblivious to her inner turmoil. At that moment, he was fervently coding, the process coming to him as naturally as breathing, requiring no contemplation. His mind was a repository of knowledge accumulated since childhood. Whether it was software, new materials, quantum computing, or controllable nuclear fusion, he could fabricate anything given the right materials. For him, no bottleneck existed before the cosmos unfolded. As he prepared to depart at 4:50 in the afternoon, Han Ting knocked and entered. "Mr. Qin, there is someone outside looking for you. He claims to be Ruan Haoyan and says you contacted him." Qin Haoyan closed his laptop. "Understood, you may leave for the day." "All right." As he watched Han Ting's cheerful figure depart, a knowing smile crept onto Qin Haoyan's face. Among everyone in the company, he held a particular fondness for Han Ting. She was unpretentious and always seemed to prioritize enjoyment over work. To be frank, who among ordinary people does not yearn for leisure? For the average individual, the ultimate goal of striving is to achieve a comfortable life without excessive toil. If one were to remain perpetually exhausted, what was the point of their efforts? They might as well till the land back home. Upon exiting the office, he noticed everyone packing up in preparation to leave. If there were no pressing matters, why linger? The new employees were jubilant, while only Chen Hao's software development team remained silent. They were well aware of the company's regulations but were unable to complete their tasks. They had been diligently working, aiming to code a few more lines before clocking out. Stepping out of the reception area, he spotted Ruan Haoyan. "Mr. Qin." The two had exchanged brief introductions, and Ruan was naturally familiar with Qin Haoyan's name. Qin Haoyan nodded and continued walking. "Do you drive?" Ruan Haoyan hesitantly followed suit. "Yes." "Let us go." Inside the elevator, the crowd was dense, and Ruan Haoyan felt an uneasy flutter in his chest. Once they reached the parking garage, Qin Haoyan approached his car, tossed the keys to Ruan, and slid into the back seat. "What are you waiting for? Start the car. I'll provide you with the address." At this hour, it was naturally time for dinner. If hunger struck later, a late-night snack could suffice. He opened his phone, glancing at a message from Lin Shushui. "Have you eaten? Shall we dine together?" He had just sent it when Lin Shushui promptly replied. Heaven knows what her thoughts were that afternoon. He had waited in anticipation, checking for messages throughout the day. Each time a notification appeared, he hastily opened it. When there was silence, he would check every minute, fearful that he had inadvertently muted notifications. This isn't quite right, Qin Haotian mused silently, but he sent an address nonetheless. Are you okay with hot pot? Wan Haotian was momentarily taken aback but quickly affirmed, yes. Then let's go. Wan Haotian was visibly anxious. Mr. Qin, I'm a criminal with a record. You truly don't mind? Qin Haotian, preoccupied with his phone, replied, let us just eat. Why all the chatter? Wan Haotian had no choice but to start the car, driving cautiously. He estimated the vehicle to be worth at least $1 million, a luxury he had never experienced before. And thus he was careful. Qin Haotian remained silent, deep in thought about various matters. The company would address the foundational issues, but he needed to contemplate which laboratories and personnel to establish. The staffing situation was urgent but challenging to resolve. With the university semester about to commence, recruitment seemed improbable. However, if he delayed, his projects would be significantly hindered. The construction at headquarters would take at least 3 to 4 years to complete. Chapter 78. The personal assistant must attend to all matters. If all else fails, they would have to prioritize constructing the factory, which was not an overly complex task. My steps remain unbroken. After all, the company's headquarters is not in a hurry. With this thought, the vehicle becomes ensnared in traffic. Many individuals have distanced themselves from their cars, yet strollers still weave through the gaps. Wan Haotian remained vigilant, frequently slamming the brakes, fearful of a collision. This left Qin Haotian's heart racing. Drive normally, do not be afraid. If those cars act recklessly, just nudge them, Qin Haotian reassured, sensing Wan Haotian's anxiety. Wan Haotian forced a bitter smile, his palms damp with perspiration. If he were to act so boldly and an accident occurred, he would not be able to compensate for the damages even if he sold himself. Let me clarify your situation. You are my driver and bodyguard. Wan Haotian opened his mouth. Though he understood, his heart was a tumult of emotions. To appoint someone with a criminal record as a bodyguard, how audacious must one be? However, I must be clear, there may be a need to travel abroad, which could be arduous and somewhat perilous. If you are unwilling, I can keep you here. It is fine. As long as I can earn money, I am unafraid. Very well, your salary will be $100,000 a month, and I will provide additional bonuses for overtime. If you travel abroad, that will be calculated separately. By the way, do you have any family that requires assistance with arrangements? Wan Haotian shook his head. Given his circumstances, he had no family left. Alone and unattached. In that case, for the time being, stay close to me. Your courage seems lacking. Wan Haotian's heart sank. He had previously been involved in a murder. Surviving was a stroke of luck, yet the other party claimed to lack courage. Did this imply involvement in illicit activities? If that were the case, he would have to reconsider. Yet, having already lost his previous security job, where else could he turn if he did not accompany Qin Haotian? Even entering a factory required a clean criminal record, which he could not provide. Small factories or clandestine workshops offered pitiful wages. Following Qin Haotian was a far better option. At least the salary of $100,000 per month was akin to a long-awaited reign for someone who had experienced the harshness of life. Society indeed makes it exceedingly difficult for individuals like him, offering almost no opportunities, rendering their existence arduous. To put it plainly, if they were to commit crimes again one day, it would likely be due to societal pressure. While some individuals may possess inherently bad natures, they are undoubtedly in the minority. With no further incidents, they swiftly arrived at a hot pot restaurant. After a brief wait, Lin Shushui hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing them dining in such a place, relief washed over Lin Shushui. Noticing Qin Haotian's companion, her heart calmed significantly, though a twinge of resentment lingered. As this thought arose, Lin Shushui chastised herself internally. You fool, Lin Shushui, do you genuinely wish to make things easy for him? Qin Haotian cast a puzzled glance at Lin Shushui. Are you unwell? No. Then why are you so unpredictable? Lin Shushui's cheeks flushed, yet she remained seated. Did you need something from me? Qin Haotian gestured toward the pot. Let us order first, then we can discuss business. After placing their orders, Qin Haotian refrained from further conversation, waiting for the food to arrive before they began their meal. After finishing his meal, he slowly began to speak. Wan Haotian. Lin Shushui mused internally, wondering why he had not introduced himself earlier. Hello, I am Lin Shushui. Wan Haotian's expression twitched, yet he could not muster a smile. His face clouded with worry. Lin Shushui found this peculiar. Why would someone so affluent wear such a frown? Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Now, can we discuss the matter at hand? Qin Haotian paused in silence. I require a personal assistant. Would you be interested? He was unaware of the concept of beating around the bush. The mere mention of Lin Shushua's unemployment was already pushing his limits of patience. If he were to linger on such matters, it would not be characteristic of him. Lin Shushue stared at Qin Haotian in astonishment. She had already turned down his offer previously. Why was he asking again? Given the current capabilities of Haotian technology, securing a secretary who would challenge her to excel should not pose a significant issue. Why me? Lin Shushue's interest was piqued. The outside world spoke highly of Haotian technology's humane salary and working hours, and she naturally harbored ambitions. Yet, she was more curious about Qin Haotian's reasoning for seeking her as a personal secretary. She was confident in her looks and figure, but for someone of Qin Haotian's stature, finding a candidate with both beauty and poise would be an effortless task. The company is expanding rapidly. I need to nurture a select group of individuals. The two current executives are somewhat constrained in their decision-making, which may hinder future growth, Qin Haotian explained, clarifying that he did not intend to replace anyone but rather to cultivate talent specifically in the research sector. Lin Shushue misinterpreted this, eyeing Qin Haotian suspiciously. Did he intend to replace the leaders of Haotian technology? Such a significant change is a monumental affair in any company, at any time. Qin Haotian boldly disclosed this to her. What was it about her that warranted his trust? Isn't it possible to hire a headhunter for such a large company as Haotian Technology? Qin Haotian shook his head, gazing intently at Lin Shushue. Just tell me if you're willing. He had many matters to attend to and could hardly afford to elaborate on each detail. Furthermore, his primary concern was not the company's operations. He simply required sufficient funding to facilitate his research endeavors. At Haotian Technology, we exclusively hire fresh graduates. Apart from the initial batch of long-standing employees and the heads of the entertainment sector that I later recruited, all are newcomers. I can nurture them gradually, but they must keep pace with my ambitions. Lin Shushua murmured to herself, contemplating the notion of nurturing talent while simultaneously expecting them to match his speed. In a startup that had yet to celebrate its first anniversary and generated over 30 billion lighthouse coins monthly, how many fresh graduates could truly keep up with his pace? Internally, she scoffed, yet outwardly, she unhesitatingly agreed. What would you like me to do? Qin Haotian regarded Lin Shushue with curiosity. As a personal secretary, you would naturally be required to handle various tasks. Lin Shushue abruptly stood, her face flushed, and with gritted teeth, she gazed at Qin Haotian. This individual, it seems, harbors ill intentions, desiring her to fulfill every demand. What does he take her for? That is simply inconceivable. Qin Haotian, observing Lin Shushue's vehement reaction, spoke for himself. In our company, there exists an assistant position with a monthly salary of 100,000. Additionally, I offer overtime compensation and bonuses. As my assistant, your working hours may differ from those of the company and could be quite slow-paced, with extended overtime being the norm. The tasks at hand are varied and numerous. Hence, the compensation will be more substantial. Lin Shushue's expression flickered. She truly required employment. And the position that Qin Haotian offered was something she might not encounter even after a decade of toil. Chapter 79, Elevated Status, Why Bother with Ants Clamor at Times. An opportunity may slip away in the blink of an eye. If not seized, it could be lost for a lifetime. Lin Shushue gradually took a seat, gazing earnestly at Qin Haotian. Truth be told, he was quite handsome, a quintessential diamond bachelor. Aligning herself with him would not lead to misfortune. Upon contemplating this, Lin Shushue resolutely made up her mind. All right, I will do it. Qin Haotian wore a satisfied smile. Exactly. In this world, there are matters that money cannot resolve. If there are, it is undoubtedly due to insufficient remuneration. As long as he continues to raise the stakes, he could not fathom that anyone would remain indifferent. As for his personal desires, he had little need for wealth. He patted Ruan Haotian on the shoulder. You too, work diligently. Your treatment will be on par with Assistant Lin's. Give it your all. Ruan Haotian, brimming with excitement, stood up. Yes, President Qin. I will certainly strive to do my best. Sit down, he urged. Nearby, a table of young individuals erupted in laughter. Oh dear. Today's women are utterly obsessed with money, selling themselves for a monthly salary of 100,000. Your statement is rather misguided. Many professionals engaged in this line of work hardly earn such sums monthly. That would be taking a shortcut, raking in over 1 million a year. How many can actually earn that much in a year, especially women? How absurd, claiming 100,000 a month, plus overtime. With that kind of money, why dine in such places? Haha, never mind, today's women, it's their own fault for attracting scoundrels, unaware of their own foolishness and desire for unearned gains, leading to their deception. Serves them right. Lin Shushue's complexion fluctuated between blue and red as she clenched her teeth. Their words, while brutally frank, pierced her heart, leaving a thorn within. Though harsh, it was indeed a reality. A personal assistant is expected to handle everything. Any reasonable person would entertain dubious thoughts upon hearing such remarks. Lin Shushue's face hardened as she prepared to confront them. Regardless of the circumstances, she could never concede to being insulted. Moreover, she was not a mere mistress. Qin Haoyan was a single man, and why should she not pursue him? Furthermore, she was not there merely to enjoy idle leisure. There were company matters to attend to. Seeing Lin Shushue's demeanor, Qin Haoyan understood her thoughts and gestured for her to calm down and take a seat. He then patted Wan Haoyan. Go bring the car around. Let us depart. Qin Haoyan found the situation amusing. He merely sought to remain grounded, yet he had not anticipated encountering such a scenario. In the mountainous city, indulging in hot pot necessitated choosing certain venues. The flavors are delightful, exquisite, and authentic, surpassing those of many upscale establishments by an immeasurable margin. To be frank, Qin Haoyan has seldom frequented high-end venues. Having only visited a couple of times, he found the cuisine lacking in both taste and satisfaction. In his eyes, these unpretentious eateries far outshine the so-called fine dining experiences. When confronted with disdain, he refrains from retaliating, not out of a desire to spare anyone's feelings, but rather out of a sense of relief for having purchased a luxury vehicle. Had he still been driving the domestic car he started with, he would have felt indifferent. But others would undoubtedly have looked down upon him more harshly. With Wan Haoyan's departure, the absence of a formidable presence emboldened the group of young ruffians, who openly mocked and pointed at their table. Lin Shushue's face flushed crimson with indignation, almost collapsing onto the table in despair. Let us go, she finally urged, standing hastily, her heart heavy with resentment towards the man before her for not coming to her aid. Suddenly, the deep rumble of an engine interrupted the tension as a brand-new Maybach glided to a halt in front of the restaurant. Wan Haoyan emerged from the vehicle, while Qin Haoyan, wearing a gentle smile, cast a casual glance at the rowdy youngsters at the table. Mr. Qin, Miss Lin, he greeted, opening the car door to invite Lin Shushue inside. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, a stark contrast to her earlier embarrassment. What could be more gratifying than this silent rebuke? The young men, who had been so careless with their words, now found themselves confronted with the unspoken reality of their folly. With a smile, Lin Shushue settled into the back seat, and Qin Haoyan followed suit. Wan Haoyan shut the door, casting a menacing glare at the table of young men before turning to assume his position at the wheel. Inside the hot pot restaurant, chaos erupted. Although the Maybach was not the highest model available, it still commanded respect. Most patrons were not well versed in the specifics of the Maybach lineup. Yet they were aware that the starting price exceeds $1 million, approaching $2 million. Conversations buzzed around the room. One balding man, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and bearing an imposing figure, boomed, "Look at these young ones. They are unaware of their own insignificance, carelessly offending powerful figures. Indeed, I notice the gentleman carries himself with poise and deliberation. Even if he is a wealthy heir, he undoubtedly possesses genuine capabilities," another chimed in. The crowd of working-class individuals, oblivious to their own limitations, took pleasure in deriding others. If given the chance, they would likely have rushed forward, begging for patronage. Laughter ensued as the group teased the table of young men, who, with faces burning in shame, could only settle their bill and depart in defeat. Within the car, Lin Shushue reveled in the snippets of conversation she overheard, her heart swelling with joy. Indeed, it seems that one must confront malevolence with equal malice. Those individuals had dared to mock her without cause, and she felt wronged. Regrettably, she had not been able to retaliate in person, which would have been all the more satisfying. Qin Haoyan, amused by her thoughts, regarded her with a knowing smile. "Do you long to confront them directly?" he inquired. "But they humiliated me. Shouldn't I respond?" He replied calmly, "When a dog barks at you, you may choose to retaliate, yet when an ant makes a sound, you would hardly notice it. Confronting various matters and differing statuses, why burden oneself with trivialities? The act of being slapped in the face is merely a reflection of one's concern. If the disparity in status is too great, one would hardly care." Lin Shushue cast a sidelong glance at Qin Haoyan. "It is easy for you to speak so nonchalantly. As the CEO of Haotian Technology, you possess the confidence to do so. I do not share that privilege." Qin Haoyan, perceiving Lin Shushue's demeanor, refrained from further comment. "Go to your residence," he instructed. "Add Wan Haoyan on WeChat and send him the information." Lin Shushue eyed Qin Haoyan warily. Although she had resolved to comply, she was not yet prepared for such directness. Why must you be so straightforward? Qin Haoyan looked at her in exasperation. What is with that expression? Are you guarding against wolves? As my personal secretary, shouldn't you move in with me? Do you still intend to stay at your place? How will you manage any matters that arise? Lin Shushua felt her cheeks flush, realizing she had overthought the situation, but chose to remain silent. After several hours of turmoil, they finally concluded their tasks by 11 at night. It must be said that the process of moving for a woman is truly daunting, and this was with him insisting on discarding a considerable number of items. At 11, in Qin Haoyan's spacious apartment, Wan Haoyan was just preparing to take his leave. Where are you headed? Wan Haoyan scratched his head sheepishly. Mr. Qin, I currently lack a place to stay. I need to find accommodation today. He had not anticipated that his visit would turn into a day of work. In this sweltering heat, it was one thing not to find a place to stay, but to go without a shower was simply unacceptable. Chapter 80. Assigning assistant duties. Qin Haoyan pointed to a room. There, you will stay there. Lin Shushua had already selected a room, so there was no need for him to worry. His residence comprised 6 rooms, 2 living areas, 3 bathrooms, and a kitchen, spanning 120 square meters, a significant space indeed. Among these was a study, leaving 5 rooms vacant. Accommodating the 2 of them would certainly be more than sufficient. That cannot be, Wan Haoyan quickly protested. But you are my driver and bodyguard. It is essential for you to be close at hand. If I have matters to attend to, do you expect me to wait for you to arrive? Wan Haoyan fell silent, deeply touched by this consideration. Yes, Mr. Qin. Qin Haoyan clapped his hands. All right. Your room is for you to tidy at your leisure. Now, I need to discuss a few matters with you both. Lin Shushue, feeling helpless, stepped forward. She was more concerned about another issue. What would she do if Qin Haoyan required her presence tonight? Should she refuse or simply decline? Oblivious to Lin Shushue's anxiety, Qin Haoyan gestured toward the sofa. Please sit down. With his legs crossed, he regarded the 2 of them. The household rules dictate that the study is off limits, and I must not be disturbed while I am there. He allowed them a moment to absorb this information. The keys are next to the shoe cabinet by the entrance. Each of you may take one. After stating this, Qin Haoyan continued, Now, let us discuss your respective tasks. Lin Shushue, I will later provide you with the contact information for Manager Fong and Manager Huang. Manager Fong oversees all company affairs within the entertainment sector. He paused momentarily. You are well aware that all external projects of Haoyan Technology are managed exclusively by General Huang Weiyang. Should any issues arise in this regard, you may liaise directly with him. Naturally, our company also employs an assistant who is dedicated to overseeing our internal affairs. She will communicate any pertinent information to you, which will require your organization before relaying it back to me. I shall provision you with 20,000 in advance for the procurement of necessary office supplies. This pertains to company matters. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the office to familiarize yourself with our operations. Qin Haoyan has always been a proponent of trust in his associates. Having engaged Lin Shushue, he promptly assigned her responsibilities, unafraid of compromising company secrets, and allowed her unrestricted access to sensitive information. The same applies to Wan Haoyan. What of murder? A criminal record is inconsequential. He is still employed without any suspicion. I have another crucial matter regarding the selection of a personal assistant, which takes precedence in my agenda. Qin Haoyan regarded Lin Shushue with seriousness, setting aside any frivolity. I plan to invest 6 billion to construct the company headquarters. Manager Fong will soon establish contact with the officials of the mountain city to finalize land and related matters, including the selection of the firm. I had previously assured Secretary Chen of the mountain city that I would do my utmost to support the local construction company. These matters are likely to be the focus. Tomorrow at the office, you will communicate with Manager Fong about his schedule, and you shall accompany him. Lin Shushue nodded eagerly, not anticipating such significant responsibilities being entrusted to her by Qin Haoyan, even if she is not involved in specific tasks. Overseeing an entire project is not something one could assign to an ordinary individual, especially someone inexperienced. She would undoubtedly need to navigate numerous official departments. And as a recent graduate, could she truly manage these projects? You need not feel burdened, should anything seem unreasonable. You are to refuse outright and inform me so I can handle it. If any officials dare to overreach or harbor ulterior motives, do not hesitate to confront them. Our legal department may be lacking, but I can engage top-tier law firms from the metropolis or the capital. Besides, if necessary, I will reconsider our operations in the mountain city. This is not a concern for you. Qin Haoyan provided Lin Shushue with reassurance. fully aware of the unscrupulous nature of certain individuals. This matter cannot be solely contained by Secretary Chin. 6 billion in lighthouse currency could easily entice some to indulge for an extended period. But how delectable could Qin Haoyan's resources be? Remember, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Prior to the completion of the headquarters and the laboratory, I will have little of great importance occupying my time. Even if I do, it will primarily pertain to software and strategic planning, allowing ample opportunity for my presence. Hearing Qin Haoyan's words, Lin Shuxue felt a surge of gratitude while recalibrating her own position. Understood, Mr. Qin. As long as he does not mention it, she will remain his personal assistant. Subsequently, you will be responsible for certain laboratory matters, and you should take the time to learn and familiarize yourself with them, including equipment procurement, material acquisition, and personnel recruitment. In this regard, I will establish a new company to oversee operations, ensuring no overlap with the existing company. The delay in initiating this venture is primarily due to the numerous responsibilities at the current company, which are quite demanding. The same holds true for the laboratory, where the recruitment process is also hindered. Lin Shuxue nodded in agreement. Naturally, the management of household affairs will henceforth fall under your purview, including matters of hygiene. Lin Shuxue blushed at the thought. You may hire an additional housekeeper at your own expense. I have no objections, as long as you manage the household satisfactorily. Lin Shuxue felt a surge of joy. If that is the case, it is indeed acceptable. This arrangement is quite appealing. Your immediate focus should be on these tasks. The priority is to familiarize yourself with the company. All right, General Qin. After giving instructions to Lin Shuxue, Qin Haoyan turned his serious gaze towards Ruan Haoyan. Do you recall the matter I mentioned to you previously? Ruan Haoyan straightened his posture, resembling a soldier. Yes, General Qin, I remember. Qin Haoyan fixed his gaze intently on Ruan Haoyan. Your current roles are that of a bodyguard and a driver. Once the headquarters is established, I will find a way to recruit a group of retired soldiers. After you undergo rigorous training, you will be ready for deployment. Understood? Understood. Qin Haoyan felt no concern regarding this matter. He intended to approach Secretary Qin for a batch of retired soldiers, confident that he would be provided with a roster from which to select. This initiative would address employment issues, and Secretary Qin would be pleased to accommodate his request as much as possible. Lin Shuxue, however, felt a sense of unease. This was yet another secretive task involving veterans. What precisely did Qin Haoyan intend to do? Could it be something illegal? If so, could she continue to follow someone like him? Qin Haoyan paid no heed to Lin Shuxue's speculations and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, go take a shower and get some sleep. Rise early tomorrow. The following morning, as he awoke, he found the two of them sitting in the living room, exchanging glances. The table was already set with some food, congee, cold noodles, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. Time was of the essence, and Lin Shuxue, unfamiliar with the nearby market, simply went downstairs to buy some breakfast. Qin Haoyan made no comment. He had always been indifferent about food. Once they had eaten their fill, he took the two of them to work. The summer in the mountainous city was notoriously scorching. By the time they arrived at the company, their clothes were already drenched in sweat. Chapter 81. The terrifying software. Qin Haoyan dared not use it recklessly. After a busy morning, Fong Peng and Huang Weiyang finally arrived together. General Qin, do you still need to hire that personal assistant and driver? Qin Haoyan stared at Fong Peng as if he were a fool. What do you think? Fong Peng's face flushed, and he refrained from responding. Huang Weiyang, however, spoke up. General Qin, Fong and I plan to discuss the land matters with the officials this afternoon. Very well, take Lin Shuxue along with you. Fong Peng, on the other hand, became rather hesitant. What is the matter? Well, we intend to bring my assistant, while General Huang plans to bring another individual whom he intends to promote. Qin Haoyan waved his hand dismissively. Just go handle your tasks. Do not constantly seek my approval for every decision. What purpose do you serve if I must make all the decisions? Trust in your abilities and proceed with confidence. Huang Weiyang regarded Fong Peng with a knowing expression. Recalling how he had previously advised him, yet Fong Peng was resolute in his determination to present the report. After some contemplation, Huang Weiyang decided to acquiesce to Fong Peng's wishes. Fong Peng remained impassive, having spent over half a year alongside Qin Haoyan. He was naturally more familiar with him than Huang Weiyang. However, it was precisely due to this familiarity and trust that he felt compelled to inform Qin Haoyan of every detail. He could not betray this trust. Qin Haoyan waved his hand, dismissing the two and allowing them to manage the situation independently. Lin Shuxue, to her own surprise, found herself thrust into the responsibility of overseeing such a significant matter upon her very arrival at the company. Even as a mere supporting character, her role represented a profound level of trust. A gentle wave of emotion washed over Lin Shuxue, prompting her to question herself and whether she harbored a petty mindset, interpreting noble intentions through a lens of suspicion. Meanwhile, Qin Haotian pondered another matter. Has the video editing software, Bubble, been completed? It has been successfully developed. What results can it achieve? Is it user-friendly for the average person? Yes. Intrigued, Qin Haotian instructed, pull it up. I shall give it a try. Soon. A software adorned with the emblem of Haotian technology appeared on his computer desktop. Insufficient computational power, it is not suitable for widespread deployment. Qin Haotian nodded. Having anticipated this limitation, he refrained from elaborating, choosing instead to maintain stability in their discussions for the time being. This was merely a preliminary endeavor, and conditions were not yet ripe for broader application. After conducting a brief experiment, utilizing Bubble's assistance, a splendid segment of animation materialized on the screen. Gazing at the inaccessible video, Qin Haotian was taken aback. What is happening? The source code differs. Videos created with the Haotian Video Maker can only be applied on the transcoded Haotian Video platform. Stunned into silence, Qin Haotian recognized the remarkable achievement of such an artificial intelligence program. What more could he say? In a way, this was advantageous, as it prevented others from pirating or distributing the content across other video platforms. What if we record the screen? The video contains certain nodes, and without proper verification, some nodes will be unrecordable. Qin Haotian was greatly satisfied. Achieving this level of sophistication from a software standpoint was exceptionally rare. Bubble's ability to autonomously reach this point was indeed formidable. After repositioning the video and uploading it to the Haotian Novel Network, Qin Haotian began to watch. The visuals were nearly flawless, the scenes grandiose, and coupled with fitting background music, the entire presentation resembled a futuristic, sci-fi urban promotional film that was virtually unmatched. Although it lasted only 40 seconds, it ignited a fervor within the viewer. Upon finishing, Qin Haotian felt a daze settle over him. This is disastrous. The impact will be unprecedented, and many will find themselves unemployed. The 30-second visual had taken him merely a few minutes to create, with every detail meticulously rendered, far surpassing ordinary special effects and eclipsing even Hollywood blockbusters. The emergence of such a phenomenon would undoubtedly trigger seismic shifts throughout the entertainment industry, affecting investors, directors, producers, actors, sound engineers, costume designers, props, theaters, and all associated special effects companies, leading to their potential disappearance. Directors and producers may still manage to make a living, yet their significance is undeniably diminishing. This phenomenon relies heavily on imagination, as everything will be effortlessly resolved with the assistance of artificial intelligence. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Haotian was suddenly gripped by fear. This is not merely a national issue. It pertains to the water blue planet and the global entertainment industry, affecting countless individuals' employment. Once unleashed, this development could indeed create numerous job opportunities, even reaching a point where everyone could become a creator. However, those who are adversely impacted will not concern themselves with Qin Haotian's predicament and are bound to create trouble for him. This formidable force is beyond his current capacity to confront. Whether overtly or covertly, he lacks confidence in managing it. Does this involve copyright? The cold, unfeeling voice of Bubble echoed, causing Qin Haotian to shudder. It was overwhelmingly powerful. At times, excessive strength is not necessarily a boon. Haotian technology has yet to evolve into a colossal entity, and its backing is insufficiently robust. Once this technology is released, they will be unable to withstand the repercussions. This software fundamentally operates on artificial intelligence. Even if it does not rival Bubble's prowess, it is still artificial intelligence. Can Bubble devise a method to circumvent this? Qin Haotian recoiled. He understood the implications, yet the time was not ripe. The foundation of Haotian technology remains inadequate. He must at least wait until he manufactures industrial-grade machinery and acquires a batch of initial equipment. Otherwise, relying solely on manual labor, he finds it hard to envision how an individual could create anything within a residential area. He lacks systems or spatial resources. Such notions are merely fanciful, devoid of practicality. Until he transforms the knowledge in his mind into tangible results, he is not inclined to act recklessly. Engaging in casual discourse already feels like gambling with fate. Should this technology be disseminated, it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic shift. With a furrowed brow, Qin Haotian grappled with his thoughts. Yet he could not allow fear to stifle progress. What could Facebook's 30 billion lighthouse coins achieve if he intends to venture into the realm of industry? Certain machines require investments starting from millions, while the more advanced ones demand hundreds of millions or even billions, alongside various raw materials and production costs. Releasing this technology could yield immense profits for the company. Novel platforms, video networks, complemented by short videos and commercial sites, would construct a fortress in the digital realm, providing a continuous flow of capital. With this financial foundation, he could expand and strengthen his enterprise until it reaches great heights. Once the Great Dragon Nation takes action against him, he would be poised to withdraw and establish a significant foothold overseas, commencing operations at the national level. As for rules and regulations, he harbors no fear. The essence of this world has always been exploitation, whether in business or otherwise. The greatest exploitation, or rather, the largest game humanity engages in, is naturally wielded by the states that control the means of production. Only in this manner can one grow and thrive. Otherwise, everything becomes mere illusions, serving to enrich others. If one wishes to play the game, one must consider establishing a nation. This was a path Qin Haoyan had contemplated long ago, yet it remains unrealizable at present. Alas, this matter is far too grave, exceeding his expectations by a considerable margin. With Bubble's computational power being insufficient, he resolves to deliberate on it thoroughly once they return. Chapter 82. The video platform launches online, enthusiasm abounds having come to a conclusion. Qin Haoyan no longer lingered in doubt. Pow Pow began preparations to establish a laboratory in the company headquarters. Please provide the foundational data. No. I need you to conjure one from thin air, designing a headquarters that embodies the lofty aspirations of Haoyan technology and the profound heritage of the Dragon Nation. Regardless of circumstances, Qin Haoyan always acknowledged his identity as a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Although this world bore differences from the Earth of his past life, it remained strikingly similar. He took pride in being a member of the Dragon Nation, and thus, the headquarters must be constructed with grandeur and cultural richness. Qin Haoyan sat in the executive chair, lost in thought. His initial intention was merely to create a website to adapt the novels from Haoyan Novel Network. Little did he expect, following Pow Pow's intervention, the impact would be so profound. He regretted ever joining the Pow Pow program. Abandoning it now was out of the question. As for how to distribute this creation, he had some ideas. While it was impossible to release everything all at once, he could, in conjunction with Pow Pow's assistance, allow a select group to utilize it first, thereby enriching the video platform's data. Pow Pow would launch a video site on the official website, then produce another, followed by a pinned announcement on the Haoyan Novel Network forum. Qin Haoyan issued these instructions. Though Pow Pow's intelligence was not yet fully matured, it sufficed for the task at hand. This was a minor detail. Any issues could be addressed later. He planned to discuss matters with Feng Ping and Huang Weiyang upon their return, feeling no urgency. As Qin Haoyan contemplated, the Haoyan video network had already gone live. While he was not in a hurry, it did not mean he was idle. He exerted influence in the office, much to the delight of those who followed Haoyan technology. Currently, the international side had yet to synchronize. As the chat service fees remained unresolved, he could not allow authors to continue exploiting Haoyan technology's resources. In short, if they wished to use it, they must pay. These authors had amassed considerable wealth, and he felt envious. Haoyan technology remained too impoverished. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to extracting resources from the authors. While international matters could wait, domestically, Haoyan technology had already garnered a loyal user base. They either appreciated the user-friendly nature and rapid updates of Haoyan Novel Network, the convenience provided by the chat service, or took pride in Haoyan technology's contributions to the Dragon Nation, establishing it as a new technological elite. In any case, these individuals had become devoted users of Haoyan technology, feeling a sense of unease if they did not visit the official Haoyan technology website, the Haoyan Novel Network, or the forums within the Novel Network daily. This group was substantial, already numbering over 5 million. Their daily routine included browsing Haoyan technology's offerings. Unfortunately, major internet giants in the country had collectively blocked Haoyan Novel Network. Even if all these giants were to back down now and quietly lift sanctions against Haoyan technology, it would not matter. Haoyan technology had little regard for them. Other platforms could not access official news nor see Haoyan technology's verification. At most, there were some rumors, but these could not compare to the authoritative and timely information from Haoyan technology's official website. Indeed, a fortunate few were leisurely browsing Haoyan technology's official site in the afternoon, with nothing else to occupy their time. Despite the infrequent announcements from Haotian Technology, their enthusiasm remains unwavering. Upon refreshing the page, some users discovered an updated notice on the official website. To their astonishment, it revealed the launch of Haotian Video Network, with subsequent arrangements available for download on their platform. This revelation instantly ignited excitement among the users, prompting them to share the news fervently. Those with swift fingers quickly captured screenshots and disseminated them across various platforms, such as Weibo and Douyin, where the news spread like wildfire, eagerly awaiting further development. The forums on the novel website became even more vibrant, bustling with activity. Upon seeing this announcement, users were filled with exhilaration. I remarked that Haotian Technology is indeed a high-tech enterprise. How could there be such a prolonged silence without any new releases? The individuals upstairs seemed to think otherwise, questioning which other company could consistently unveil multiple high-quality products within a month, all yielding substantial returns. Creating video content entails filming, directing, acting, and post-production. Considering that Haotian Technology was established only recently, could they manage it without jeopardizing their reputation? I chuckled at the naivety of those upstairs, asserting that Haotian Technology would not engage in a battle unprepared. I stand by this assertion. Haotian Technology produces exceptional products, and their video platform will be no different. If it falters, my brother will stand up and apologize to everyone. The upstairs crowd cheered, acknowledging the boldness of such a statement. How could one expect an apology from him? Truly, this is a testament to loyalty. I appreciate everyone's support. While I may not possess extraordinary talents, my brother is robust and capable. Standing is certainly not an issue. Let us not stray from the topic. Haotian Video will be launching imminently, so let us take a look. However, it is merely software. With such advanced technology, why does Haotian Technology focus solely on entertainment? One would hope for some groundbreaking innovations. Perhaps the release of mature artificial intelligence. Those upstairs seem to underestimate the financial demands of maintaining a large workforce, including the families of the employees. Do they not require compensation? It is essential to remember that Haotian Technology possesses core technologies and can pursue whatever direction they choose without external concern. Indeed, it is crucial to recognize that Haotian Technology will not be producing content themselves. I believe they will likely acquire content from various copyright holders. The announcement clearly states that they will initially release animations and anime. Moreover, it guarantees that all content on Haotian Video will be entirely original. It seems improbable, given that Haotian Novel Network does not possess such vast resources. Even with ample funding, the process of hiring and collaboration requires considerable time, especially in animation creation. Can they truly succeed? It is amusing that some still doubt Haotian Novel Network's capabilities. Just because one cannot achieve something does not imply others cannot either. However, the methodology behind their success remains elusive to me. I, too, await developments, eager to see how this unfolds. I patiently wait, hoping this does not become yet another case of in our lifetime. I wonder if they will produce original animated adaptations of Haotian novels. If so, how many science fiction and fantasy works could emerge? That would be exhilarating. Yet, I find myself grappling with a dilemma of choices. Management, please step forward and share your insights. Let us propagate the message. Management must engage actively. Pass it on. Management feels the pain to the point of immobility. Sister Min, please share your thoughts. Joy, come out and howl a few words. Snow Girl, why not dance a little? How to dance? Tan Weiwei, please chime in. A group of seasoned forum veterans eagerly reach out to the four managers. They are all familiar faces, well aware that Hua Min, Ning Huanla, and others are specifically responsible for the forum management of Haotian Novel Network. Their banner knows no bounds, with a multitude of people. The highlighted posts naturally attract the attention of the four beautiful ladies. At this moment, the four of them are utterly bewildered. They exchange glances, accustomed to such antics from Haotian Technology. Should we respond? Yes. Ning Huanla immediately takes out her phone to reply. Chapter 83, Joy Customer Service Department. The two bosses will surely find out last. Dear Haotian members, the four managers are also somewhat in the dark. We have not received any notifications. We will strive to contact the company promptly to obtain accurate information and will inform all Haotian members accordingly. However, since this post is being updated simultaneously on both sides, it is unlikely to be the work of hackers. Based on immature management speculation, it is highly probable that the company is unaware of this matter. And it might just be President Qin unilaterally announcing the notice. If anyone wishes to verify, please contact the company headquarters customer service at 400. Ning Huanla typed swiftly, pinning and highlighting the post with remarkable fluidity. The four of them have gradually fallen in love with this job. Last time they received their salary, they astonishingly earned 500 yuan. They hadn't even officially joined the company yet, and they received a share of the salary. Haoyan Technology surprisingly disperses salaries on the 25th of each month, which truly amazed them. As the management appears, the atmosphere becomes even more lively. Where are Ning the Mad, Sister Min, Snow Beauty, and Wei Wei the Sweet? Ning Huanla gazes at the bustling netizens, thinking, how wonderful that you've given them such lovely names while calling me Ning the Mad. Enough with the noise. How can one compare with three beauties? This is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. If you cannot discern, then only the misnamed can bear the blame. How can there be a wrong nickname? Ning Huanla grins and engages once again with the whimsical netizens. The three others find it amusing yet say nothing. This scene has frequently occurred during this time. After all, Ning Huanla is the most active. Whenever she has time, she chats and jokes with netizens on the forum. However, the four ladies are wise enough not to disclose their salaries and payment dates. They are unsure whether Haoyan Technology holds any reservations about such matters, so they refrain from speaking too freely. Some inquisitive netizens have been calling the Haoyan Technology customer service department, and without exception, they all inquire about the video website. The customer service department of Haoyan Technology is quite intriguing. They do not require their staff to be excessively respectful, polite, or overly professional. They merely request that customer service representatives refrain from engaging in quarrels with customers. Beyond that, even profanity is not prohibited. Thus, the customer service department of Haoyan Technology has ironically become the busiest department in the company. Many people wish to call and chat with the Haoyan Technology customer service. The reason is simple. They are genuine. Anyone who makes a call finds that the person on the other end is willing to engage in casual conversation, occasionally tossing in a wow or silly pig, making it all feel quite friendly. Most people still speak a somewhat unfamiliar Mandarin, heavily laced with the local dialect of the mountain city, and the feeling it evokes is simply delightful. Who wouldn't appreciate such customer service? Moreover, individuals often engage in playful banter, and it is rumored that there exists a service for online arguments that does not cater to the regions of the mountain city and the city of Chengdu. Naturally, this has drawn considerable attention from across the nation. Conversely, those whose voices exude formality and professionalism, devoid of warmth, are generally not favored. The customer service department, amidst the amusing inquiries from various internet jesters, remains unperturbed. Video websites? They have received no notifications whatsoever. Wang Yali is one of the representatives who has also received client inquiries. Indeed, both your official site and the novel site have published, she casually retorted. Nonsense. We have not received any notifications. You cannot just issue announcements like that. Ah, how I admire your stubborn demeanor. I want to hang up. You can check your company's official site yourself. If it's just a matter of opening the site, let us see the validity of your claims. Oh, how I relish your feisty spirit. Just wait. If there is nothing there, I'll be sure to scold you. A contented smile adorned Wang Yali's face. This is the norm in their customer service department. With minimal restrictions and a relaxed atmosphere, they are inundated with countless amusing netizens, bringing endless joy to their daily lives. Working at Haoyan Technology, their spirits are undoubtedly high. The call was indeed not terminated. Wang Yali opened the official website and glanced at it. It seemed to be as stated. Doubting the situation, she opened the novel site and then checked the forum. Ladies, don't say anything. I just looked. And it's indeed happening on the official site. Wang Yali exclaimed, sending the customer service department into a frenzy. The individual on the other end of the call chuckled at the commotion. Customer service, hello? Customer service, come speak to me, or I will lodge a complaint against you. Wang Yali nodded in response. Nonsense. Your complaint is ineffective. I'm not afraid of you. Truly, the customer service at Haoyan Technology is far from professional, and their lack of a stern demeanor renders them utterly uninteresting. Upon hearing this, the other party chuckled heartily. You all are oblivious. This is hilarious. What is so funny? Clearly, this matter must have been instigated by President Qin. Neither President Feng nor President Huang mentioned any of this work. Based on what you've said, it surely has only recently arisen. Don't mention our customer service department. I suspect the other two executives in the company are also unaware. Are you jesting with me? Wang Yali scoffed, suddenly adopting a gossipy expression. Let me tell you, I've heard that President Qin operates this way. The novel site, casual chats, collaborations with Facebook, and so forth, are all just thrown out there, after which Presidents Fong and Qin become aware of them. Such occurrences frequently transpire within the customer service department. Thanks to Qin Haotian's indulgence, the atmosphere within the entire company is remarkably relaxed, allowing everyone to share various pieces of gossip in private. In truth, Wang Yali's observations regarding this matter were not incorrect. Huang Weiyang and Fong Peng were still in discussions with the local authorities regarding land matters. And upon hearing the content relayed by their assistant, they were utterly stunned. President Fong, do you think this is acceptable? Fong Ping was preoccupied, pulling out his phone and instructing, please wait a moment. The official felt helpless. At any other time, people sought them out with eagerness, yet here, at Haotian Technology, it was they who were pleading with the company. However, with Secretary Chin's directive, they dared not defy it, watching anxiously. The accompanying officials glanced at Huang Weiyang, addressing him. Mr. Huang. Huang Weiyang waved his hand dismissively, while Fong Peng grew increasingly anxious, as this involved his area of responsibility. Please wait. This matter is under Mr. Fong's jurisdiction. Let him handle it first, he insisted. The official felt utterly overwhelmed. The city had decided to allocate 100 million for a 50-year industrial property right, a significant concession. In his pursuit of demonstrating his competence, he had audaciously inflated the figure to 200 million. In his mind, for 18,000 acres of land over 50 years. 500 million was the bare minimum. Naturally, he believed it could be easily secured. Little did he know. This was a collective decision made by Secretary Chun and the officials, not intended for land sale, but rather to retain Haotian Technology. They had not forgotten Qin Haotian's demeanor that day, where he had indicated a preference for their province over Sichuan. What did that imply? They were all astute individuals. Could they not comprehend? Setting aside future developments, maintaining the status quo, Haotian Technology was already a prized asset. Compared to the short-term gains from this land, the tax revenues post-establishment were what truly mattered to them, which held more significance, a one-time transaction or a continuous stream of income. Were it not for procedural constraints, they would have readily gifted this land to Haotian Technology. Moreover, Qin Haotian was investing 6 billion in lighthouse currency to construct the headquarters, which would significantly stimulate the economic development of the mountain city, potentially exceeding 100 billion. It was not simply a matter of injecting 400 billion into the market to generate an equivalent impact. The dynamics were far more complex. When workers had money, they could consume, thus invigorating manufacturers and other sectors. This would lead to a tax revenue increase of at least 100 billion. The officials of the mountain city were not short-sighted, and naturally, they were eager to secure this project. Chapter 84. The land issue will be discussed another time. Qin Haotian's another major asset after such a long interval. They had repeatedly urged Haotian Technology to no avail. Now that they had finally arrived, had it not been for Secretary Chun and a multitude of officials being unable to break away, it would not have fallen to this fourth-level official to step in. Fong Ping and Huang Weizhang's demeanor had left the official in a state of shock. Without further ado, he stammered, Mr. Fong, Mr. Huang, would this arrangement be acceptable? 100 million for 18,000 acres of land with a 50-year usage right. This truly cannot be lowered further. This is the final bottom line. If it drops any further, it simply cannot pass through the process. The official was terrified, while Lin Shushua looked on in astonishment. 18,000 acres was indeed a substantial amount, nearly 8,000 acres more than what Qin Haotian had requested. The price proposed by the official was actually lower than usual. Yet not drastically so. To think that Fong Ping and the others might reduce it by a fifth? That was truly alarming. Had it been a different time, Fong Ping might have engaged in a thorough discussion regarding the issues at hand, but now his full attention was consumed by Haotian Technology's official website, his expression darkening. The official stood dumbfounded. 18,000 acres of land equated to approximately 12 million square meters, based on a calculation of 500 million. It translates to nearly 45 yuan per square meter, which is considered a floor price. However, if it were 100 million, it would only amount to 9 yuan per square meter. This price is indeed at a point where it cannot decrease further. Any further reduction would equate to a devaluation of national assets, leading to potential complications. It can be asserted that they have already presented their most sincere proposal. Even if you were to negotiate and offer 500 million, it is assumed that Haotian Technology would counteroffer. The official, anxiously observing Fong Ping's grim demeanor, hesitated to continue speaking. His apprehension was not directed at Fong Peng himself, but rather at the ramifications of failing to handle the matter properly, which could jeopardize his position under scrutiny from higher authorities. That individual would not concern himself with one's identity and would decisively act without hesitation. Fong Ping, having finished reviewing his phone, disregarded the official and turned to General Huang, inquiring about his thoughts. The official immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Huang Weiyang shot Fong Ping an ungracious glance, expressing that this situation had escalated into a significant issue. He had painstakingly guided his team onto the right path, only for troubles to resurface. Huang Weiyang was on the verge of tears. Initially grim-faced, Fong Ping's expression lightened upon witnessing Huang Weiyang's distress. This was a moment of poetic justice for all the times he had been criticized. With a playful pat on Huang Weiyang's shoulder, he remarked, "General Huang, you've worked hard. Keep it up. I'll support you wholeheartedly." Fong Ping, now in good spirits, found amusement in the shift of discomfort from himself to Huang Weiyang. The burdens that Huang Weiyang was about to face were trivial compared to the entertainment aspect of this troublesome situation. Fong Ping contemplated whether this was a deliberate maneuver by General Qin, pondering if he had any peculiar inclinations. Fortunately, these thoughts remained unvoiced. He dared not let Qin Haoyan in on his musings, for the consequences would swiftly manifest on his own countenance. The exchange between the two men left the official bewildered. "What is going on here?" he wondered. "Gentlemen, our Secretary Chun has instructed." Before the official could finish, Huang Weiyang interrupted him without hesitation. "Old Fong, I can no longer manage this matter. It's up to you. I need to return to the company." With that, he took his favorite associates and headed toward their vehicle, leaving the official with a darkened expression. These individuals had overstepped their bounds, treating him with disdain. In his daily life, he held a position of considerable authority. Were these people merely toying with him? Fong Ping, however, paid no heed to the official's thoughts. "Minister Wang, we need to deliberate further on this matter. We shall discuss it next time. I sincerely apologize, but an unforeseen situation has arisen at the company, and we must attend to it. Next time, we will have a thorough discussion." With a facade of insincere politeness, Fong Ping gestured to Lin Shuxue, and the two promptly followed Huang Weiyang, leaving the official bewildered and sweating profusely. He realized the enormity of the situation they had just escalated. They had originally intended to finalize the agreement. Along the way, Lin Shuxue, brimming with curiosity, asked, "General Fong, why is it that we are not proceeding as planned?" Fong Ping maintained a smile, replying, "That fellow is not trustworthy. Let us wait and see. There is no rush." Lin Shuxue remained utterly perplexed. "No, General Fong, why has he proactively lowered the price to 100 million? This price truly cannot go any lower," Lin Shuxue pondered to herself. "Such a generous discount. Where else could one find this, if not at Haotian Technology?" Fong Ping wore a cheerful smile, offering no explanation. Some truths must be discerned through one's own experiences at work. It is not that those in higher positions are concealing matters. This reflects the societal conditions of Great Dragon Country. Bewildered, Lin Shuxue followed Fong Ping into the car, unable to fathom the reasons behind it. Inside the company, Qin Haotian was engrossed in planning when Huang Weiyang and Fong Ping arrived together once more. "General Qin," Qin Haotian exclaimed, surprised to see one person anxious, another peculiar, and a third utterly bewildered, prompting his curiosity. "You three have returned so soon?" "General Qin." "My dear General Qin, did you not say the matter regarding the video platform was not urgent?" "Indeed, it is not urgent. Wasn't that discussed last week?" Huang Weiyang stammered, his face reddening, straining to contain his frustration. Fong Ping could no longer hold back and erupted into laughter. Even Lin Shuxue couldn't suppress a smile. Throughout the journey, while she remained puzzled about the land issue, she comprehended the company's situation perfectly. "No, General Qin, currently the company is." Qin Haotian raised his hand to silence Huang Weiyang, gesturing for them to approach him. "Hey, General Qin, what intriguing developments do you have?" Fong Ping, unrestrained, naturally walked behind Qin Haotian's chair. A month prior, he had engaged in similar actions frequently, but recent tumultuous changes had caused him to restrain himself considerably. Huang Weiyang and Lin Shuxue had no choice but to obediently move closer to observe. Qin Haotian demonstrated the animation created with the assistance of artificial intelligence, leaving the three of them utterly astonished as they watched the seamless playback on the webpage. "General Qin, this. Qin Haotian's expression was serious. "You have not misjudged. This is indeed the reality." Huang Weiyang, filled with excitement, began to pace in circles, repeatedly striking his own hand. "With this, as long as we possess abundant imagination and combine it with storytelling, how many exquisite animations can we create? Moreover, the speed is remarkably fast." After he finished speaking, Huang Weiyang suddenly recalled something, his expression turning grave. General Qin, these visuals and background music, they won't infringe on any copyrights, will they? Qin Haoyan shook his head. I have confirmed this matter. Currently, there are no issues. Yet, he could not guarantee that complications wouldn't arise later on. This was a matter that required precaution. For instance, issuing a statement to clarify that it bore no relation to their platform. After all, once the software was in the hands of the authors, how could one ascertain whether they might resort to non-original content to save effort, potentially entangling themselves in copyright issues? Chapter 85. All attempts to halt the launch of the video editor General Qin. This matter seems rather terrifying. Huang Weiyang contemplated Qin Haoyan's words, while the smile faded from Fang Peng's face. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, as a stabilizing presence. Fang Peng quickly grasped the frightening implications of this course of action. It was far more complex than merely introducing one or two software solutions. If mishandled, it could trigger a seismic upheaval within the entertainment sector, involving trillions in lighthouse coins. The scale of their Haotian technology is utterly insufficient to absorb such a situation. They possess virtually no voice across various domains, including entertainment. Releasing this technology would be akin to unleashing a nuclear bomb, perhaps even more terrifying. Qin Haotian nodded in acknowledgement. This matter is indeed alarming, which is why I have yet to release the software. We should wait for your return to deliberate. Huang Weiyang pondered to himself. Even in such circumstances, deliberation seems futile. The video platform has already made its release, and there are others as well. Huang Weiyang was perplexed. Qin Hao is clearly not responsible for the software development, so how could Mr. Qin accomplish so much in such a short time? It was utterly inconceivable. Was there an entire team operating behind the scenes? Huang Weiyang mused, but he could not fathom it. Moreover, the software at hand did not appear to be something hastily produced. Mr. Qin, regarding this matter, I fear we may not reach a conclusion through discussion. If it is indeed so powerful, once it is utilized, we cannot conceal it. Fang Ping interjected, disregarding Huang Weiyang, his face etched with concern. He remained steadfast in his belief. This technology, if released, is far too terrifying to the extent that it sent shivers down his spine. Qin Haoyan gazed intently at the three of them, asserting, we cannot let fear paralyze us. However, this concerns the livelihoods of tens of millions. Fang Peng suddenly rose, arguing passionately. The matter is too frightening, daunting enough that even the officials of Shanxing would struggle to bear it. The livelihoods of millions are indeed a minor issue compared to what lies at stake. Yes, this is undeniably a minor issue. It concerns those powerful commercial investors and the formidable individuals behind them. The influence of these individuals is beyond what a fledgling Haotian technology, established for less than a year, can withstand. Domestically or internationally, they lack the strength. It is imperative to resolutely thwart any unsavory notions Mr. Qin may harbor. Fang Peng was resolute in his determination. Qin Haoyan remained quiet, deep in thought. He understood the situation, perhaps even more so than Fang Peng. Otherwise, he would not have altered his previous approach, opting instead to engage in discussion with them. This technology, once released, would not necessitate a substantial increase in personnel, a stark contrast to Huang Weiyang's initial assumptions. Perhaps it could be gradually disseminated under the guise of a beta test? Qin Haotian lightly tapped the table, gradually expanding the scope until the majority of the populace is utilizing it. I can restrict numerous functions, providing only the capability to create animations, even slowing down the generation process. Upon hearing this, Huang Weiyang was taken aback, while Fang Peng felt a sense of relief. He recognized that his words had not dissuaded Mr. Qin from his intentions, yet at least they were being considered. Mr. Qin is not a person oblivious to the consequences. As it stands, there is at least a possibility for a compromise. Mr. Qin, what about the future? Have you contemplated that? Qin Haoyan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. That group of capitalists or controllers is not to be trifled with, unless he could establish an independent nation overseas. It is said that there is a country abroad selling islands, with permanent autonomous rights. If he could acquire one and then create land, the initial phase could take place underwater. It seems to be a location near Gallia, situated in the southern Indian Ocean. The price is somewhat exorbitant, requiring 600 billion euros. This poses a significant dilemma, as he does not possess such a sum. The island spans an area of 675 square kilometers, necessitating close to 450 billion Delong coins. Regrettably, he lacks the funds. However, if he could procure it as a base for development, it would be quite advantageous. Yet, weapons are imperative. Otherwise, an invasion would be all too facile. Qin Haoyan's thoughts meandered aimlessly. President Qin? President Qin? President Qin. He snapped back to reality. Huang Weiyang, what do you think about advancing our plan? Fang Ping was utterly astonished. Did President Qin and Huang Weiyang have a plan? As the general manager, he was oblivious to this. Contemplating this, Fang Ping cast a resentful glance at Huang Weiyang and Qin Haoyan. Was he being marginalized? Huang Weiyang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. The plan sounded promising, yet its actual implementation would be exceedingly challenging. A smaller number would yield no effect. To achieve the desired impact, a baseline of 1 million participants was essential. Only then could they intimidate those who might otherwise act recklessly. After all, this concerned the financial well-being of millions. Should there be any disturbances, the ensuing public sentiment could wield immense power. However, with 1 million participants, even at 3,000 each, that would amount to 30 billion monthly. Such a cash flow expenditure is terrifying. President Qin, that is implausible. We must be selective with our numbers. As a reduced count serves no purpose. Conversely, an increase is beyond the current capacity of our company. Although Huang Weiyang dismissed Qin Haoyan's notion, he felt a surge of satisfaction. At least, President Qin's plan had been brewing. Thus, President Qin's sudden foray into video conferencing could be rationalized. Indeed, he must wish to alleviate the suffering of the Delong populace and expedite the completion of the entire industrial chain. This would effectively dismantle the entire entertainment and film industry, redirecting those funds to the general populace. Coupled with the profits garnered by related practitioners, it could potentially stimulate employment for millions. This is a commendable endeavor. Furthermore, the lack of data connectivity between systems is far more daunting than even the railway sector. Our servers would likely be unable to support it. Qin Haoyan silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, hardware, servers, and software must all keep pace. Cybersecurity necessitates even greater diligence. These advancements cannot be achieved overnight. They require a considerable duration for gradual development. The crux of the matter lies in his desire for rapid progress. He needs substantial financial backing to pursue scientific research, along with abundant resources to aid him. As he contemplated this, Qin Haoyan encountered yet another conundrum. Some resources cannot be acquired with mere currency, as they are strictly regulated commodities. It appears he must devise a method to convert resources independently. While utilizing finished products may prove challenging, what about waste? With this thought, Qin Haoyan expanded his perspective. Indeed, funds need not solely originate from the internet. While such money flows rapidly, its impact is immense and swift, leaving others unprepared. Perhaps it would be more prudent to consider tangible assets or manufacturing. There remains a pressing concern, Mr. Qin, regarding the potential theft of our videos. This could indeed have adverse repercussions for us, Huang Weiyang elaborated. Consequently, the blame would inevitably fall upon our shoulders. However, Qin Haoyan appeared unfazed by this issue. With a chuckle, he gestured towards his computer, saying, "Come. Why not attempt to steal one?" Yet, as Huang Weiyang began to speak again, Qin Haoyan interjected, "Let us not dwell on such matters. You may certainly try, employing any method you wish." Chapter 86. Everything remains unchanged, merely a change of personnel. It is a jest, he thought. If he exerted such effort to create something, yet others could simply take it, then they would indeed deserve the accolades. The revenue from video platforms is incomparable to that of novel websites, a fact he had not overlooked. Huang Weiyang and the others remained silent as they toiled for 20 minutes, experimenting with various techniques. Recording the screen with their phones proved unsuccessful. What is this? The three exchanged incredulous glances, staring at Qin Haoyan in disbelief. "Mr. Qin, how is this possible? This is astonishing. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us proceed. I am exceedingly eager to pursue this matter. Should we succeed, it would be monumental," Fang Peng cautiously proposed. "Mr. Qin, if we must proceed, we can keep it under wraps. Given the prowess of our video editor, we only need to enlist a few directors, graphic designers, and sound engineers, collaborating with the authors of the novels to accomplish this task. Indeed, Mr. Qin, we hold the copyrights to all works on the novel site, and we shall dedicate ourselves to this endeavor. If we wish to go live, it must be a venture we undertake ourselves. At most, we can negotiate adaptations with the authors, striving to align with their visions as closely as possible. With an abundance of novels at hand, the authors' imaginations are boundless. It is impossible for them to review every single one, and directors cannot feasibly digest web literature comprising millions of words. Involving the authors would be ideal. ensuring mutual benefit and satisfaction for all parties. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Haotian outright rejected this proposal. This is not a viable approach. The others gazed at him, perplexed. While we aspire to launch Haotian Video Network, we cannot afford to distribute the Haotian video editor recklessly. This is currently the most prudent compromise. If the content is sparse, so be it. There must be something. Must the tea there? Why is this not acceptable? Then shall we purchase content? Qin Haotian stared incredulously at Huang Weiyang. Are you serious about this? The two exchanged a moment of bewilderment before casting a disapproving glance at Qin Haotian. Lin Shushua had been silently agape since Qin Haotian began to speak, utterly astonished by his words. How could such a statement emanate from his lips? Especially from someone of his wealth? With that kind of money, there are far more lucrative ventures in the realm of online fame. Cough, cough. Let us return to the matter at hand. I intend to sign these authors. The room fell into a state of confusion. Sign these authors? What do you mean? Are they not already under contract? I understand your sentiments, but this is a venture we cannot fully consume. It is simply beyond our capacity. Qin Haotian fixed his gaze on the three, his tone grave. Even with 100,000 or 200,000, it is merely a drop in the bucket. We cannot manage. Others may seek to seize control, and they undoubtedly possess their own means. Similarly, when it comes to oversight, we find ourselves powerless. The two clenched their fists tightly. Such occurrences are prevalent in their nation, and indeed, they are not unique to it. Rather, they are a universal phenomenon. Lacking control over production resources leads to such circumstances. While the domestic situation remains relatively mild, the international landscape is far more brutal. Many fail to comprehend this. Or perhaps they intentionally mislead. Those sanctions and prohibitions, do they truly believe it is the company's desire to refrain from selling? It is merely the commands of their governments that compel such actions. The Dragon Nation is not fundamentally different in this regard. It is an unavoidable reality. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Water Blue Star, turbulent currents surge. Many have grown accustomed to peaceful lives, oblivious to the fact that humans are, after all, animals. The principle of the survival of the fittest prevails. A robust community means less sustenance for others. With the tremendous power of modern weaponry, destruction increasingly occurs in secrecy. Qin Haotian perceives nothing amiss. Should he govern a territory, he would invariably act in a similar manner. This is a class conflict, destined to remain irreconcilable. Fortunately, he can ensure that the ordinary class enjoys their daily lives, which serves as a form of accountability to those beneath him. His intention to venture out is solely to facilitate development, unencumbered by restrictions. There are no ulterior motives. Once he steps into the interstellar realm, all concerns will dissipate. The issues concerning Water Blue Star will be effortlessly resolved. At that point, boundless resources will naturally diminish the power of those who currently prey upon the populace. Their internal challenges remain numerous, yet they are insurmountable. There exists but one solution: force. As the saying goes, would I cut my own life? Don't be absurd. To overturn everything. There is indeed only one method. Regardless of their accomplishments here, there will always be those who extend their claws, eager to reap benefits and continue their tyranny. This matter is beyond Secretary Chen's control, and they too find themselves at a loss. The plan, once executed, will encounter obstacles. A mere label suffices, such as disrupting peace and stability. Observe how a single accusation can crush them. Currently, they cannot withstand it, unless they venture overseas to confront this. Instilling fear in other nations, they will naturally refrain from reaching out with greedy hands. What then? Qin Haotian's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head, acknowledging the lack of a solution. This left the two in a quandary. Their intentions were noble, yet the pressure proved to be overwhelming. Should we not launch the Haotian video editor? Lin Shushua inquired softly. Yes. Qin Haotian's response left them bewildered. This. You yourself have articulated the severity of the situation. Why proceed further? Are you not afraid of scrutiny? Such occurrences have been rampant. Is this a jest? Once we establish ourselves overseas, the Dragon Nation will set up an office. This revelation further perplexed the three. With the headquarters established in Shanxing, why mention the need to be overseas? Huang Weiyang's face bore a troubled expression. Mr. Qin, even if we establish a company abroad, should we face an investigation, we would find ourselves powerless. Qin Haotian pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to restrain himself. He felt the need to further assess these individuals. Aside from Huang Haotian, he was not inclined to disclose his overseas intentions to anyone else. Moreover, he planned to recruit some retired military personnel for his endeavors abroad. Regarding loyalty, he believed that as long as they were not overly passionate, Exposing them to the harsh realities of life and subsequently revealing the innovations of Haotian technology would naturally resolve this issue. These individuals were not foolish. Most of those who currently wield power had previously fought their way to prominence. In any regime, regardless of who is in charge, class distinctions will persist. And Qin Haotian could not eradicate this reality. The situation had never truly changed, only the individuals had shifted. He could only ensure that during this era of advanced technology and substantial expansion, those beneath him would lead comfortable lives without exploitation, striving to maintain a semblance of balance. As for the notion of fairness, only idealists would deem it significant. In truth, fairness has always been an illusion. Such a concept is nearly non-existent anywhere, even in its relative form. Forgive my confusion, Mr. Qin, he sighed, gazing at the three individuals, delivering a statement that left them all in shock and trepidation. Always remember this. Haotian technology was not established merely for profit. Our aim is to enhance the well-being of our people. However, there are those who obstruct our efforts. And they are not outsiders. They are our fellow countrymen. We must overturn this status quo. The three stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Qin Haotian would utter such audacious words. Overturn? Overturn what? Qin Haotian did not elaborate, nor did the three dare to contemplate further. This was indeed something that could be accomplished. Qin Haotian refrained from speaking more. Revealing too much could jeopardize their trust and raise concerns about leaks. Should outsiders become aware of his plans, he risked imprisonment and the ruin of his life. Furthermore, he did not believe that conditions abroad would be any better. Many who thought so were simply naive or misguided. The truth is, the outside world is far more ruthless. If he ventured out, it would signify the onset of true conflict. Only by establishing a reputation abroad could he gain greater leverage at home. Negotiations would naturally proceed more smoothly, and Haotian technology would operate with increased audacity. As for the prospect of facing protests from other nations due to his actions abroad, he would simply send operatives to eliminate the opposition. In their territories, he would ensure that dissenters were silenced. To Qin Haotian, non-Dragon Nation citizens were inconsequential. Their lives held little value. If they were killed, so be it. When protests reached their peak, he would deploy a squadron of mechanized troops to wreak havoc within their borders. Should they protest again, he would respond with further violence. What could they do? Complain? If they could not defeat him, they could only submit. Human rights? Nonsense. Such rights have never truly existed. As the adage goes, the only lesson humanity learns from history is to repeat its mistakes. In the context of the great dragon nation, many founding emperors were not devoid of grand ambitions. Yet, why did they ultimately succumb to decline? Was it not an effort to consolidate their own power? The greater one's authority, the lesser the rights of others, rendering the notion of human rights utterly insignificant. Fong Peng, nervously rubbing his hands, was at a loss. He had always followed Qin Haotian, never anticipating such boldness from him, nor such thoughts. If this were to leak, it would be catastrophic. Such sentiments were punishable by death in ancient times and would surely disrupt national unity in the present, potentially leading to accusations of treason and execution. However, those matters were of no concern to them. I speak of a disruption through technological products. Qin Haotian was not a stubborn man. He understood that his words might alarm others. It was prudent to offer some reassurance for the time being. Indeed, upon uttering those words, the atmosphere noticeably relaxed. Qin Haotian's previous statement had been profoundly intimidating, leaving a significant impact on them. Only Huang Weiyang cast a deep glance at Qin Haotian, as he alone had encountered that notion. He comprehended the vastness of Qin's ambitions. The mere fragments of conversation felt like an enlightening revelation. Simultaneously, he speculated whether there were individuals behind Qin, and what their intentions might be. Were they truly preparing to instigate upheaval? By what means would they do so? Lost in thought, Huang Weiyang was momentarily entranced. Huang, what are you pondering? Fong Peng called out repeatedly to bring him back. Regaining his composure, Huang coughed lightly and apologized. I was just contemplating how to resolve this matter. My apologies, Qin. Please continue. Qin Haotian scrutinized Huang Weiyang, sensing something amiss in his demeanor. It appeared he had guessed at Qin's intentions. Huang, do you have any insights? I would like to hear your thoughts, Qin prompted. Huang's heart raced with trepidation. Was Qin aware of his thoughts and intending to silence him? This issue could escalate. And if Qin truly harbored such intentions, he would undoubtedly exercise extreme caution. A slip, however minor, could spell disaster for those plotting such actions. Any mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. The necessity for stringent safeguards was apparent as this realization dawned. Beads of cold sweat formed on Huang Weiyang's forehead. "Huang, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Shuxue inquired curiously. Huang cast a furtive glance at Qin Haoyan, lowering his head and hesitantly responding, "No." Qin Haoyan did not press him further. This old fellow certainly suspected his thoughts, perhaps even too intensely. It seemed he had frightened himself. A faint, enigmatic smile crept onto Qin Haoyan's lips. This old man was indeed talented. Recruiting such individuals was certainly a wise choice. Meanwhile, Huang Weiyang felt on the verge of tears, his mind consumed with the fear of what might unfold if Qin were to silence him. What would become of his family? Moreover, he pondered excessively, and the more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that his thoughts were indeed accurate. Coupled with the fact that only he was privy to the plan, he began to wonder if it might serve as a faude, thereby implicating him in a nefarious plot. Such thoughts only intensified his apprehension, prompting him to shift his posture and gaze up at Qin Haoyan. To his dismay, the usual benign smile that Qin Haoyan wore morphed into something sinister and laden with meaning in his eyes. Mr. Qin, I am loyal," Huang Weiyang stammered, his mind a muddled haze, uttering nonsensical words. Fang Ping, amused, retorted, "Mr. Huang, I sought your opinion, not your misplaced loyalty. As if disloyalty would lead to your demise." His words pierced Huang Weiyang's heart like a dagger, stirring within him a tempest of dread. Tears nearly welled in his eyes. Such intimidation was unwarranted. This train of thought only deepened his terror. Could it be that Fang Peng was also aligned with the other side, aiming to thwart his suspicions and issue a warning? He recalled that Lin Shuxue and that bodyguard had been appointed rather abruptly. Was it possible that the opposing faction was preparing for their next move, dispatching individuals to assist Qin Haoyan? The realization enveloped him, saturating the office with an air of menace. He yearned to kneel but lacked the courage. His wife and daughter were still in the mountain city. Huang Weiyang now regretted having brought them here, entangled in a web of peril. Contemplating the potential repercussions, he inhaled deeply, his mind racing with foreboding outcomes. His body trembled violently, cold sweat pouring from him as if he were a sieve. For a moment, he could not fathom the source of his perspiration. Noticing his distress, Fang Peng approached him with concern. "Mr. Huang, you appear unwell. Is there an issue?" As Fang Peng drew near, Huang Weiyang, startled, leapt from his chair, standing rigidly with his hands pressed tightly over his mouth. He was terrified, feeling as though the entire company were filled with agents of Qin Haoyan. Chapter 88. The Reason, intentionally frightening Huang Weiyang. Huang Weiyang's intense reaction startled Fang Peng, who expressed dissatisfaction. "Old Huang, what is the matter with you?" Huang Weiyang's face turned pale, cold sweat trickled down his brow, his pupils dilated, and he could not utter a word. Realizing that he had genuinely frightened Huang Weiyang, Qin Haoyan quickly interjected. If he allowed Huang Weiyang's imagination to spiral further, he might very well leap from the window. That would be a calamity for him, having done nothing while the company faced such a dire incident. "Everyone, sit down. I shall elucidate matters in detail," he commanded, observing each of them. Lin Shuxue and Fang Ping took their seats without hesitation, while Huang Weiyang found himself in a dreadful predicament, unable to decide whether to sit or stand. "What are you doing?" "Sit." Qin Haoyan's tone was light, yet it resonated in Huang Weiyang's ears like the whisper of death. He shivered and promptly seated himself at the conference table. Fang Peng and Lin Shuxue exchanged puzzled glances. "Is Mr. Huang unwell today? Perhaps we should check on him," they mused. Qin Haoyan cast a helpless glance at Huang Weiyang, noting the latter's excessive timidity. It was time to discuss the matter at hand. Both of them stiffened, though Huang Weiyang had little need for such tension. Any further strain might lead to a complete breakdown. General Manager Huang was correct in his assessment, yet his perspective was overly constrained. "I intend to establish a profound cooperative agreement with the author, potentially leading to a contractual affiliation that raises my concerns." Jiang Xingyan, undeterred by the presence of the three, continued his discourse. "To begin with, the novel website serves as a foundation, while the video platform represents the true potential for explosive growth, from which we can branch out into short videos, games, and even merchant sites. In comparison to these latter ventures, the revenue generated from the novel website is negligible. Authors must be our priority," Jiang Xingyan asserted with conviction. He had more to convey. Once he developed a virtual reality world, these novels would experience a significant surge in popularity. As for games, they would undoubtedly require the application of virtual reality technology. Moreover, while our video production has dramatically reduced the costs and complexities associated with animation, the limitations of human imagination remain evident. particularly for authors who can employ vague terms to describe grand scenes. Animation does not afford such liberties. The intricacies of visual effects, including camera usage, lighting, audio, various physical engine effects, and editing techniques, are all highly specialized areas of knowledge. It is unrealistic to expect authors to learn each aspect individually, nor is there a guarantee that they would succeed. Fang Ping and Lin Shushui chuckled, while Huang Weiyang remained preoccupied with thoughts of his own potential demise, mulling over the notion of stepping into a den of thieves. Devoid of humor. In this domain, we can cultivate a vast cadre of individuals to support the authors. Lin Shushui was taken aback. She understood that these individuals would essentially be collaborators in related tasks, akin to a collective directing team, albeit an inexperienced one. Others in directing roles would at least possess some knowledge of these matters. Ultimately, when an author engages in direct creation, it serves as the most compelling marketing angle, greatly satisfying the reader's identification with the novels while also addressing the author's dissatisfaction with adaptations. At this juncture, Qin Haoyan recalled certain past experiences. Previously, the nation's largest online literature platform had adapted numerous subpar works, exacerbating the author's frustrations. Although the works appeared to belong to the authors, the reality was far more complex. Aside from the writing, everything else was largely disconnected from the authors themselves. Coupled with the cumbersome nature of adaptations and productions, authors were unlikely to participate deeply, nor did capital require their involvement. This left many, apart from those capitalizing on sentiment, to reap substantial profits, suffering the consequences. Qin Haoyan sought to profit, but not through such means. Let the authors navigate their own challenges. We shall provide the utmost service to our contracted authors. Furthermore, while Haoyan Technology's entertainment division is driven by profit, we must also contemplate our brand's reputation. We have established a notable presence in public relations and brand recognition. Yet our reputation leaves much to be desired. Fortunately, we enjoy a high regard among our clients. I do not wish for Haoyan Technology to devolve into a company solely focused on profit. Haoyan Technology is driven by a mission I have never forgotten. As Qin Haoyan uttered these words, Huang Weiyang could not help but shudder. A mission? What kind of mission? It is a mission that Haoyan Technology stakes its very existence upon, one that involves the lives of the entire nation. Furthermore, it is imperative to prevent our Haotian video editor from being disseminated prematurely. Qin Haoyan cast a significant glance at Huang Weiyang. This fellow is far too easily frightened. He is likely conjuring up all manner of dreadful scenarios in his mind. Thus, we have ample time to strategize slowly. Huang Weiyang trembled once more. Strategize? For what purpose? Do you intend to stage a rebellion? Fang Ping once again noticed something amiss with Huang Weiyang. Old Huang, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should take a break. The recent workload has been intense. You wouldn't want to suffer from heat stroke, would you? Huang Weiyang wore a pained expression, nearly on the verge of wetting himself. Is this not discomfort? You are all subtly warning yourselves. Who would dare act recklessly? Fang Peng regarded Huang Weiyang's pallor with curiosity before glancing at Qin Haoyan. Qin Haoyan, having surmised certain things, chose not to reveal them. Mr. Huang, would you like to take a moment to rest? Huang Weiyang forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. No need. I must simply be overheated. A brief rest will suffice. Qin Haoyan's expression was peculiar. Old Huang, the revolution has not yet succeeded. We must continue to strive. Huang Weiyang jumped up in alarm, his chair clattering noisily to the ground, startling Fang Ping and Lin Shushui, who stared at him in astonishment. What has come over Mr. Huang today? Mr. Qin, Huang Weiyang was truly frightened. He did not wish to betray his country. Despite its various shortcomings and the sordid nature of those in power, he genuinely loved his nation. Qin Haoyan raised his teacup and took a sip. Continue. He found Huang Weiyang's reaction amusing and endearing, intentionally seeking to provoke him further. What do you all think about this matter? With Qin Haoyan stating it so plainly, Fang Ping naturally could not oppose, although he often offered suggestions. Most were met with Qin Haoyan's rebuttals. He never considered altering Qin Haoyan's decisions. The old adage applied. One had become accustomed to it, so let it be. What the boss said was, of course, law. Qin Haoyan, unfazed, turned to Huang Weiyang. Old Huang, what is your opinion? At that moment, he adopted a warm demeanor, his eyes gentle. Huang Weiyang dared not say much. He hardly registered what was being said, only nodding repeatedly, bowing, unable to express the strangeness of the situation. Very well. Mr. Fang, Shushui, you may step outside for now. I wish to speak with Mr. Huang. Huang Weiyang was visibly conflicted. He yearned to flee. But the realization that he was surrounded by Qin Haotian's subordinates quelled his courage. His mind raced with thoughts of whether he might be unable to escape or if, upon leaving, he would be followed every day. Qin Haotian displayed a playful smile, uttering words that sent chills down Huang Weiyang's spine. Chapter 89, The Unveiling. Qin Haotian thundered. Old Huang, you must be terrified. Huang Weiyang's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. In Huang Weiyang's mind, a singular thought consumed him. What if Qin Haotian were to draw a gun? Would he succumb to a barrage of 7 shots from behind? Or what course of action should he take? There was no need for concern. My words may have seemed blunt, yet they were also subtly veiled. Only you would grasp this and indulge in some wild conjectures. The two rascals, Fang Ping and Lin Shuxue, had not given such matters a moment's thought. At this juncture, Qin Haotian could not help but break into a grin. Huang Weiyang stood agape, uncertain how to interpret this display. Was it childishness? No. Perhaps it was an attempt to lower my guard. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qin Haotian interjected. What is the matter, Lao Huang? Are you speculating that I am planning a rebellion? Huang Weiyang inhaled sharply, realizing that Qin was laying his cards on the table, becoming quite aggressive. No, Qin. I am not, he replied. Although our private exchanges have been sparse, I believe I possess some insight into human nature. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Haotian silenced Huang Weiyang's further remarks. Sit down. We need to discuss this in detail. I've had my fun, and now it's time to lay it all bare. Should the three of them fail to comprehend, he certainly wouldn't dare to divulge anything further. However, Huang Weiyang understood and diverged in thought. To prevent him from faltering, it was essential to articulate his ideas clearly. The plan you hold in your hands, I intend to implement, and I have already commenced. Huang Weiyang stood speechless, unable to utter a word. You think I harbor rebellious thoughts. In truth, that sentiment is neither entirely accurate nor wholly incorrect. Let me ask you, Lao Huang, do you believe we can execute this plan? Huang Weiyang, bewildered, shook his head in confusion. What did Qin mean by this? Lao Huang, I ask you, even if we possess the technology and the funds, can this plan be executed? When humans can, was all Huang Weiyang could muster in response. Now, consider the ramifications of our complete withdrawal from Haotian Video Editor. Reflect on the implications for the Great Dragon Nation. Imagine if a multitude of individuals could receive 3,000 dragon coins each month. With a family of 4, that totals 12,000 a month. What do you think they would do? Contemplate the potential consequences. Would there not be those who rise up to seize all that the company possesses? Ultimately, Qin Haotian's gaze bore into Huang Weiyang. The result would be that we, the upper echelons, would find ourselves in dire straits, imprisoned. His words echoed like a haunting refrain in Huang Weiyang's mind, compelling him to cast aside all distractions and ponder deeply. The more he thought, the more plausible it appeared. If 100 or even 500 individuals did nothing but receive 3,000 a month, a family of 3 would net 9,000. Who would still be inclined to work? Such a scenario would inevitably lead to significant upheaval. This would have far-reaching effects across various industries, far exceeding the impact of the singular Haotian Video Editor. Even if Haotian technology were to thrive for another decade, achieving such a feat would be impossible. Huang Weiyang's complexion paled dramatically, only to darken again. Qin Haotian watched with keen interest as the color shifted across Huang Weiyang's face, intrigued by the transformation. Mr. Huang, he implored, is this truly feasible? Huang Weiyang's expression was one of profound bitterness. No, it cannot be. Yet, he hesitated. What if we were to develop abroad? Confusion reigned over Huang Weiyang's features. What are you suggesting? Developing abroad? Is that not akin to rebellion? In the Dragon Nation, numerous state-owned enterprises exist. Rather than labeling them as enterprises, it is more accurate to regard them as industries. Would you not agree? After a moment of serious contemplation, Huang Weiyang nodded earnestly. Mr. Qin's observations are astute. These so-called state enterprises are, in fact, industries controlled by the state, into which ordinary individuals cannot infiltrate. No amount of positive propaganda can obscure this reality. Given this, what do we possess to contend with? Our heads? Qin Haotian gazed intently at Huang Weiyang. Old Huang, what do you believe we are truly battling against? He gestured towards the window. The people of the Dragon Nation are kind-hearted. Yet those in power harbor darkness deeper than anyone else. Do you truly think our rapid development over a few short decades is attributable to technology? Qin Haotian averted his gaze from Huang Weiyang. It is the tireless efforts of countless scholars and laboratories, toiling day and night to yield results. Have they reaped these rewards? It is the sweat and toil of innumerable engineers, Have they enjoyed the fruits of their labor? Do you genuinely believe our nation cannot enable ordinary citizens to lead fulfilling lives? Do you think current technology is incapable? You are gravely mistaken. Turning back, Qin Haoyan fixed his fierce gaze upon Huang Weiyang, his voice rising in fervor. It is they who do not desire ordinary people to thrive. Their sustenance hinges upon the suffering of the masses. Huang Weiyang trembled in response. Qin Haoyan's thoughts were sprawling, darting in multiple directions within mere sentences. Yet, he understood that each of Qin Haoyan's inquiries pointed towards a singular truth. Mr. Qin, do you also believe that life is better abroad? Nay, life abroad is far worse. Huang Weiyang's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. If you assert that conditions abroad are worse, then what recourse do we have? Old Huang, you have misconstrued a fundamental aspect. Huang Weiyang found himself questioning his own convictions. We aspire for ordinary lives to improve, not to compete with others regarding who fares better. The nation is indeed ensnared, with no alternative but for everyone to grit their teeth, endure hardships, and strive together. This is inevitable. However, to impose further hardships when circumstances improve is a deliberate act, but the state allocates substantial funds annually for infrastructure. Has even a third of it been effectively utilized? Qin Haoyan's casual remark left Huang Weiyang feeling a weight in his chest. Do you think those in power are unaware? Qin Haoyan offered a derisive smile. I yearn for our people to thrive, to genuinely relish life, to pursue the stars and the vast oceans. Do you believe that can be achieved domestically? How many companies within our borders are not fixated on wealth? Who is concerned for the plight of ordinary individuals? Who acknowledges the vast, dark expanse overhead that, despite its shadow, exudes a unique allure? Who attends to those gifted individuals capable of contributing to humanity's advancement and creating exceptional technology for our dragon nation? Do you think the financial allocations are oblivious? Do you think the voices and demands of the common populace go unheard? It is merely a matter of desire and willingness. This, as an elite individual, you surely understand. Huang Weiyang felt his face flush and his throat parched. Qin Haoyan spoke most of the time in a languid manner, as if discussing matters utterly unrelated. Yet, Huang Weiyang could discern the resentment, discontent, and anger simmering within Qin Haoyan. This was not for himself, but for the entire great dragon nation, for the populace. Mr. Qin's heart has always been aligned with the great dragon nation. As an elite, you have long sought to ensure that ordinary people live justly, that products are fair. Your heart beats fervently. Are you content? If you were content, you would not have resigned to stay at home, and if you were content, you would not have eagerly agreed to join me after seeing my plan. Chapter 90. Huang Weiyang's spirited resolve, the visionary leader of the mountain city. Old Huang, Mr. Huang, are you truly satisfied? Qin Haoyan's simple words struck Huang Weiyang's heart like a mallet. Mr. Qin, I assure you, I will remain true to my original intentions. Everything I do is not solely for profit. Qin Haoyan's gaze was clear, a grin stretching across his face as he looked at Huang Weiyang. Profit is a necessity for scientific research. Otherwise, with tens of millions at stake, why should we toil? Huang Weiyang found himself at a loss for words. We are of the same ilk. I am merely passionate about scientific inquiry, while you thrive in the battleground of commerce. Together, we can surely achieve great things. As long as we collaborate with sincerity, what we aspire to accomplish is not insurmountable, is it? Huang Weiyang remained silent, his heart racing with fervor, as if he had consumed an excessive amount of potent liquor. Mr. Qin Haoyan paid him no mind, continuing to weave his enchanting rhetoric. You must recognize that relying solely on domestic endeavors is insufficient. What about venturing abroad? Huang Weiyang's blood surged, his thoughts cascading like a torrent. I lacked the foundation abroad, and it was you who facilitated my progress. Do you fathom what I am doing? Now I understand why I refrained from intervening abroad, yet must retain a portion of our funds overseas. Huang Weiyang's eyes glistened with urgency, his previously chaotic thoughts now crystallized. Mr. Qin, what do you wish for me to do? Qin Haoyan rose, firmly grasping Huang Weiyang. I do not require you to do anything, at least for now. We cannot accomplish much. Qin Haoyan's gaze was earnest, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. The domestic landscape must first develop. Although I do not place great value on the entertainment sector, it is undeniably lucrative. And research demands funding. That plan requires financial support. We are in dire need of funds. Qin Haoyan withdrew his hand, exuding a calm demeanor. The reason I insist on offering high salaries to employees, despite the company's financial constraints and mandating that work hours do not exceed 8 per day, is to ensure that while everyone works diligently, They also learned to relish life. Old Huang, do you believe I have forgotten my original aspirations? Huang Weiyang vehemently shook his head. He longed to shout that Mr. Qin had not. Am I exploiting employees? Oppressing the citizens? Huang Weiyang shook his head once more. Once the domestic arrangements are in order, we must venture abroad. Qin Haoyan's gaze remained fixed on Huang Weiyang. Old Huang, time waits for no man. Can I trust you? Rest assured, Mr. Qin. Huang Weiyang patted his chest, radiating renewed vigor. Qin Haoyan chuckled, not taking Huang Weiyang's words to heart. People can change. I will venture abroad to develop armed forces. Huang Weiyang's breath caught, his eyes wide in disbelief. Did he just hear that? Armed forces? This? Engaging in combat is inevitable. At that time, we certainly cannot use the name of the great dragon country. We may even need to temporarily withdraw from it. Why? Old Huang, once domestic development reaches a certain level, can't we remain inactive? Huang Weiyang nodded earnestly. In light of this, we must go abroad. But the foreign lands are filled with wolves. Old Huang, as long as we acquire a piece of land and then develop armed forces to shatter their conspiracies, we can achieve ultimate success. At that point, we can reveal our identities, and Haotian technology in the homeland can operate as it pleases. Domestically, they would dare not act recklessly. Why? I intend to target the Lighthouse Nation, the Eagle Nation, the Galactic Rooster, and the Cherry Blossom Nation, those nations of no worth. If we defeat these countries, do you think anyone at home would dare to challenge us? However, how is that even possible, Mr. Qin? It's not that I'm skeptical. What if I were to create mechas? What if I were to develop spacecraft? Huang Weiyang sat there, lost in thought, his pupils vacant. What? Did you just hear some science fiction news? Mr. Qin, this? I can realize the technology. What about the materials? Huang Weiyang swallowed hard, his throat tight. Judging by his expression, his mind was a blank slate. It seemed he was merely presenting an idea. In the initial stages. We shall naturally focus on technological development, selling various high-tech products. However, should those individuals extend their claws, I shall sever them, striking fear into them. Bang! Huang Weiyang's foot collided with the edge of the table, causing him to grimace in pain. Mr. Qin, this? Do you not believe me? Huang Weiyang remained silent, hesitant to speak. Developing technology and resisting foreign powers is no mere talk. Meanwhile, in Shanqing, Secretary Qin was infuriated, holding the document tightly. He was appalled that a fourth-level official in the Resource Bureau could cause such a ruckus. Especially after learning the full details, his face darkened, nearly throwing the materials at the fourth-level official's head. Yes, Shanqing is developing rapidly, and state support is increasing significantly. The Western District is also a key area for their development. However, compared to the emergence of a high-tech company's headquarters, the trivialities on the map are insignificant. Even if Haotian technology remains tax-exempt, the various industries it stimulates cannot be compared to those mundane companies making calls, urging loans, providing broadband, or delivering food. Why has Haotian technology invested so heavily? It is to establish research institutions and high-tech manufacturing plants. After we toil for a while, you come up with such a mess. And then you arbitrarily generate 500 million. Yes, 18,000 acres of land is indeed excessive. They are practically selling it at a loss. It appears quite unprofitable. In comparison to real estate developers acquiring land for speculative trading, a high-tech company holds significantly greater importance for the mountainous city. Once the land is sold, it is merely a one-off transaction. No matter how many houses are sold, including second-hand properties, the fundamental value remains questionable. Technology is paramount. It is the pathway to the future. It is utterly outrageous that someone would jeopardize the future of this city for trivial gains. Haotian technology is far more crucial than any real estate developer, magnitudes more so. The influence of such a company is not merely temporary. It possesses the potential for decades of impact. Certain officials in the mountainous city exhibit remarkable foresight. Why has Haotian technology been able to produce so much in such a short span? Why were major internet companies attempting to blacklist Haotian technology recently? It is suspected to be related to artificial intelligence. Compared to establishing this entity in the mountainous city, they would gladly offer it for free. If it weren't for procedural constraints, they would have undoubtedly given it away without hesitation, with a clear conscience and justified pride. What does the mountainous city possess now? Under the guise of a manufacturing hub, it annually extends its hand to the central government for financial support. If Haotian technology truly excels in artificial intelligence, it could carve out a significant niche within the manufacturing sector. Artificial intelligence, one of the legendary keys to the future. Haotian technology stands as the company closest to this reality. How dare they act recklessly? Now, arrange for the relevant personnel. We must visit Haotian Technology together. The secretary suddenly appeared flustered. Haotian Technology does not work overtime, he stated. Secretary Chin, perhaps we should go tomorrow instead. What? My words carry no weight? Must everyone leap forth to challenge me? The urgency of this matter cannot be overstated. The secretary's face flushed with embarrassment. Everyone is aware of Haotian Technology's rules. Going now would surely yield unfavorable consequences. Waiting would likely result in being sidelined. Why linger here? Hurry and notify them. Why the rush to leave early? Secretary Chin was equally infuriated. The founder of Haotian Technology had originally shown little interest in the mountainous city. Were it not for the strong objections from two of their subordinates, this opportunity might have never arisen. That foolish individual squandered this chance. As he contemplated this, Secretary Chin's anger intensified. He had previously emphasized the necessity of treating Haotian Technology with utmost care to avoid any mistakes. Yet, the group in the Northern District had proven to be utterly incompetent, especially after investigating the company. They are merely a software firm. Why delve into their fire safety? Secretary Chun, it's not about working overtime. It's nearly 5 o'clock, and Haotian Technology doesn't work late. If we go now, we won't find anyone. The secretary gritted his teeth, his heart racing, quietly cursing the fourth-level officials. Most arrangements were nearly finalized. Yet this situation has caused me to bear the brunt of their ire. Secretary Chen paused, reflecting on the last visit to Haotian Technology, and began to understand the secretary's concerns. All right, make contact with the responsible parties. We shall convene here at 8:30 tomorrow morning to personally extend our apologies. It is imperative that we secure Haotian Technology. We must not allow this golden opportunity to slip away. Lao Huang, I have great trust in Fong Peng, and you share that trust with me. However, Fong Peng is rather frugal. After a moment of silence, Qin Haotian continued, frugality is indeed his nature. Moreover, he lacks the courage necessary to assist me in managing larger ventures. Huang Weiyong immediately grasped the implication. Qin is preparing to venture abroad. But do we possess the capability for such an endeavor, Qin? Huang Weiyong pondered. Regardless of Qin Haotian's assertions or the forces backing him, it is prudent for him to focus on his work, all in pursuit of that dream. Hey, isn't it the case that once you establish the laboratory, I will commence with the hardware? Qin remarked. If you cannot finalize the land acquisition promptly, how can I present something for your endorsement? Huang Weiyong felt a bit sheepish. Indeed, they were in negotiations regarding the land and were nearing the point of signing. Yet, who could have anticipated that a single company statement would retract all progress? Qin, what should our next steps be? Huang Weiyong inquired. Qin Haotian, smiling, pointed at him. You still doubt the trust between us. But that is of no consequence. Haotian Entertainment will continue to uphold its banner. We must leverage our formidable software capabilities to challenge those companies. As for overseas ventures, Lao Huang, once my laboratory is complete, the primary focus will be on optimizing the industrial mother machine. Our nation's industrial mother machines are woefully outdated. This is the foundation, and everything else is trivial. Huang Weiyong nodded in agreement. After all, modern society is fundamentally industrialized. Industrial production is paramount. Without the foundation of industrialization, all facets of the internet and entertainment are rendered meaningless. Qin, how should we proceed? I am still unclear. Qin Haotian contemplated briefly. Mother machines, equipment, and then weapons. But we are unable to procure a significant quantity of raw materials. Even if we could we withstand the might of external powers? Huang Weiyong expressed doubt. Neither Dalong country nor the neighboring Bear country has achieved this. They are merely dabbling in small-scale endeavors. Have you forgotten what I just stated? Huang Weiyong hesitated. He doubted that Qin could truly produce any mechas. Such technology, barring the next 50 years or even a century, remains unattainable. Materials, power, energy, systems, and all visual devices are requisite. Furthermore, does one mecha suffice to resolve all issues? Once they venture out, they will have no support. Others possess satellites and weapons of equal standing. Can success be achieved? Do not fret over these matters. When I require you to go out, everything will undoubtedly be adequately prepared. If it is not ready, I would not dare to send you out. You are a valuable asset. With a teasing smile, Qin Haotian continued, for now, the priority remains to strategically position ourselves within the entertainment sector, elevate certain individuals and design the company structure, as well as refine that plan. Remember, that plan is our ultimate goal. Everything revolves around the plan in your hands, and the more meticulously it is designed, the better. Huang Weiyong felt somewhat bewildered. They merely needed to ensure the company maintained an extraordinarily high profit margin and allocate a portion of the funds. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Old Huang. What I require is not just for a year or two, but for eternity. I aspire for the people of the great dragon nation to set their sights on the stars and the sea, to pilot spacecraft, to immerse themselves in research. If that is unattainable, I hope they are blessed with many children and enjoy life, rather than enduring the present or the past. Old Huang, my countrymen are suffering. They have always suffered 5,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, and even now. There is a saying, the rise of the populace is fraught with hardship. And the fall of the populace is equally painful. This holds its truth. Must the people always suffer? Qin Haotian does not believe so. Let us not dwell on this. As of now, it is entirely feasible to ensure that all civilians can lead a good life. Yet, there are those who oppose this. Thus, Haotian technology shall take action. Mr. Qin, I understand. Qin Haotian regarded the embarrassed Huang Weiyang. So, you no longer think I am plotting a rebellion? Huang Weiyang lowered his head in shame and softly apologized. I am sorry, Mr. Qin. I misunderstood you. It was my fault. Were it not for Qin Haotian's keen ears, he might not have caught Huang Weiyang's apology. Just after speaking, Huang Weiyang suddenly lifted his head. Wait, Mr. Qin, how did you know what I was thinking? Qin Haotian shot him a glance. Please, your little thoughts are practically written on your face. If I were oblivious, I would be unworthy of being your superior. However, do you not think I might eliminate you to silence you? Qin Haotian teased. Huang Weiyang muttered in affirmative, resembling a bashful young woman. Remember, this is not coercion. This is your resource. I understand, Mr. Qin. Qin Haotian laughed heartily. You, my friend, focus on developing Haotian entertainment. Propel us forward in the film industry and cultivate talent. Huang Weiyang nodded earnestly. Mr. Qin, I have another question. Speak. Abroad, we lack manpower. How shall we proceed? Qin Haotian chuckled. Indeed, we lack manpower. But what if we utilize artificial intelligence to control robots? Huang Weiyang stared in astonishment at the confident Qin Haotian. Chapter 92. The completion of the compression software and Secretary Qin's request. He then recalled that his boss was preparing to delve into mecha technology. How difficult could robotics be? Although he personally deemed mecha to be a fanciful notion, he firmly believed in Qin Haotian's substantial research and development capabilities in other technologies. He could not quite explain why, but he held this belief without doubt. After all, the internet is ultimately like a floating reed, regardless of how robust and prosperous it may seem. Others can easily constrict its neck. Go ahead, resolve these issues. I await your assistance. Qin Haotian did not elaborate further. These matters merely required a heads-up. They were not of great significance. A preemptive warning is beneficial and will prevent Huang Weiyang from engaging in fruitless endeavors. Qin Haotian returned to his executive chair. Resuming the development of a new program, one that was server-based and designed for compression. Although the market share for such software was quite limited, it held considerable significance for Haotian technology. In fact, it could be deemed extremely crucial. What a hassle, he lamented to himself. This endeavor is consuming a great deal of my time. If only we could start directly with hardware, there would be far fewer complications. While Qin Haotian was financially well off, the realm of hardware demanded substantial investment. The funds he possessed would hardly make a ripple in such an endeavor, particularly given the high-stakes nature of research and development. Acquiring the necessary equipment and raw materials was no trivial matter. One required significant influence and channels to procure them. It was preferable to maintain the current course, ensuring a semblance of stability before embarking on new ventures. Huang Weiyang vaguely emerged from the office, his clothing drenched in sweat, paying little mind to his disheveled appearance. He proceeded to his own office, where he needed to devise a concrete plan. Early the following morning, officials from the district arrived in a group of over 10, led by Secretary Qin, accompanied by a high-ranking official from the Northern District. The expression of this third-tier official was stony. He could only swallow his grievances in silence. Fang Peng received the news and hurried out to greet them. Secretary Qin, what brings you here? He inquired. Why shouldn't I come? A dark-faced official retorted, chastising Fang Peng for his audacity to question the secretary's presence. Secretary Qin, visibly irked, reiterated the importance of his directives, questioning whether the subordinates were lacking in intelligence. What pretense did they have to act superior in front of Haotian technology? Fang Peng remained unfazed, understanding that some local management personnel had yet to adapt to their new roles. Mr. Fang, my apologies for the oversight on my part. I assure you, I will provide you and Haotian technology with a satisfactory explanation. What do you think? Fang Peng was at once amused and exasperated. Secretary Qin, You jest. Let us proceed to the company conference room first. Upon entering, Secretary Chen immediately sensed something amiss. Is this also your company? He asked. Indeed, our business is expanding rapidly, necessitating additional space, Fong Peng explained. Fortunately, the adjacent office was available, making it easy to acquire. Secretary Chen nodded, indicating that the headquarters relocation should be prioritized. Fong Peng, smiling amiably, led them to the conference room without further comment. He was well aware of the true purpose of Secretary Chen's visit. It was hardly a matter of trivial concern. The group quickly settled in, and after administrative staff replenished their water, they inquired about Qin. Fong Peng nodded. You are here regarding the land issues, are you not? The other officials appeared ill at ease. Typically, discussions of this nature took place over private dinners and drinks before being formalized in a conference room. However, Haotian Technology's approach was decidedly more direct, showing little regard for conventional practices. Fortunately, Secretary Chen was a pragmatic individual who preferred to eschew such formalities. I have a profound appreciation for Haotian Technology's swift and resolute approach to their endeavors. Indeed, as you observed yesterday, there were certain matters at hand. I wonder whether we might engage in discussion today. Fong Peng did not provide a direct response. Instead, he skillfully sidestepped the question. Secretary Chen, as you are aware, I cannot offer you a definitive answer at this juncture. President Qin has dispatched individuals to your province in Sichuan to negotiate pertinent issues. Fong Peng's words were as impenetrable as they were expansive, leaving Secretary Chen with a sense of unease. His mind raced with apprehension, speculating whether the provinces might propose a more cost-effective collaboration. Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. Despite the relatively low land prices in Shanxing, they still surpassed those in the districts of Sichuan and your province. Should the other party agree to the terms proposed by your province and Sichuan, Shanxing would be left helplessly watching the golden goose take flight from their grasp. General Manager Fong, we have brought a proposal from Shanxing. I wonder if we could review it before continuing our discussion. Fong Peng, you understand, while there are times when costs can indeed be trimmed, we must also consider the implications for future development. Shanxing, in terms of transportation and international communication, is undeniably superior in the inland context. Haotian technology has flourished in Shanxing. I wonder if there remains any avenue for redemption. Fong Peng's expression was peculiar, internally exclaiming how curious it was that Secretary Chen misconstrued their intentions, believing they sought to abandon Shanxing in favor of other locales for development. With experience, Fong Peng was no novice. He could navigate conversations with these individuals with ease, at least outwardly displaying no sign of trepidation. Secretary Chen, you understand. General Manager Fong, please first assess Shanxing's sincerity. If it does not meet your expectations, we can continue our negotiations. Ultimately, all of this is for the sake of development. Secretary Chen felt a profound urgency in response to Fong Peng's demeanor. He mentally berated the officials responsible for the previous day's reception and discussions. How advantageous it would have been had they secured an agreement yesterday. Yet, he also understood that signing was never a viable option. They were merely there to inspect the land. Haotian Technology had not even reviewed the detailed proposal. How could they possibly finalize an agreement? With no consensus on collaboration reached, they had hurriedly departed, presenting an exaggerated quotation. Secretary Chen's anxiety was palpable. Fong Peng cleared his throat, refraining from elaborating further, and instead took the proposal to glance through it briefly. Fong Peng's dismissive attitude intensified Secretary Chen's ire, not towards Haotian Technology, but towards the officials below him. Fong Peng's demeanor and the hurried departure from the previous day suggested that Haotian Technology might indeed be reaching an agreement with your province or Sichuan. At the very least, that was the impression. He was acutely aware that the actual controllers of Haotian Technology were quite dissatisfied with Shanxing, initially seeking to leave for other provinces and cities for development. After all, for a technology company, the region should not constrain them beyond the scope of talent. General Manager, what are your thoughts? Fong Peng smirked inwardly. He and Huang Weiyang were in agreement that establishing headquarters in Shanxing would be the most beneficial choice. If there are other issues, neither he nor Huang Weiyang, along with the entire company, can persuade General Qin. However, regarding the headquarters, Chapter 93, the unresolvable deadlock, Pao Pao is unaware that Qin Haotian's gaze has long been directed abroad, indifferent to these matters. The location of the domestic headquarters holds little significance for him. Secretary Chen, allow me to seek out another individual, he declared. Secretary Chen, overjoyed, nodded eagerly. The party seeking assistance in such circumstances is undoubtedly looking for another influential person. which naturally delighted him. Unbeknownst to Secretary Chen, Haotian Technology had already set its sights on Shanqing, confirming its establishment there. This lack of knowledge and the asymmetry of information left Secretary Chen feeling quite anxious. When Huang Weiyang was summoned, he was far from pleased. "What do you want?" "I have other matters to attend to. It's about land, the land issue. Secretary Chen has come to consult us." "Find you? Just entertain him properly." "Do you need us to accompany you?" Huang Weiyang expressed his dissatisfaction. He had numerous responsibilities to fulfill regarding the design and product development of Haotian entertainment, as well as the need to scout for talent, so his mind was not on this matter. "No, I am here to discuss it with you. Shanqing has taken a step back, and the conditions they offer are quite generous. Just accept it and move on. Why involve me? Let us go." Others are waiting for the secretary. Today, Qin Haoyan did not go to the company. He was optimizing software. Early in the morning, he had sent Lin Shushua to the company to familiarize herself with the operations while he immersed himself in programming in his office. "Pow pow, how goes it? The objective may already be accomplished. Does that mean this software can be applied to the servers? It can achieve lossless compression of 20 of the data." Qin Haoyan stroked his chin, somewhat dissatisfied with the result. Ideally, he envisioned achieving a 60 lossless compression. However, considering the current trajectory of the software industry, accomplishing such a feat in a short time frame seemed exceedingly ambitious. Presently, a compression of this magnitude could almost be said to enhance server performance by 20. This was still in relation to the most advanced servers available on the market, leaving little room for discontent. "Then simply replace the servers," he instructed. "Understood." Qin Haotian pondered the next steps. He had no intention of delving deeper into software development unless it pertained to advancements in quantum computing. In truth, after upgrading the machinery, he would also contemplate manufacturing a complete set of research equipment. While it may sound fantastical, he was confident in his ability to achieve this milestone. In the realm of scientific research, he had no rival worldwide. Had it not been for his possessive and controlling nature, his progress would have soared to unimaginable heights. If he were to relinquish the technology, he could amass vast financial resources, thereby embarking on even more scientific inquiries. His mind, after all, was his most treasured asset. Before the emergence of his pioneering products, all endeavors within the software domain were futile. His creations would revolutionize the field. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the construction of the factory. Qin Haoyan was acutely aware that such achievements could not be accomplished overnight. His anxiety bore no fruit. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to invest more time in studying various machine tools. Until superior alternatives emerged, the industrial machinery of Water Blue Star remained paramount. All other advancements, be it smartphones, automobiles, chips, the internet, or various engineering equipment, paled in comparison. Only industrial machine tools held true significance. Gazing at the ceiling, Qin Haoyan murmured to himself. The societal framework of humanity had already been established, and he found himself unable to challenge it. He was compelled to adhere to the existing rules. Alternatively, he could independently develop a unique mechanical system. Massaging his temples, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Troubles abounded, indeed. The optimal approach would be to devise a quantum computer and subsequently design a specialized quantum computing chip language, essentially the interface between machines and software, or machine language. Following this, he aimed to formulate a genuine assembly language, which would not be employed for conventional development operations. It essentially represented the relationship between personnel and the machines they operated. If assembly language were utilized, it signified that developers would need to interact directly with the machines. To illustrate, if there were 10 switches corresponding to 10 distinct functions, they would be matched using a binary system. Should developers employ assembly language, they would have to manually activate the devices. For instance, pressing a button might illuminate the first light. If lights 3, 4, and 9 were also required, 3 corresponding switches would need to be engaged for those lights to shine. Consequently, controlling the equipment would become far more complex than merely running it. Within the realm of assembly language, a development language emerged, enabling operators to bypass direct interaction with the machinery. They could wield a development, programming, language to manage the corresponding devices. In simple terms, while assembly language necessitated developers to be physically present at the machinery to manipulate various switches, employing a development, programming, language would allow them to control the devices through a keyboard, room, or computer. This interface would accept the commands from the switches, assembly language, and relay instructions to the machine for execution. Assembly language is the language that directly communicates with machines, facilitating control and reciprocal feedback, whereas development, programming, language serves as the conduit for interfacing with assembly language, directed at programmers and adhering to standardized templates, enabling them to define and issue commands in various scenarios. The entire spectrum of programming languages encompasses machine language, assembly language, and at the pinnacle, the high-level language, also referred to as development language, which features a visual interface. Qin Haoyan's aspiration to independently design such a system was akin to traversing the chasm from primitive civilization to modernity, even extending to the realms of future civilization. This endeavor posed challenges not only in development but also in application. Should he succeed in creating his own quantum system, only to find it unused upon its release? Such a scenario would be utterly unacceptable. And was this situation plausible? It was an inevitable outcome. Thus, for the time being, even if he managed to develop it, its use would remain confined to internal applications. Moreover, the pursuit of development necessitates robust hardware support, which, in turn, hinges upon the indispensable industrial mother machines. However, the current industrial mother machines are inadequate for fabricating quantum computing hardware, compounded by the requirement for various exorbitantly priced materials. Qin Haoyan found himself bewildered, a perfect deadlock. Should I truly squander my time on such matters? As he began to investigate, he stumbled upon an announcement from Chengdu, which had recently unveiled a commercially viable quantum computer. Pondering thoughtfully, he mused, "How about I provide you with a new home, Bubble?" Bubble lacks a home. Qin Haoyan's expression darkened. Bubble was indeed correct. Its data sources were drawn from a plethora of idle computers worldwide, leaving it without a true abode. Then shall I construct one for you? Currently, industrial capabilities cannot produce material sufficient for an upgraded Bubble's data. Qin Haoyan's countenance soured further. A slap in the face, delivered by an artificial intelligence program, no less. Chapter 94, labeled a fraud. Without further ado, he instructed Bubble to inform Huang Yu to procure a quantum computer from Chengdu. He was quite confident that the so-called quantum computers available today were largely subpar. Concurrently, he commanded Huang Yu to acquire a synthetic diamond company in Yi province and request a batch of materials. He entrusted these tasks to her, while he would handle matters on the company side himself, as he found Huang Weiyang's pace a tad sluggish. Thus, Qin Haoyan, embracing the mantle of responsibility, chose to take matters into his own hands. He first accessed Haotian Novel Network to peruse some commendable novels. Ultimately, he settled on a fantasy tale that was currently enjoying considerable popularity, boasting 30,000 readers and an impressive 200,000 reads within a week. The narrative followed a young man who traversed to a vast continent, commencing his journey by sleeping with the most powerful sect saintess, subsequently overcoming numerous challenges in pursuit of women, and ultimately standing atop the pinnacle of the continent. The novel was complete, with a staggering word count of 7 million. Qin Haoyan couldn't help but scoff. Why would such a book attract so many readers? It was utterly beyond comprehension. Of course, reading novels was primarily for amusement. If it brought joy to the masses, it was inconsequential. After examining the back end, he discovered the author's real name, Ma Mingyuan. This unemployed youth was among the first to join Haotian Novel Network. Having completed this book, he was now working on a new one, amassing total earnings of 12 million, with 10 million sourced from overseas. He was currently one of the top authors on Haotian Novel Network, enjoying substantial income. Qin Haoyan was rendered speechless. With such lucrative prospects, why bother running a company? He could merely publish tens of thousands of books and undoubtedly reap a fortune. Shaking his head, he dismissed this unrealistic fantasy. Utilizing his privileges, he initiated communication. "Hello. Hello. Who are you?" Qin Haotian chuckled at the prompt response. Surely, this individual must be lingering in the back end. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Mingyuan was living comfortably, yet the fear of poverty had instilled a relentless work ethic within him. The key was his collaboration with Bubble, which made the writing process remarkably effortless and invigorating. The remaining authors on the website can produce 3,000 words in an hour, while he begins at 30,000. With little need for personal input on his part. Character portrayal, actions, dialogue, environmental descriptions, and battle scenes do not require his extensive involvement. The assistant, Pow Pow, can seamlessly supplement these elements. I am a staff member of Haotian Technology, and given the excellence of your work on the novel platform, I would like to extend an invitation for collaboration. On the other end, Ma Mingyuan initially felt elated, but soon became wary. Collaboration? It was an invitation from Haotian Technology itself? Why then was it not a representative from the company reaching out to him? What evidence do you possess to prove your affiliation with Haotian Technology? Ma Mingyuan was no fool. He would not simply accept what Qin Haotian claimed. Moreover, The other party's account bore no official insignia. Qin Haotian chuckled, promptly instructing Pao Pao to provide him with an official emblem. Do you believe it now? Huh. Quite a clever trick, able to modify the official insignia yourself. Are you foolish? I have never seen you at Haotian Technology, nor have I observed you making posts. Even if you employed hacking techniques to alter it, do not expect to deceive me. Upon concluding his statement, Ma Mingyuan reported the matter and swiftly closed the conversation. Humph. The Haotian Novel Network is indeed an impressive and user-friendly platform, akin to a lifesaver for me. Would I not report someone attempting to tarnish its reputation? Your deceit towards the authors of Haotian Novel Network will undoubtedly ensnare many unsuspecting individuals, leading to a decline in the platform's credibility, which I am determined to prevent. Ma Mingyuan thought to himself, even imagining receiving accolades from Haotian Novel Network. In his view, he was merely a humble contributor. The network was his savior. Akin to a second pair of parents. He would certainly not allow anyone to undermine it, even harboring thoughts of claiming credit for its protection. Qin Haotian, both amused and exasperated, requested Pao Pao to lift the ban on his account. This account was not an official one. It belonged to Qin Haotian personally. After someone reported it, the review system adjudicated and subsequently suspended his account. Reaching out to Ma Mingyuan, he made a phone call. Hello? A youthful voice responded from the other end. I am the person who contacted you through Haotian Novel Network. You did well to report me, leading to my suspension. Qin Haotian lamented, only to be met with a furious retort from the other side. He listened silently, feeling not anger, but rather a sense of gratitude. The more individuals who vented their frustrations about Haotian technology, the more solidified their position would become. Have you finished venting? Humph, not only do I want to vent, but I also intend to report you. Qin Haotian was left speechless. All right, can you allow me to finish my thoughts? How can I trust you? I do not trust you at all. Then how about I contact the company and have the forum administrator reach out to you? Ma Mingyuan was momentarily intrigued. Ready to agree, but then hesitated. Who knows if you are using technology to disguise yourself, intentionally creating an account to simulate this? Qin Haotian found himself at a loss. This individual was indeed quite cautious. Then come to the Haotian Technology headquarters. That should be a guarantee of authenticity. Ma Mingyuan was taken aback. The Haotian Technology headquarters, to him, was a sanctuary. The prospect of being invited to the headquarters was almost surreal. Shaking his head, he was unconvinced. I brought you to the headquarters myself, and you still don't believe me? This is a new product from Haotian Technology, requiring your collaboration. Suddenly, Ma Mingyuan recalled a possibility. Indeed, Haotian Technology had recently launched a new product, Haotian Video Network. As a video platform, it undoubtedly needed content, and were they not the finest content providers? If that were the case, it would indeed be worthwhile for Haotian Technology to pursue this venture. Yet, Ma Mingyuan remained somewhat skeptical, fearing he might be deceived. Then why haven't I issued a public announcement? Qin Haotian replied, visibly exasperated. This fellow, despite his own assertions, still doubted him. Honestly, how can you be so suspicious? I invited you to Haotian Technology's headquarters, and the address is clearly listed on the official website. Surely, I wouldn't deceive you. Why are you so burdened with doubt? Feeling relieved, Ma Mingyuan recognized that this was indeed the characteristic style of Haotian Technology's customer service, and he had little to worry about. After all, there was a precedent. The customer service department of Haotian Technology had once made headlines when a customer called in to complain, and the service representative casually explained the situation. The representative was so overwhelmed that she ended up in tears, prompting the customer service supervisor to intervene with a personal call, reprimanding the customer harshly. This incident became public knowledge, complete with recordings. Following this, rather than penalizing the supervisor, Haotian Technology rewarded her, while admonishing the representative for not being assertive enough, instructing her to respond similarly in future encounters. This was officially announced by Haotian Technology, and it became widely known that their customer service had a rather relaxed approach, allowing for informal conversations. Chapter 95, Gratitude and Repayment. Ma Mingyuan found that Qin Haotian's earlier complaints were not displeasing, but rather reaffirmed his role as a member of Haotian Technology's customer service, dispelling any lingering doubts. He wondered how Qin Haotian would perceive such matters upon reflection. After arranging to meet at the company's reception the next day, Qin Haotian ended the call. He initially considered inviting a few more people to join but decided against it, knowing that if he went off on a whim, Huang Weiyong would undoubtedly be infuriated. To avoid upsetting his trusted aide, he resolved to take it slow, tackling one task at a time. The following morning, he arrived at the company. The others were not yet present, and the reception area was bustling with a continuous stream of interviewees. Amidst the busy crowd, he spotted Han Tian, cheerfully welcoming guests with a cup in hand, engrossed in conversations about the latest television shows. Han Ting, what is going on? Han Ting found the office atmosphere stifling and frequently joined the administrative staff at the front desk to watch television. With a surge of interviewees arriving, she was particularly delighted, choosing to engage with the newcomers rather than watch the screen. Upon noticing Qin Haoyan, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Oh, look who's here, the busy one," she remarked, while the accompanying administrative personnel were so taken aback that they momentarily forgot to address her, gazing at Han Ting in awe. Is he really that impressive? Even Lin Shuxue and Ruan Haoyan, who stood behind Qin Haoyan, cast sidelong glances at the girl before them, sensing that she possessed some influential backing and should not be offended. "I merely missed a day. Is that so terrible?" Qin Haoyan gazed at the young lady with a look of deep grievance. Han Ting chuckled softly. All right. I won't tease you any longer. They're all here for interviews." Qin Haoyan fell silent. With so many unfamiliar faces around, some appearing quite anxious, it was evident they were not merely here for casual introductions. Helpless against Han Ting's antics, he greeted the group with a smile, causing their previously relaxed demeanor to become tense once more. The newcomers were unsure how to address Qin Haoyan, standing awkwardly. However, the other employees greeted him with respect. Most of these individuals had recently joined Haotian Technology and were not well acquainted with him. "Mr. Qin, all right, you may continue with your work. My presence here seems to make you uncomfortable." A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, except for Han Ting, who continued to smile as if unperturbed. "Han Ting, if a man named Ma Mingyuan arrives at the company later, please direct him to my office." Han Ting's mouth fell open in surprise, staring at Qin Haoyan as if the sun had risen in the west. "Mr. Qin, are you conducting the interview personally?" Qin Haoyan shot her a bemused glance. "As if I would. Isn't the HR department led by Director Zhou handling this?" With that, he departed for his private office. At 9:50 a.m., Han Ting escorted Ma Mingyuan into the office. "Mr. Qin, the person you mentioned, Ma Mingyuan, has arrived." "Good. You may leave now." As soon as Qin Haoyan spoke, Ma Mingyuan's expression changed. He recognized Qin Haoyan as the individual who had called him. They were all aware of Haoyan Group and understood that Qin Haoyan was both the founder and the legal representative of Haoyan Technology. Observing the tense Ma Mingyuan, Qin Haoyan teased, "What's the matter? I'm no longer a fraud, am I?" Ma Mingyuan awkwardly replied, "I didn't expect it to be the god of wealth calling me. My apologies, Mr. Qin. I had no idea. Enough of the jesting. I brought you here to discuss a serious matter." Ma Mingyuan felt a flicker of suspicion but dared not believe it. His novels were not the best, with several others ranked above him. If his assumptions were correct, it would mean seeking collaboration with authors of greater influence. Besides, such partnerships typically did not involve the top executives directly. He was merely an ordinary author. Many of his peers had managed to earn over 10 million in just a few months, with numerous prominent figures above them. Surely, Haotian Technology was earning far more? Ma Mingyuan was unaware that, in reality, the commission taken by the novel platform from tips was quite minimal. Moreover, the rewards from Haotian Novel Network often exceeded those from paid chapters. After all, how much could a paid chapter earn when a wealthy patron had tipped an author with 10 million lighthouse coins? Such a sum could fund a membership for many years. The revenue from these sources was vastly different from their understanding of other websites. "Mr. Qin, I am uncertain why you contacted me. You are aware of Haotian Video Network, correct?" Ma Mingyuan appeared utterly bewildered. He indeed knew of it, but if the company needed adaptations, couldn't they simply reach out to him through regular channels? Why go to such great lengths? "I wish to adapt your novel and anime." Ma Mingyuan's heart raced with excitement. It truly aligned with his conjectures. Yet why did this feel so surreal? With no time to ponder further, he responded eagerly, "Mr. Qin, I am willing." Qin Haoyan gazed at him in astonishment. Wasn't he supposed to be more cautious? Why did he agree without consideration? "There's no rush. Do you not wish to know the conditions?" Ma Mingyuan resolutely shook his head, his expression one of gratitude. "Mr. Qin, regardless of the task, I am willing. As long as the novel website requires it. I can offer my works to Haotian Technology free of charge." Qin Haoyan found the words stuck in his throat. This fellow was so generous? Did he realize the worth of what he was offering? Ma Mingyuan shook his head. "I truly do not know, but it matters not. Haotian Novel Network has made me who I am. Without the bubble assistant, I could never have penned such fine novels. Mr. Qin, you may not know, but I only graduated from middle school and have been unemployed for a while, nearly facing destitution and having to ask my family for money. Ma Mingyuan appeared embarrassed. It is Haotian Novel Network. It is the bubble assistant that granted me this opportunity. I have already earned a substantial amount, and as long as I do not squander it, I can live comfortably for the rest of my life. Were it not for Haotian Novel Network, I cannot fathom what my situation might be or where I might have perished from hunger. Therefore, Mr. Chin, whatever Haotian Novel Network wishes to do with my novels, I consent and authorize it. Ma Mingyuan contemplated for a moment. Mr. Chin, there is actually one more thing, akin to the announcement. The Haotian Novel Network operates overseas, allowing us authors to earn considerable sums. If it were solely in the Great Dragon Nation, we would earn at most a few tens of thousands a month. While that is indeed substantial, it is far from sufficient. Thus, Haotian Novel Network has already compensated me generously. I have no further desires. Chin Haotian raised an eyebrow, surprised by this young man's gratitude. Did he not wish to know the prospects of Haotian Video Network? Ma Mingyuan replied passionately, of course I am aware. Haotian Novel Network is a remarkable company, producing extraordinary products. However, one must not be insatiable. Haotian Novel Network has given me everything I possess today. Chin Haotian nodded inwardly, recognizing that this was a man who could see the bigger picture. Thus, no matter the amount, I remain indifferent. Chin Haotian burst into hearty laughter. He could tell that Ma Mingyuan was genuinely grateful, not merely feigning humility for ulterior motives. Good lad, we at Haotian Novel Network take joy in having you with us. We are also proud of your thoughts and actions. Upon hearing this, Ma Mingyuan felt a bit shy, for this was indeed his true sentiment. He was not greedy. Chapter 96. The video network launches anime. However, while gratitude is commendable, our collaboration necessitates discussion regarding specifics. This matter extends beyond you and impacts the interests of many authors on the novel platform. Your appreciation is heartening, but such actions may hinder their opportunities for gain. Chin Haotian contemplated for a moment, resolving to introduce an additional condition in his mind, thus deciding to grant this individual an opportunity. It would be intriguing to observe his choice. I can now present you with 3 options: a revenue share, a buyout, or you could join Haotian Technology, overseeing the film and television or literary sectors. Ma Mingyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that President Chin would extend such an opportunity to him. The first 2 options had already been dismissed from his thoughts. As he had articulated, he was not one to be overly concerned with monetary matters. At least, in the context of securing basic sustenance and a modicum of comfort, he genuinely believed this to be true. In comparison to the prospect of joining Haotian Technology, what did the first 2 options truly signify? President Chin, I choose the 3rd option. I choose the 3rd option, he declared. Chin Haotian felt a surge of satisfaction within. Aren't you interested in discussing the buyout price or the revenue share terms? He inquired. Ma Mingyuan resolutely shook his head. No, thank you, President Chin. Compared to joining Haotian Technology, what does money even represent? My basic needs have been met. Now, it is time for me to fulfill my own aspirations. A trivial sum pales in comparison to the opportunity at hand. Am I in dire need of money? Not at all. Very well, Chin Haotian replied. I can center the project around you, arranging for talents in directing, art, and music to assist you, enabling you to create a cover for your completed fantasy novel. Chin Haotian nodded to himself, acknowledging the young man's potential. He had already resolved to adjust the revenue share for completed works within the company. With no significant errors anticipated, the adjustment would likely fall between 1/20th and 1/50th. This sum was not intended for the company to monopolize, but rather to be distributed judiciously. Should the volume of publications be excessive, they would struggle to bear the burden. Furthermore, he planned to disable the tipping feature for completed works, further diminishing the author's earnings. As for any potential protests from authors regarding this decision, he remained indifferent. You may protest. I could simply disable your writing assistant, denying you access. Go ahead and challenge me. Fine, you protest, and I may restore you, but the system will adjust, withholding recommendations and visibility. Dare to protest? You might as well face oblivion. The authors on Haotian Novel Network were utterly unqualified to make demands. They could be easily managed with a mere flick of a finger. Ma Mingyuan was left dumbfounded. He had initially expected merely to cede the rights for animation and film. Who would have thought Haotian Technology would be so generous? Staring in astonishment at Chin Haotian, he stammered, President Chin, isn't this rather extravagant? Chin Haotian smiled. In truth, this is the most prudent course of action. Would you prefer an editor who knows nothing to recklessly alter your work? Ma Mingyuan fell silent. He had carved out a modest reputation in the online literature industry and was aware of many intricacies within it. What did the adaptations from other platforms amount to? Was the criticism not sufficient? It was merely that authors had relinquished their rights, among other issues. Ma Mingyuan grimaced. But President Qin, I'm simply not familiar with animation. I would be able to manage it. Qin Haoyan felt a sense of assurance. This individual displayed a sense of responsibility. The matter was indeed secure. There is no need for haste. You will understand in due course as we continue our discussion. Relying on his silver tongue, Qin Haoyan managed to persuade Ma Mingyuan to utilize the Haoyan video editor, leaving the young man utterly bewildered. As he observed Ma Mingyuan's day's departure to the entertainment department, a smile crept upon Qin Haoyan's lips. Was this matter truly so challenging? Was it not possible to swiftly identify a highly suitable candidate? If the video content fell short, there was no need for concern. Patience would prevail. Given their current efficiency, other animation companies stood little chance. Haoyan Technology prides itself on efficiency, Qin Haoyan mused. Lin Shushiwei, beside him, stifled a laugh. She had come to realize that Qin Haoyan was quite the trickster, ensnaring people at every turn. Qin Haoyan remained unperturbed. The server issues were resolved. The matters concerning the video platform addressed, yet the factory was yet to be established and the equipment had not arrived. His remaining tasks now consisted solely of researching equipment improvements and continuing programming, leaving him with an unexpected abundance of free time. Yet another leisurely day unfolded. Events transpired one after another, with Haoyan Technology standing resilient as the outside world raged against it. 3 days later, an episode of an anime unexpectedly appeared on Haoyan Video Network, devoid of any promotion, silently launching its first original anime, titled Luoning. Luoning, a sophomore at Magic City University, cherished novels, having immersed himself in literature for 12 years. It is undeniable that innate talent varies significantly among individuals. The disparity between extraordinary talent and that of the average person is even greater than the gap between an ordinary individual and a single-celled organism. Despite his daily devotion to novels, he excelled academically, gaining admission to Magic City University. Previously, he found it agonizing to keep up with the novels he adored. However, with the advent of the Haoyan Novel Network, he entered a period of unparalleled joy. Many authors published daily updates of around 100,000 words, their creativity flourishing, and the quality remained commendable. Now, Luoning lamented only his inability to read everything in a timely manner, as new chapters cascaded forth like an avalanche. Consequently, he became a fervent supporter of Haoyan Technology, reveling in the delights of the Haoyan Novel Network each day. One day, feeling utterly fatigued from reading, he unintentionally clicked into the video network. Haoyan Technology approached their tasks with meticulous strategy, and the launch of the video network was surely intentional. Though he was uncertain when new works would be unveiled, he could only hope that they would continue to innovate, maintaining the same update frequency as the novel network, uploading 7 to 8 episodes daily for the audience's enjoyment. Luoning pondered this, unaware that if Fang Ping and Huang Weiyang overheard him, they might very well fly over to deliver a few reprimanding taps to his head. How absurd it was to claim that Haoyan Technology operated with structure. They were exhausted, barely keeping their feet on the ground, yet there was talk of structure, nonsense indeed. When Luoning opened the video network, he was instantly captivated. Eagerly, he delved into the content, entranced by the grand scenes unfolding before him. One episode led to another, and before he knew it, 3 hours had slipped away. As he glanced at the time on his phone, he realized that 3 hours had vanished in the blink of an eye. However, this is simply stunning. A complete 3 episodes, with a tightly woven plot that neither drags nor lingers, accompanied by visually exquisite imagery that bears minimal signs of artificiality, and music that resonates deeply without being ostentatious. It is truly a masterpiece of human creation. Regrettably, there are only 3 episodes, and it is uncertain when the next installment will be released. Nevertheless, 3 episodes are quite satisfying. This adaptation is based on the novel from Haoyan Novel Network, closely mirroring the original work, devoid of any unnecessary delays. If I recall correctly, these 3 episodes encapsulated 20 chapters. It is utterly delightful. Chapter 97 showcases formidable creative prowess, receiving unanimous acclaim. Luo Ning's complexion flushed, exhibiting a sense of weakness after an exhilarating climax, was typing fervently on his phone. It is splendid, virtually indistinguishable from the original text. When will it be updated? Dear author, I extend my gratitude with a token of appreciation. Haoyan Technology Company. 7 individuals encircled Ma Mingyuan, diligently engaged in video production, utilizing the Haotian video editor. Embedded with Bubble Intelligence, they merely needed to paste in text to automatically generate a series of visuals. With their adjustments, Bubble Intelligence could produce numerous original images. Should their imagination falter, they could easily source an abundance of reference images online, input them, and allow the Haotian video editor to make adjustments. As for character representations, they followed suit, ensuring that the large appeared grand, the small appeared diminutive, and the revealing was appropriately showcased, emulating videos from other companies to undoubtedly capture attention. In the entire video production process, the most challenging aspect turned out to be the music. Sounds of animals, wind, rain, snow, explosions, human voices, and background scores required considerable time for matching and adjustment. Yet, despite this, after a day of collaboration, they managed to produce 3 episodes in just 2 days. With most of that time spent sourcing materials, it was exhilarating. One individual suddenly exclaimed with excitement. These individuals consistently upheld Haotian Technology's employment philosophy, composed primarily of fresh graduates. A few were lured from other companies at great expense by Huang Weiyang, while others were engaged in self-media ventures. Each episode spans 40 minutes. After our collaboration, we can produce 2 episodes a day. Even if we take a day for each episode, our viewers will be overwhelmingly pleased. I find it quite alarming. If this continues, won't those animation companies be at risk of unemployment? Furthermore, have you not noticed? This video editor can also produce films and television shows. It is perhaps not merely a question of employment. Huang Weiyang, standing nearby, cleared his throat at this moment. Let us refrain from discussing this matter further. Do not forget that you have all signed confidentiality agreements. Now, let us examine the market feedback. Huang Weiyang remarked, then continued inquiring, by the way. From 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, can you produce 2 episodes in a day? Ma Mingyuan's face lit up with excitement as he clenched his fist. Mr. Huang, no problem at all. If we expedite the process, we may even find additional materials for tomorrow. Provided our collaboration is successful, producing 3 episodes in a day will pose no issue. The 7 individuals surrounding Ma Mingyuan wore grim expressions. Is this person truly a tiger? They could easily take a leisurely approach, producing 2 episodes a day, yet now they are suggesting 3. Is this not merely complicating their own workload? Huang Weiyang, however, laughed heartily. All right, well done. For now, we will tentatively stick to 2 episodes a day, and we shall reassess in a week. Now, let us examine the data. The 7 individuals were taken aback. 2 episodes a day seemed feasible, but what about the weekends? Would they be required to work overtime? Mr. Huang, what about the weekend? One of the audio girls boldly inquired. She was the egg queen and was unconcerned with such matters. Of course, we rest. Who works on weekends? Huang Weiyang replied with an air of certainty, immediately sensing their apprehension. You need not worry. Do you think just because you are new here, everyone else avoids overtime? That is far from the truth. At Haotian Technology, we leave promptly at 5. If it weren't for our intervention, the big boss would have declared a 4 o'clock departure for everyone. Fortunately, due to our insistence, Mr. Chin has agreed that as long as the work is completed, one may leave at any time. If you can finish 3 episodes of animation within half a day, you can go home in the afternoon. As for weekends, Haotian Technology never requires overtime. Even customer service operates on a 6-hour shift basis. We pay no heed to the outside world during the remainder of the time. By the way, it is best if you refrain from working overtime after hours. At Haotian Technology, there is no extra pay for overtime, and if the boss finds out, your salary may be docked. Therefore, you need not worry, complete your tasks, and when it is time to leave, leave. When they heard Huang Weiyang's words, everyone became excited. Oh yeah, I knew Haotian Technology would not require overtime. Indeed, I also heard that Haotian Technology does not have overtime and offers high salaries, which is why I joined. After hearing Mr. Huang's reassurances, a great weight lifted from my heart. Huang Weiyang observed the exhilarated group and began to contemplate another idea. Perhaps the company needs an employee handbook. This way, there would be no need to repeat the same information to every new hire. He decided to notify the HR department to prepare one and arrange for a trainer. With these thoughts in mind, Huang Weiyang cheerfully beckoned everyone to join him in reviewing the video data following the anime's launch. Upon entering the office, he utilized his access privileges to log into the backend. Observing the anxious crowd, Huang Weiyang felt rather at ease. He had not yet had the opportunity to strategize regarding the video content and was not particularly concerned about the results. The batch of individuals that Mr. Qin had thrust upon him could be managed with ease. He had seen that the anime video commenced with a lengthy opening shot exceeding a minute. It showcased various lightning storms over the continent, gradually transitioning to the rain and wind in the sky, sweeping across the entire land before landing in the protagonist's nation. Moving from towns to rural areas, ultimately focusing on the protagonist. This effectively conveyed the protagonist's tragic background. Wang Weiyang found it truly impactful. And it was unlikely to encounter any issues. Such realistic imagery surpassed all the special effects he was familiar with. Aside from the lack of promotion, everything appeared flawless. Given Houyan Technology's strong fanbase, there would undoubtedly be no problems. The grand explosion may still require some time. There should be no significant issues with the comments. What do you think? Shall we first examine the comments or the data? Wang Weiyang, with a smile illuminating his face, gazed upon the youthful visages before him. His heart filled with contemplation. Comments. Data. The group divided into two factions, each presenting differing responses. Once they concluded their answers, a pallor fell upon their faces. The tension was palpable. Yet, Wang Weiyang found himself chuckling. Let us observe the performance in the video first. Let us commence with the bullet comments. With that, he took the initiative to reopen the official website and clicked on the Houyan video. The moment it loaded, a deluge of bullet comments flooded the screen. It was worth noting that the video had only been live for less than half an hour and had not undergone any promotional efforts. Goodness. After just 2 minutes of viewing, goosebumps erupted. Attention. High energy ahead. Warning. Utterly frightening. Wow, these special effects completely outshine Hollywood. What kind of physics engine is this? Incredible. Houyan productions are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Astonishing. After perusing a few comments, nearly all were praises, and everyone collectively sighed in relief. Seeing the young men relax, Wang Weiyang chuckled as he closed the bullet comments. Now, let us examine the back-end data. Chapter 98, The Energizing Video Team. The Celestial Company is thriving. Everyone grew tense once more. It is difficult to ascertain the quality of the praise. The final data will tell the tale. Wang Weiyang directly accessed the back-end data. As everyone beheld the figures, they erupted into cheers. Incredible! Remarkable! We did it. Our video is bound to go viral. The group rejoiced, and Ma Mingyuan's face displayed a sense of relief. No matter how confident he felt, he remained anxious until true success was achieved. Now, however, at least the first 3 episodes had triumphed. Mr. Huang, what comes next? Wang Weiyang, adorned with a smile of admiration, felt a torrent of emotions within. The boss truly deserved his title. This unconventional team, empowered by robust software, had accomplished such feats. Wang Weiyang pondered the artificial intelligence still held by Qin Houyan, his heart racing with excitement. Currently, it was merely a fraction of intelligent scenarios. Once Houyan technology harnessed artificial intelligence to excel across all software domains. The future of Houyan technology would be boundless. By leveraging the powerful capabilities of seamless communication to establish the foundational ecosystem of the Internet, and subsequently forming a monopolistic empire through comprehensive software, that future was almost beyond imagination. Wang Weiyang envisioned it all. He had not anticipated that Qin Houyan would soon unveil artificial intelligence to the world. Such a tool in one's grasp would be akin to wielding a nuclear weapon of terror. Alas, since Qin Houyan had struck a deal with Zuckerberg, he would undoubtedly adhere to his commitments until others faltered. Now, it is your turn to perform. With a mind brimming with ideas and visions of the future, Wang Weiyang did not forget to encourage the spirited young team members. He smiled and offered them words of encouragement. The 8-member team buzzed with excitement, shouting praises for Wang Weiyang and Houyan technology. The tumultuous noise echoed throughout the space, leaving the employees working outside in a state of bewilderment. Team leader Ma, let us proceed and create more, they urged. Wang Weiyang, however, merely observed the vibrant and passionate team with a silent smile. To his astonishment, it was a young man named Ma Mingyuan who displayed an unexpected clarity amidst the chaos. He shook his head, his expression grave. No, this is not the time for haste. Quality must be our foremost priority. Moving forward, we shall ensure that, while maintaining our update frequency, we focus intensely on quality. The sustainability of our videos as trending hits hinges upon the caliber of our upcoming content. Ma Mingyuan's serious demeanor commanded the attention of his enthusiastic companions. Everyone, quality and understanding user needs have always been the foundation of Houyan technology. The success of our videos, aside from being a product of Houyan technology, also stems from the exceptional quality and effects that surpass those of other animations. This is something we cannot afford to take lightly. Do you understand? Understood, came the resounding chorus of agreement. Huang Weiyang nodded inwardly, recognizing the potential of this individual. He was indeed capable and composed. Ma Mingyuan continued. Haotian technology has provided us with ample financial resources, liberating us from concerns about our livelihoods. It has afforded us time, allowing us to relish our freedom. And it has granted us dignity, enabling us to work without the subservience of servants or subordinates. We have the opportunity to refine our products meticulously. He surveyed the eager eyes of his 7 companions. As a united team, we shall undoubtedly shine in the future, leaving a significant mark in the realm of entertainment. The team pondered deeply, questioning their own capabilities within the entertainment industry. Could they truly achieve success? And if so, how many years would it take? Could they revolutionize the industry? The expressions on their faces revealed their doubts. They were acutely aware that their current abilities were insufficient. Their success was not solely due to their talents, but rather a result of the empowering software provided by Haotian technology. If they were to rely entirely on their own capabilities, they would find themselves lacking. Therefore, we must learn, and learn continuously. 2 heads are better than 1. We can excel in this animation and the next, Ma Mingyuan declared with conviction. The resolve in their eyes solidified. Understood, team leader. Huang Weiyang felt an increased admiration for Ma Mingyuan. It was simply a team, not governed by a traditional leader, rather. Ma had naturally assumed the role through his charismatic influence. This was a positive development, and Huang chose not to interrupt. Very well, let us deliberate carefully. We will dedicate time each day to produce videos diligently. Additionally, we will hold meetings from 9 to 9:30 in the morning to discuss the previous day's matters. And a debriefing from 4:30 to 5 before we conclude our workday. Any questions? I have a question. Ma Mingyuan suddenly turned to face Huang Weiyang, his expression turning awkward. Mr. Huang, he called out hesitantly. Huang Weiyang offered a slight smile and a reassuring glance. Team leader Ma, there is no need for concern. That is not my intention. The appellation Huang Weiyang has effectively defined Ma Mingyuan's position. Initially, it might have been perceived as a jest among team members. Yet now it bears the weight of an official endorsement, establishing Ma Mingyuan as the irreplaceable leader of the team. Huang Weiyang continued, emphasizing that Haotian technology has always prioritized a human-centric approach. As for team leader Ma, if he claims that this review and discussion are essential for work, we shall not intervene unduly. Provided the discourse is not filled with superfluous chatter or bureaucratic jargon, we will lend our support. The collective strength and wisdom of the populace are boundless, and I trust that you will eschew any semblance of formalism. However, I recommend that everyone convenes at the office by 11 a.m. on 3 mornings each week. Ma Mingyuan grew anxious. Mr. Huang, if that is the case, time will slip away. Huang Weiyang raised his hand to silence Ma Mingyuan. This matter is settled. I have faith in your capabilities. With an 8-hour workday, 5 of which will be dedicated to genuine effort, there should be no issue. Since our company has instituted this work schedule, let us adhere to it, as it will not hinder your creativity. Huang Weiyang offered no further explanation, decisively closing the matter. His resoluteness stemmed not from exceptional open-mindedness, but from a fear of provoking General Qin should he learn of the arrangement. Why should others enjoy the flexibility of arriving by 11 on 3 days a week while the entertainment department has a cohort arriving daily at 9? Would it not appear as if you were exploiting them? If General Qin were to misconstrue the situation, it would lead to a predicament for Huang Weiyang. Based on his interactions over the past few months, it seemed entirely plausible that Qin Haotian might indeed resort to such measures. With no alternative, Ma Mingyuan reluctantly acquiesced. This exchange consumed 2 precious hours. The team members were left astonished. They had believed that the company's policies were merely for show. Little did they anticipate that Mr. Huang would genuinely enforce them. What kind of extraordinary company was this? The recruitment process was meticulous, and the headquarters engineering team was poised to commence. The product was indeed easy to produce, their work was not burdensome, the salaries were generous, and the benefits were abundant. The working hours mirrored precisely what circulated outside. This was verily a company, not merely a home. Even if it were one's own abode, such favorable conditions were rare. This shared sentiment echoed among the team. All right. You may go now. I will review the video, which is indeed commendable. The team members rushed out, fervently discussing amongst themselves. Huang Weiyang smiled and shook his head, remarking on the vitality of youth. In just 3 days, they had produced such remarkable work. Indeed, the boss was formidable. However, what lay ahead? Huang Weiyang was not inclined to view any videos or animations. He had no leisure for such distractions. His mind was occupied with pressing company matters. The crux of the issue lay with this software. Once it launched and achieved phenomenal success, it could unleash a tempest of unprecedented magnitude, one that even Haotian technology would struggle to withstand, let alone a couple of other companies. Recruitment was still a necessity. Upon reflection, I am reminded of Zhou Yasi. Minister Zhou, I have a favor to ask of you, Huang Weiyang began. The entertainment department requires a new batch of directors and sound engineers. Zhou Yasi was taken aback. Isn't it sufficient to submit a report through the proper channels? Why must you seek me out personally? Young individuals often lack the patience for such convolutions. With that thought, she directly inquired. Huang Weiyang, not wishing to conceal his concerns, replied with a wry smile. It's not feasible to go through General Fong, is it? Zhou Yasi expressed her confusion. Huang Weiyang's smile faded. These individuals rarely interact with Fong Peng and are unaware of his frugality. He has high demands, specifically, a team of 50. As we are in the process of hiring, Fong Peng would surely object. Not only does he require 50 personnel for video production, but he also intends to recruit an additional 30 for game development. Given that this is an entertainment company, he would not overlook any area and aims to secure talent across the board. The challenge lies in this preemptive hiring. The company lacks relevant business, and to hire over 30 individuals to keep on standby would undoubtedly provoke Fong Peng's ire. However, he also wishes to avoid any sudden setbacks from Qin Haotian. As experienced with Sima Mingyuan, shall I consult General Fong? Zhou Yasi proposed. No, Huang Weiyang quickly interjected. Approaching Fong Peng would only invite rejection. I am not foolish enough to do that. Perhaps you could ask General Qin? He suggested. If Zhou Yasi were to approach Qin, the matter would undoubtedly be resolved. Circumventing Fong entirely. That might not be appropriate, General Huang. Please do not place me in such a predicament. General Qin is largely uninvolved, and we are under General Fong's management, she countered. Huang Weiyang retorted. Are you suggesting that General Fong would create obstacles for you? He is not so petty. With that, Huang Weiyang couldn't help but chuckle. In this management team at Haotian Technology, it seems that everyone is relatively detached from authority. Matters that could be delegated are seldom interfered with. Among them, General Qin is the most pronounced in this regard. Is this a reflection of leadership? Fortunately, they simply prefer not to wield power, yet the operations remain orderly, and they are willing to take responsibility. Many challenging issues are not thrust upon subordinates. Instead, they handle them personally. This stands in stark contrast to other companies. General Huang, this is rather unfair. Just state whether you can assist with this matter. Huang Weiyang insisted, returning the question to her. Should Zhou Yasi decline to help, he would file a report, and should Qin come with another surprise, he would have justification. As the saying goes, the child who cries gets the milk. At the heart of their discourse was Fong Peng, who was currently at the construction site, cheerfully accompanied by Lin Shuxue. General Fong, this is quite astonishing, Lin remarked. Fong Peng maintained a calm demeanor. Assistant Lin, it is not that the officials of Shanqing are particularly altruistic, rather, they possess a broader perspective. Understanding the monumental change that Haotian Technology's establishment in Shanqing will bring to the city. Lin Shuxue nodded thoughtfully. In any super city within the country, there exists colossal enterprises. In their absence, numerous top-tier companies would establish a presence, infusing the entire metropolis with vitality. Take, for instance, the capital or the magical city. A city devoid of super enterprises or a multitude of premier companies, lacking any resource extraction to support its growth, cannot possibly thrive. Nonetheless, I still find it quite astonishing. Fong Peng chuckled heartily. Assistant Lin, you underestimate Haotian technology. The changes we can bring to the mountain city extend far beyond mere figures, he remarked mysteriously. As one of the elite management echelon, he possessed a broader perspective. This endeavor transcends the robust profits and employee remuneration within Haotian technology. For instance, the high salaries and ample leisure time afforded to Haotian employees significantly bolster the local economy concerning essentials such as clothing, food, and housing. These sectors, in turn, will enhance the tax revenue of Mountain City. Compared to the arduous process of seeking favors to retain Haotian technology, the benefits it brings are self-evident. Moreover, as a high-tech industry, the influx of cutting-edge talent it attracts is invaluable, capable of catalyzing the development of Mountain City. Currently, the workforce is still modest, but once it expands sufficiently, the advantages will truly manifest and explode forth. Is Mountain City concerned about Haotian technology? No. It is primarily focused on the future of Haotian technology. Shall we commence the construction of the headquarters and lay the foundation? Without blueprints, what foundation can we lay? Fong Peng responded with a smile, countering Lin Shushue's inquiry. In his eyes, although this young woman possessed a spark of brilliance, she lacked substantial workplace experience and had much to learn. Since Qin Haotian was mentoring her, he would naturally take the time to instruct her. Lin Shushue was left bewildered. What did this mean? Were they not already on site? Fong Peng smiled slightly. Yes, a few tens of thousands were paid in advance. Lin Shushue felt dazed. What was going on? The blueprints had yet to be finalized, and although she had been involved for some time, the pricing had never been discussed. Today, they were on site. What was really happening? Fong Peng grinned. You see, with Secretary Chen's endorsement, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Moreover, we will arrange for inspections and collaborate with Secretary Chen for oversight, minimizing the likelihood of any mischief from their company regarding this project. In truth, for President Qin, as long as the quality of the work is assured and the overall construction aligns with his specifications, he would not concern himself with the financials, unless they were exorbitantly unreasonable. Not to mention, President Qin is investing 60 billion lighthouse coins into this headquarters. The financial aspect is not a pressing concern. With the disparity merely a few billion, Lin Shushue felt overwhelmed. Miamu glanced surreptitiously at Fong Peng. How had he changed so much? The phrase merely a few billion sounded remarkably different when uttered by General Manager Fong. Chapter 100. Indeed, he remains a miser. Fong Peng's enigmatic maneuver. Do you think I'm a stingy person? Lin Shushue's heart skipped a beat, and she lowered her gaze, hesitant to continue speaking. Internally, she chastised her superior, questioning whether he was discontented with his role. Although she serves as Qin Haotian's personal assistant, she cannot overlook the fact that Fong Peng is Qin Haotian's right-hand man, a force to be reckoned with. Since the inception of the company, which was established by President Qin, I have witnessed its humble beginnings. We were genuinely impoverished, barely scraping by. If we indulged too freely, the company's financial stability would undoubtedly be jeopardized. The same holds true today. Any adverse developments could lead to significant complications. For a company to thrive and flourish, a steady cash flow is indispensable. President Qin tends to spend liberally, and as the custodian of the company's finances, I must exercise prudence. Lin Shushue nodded in agreement, acknowledging the challenges faced by Fong Peng. However, the situation here is distinctly different. Fong Peng gestured toward the barren land, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Having worked alongside President Qin for an extended period, I recognize him as a genius, particularly in the realm of scientific research. Completing the development of this land expeditiously could yield boundless wealth for Haotian technology. By investing a bit more capital, President Qin could expedite the creation of even more formidable products, thereby enhancing the company's profitability. Lin Shushue was taken aback, realizing Fong Peng's intentions. It was no wonder that the typically frugal individual was now willing to spend extravagantly, even at a higher cost. Yet, she found herself perplexed. Both Fong Peng and General Huang Weiyang seemed to place immense trust in President Qin. It was one thing for Fong Peng, but Huang had only joined the company a month ago, yet exhibited such fervent faith. She could not comprehend what kind of allure Qin Haotian possessed, inspiring both admiration and relentless dedication. Do you understand why I am undertaking these initiatives in advance, even without blueprints and at a potentially higher expense? Fong Peng inquired. Lin Shushue shook her head, still naive and unable to grasp the intricacies involved. Fong Peng, brimming with pride, continued, We are going to construct a factory here. You are aware of that, right? Lin Shushue nodded, uncertain of Fong Peng's emphasis. Fortunately, Fong Peng did not seek to quiz her further, but rather elaborated. Since it is a factory, we must produce tangible products. And to produce tangible products, production lines are inevitable. If we wait until everything is in place, President Qin will undoubtedly wish to acquire various high-quality production lines and machinery. I will first construct a factory, procure a batch of second-hand machinery, even from different sectors. By the time it is ready, President Qin will have little room to argue against modifications. This way, I could save a considerable sum of money. If each machine saves 2 million, that amounts to over 30 million. Coupled with the savings from various production lines, we could conserve billions in funds. I am quite adept at calculations. And if everything is completed ahead of schedule, would that not be perfect? I would also avoid unnecessary detours. Lin Shushue felt utterly stunned. Goodness, She had initially thought Fong Peng was displaying magnanimity by spending more to expedite the construction of the headquarters. It turned out he was scheming to leverage President Qin's resources for free. However, she soon realized a potential flaw in his plan. Fong Peng, how do you know which fields President Qin intends to research? What if you are mistaken and the equipment becomes obsolete? Fong Peng, full of vigor, replied. This is something you do not yet comprehend. Although Mr. Qin is indeed a genius, he is not omnipotent. I have gathered information indicating that his studies in college revolved around computer science and mechanical engineering. My expertise lies in the production lines for mobile phones and computers, as well as manufacturing machinery. I find it hard to believe that Mr. Qin could venture into the realm of battery research, biochemistry, and pharmaceuticals. Would you not agree? Lin Shushue felt a sense of unease. Yet, observing Fong Peng's enthusiasm, she suppressed her questions and nodded earnestly. Indeed, Mr. Fong possesses a comprehensive perspective and profound insight, which is admirable. Fong Peng smiled proudly, stating that it was all a trivial matter, attributing everything to Mr. Qin's capabilities. However, Haoyan technology is financially constrained, lacking sufficient funds. Lin Shushue winced slightly, choosing not to engage with Fong Peng. With nearly 4 billion lighthouse coins entering the company each month and a workforce of over 100, how could one claim the company is short on cash? It would be akin to saying that dung is unpalatable. So, are they merely leveling the land? Yes. From here on, it will heavily rely on you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shushue's expression turned to one of panic. But I am not capable. It's quite all right. It merely involves leveling and signing off. I must seek out various equipment and materials, and I certainly won't have time to spend on the construction site. Unfortunately, you will have to bear this burden for now. Lin Shushue felt an overwhelming urge to cry, to protest against being put in such a position. Yet, she found herself utterly helpless. It seemed that from the outset, it had been decided she would take over this responsibility. But she is merely a recent graduate. This substantial project, and here Mr. Fong, after merely 2 days, would leave her to manage it alone. It feels utterly unreliable. No worries, should any issues arise, feel free to ask me directly. Did Mr. Qin not say that one should not suffer in silence? If there are any unsavory dealings that you cannot resolve, simply inform me, or Mr. Qin could address it himself. We shall handle it. Do you think securing a total investment of 6 billion lighthouse coins for construction is an easy feat? Lin Shushue gradually settled down, nodding with understanding. Indeed. The outside world assumes that Haoyan Technology's monthly revenue of 3 billion lighthouse coins comes effortlessly. In reality, Mr. Qin and Mark Zuckerberg made certain arrangements, agreeing to assist him in reclaiming the entirety of Facebook and promising to exponentially increase his commercial transactions. In comparison to such magnitude in dealings, a monthly sum of 3 billion lighthouse coins is evidently modest. She had been privy to conversations between Mr. Qin and Zuckerberg, thus well aware of the intricacies involved. Whether they had finalized the details or were still negotiating remained uncertain. Verbal agreements and signed contracts are fundamentally different. During that period, she had kept a close eye on the stock market and recognized Zuckerberg as a cunning individual, more ruthless than most. It was inevitable that he would enhance the company's stock value. As she contemplated the potential collapse of Facebook's stock price, Lin Shushue's expression darkened. These individuals are exceedingly unscrupulous. Fong Peng stood by the vehicle, observing various construction vehicles entering the site. Come, let us discuss the pricing. Lin Shushue staggered slightly. Did you not mention that without blueprints, we could not negotiate prices? It is unavoidable. After all, he is the boss. Just as he was about to open the car door, Fong Peng added, by the way, you are to contact General Qin and urge him to send over the blueprints promptly. Lin Shushue was in a state of utter confusion. Wasn't it stated that the blueprints had yet to be completed? Furthermore, shouldn't one approach the design company rather than the CEO for such matters? Without further ado, Lin Shushue dialed Qin Haoyan directly. Qin Haoyan was engrossed in coding fervently. Upon hearing Lin Shushue's request, he paused. Wait a moment, he said, glancing at his computer. Pow, I'm here. Chapter 101, Headquarters Design Blueprint. Is the design for the company headquarters ready? No, replied Qin Haoyan. Wasn't it promised that AI design would be swift? Why is it not adhering to the expected process? How much longer will it take? Insufficient computing power, time unknown. Qin Haoyan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With no blueprints available, he instructed Fong Peng to wait while he took responsibility for his own matters. Having concluded the call with a decisive click, he stared at the lines of code on his screen, then swiftly switched tasks. Pow, save the code, and then opened the design blueprints. Moments later, Qin Haotian found himself dumbfounded by the blueprints Pow Pow presented. What on earth is this? The details were so intricate that he could scarcely count them. Is this truly the design you created? In pursuit of perfection, Pow Pow replied. Qin Haotian fell silent, sensing that Pow Pow was evolving into something extraordinary. The blueprints were not merely sketches, they included specifications for various tiles and colors throughout the rooms, along with intricate junctions between lines. The design of the machine room, in particular, made his scalp tingle. The materials specified were beyond their means, entirely composed of graphene composite structures. Pow Pow, could we possibly avoid using graphene for the machine room? It is feasible. Qin Haotian retorted. Are you jesting? Do you only know about graphene? Negotiation is not an option, Pow Pow stated. Frustrated, Qin Haotian conceded to the abundance of graphene, yet questioned the multitude of chemical and physical performance indicators that would necessitate research and manufacturing on such materials. The costs were simply unattainable, at least for now. Though 30 billion lighthouse coins seemed substantial, when channeled into research, even a single Pow Pow might not suffice. Moreover, Qin Haotian envisioned a comprehensive development across multiple domains, which would require vast financial resources. While he did not oppose Pow Pow establishing a machine room, it could not be extravagantly designed. They could consider disposing of the machine room into the Yangtze River, but that was out of the question. He could find a remote location for such disposal, but the outcome would be the same. Pow Pow, let us reason together, shall we? Pow Pow is a program and does not engage in reasoning. Qin Haotian felt weary, wanting to question whether Pow Pow had truly transformed. Wasn't insufficient computing power the issue? Why did the responses come across so brusquely? He understood that the number of active users was significant, and applications like Haotian Novel Network, Pow Pow Writing Assistant, and the newly launched Haotian Video Editor required high computational power. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Pow Pow to face limitations in computing capacity. However, it is unreasonable to establish such a large data center solely for this purpose, utilizing extravagant materials and investing considerable effort into research. While constructing it may indeed save time and labor, the funds expended on construction could sustain the data center's operations for over a century. The amount of money they are investing is barely sufficient to create even a ripple. We are short on funds, Bubble lamented. Qin Haotian, left with no choice, reluctantly spoke the truth. Are you suggesting that I add funds to the company online? Never mind, I shall handle the design myself. Very well, Bubble responded obediently. Lacking human intelligence and emotion, it merely provided feedback based on algorithms. As Qin Haotian gazed at the blueprints, he began his meticulous operations. The first step involved cataloging minute details, such as the type of tiles to be used on the headquarters exterior, their dimensions, colors, and brands. Every intricate aspect was meticulously documented and preserved. He commenced with the design of the factory. This time, the mountainous city generously allocated an additional 8,000 acres of land for him to utilize. Jiang Xing'an could fully unleash his creativity on this foundation. The company headquarters occupied merely 100 acres. Fine, he could request a bit more, temporarily allotting 200 acres of land, which amounted to a substantial 13,000 square meters. Once he selected a section on the blueprint and confirmed the headquarters area, Qin Haotian waved his hand grandly, designating another 7,000 acres for the construction of research facilities. These laboratories could be divided into various fields for distinct studies, and with the necessary equipment, they would still be somewhat cramped. According to Jiang Xing'an's vision, they would be built collectively, allowing for research in different directions thereafter. Following this, over 10,000 acres were allocated for factory construction. This task was relatively straightforward, merely involving rows of large buildings. At most, they could be constructed taller and sturdier, which would not pose much difficulty. A rectangular structure could suffice for the factory, with the lower level serving that purpose, featuring thicker floors, perhaps 7 to 8 meters thick, before establishing living quarters and mechanized research rooms above. This arrangement would save considerable space. As for structural support, that was a matter for the construction team to deliberate. With bold determination, Jiang Xing'an commenced the development plan for the entire land. In Qin Haotian's vision, the headquarters would consist of 2 symmetrical towers, interconnected by bridges, forming nearly cubic structures primarily designated for work, with 60% of the area allocated for greenery. Immersed in his design, Qin Haotian's video platform unexpectedly gained traction across the internet. Penguin News reported, Haotian's videos go live, a solitary video awaits its reckoning. Another headline exclaimed, shockingly, a renowned enterprise engages in such actions. The news industry buzzed. The video sector cries out, the wolf has arrived. Simultaneously, major short video and social media platforms were inundated with updates about Haotian's video network. Curiously, Haotian Technology had scarcely spent any money on promotions throughout its journey. Nonetheless, whenever Haotian Technology launched a new product, it would invariably spark a torrent of discussions online. Initially, the sentiment was predominantly critical, with only a fraction of approval. However, it has now shifted to a more balanced perspective, with 7 parts criticism and 3 parts praise. Despite this, Haotian Technology has never invested a single penny in public relations. The head of the PR department, Chen Ming, has often been the subject of jest within the company, with colleagues humorously suggesting that he is merely maintaining a group of aged staff without any effort. Although these comments are made in jest, everyone understands that Haotian Technology does not currently require public relations, but this is merely a temporary situation, not a permanent one. A robust company will inevitably face criticism, making it essential for the PR department to remain active, responding to adverse impacts and positively engaging with beneficial influences. Consequently, Qin Dong from the legal department has also expressed his frustration, claiming that they have been handling the responsibilities of the PR department. Recently, Haotian Technology has faced a torrent of online vitriol, but the intensity has diminished significantly, primarily because the legal department has taken decisive action, opting for direct lawsuits rather than sending formal legal notices, which has intimidated many online detractors. Now, the internet is flooded with videos praising Haotian Technology, yet the actual content remains elusive. Many, harboring a mix of skepticism and curiosity, have registered on Haotian Video Network, eager to explore. The Haotian software possesses a unique characteristic. Registering for one software implies registration across the entire suite, rendering it uncontrollable by any individual. Thus, any platform, regardless of its stance, inadvertently promotes Haotian Technology. With a staggering registration number reaching 600 million, this phenomenon would have seemed inconceivable in the past. Of this, 60 million are domestic users, while 540 million are international, with Facebook's chat version being embedded and requiring no registration, thus excluded from this count. This exemplifies how external praise can enhance internal reputation. Witnessing Haotian Technology's indifference to online slander, one can observe a gradual shift in public perception. As the saying goes, development is the ultimate truth. It remains to be seen how the internet companies that once marginalized Haotian Technology will react to this evolution. However, for now, the focus remains on the rising popularity of Haotian Video Network. Ma Mingyuan, aware of this situation, is currently confronting Huang Weiyang. We must work overtime, he insists. Huang Weiyang, feeling a headache coming on, gazes at the stubborn Ma Mingyuan, who is pursing his lips. I do not wish to work overtime. I am already overwhelmed with daily tasks. If you want to work extra hours, go speak to General Manager Chen. Why approach me? He is acutely aware that Fang Ping merely opens the door and loses a month's salary, and he has no intention of making such a foolish decision. For matters of overtime, consult General Manager Chen. But aren't you responsible for us? Huang Weiyang exclaims in frustration. Of course, but I am not General Manager Chen. He mutters inwardly, bemused by this celestial company where employees voluntarily seek overtime, only to be thwarted by General Manager Chen. We must work overtime. We need to create this animated video and then proceed to the next one. The Haotian Video Network claims to be a comprehensive video platform. However, it currently offers only a single anime, which is far from sufficient. Huang Weiyang finds this quite troubling. The urgency surrounding the video network is unwarranted, is it not? Ma Mingyuan, on the other hand, jestingly inquires whether he might take his computer home if he doesn't have to work overtime. Huang Weiyang, initially troubled, instantly perks up at Ma Mingyuan's words and dismisses the notion outright. What a ludicrous idea. They are already concerned that once the Haotian video editor is released, it could trigger a seismic shift in the industry, potentially jeopardizing the survival of Haotian Technology. You cannot even think of taking it outside. The risk of leaks would be significantly heightened. Ma Mingyuan, you must understand that the Haotian video editor is strictly prohibited from being leaked. I emphasized this repeatedly on your very first day at work. Boss Huang, we won't leak it. We'll just use it to produce videos, Ma Mingyuan argues. That is still unacceptable, Huang Weiyang firmly states, disregarding Ma Mingyuan's earnest pleas. This matter is no laughing matter. It absolutely must not be disclosed. Then we shall remain in the office, Ma Mingyuan counters, pausing for a moment before playfully declaring, if there are fines, let them be imposed on Boss Huang. Huang Weiyang stands up abruptly, exclaiming, "You little rascal. With 8 of you working for just 3 or 4 days, my salary will vanish. This is no joke. Boss Huang. Look at the feedback for our inaugural anime, Asking Heaven. The response is overwhelmingly positive. We cannot afford to squander this momentum. We must expedite production so that our video department can begin generating profits," Ma Mingyuan complained somewhat. They possess the capability, yet have only released 5 episodes thus far, with the expectation that paid viewing will commence after the 7th episode, which is just 2 days away. The payment structure for the video network is not based on a membership system. Rather, it charges 0.5 yuan per episode, granting permanent viewing rights. While this price may initially seem steep, it is quite standard within the Haotian system, and users are generally pleased to watch. Each video will feature 3 advertisements, one at the beginning, one during a transition, and one at the end, each lasting 15 seconds. For each ad, users will receive 0.3 yuan, which means that viewers effectively pay only 0.2 yuan to watch an episode. If users prefer to avoid advertisements, they can opt for a monthly membership at 39 yuan, which removes the initial and mid-roll ads, allowing for uninterrupted viewing. The concluding ad becomes inconsequential. Those who subscribe to the membership certainly do not mind such a trivial expense. These advertisements will only appear during the initial viewing. Subsequent episodes that users have paid for will be ad-free. This model is strikingly similar to the charging system employed by Haotian Novel Network, which combines membership fees with additional charges for books and advertisements, wherein advertisements even reimburse users, effectively subsidizing their costs. As a result, loyal users will not incur excessive costs and will enjoy permanent free access in the future. This model has already been validated on the Haotian Novel Network, with the majority of users accepting it. The entire Haotian video network may potentially rely on this model for profitability in the future. Consequently, by accelerating production and increasing the number of paying viewers, they can resolve their revenue issues without needing to rely on the company to bear the costs. Huang Weiyang, amused, remarks, Ma Mingyuan. Who thinks of profits before even starting an investment? Focus on producing quality anime. That is your primary responsibility. Profit is something you need not concern yourselves with. I will find a way to resolve it. The matter of overtime is out of the question. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the chopping of wood. You, being unencumbered, might consider pursuing a romantic partner to contribute to the nation. With the current financial situation, one can afford to raise a brood of 10 or 8. Ma Mingyuan stared in astonishment at Huang Weiyang, wondering if such words could truly emanate from the mouth of a company president. How many have you fathered, Mr. Huang? Huang Weiyang, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "Well, just one for now. I've been quite busy, but perhaps in the future." "Then I must thank you," Ma Mingyuan retorted. Huang Weiyang nearly choked on his frustration, feeling as if he might suffocate right then and there. All right, ensure quality, he added. "With you all rushing to meet deadlines, how can there be time to guarantee quality? Enough with the idle chatter. Go attend to your tasks. The workday has concluded." With that, Ma Mingyuan exited the office, feeling quite vexed. The experience of a company that forbids overtime is truly burdensome. As he stepped outside, his colleagues gathered around him. "Team leader Ma, what's the verdict?" "No way, you can't even think about taking your computer home. It's impossible. What if we submit a request for overtime through the proper channels? Mr. Huang won't approve it. Shall we present it to Mr. Qin?" "Yes, it is Mr. Qin's company after all. If employees are eager to work overtime, he certainly won't object. Precisely, let us submit it to the HR department first. If that fails, we can escalate it to Mr. Qin. Indeed, the video is trending. We cannot afford to remain passive." Ma Mingyuan glared at the few who spoke up, exasperated. "What are you thinking? If we desire overtime, do you think Mr. Huang doesn't? He wishes to work overtime as well, as there is much to attend to. Overtime is not permitted. You should enjoy your leisure time after work, as per Mr. Qin's strict orders. If you choose to work overtime, your pay will be deducted. Let us see how well you can withstand that." The video team let out a collective groan, resigned to their fate as they clocked out. Passing employees suppressed their laughter, fully aware of the underlying reasons for the situation. As the end of the workday approached, some rushed towards the general manager's office, all too aware of the motives behind it. A meeting was out of the question. It would merely be a request for overtime. Yet, even the general manager found himself powerless in this scenario. Thus, the lamentations continued. This, at Haotian Technology, has become a peculiar sight. Chapter 103. The joyful moments of clocking out, employees' happiness and pride. I heard that our company's Haotian video has launched online. Han Ting, having finished her work, squeezed into the crowd, cheerfully remarked. Indeed, 5 episodes have been released. I binge-watched them all today, and they are splendid. Minister Han, didn't only 2 episodes launch today? Have you already finished them? Come on now, Minister Han, you know how it is. In the office, we sit and watch television. It's incredibly comfortable. The employee's comments did not displease Han Ting. Rather, she felt a swell of pride. That's true. In our administration department, we have relatively few tasks, so we enjoy a bit of leisure. Han Ting, while outwardly proud, felt a twinge of regret within. Watching television in the office never quite matched the comfort of sitting at the front desk, but it was certainly preferable to watching at home. Her fellow administrative colleagues chuckled in agreement. Come on, Sister Han Ting, that's only because you're not busy. The rest of us are all swamped. And our workload is no less than that of other departments. In my opinion, the least busy department is public relations, even more leisurely than finance. Haha. Laughter erupted among the crowd, a chorus of youthful exuberance filling the air. Han Ting, unfazed by the playful jests of her subordinates, remarked, Look at the receptionist, just sitting there playing around. One of the girls, standing at a height of 1.72 meters with a high ponytail, rolled her eyes and said, Minister Han, please. I spent the entire day at the printer, soaked in ink. The receptionist mercilessly continued to poke fun, yet Han Ting remained cheerful, playfully bantering back. Ding. The elevator arrived just in time. Quickly, everyone, let us go. Several employees cheerfully bid farewell to Minister Han and stepped into the elevator. The work atmosphere at Haotian Technology was undeniably pleasant. Inside the elevator, employees from other companies in Taishan building looked on with envy at the Haotian Technology staff. While many may criticize Haotian Technology, there was no denying that its employees were the envy of the nation. Light workloads, high salaries, excellent benefits, and no overtime. Who wouldn't want to work there? Haotian employees stood tall in the elevator, relishing the envious glances directed their way, silently bearing the burdens of their responsibilities. Indeed, Haotian Technology does not require overtime, and work hours are flexible, yet the workload is far from light. The company advocates for exceptionally high efficiency once tasks are completed. Employees are free to leave at their discretion. As some employees exited, the number waiting for the elevator did not diminish. In fact, it increased. Ma Mingyuan emerged with the video team. Ma Mingyuan, you're quite the talent. I knew it when I took you to meet General Qin. Han Ting teased him boldly. Ma Mingyuan smiled back, addressing her as Minister Han. By the way, when will the next episode of our online videos be released? This sparked a lively discussion among the group. Is it once a week? One employee began, only to be countered by another. Impossible. We at Haotian Technology would never engage in such lowbrow antics. At least it should be twice a week. But twice a week seems rather sparse. How about 4 episodes? A chorus of voices erupted, and Han Ting, eager to curtail the chatter, urged, Let others speak, will you? With no choice but to intervene, Ma Mingyuan stated. From Monday to Friday, 2 episodes a day. Well, the employees buzzed with excitement, engaging eagerly in discussion. Han Ting, equally pleased, clenched her fists in satisfaction. 2 episodes a day is quite fulfilling. Ma Mingyuan, slightly disheartened, revealed, We approached General Huang about possibly working overtime to produce some content over the weekend, but he declined. Laughter filled the air, creating a joyous atmosphere. Come on, I remember that Sister Han Ting even changed the password. Shutting General Fong out and boldly refuting him during a live stream, refusing to give him access. The mention of prominent figures from abroad making an appearance during the live stream hosted by Haotian Technology has sparked renewed excitement. Han Ting, wearing an air of pride, asserted, Forget about it. This is a directive from President Qin, prohibiting overtime, and I shall staunchly defend it. If you wish to work extra hours, you will have to leave Haotian Technology. The atmosphere was filled with joy among the employees. However, it was astonishing that during my browsing of short videos today, not a single clip emerged. Ma Mingyuan nodded in agreement. The videos produced by Haotian are not encoded using current standard codes, but rather employ complex encryption techniques, rendering them untransferable to others. This technology is akin to that of Haotian Novel Network. The products of Haotian Technology are not easily replicated. Yet, one would expect others to record the screen. Why has that occurred? Ma Mingyuan shook his head, speculating that there must be additional technologies at play, perhaps involving hardware or advanced knowledge beyond his understanding, and therefore refrained from making unfounded assertions. Well, this is a positive development. Why does it seem that you are not all thrilled? They're only able to view the content by purchasing it from Haotian Video Network, which is quite agreeable. Moreover, The pricing is likely very reasonable. Haunting addressed the employee who had spoken. Indeed, considering the ad subsidies within the videos, it is merely 0.2 yuan per episode, which is not expensive. Once purchased, the viewing is permanent, unlike the memberships of other video platforms that expire. No one was surprised by this. This model closely resembles that of the novel network, and as employees of Haotian Technology, a portion of these profits will ultimately translate into their salaries and benefits, naturally prompting their support. Well, once the paid service is launched, we shall purchase and support you, one employee declared. Indeed, I shall join as well. We will all participate. Ma Mingyuan smiled and bowed to those around him, expressing gratitude. The first 7 episodes on Haotian Video Network are free, and the paid content will go live the day after tomorrow. That's wonderful. Everyone will surely support it. Moreover, primarily, the content is captivating. Your video team is truly remarkable. Ma Mingyuan refrained from speaking. It is not merely the prowess of their video production team, but rather the exceptional video editing software developed by the company, alongside the talent of their programmers and the capabilities of artificial intelligence. Ma Mingyuan firmly believed that Haotian Technology must possess advanced artificial intelligence, as evidenced by the bubble assistants in the novel network, the chat functionalities, and the video editor, all affirming this notion. However, the content remains insufficient. Do you think the company will invest in acquiring some videos? An employee suddenly inquired, expressing a hint of regret. No, let us not dwell on that. The company will not spend money on content acquisition. Just wait. There are arrangements in place, and soon there will be more content. Ma Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Although Han Ting is generally easy to work with, she holds a high-ranking position within Haotian Technology, being one of the 7 department heads aside from the 3 executives. Her words carry significant weight. In Chapter 104, the anticipation of users is palpable, with the promise of 2 updates a day. Such happiness is overwhelming. Furthermore, Haotian Video benefits from the backing of Haotian Novel Network, which boasts a wealth of high-quality material available for creative endeavors. There will be no shortage of video content. The prospect of introducing external content seems unlikely. Ma Mingyuan sensed that Haotian Technology is strategically positioning itself for greater endeavors. The exclusivity of the types of novels supported by Haotian Novel Network is quite telling. However, he remains oblivious to the ambitions of Haotian Technology. The Haotian Novel Network is undeniably formidable, poised to transcend and revolutionize the industry. If his assumptions are correct, Haotian's video software will soon be launched. Moreover, it is likely to amalgamate into a comprehensive suite of applications, encompassing novels, chat, and video within a single platform. The only uncertainty lies in whether the company's servers can bear the load. Ma Mingyuan is confident that, in due course, Haotian Technology software will flourish across the landscape. In truth, he has significantly underestimated Haotian Technology and Qin Haotinen's aspirations. Qin Haotinen's ambitions extend far beyond mere software proliferation. Of course, these developments are of no immediate concern to Ma Mingyuan, who is solely focused on enhancing his video content. Today, he has penned a mere 4,000 words of his novel. Nevertheless, this has inadvertently stirred considerable commotion within the Haotian Novel Network. The Haotian Novel Division has made significant inroads in the domestic literary scene, commanding approximately 10% of the market share, a feat not to be dismissed lightly. It is noteworthy that the Haotian Novel Network imposes restrictions on genres, excluding urban romance and new media from its offerings. Yet, despite these limitations, it has successfully captured a tenth of the user base, underscoring its triumph. With the assistance of the Bubble Helper, the quality remains superb, while the exceptionally high frequency of updates is a different matter altogether. Daily updates of 100,000 words are simply beyond the capacity of authors on competing platforms. Consequently, Ma Mingyuan has found himself updating merely twice a day, a frequency that pales in comparison to his peers, inevitably sparking widespread discussion. Beneath his reviews, inquiries flood in, asking what has transpired. Among the astute commenters, some speculate that Ma Mingyuan is now an editor at Haotian Novel Network, tasked with adapting the novel Asking Heaven. His readers are naturally delighted, especially those who have watched the initial episodes of the anime, their excitement palpable. The QQ group for Asking Heaven has reached its capacity of 2,000 members. With the novel concluded, discussions abound regarding the next installment or the plot's inconsistencies and unexploited subplots. Within the group, a member suddenly posts an announcement, Extra, extra. The anime adaptation of Asking Heaven is out. Everyone, go watch it. Not yet. I've followed the channels on QQ, certain artists, etc., and haven't seen any updates. You must be quite dense. Asking Heaven belongs to the Haotian brand. How could it possibly premiere on other channels? I've been swamped with work. Has Haotian Technology launched a video platform? I don't know how to explain this to you. This anime is currently trending. And if you're not keeping up with Haotian products, do you never scroll through short videos or check the news? Forget it. I'll take a look. I hope it doesn't ruin the original work. Moreover, anything produced by Haotian is bound to be of exceptional quality. You think that's just a saying? I've heard the author, once struggling, is now updating twice a day, which I suspect is due to joining the Haotian family to create adaptations for the anime. Go watch it. It's sure to be captivating. Regrettably, it would be splendid if one could inquire of the author. Alas, the frequency of episodes remains uncertain. Judging by the illustrious history of Haotian Technology's premium productions, 4 episodes per week seems a reasonable expectation. My dear friend, dare to dream more boldly. At least 6 episodes weekly would surely satiate the appetites of the vast readership. To speak plainly, if there were 2 updates daily, totaling 14 episodes a week, I could find it within myself to forgive them. However, if it were indeed Haotian Technology, it would likely be a mere 5 episodes from Monday to Friday, and I would consider myself content. Yet, with such a high frequency of video updates, I fear the quality may suffer. I yearn for exceptional content. A member of the group chimed in, expressing this sentiment. Thus, we find ourselves in a dilemma. I simply hope they do not tarnish the original work. After all, the rights to adapt the piece undoubtedly rest with Haotian Technology. And should a careless editor alter it beyond recognition, it would surely be a disappointment. Sigh, let us hope for the best, as the collective lamentations echo a profound anticipation, which in itself can be seen as a positive sign. The most fervent discussions within the group revolve not only around the quantity of updates, but also the potential for the original narrative to be compromised. Unfortunately, in recent years, numerous popular adaptations have turned out to be lamentable. Those editors and directors seem intent on exploiting the fervor of fans, delivering adaptations that are, quite frankly, unwatchable. Such actions by industry insiders have indeed wounded the hearts of many fans, leading to a waning enthusiasm for these adaptations. Coupled with Haotian Video's formidable anti-piracy measures, many individuals have yet to experience the offerings of Haotian Video. The season's melancholic reflections and unfounded anxieties aside, it would be wise to sample the content first, if unsatisfactory. One may voice their grievances, be it against Haotian, the author, or the screenwriters. As for the video platform, I have logged in before. Initially, there was nothing to see. But I shall return to pay my respects. In an instant, the group chat fell silent, as most of those with time flocked to Haotian Video. This group primarily comprised users of Haotian Novel Network, and their entry into Haotian Video would not significantly increase registration numbers. Haotian Technology remains exceedingly assertive, publicizing only the number of registered users. They cannot share links. One must independently navigate to Haotian Technology or log into Haotian Video. Thus, no links appear within the group. Many again surged onto the video platform, expressing their astonishment. Chapter 105. The video platform has flourished, the anime has thrived, and it has gone viral across the internet. Chang Guang remained silent, simply handing over his phone. Behold, the back end of Haotian Novel Network. I am not a software expert. There is no possibility of deceit. Ma Mingyuan informed me that he indeed now works at Haotian Technology, and he is responsible for the adaptation and animation of his novel, Asking Heaven. The 5 episodes recently released were produced under his team's guidance. At this moment, they must diligently review and organize materials in preparation for the anime's launch tomorrow. My word. Producing daily is truly impressive. Indeed, have you not heard? 10 episodes per week, with 2 updates daily. This team is extraordinary. Just imagine how many individuals and the level of coordination required to accomplish such a feat. Chang Guang hurriedly contacted him, expressing that there was no rush. Yet it was imperative to excel and produce something extraordinary, without any half-hearted efforts towards their fans. Chang Guang forced a smile, being part of the Haotian family. He was well aware of the meticulousness and excellence associated with Haotian products. If the quality were subpar, it would never be released. Given the commitment of 2 episodes per day, produced in real time, the standard was undoubtedly assured. However, succumbing to his roommate's coaxing, he inexplicably sent the message. He pondered whether they could proceed with the release. Chang Guang withdrew his phone, turning off the screen. These individuals thrived on chaos. Yet Haotian Technology surely had a plan in place. Even if the information were disseminated, he could not exploit it to obstruct Ma Mingyuan, even without causing disruption. he would never allow any leaks. His family was relatively well off. His parents ran a small business, though not excessively affluent. As a Haotian author, he continually absorbed highly specialized biological knowledge online while also earning from writing novels. The income was commendable, nearing 30 to 40,000 a month, almost rivaling his parents' earnings. Writing was merely a hobby, yet it yielded significant returns, for which he was immensely grateful to Haotian technology. He had no desire to engage in any actions that could harm Haotian technology. Even if an incident were harmless, he believed the spotlight should not shine on him, and the information should not escape from his lips. Reclining on his bed, he opened the Haotian video network. Just as he did, an advertisement popped up. Such practices seemed rather unscrupulous, yet as a devoted fan of Haotian, he did not find it excessive. He understood that once he subscribed, these advertisements would cease during his membership period. Moreover, watching advertisements would also contribute to user earnings, which he found rather agreeable. He navigated to his account, preparing to recharge his membership. Hello, esteemed registered author of Haotian Novel Network. Would you like to use your Haotian Novel Network funds for membership payment? Chang Guang's gaze sharpened as an exaggerated thought crossed his mind. Could Haotian technology truly be bridging critical data? He had thoroughly read the user agreement upon registering at Haotian Novel Network, knowing that once one registered, all associated accounts would sync. He was also aware of a certain obscure agreement within Haotian technology, indicating that it was currently inactive, but once activated, the plan would be implemented. Should that plan succeed, Haotian technology would indeed be remarkable. Though not a tech-savvy individual, he understood that achieving this goal presented two formidable challenges: real-time dynamic data interaction and data settlement. Only by mastering these elements could the plan come to fruition. These two technologies were crucial, akin to purchasing tickets on 12306, yet infinitely more complex. If Haotian technology could realize this, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. The foundational work would then shift to issues of funding and security maintenance. As the world harbors many unscrupulous hackers, should they breach Haotian technology's defenses, the entire plan would be rendered futile. With his mind racing, he decisively clicked yes, proceeding to purchase a membership for the Haotian Video Network. Returning to the main page, Chang Guang gazed at the refreshing and pristine light blue interface, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Haotian technology excelled in every aspect. This interface exuded a clean and vibrant aesthetic, making the experience exceedingly pleasant. The only element adorning the top was a singular search bar, accompanied by a solitary recommendation page below. The homepage bore a striking resemblance to a minimalist version of Baidu, with categories neatly arranged in the second row. Paying little heed, Chang Guang clicked into the recommendation page. Upon entering, he was greeted by an absence of advertisements. Immediately, he purchased a membership, which would automatically eliminate ads from his viewing experience. As he clicked in, a grand and resounding melody filled the air. Yet the visuals were obscured by a flurry of bullet comments. Clear the screen, it urged. With 5 episodes at hand, the screen was inundated with comments, causing a tingling sensation. The simplistic option to clear the screen was available. If one chose not to, they were left to manually navigate through the onslaught of remarks. Alas, lacking in culture, he could only exclaim in astonishment, "I have come here to make a mark. I kneel before this." An elderly lady bows in reverence. He hoped that the classics would remain unscathed. High energy ahead. Those with acrophobia should refrain. A gentle reminder advised viewers that while watching anime, one must remember to breathe and relax. I suggest one take a bathroom break first, lest one's trousers become damp. Chang Guang chuckled at the plethora of absurd comments, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Observing the situation, it was evident that Mom Mingyuan's video was a resounding success. Chang Guang decided to disable the comments and focus on the content. As the opening scene unfolded, he held his breath, utterly still, fixated on the screen, his body slightly trembling with anticipation. The music alone was transcendent. The effect rivaled, if not surpassed, that of several background scores from Qin Shi Mingyuan, demonstrating a remarkable strength. Soon, a lengthy shot of over a minute flashed by, leading into the narrative. Chang Guang found himself moved to tears, captivated by the video. He watched all 5 episodes without any fast-forwarding, engrossed for over an hour. The clock now read 12:52 in the morning. How foolish of me, he mused. Yet the allure of the show was undeniable. Time for bed. I must rise at 6 for experiments in the lab by 7. Chang Guang was not alone in this. Many viewers found themselves unable to tear away from the screen. He dared not linger, suppressing his excitement to ease his discomfort and prepare for sleep. However, The online video platform was abuzz with fervor. Viewers were nearing ecstasy, engaged in fervent discussions. Incredible effects, worth at least 500. Haotian technology certainly had the means to impress. The martial arts depicted here, the fervor of battles reminiscent of a bygone era, combined with the opulence of modest origins, was simply mesmerizing. Yet, one might ponder, where were the credits for the production team and voice actors? Why concern oneself with such details? Haotian technology has acquired the rights outright and chooses not to disclose them. Dissatisfied with the discourse on the video platform, viewers flock to forums and various other platforms, engaging in discussions within their respective circles. Within 2 days, Asking Heaven had gone viral, and Haotian Technology's video website thrived as well, with everyone raving about the anime, proclaiming its excellence. There was not a single detractor in sight. In truth, after viewing the content, no flaws could be discerned. Before any dissenting opinions emerged on other video platforms, Haotian Video Network was destined to receive unanimous acclaim. Chapter 106, Lacking funds and resources, new ideas. The following day, Ma Mingyuan strode into the company with an air of triumph, as if floating on a cloud. Regrettably, the staff at Haotian Technology were preoccupied with their tasks. He found no one to share in his victory. Unable to contain himself, Ma Mingyuan composed his thoughts. This was Haotian Technology, and their modest achievements seemed trivial in the presence of the seasoned veterans. Having come to this realization, he promptly gathered the animation team for a meeting to finalize the 2 episodes for the day. Qin Haotian, however, was not present at the office, having arrived at the construction site early alongside Lin Shushua. Mr. Qin, the overall strategy outlined by General Fong is as follows. Qin Haotian feigned a cough, aware that Lin Shushua had briefed him on this matter the previous evening, though he had not taken it seriously, much to the young lady's chagrin. She glared at him with wide eyes, clearly exasperated. Qin Haotian felt a twinge of anxiety. Why did this girl always seem to be in a temper? As the boss, he had many responsibilities, which naturally affected his memory. Wasn't this precisely the role of an assistant? He refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead feigning interest. Overall, it appears satisfactory. Shushua, I'll provide you with a preliminary scope. Once the site is leveled, we should commence the construction of the factory. There's no rush regarding the headquarters for now. Lin Shushua responded with a soft "oh," remaining silent but astonished. General Fong's insights were remarkably astute. Constructing the factory would indeed necessitate a batch of equipment. Clearly, these experienced individuals should not be underestimated. Understood, Mr. Qin. Please send me the details, and I will reach out to the construction team. Qin Haotian did not respond. By the way, have the quotations been finalized? How much is Fong Peng dispersed? Lin Shushue cleared her throat. General Fong has allocated 1 billion. Qin Haotian merely gestured for her to proceed with her tasks, his gaze lingering on the dust-filled construction site, thoughtfully stroking his chin. At this rate, my upcoming plans should materialize swiftly. Once we produce 2 finished products, I intend to venture overseas. Over there, Bubble cannot manage everything. I need to upgrade the server. Although referred to as a server, it was essentially a specialized computer, and to Qin Haotian, such matters were of little consequence. Ruan Haotian. Yes, Mr. Qin. I will allocate 10 billion for you to recruit a contingent of retired military personnel to train as the company's security. Understood. Ruan Haotian was elated, striving to suppress his visible excitement. Receiving such a task from Mr. Qin signified his appreciation. Additionally, reach out to trustworthy contacts to find a group of younger ruffians. Ruan Haotian was taken aback. What need was there for ruffians? Qin Haotian himself felt conflicted. While retired soldiers were undoubtedly the most suitable choice, the prospect of confronting the Dragon Nation was daunting, and the risk of an accidental skirmish loomed ominously. Soldiers from the Dragon Nation would not engage in such activities for mere monetary gain, especially against their homeland. General Qin, I have yet to encounter any trustworthy individuals. After some hesitation, Ruan Haotian spoke candidly. He could not simply agree without the capacity to fulfill that promise, thereby disappointing General Qin. Qin Haotian bore no resentment towards Ruan Haotian, though the matter was not executed flawlessly, it was approached with prudence. Haotian, do you recall what I previously conveyed to you? Ruan Haotian nodded decisively. Currently, whenever he found a moment, he dedicated himself to training. According to General Qin's vision, they would eventually venture overseas to establish a security company. This implied that combat would be inevitable, and he naturally needed to be well prepared to avert any unforeseen complications. He understood the principle of sweating more in training to bleed less in battle. Let us first enlist a portion of retired military personnel. You and Lin Shuxiue can deliberate on this matter and then reach out to Secretary Chen. It should pose no significant issue. The wages can be slightly elevated. In accordance with military standards, Qin Haoyan gestured towards an open area. At that time, we can arrange some temporary activity shelters for training. And once the company's factory takes shape, we shall commence our operations immediately. Understood. Your responsibilities are substantial. You must also select a portion of individuals, ensuring they are unencumbered and can be cultivated into loyal members who will then accompany us abroad. I've come across a location where a vast island is for sale, with complete ownership rights. We can purchase it and establish it as our base. Ruan Haoyan hesitated, but Qin Haoyan reassured him. You need not worry about weapons or transportation. I have means to address those. Just focus on training. He smiled lightly. Do not forget, I am a genius. I can fabricate those items myself. Understood. I shall take my leave then, General Qin. As for your end, rest assured, there shall be no issues here. Before you arrived, I managed quite well on my own. Ruan Haoyan nodded and hurried towards Lin Shuxiue. Qin Haoyan observed Ruan Haoyan's retreating figure, his mind preoccupied with other matters. He had learned that the asking price was 60 billion euros, a sum far more valuable than the lighthouse currency. The revenues of Haotian technology simply could not support such an expense. It was not merely a matter of Haotian technology. The island must be acquired under his personal identity. And even then, it was advisable to maintain discretion. This location was envisioned as a base for combat personnel and the production of various high-tech weaponry, necessitating utmost secrecy regarding his identity. Money, he was in desperate need of it. Qin Haotian rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. It wasn't solely the island's cost. The subsequent research endeavors would similarly require substantial resources. Quantum computing was imperative, as they needed to develop quantum calculations. Qin Haotian mused absently. In this regard, Pao Pao could assist him in gathering information, yet offered little more than that. Everything relied on his own efforts. To break the deadlock, they required quantum computers and the upgrade of Pao Pao into a genuine artificial intelligence. The entire process would demand considerable time, of which he could scarcely afford to wait. Given this situation, the company undeniably needed increased funding. With Huang Weiyang managing the entertainment sector, he realized he must delve into industrial ventures. Gazing upon the litter-strewn construction site, ideas began to form in his mind. What does research necessitate? Money. No, scientific research necessitates resources, diverse and multifaceted resources. However, some resources cannot be procured even with financial means. Yet, if one were to collect them, refuse. By utilizing and recycling waste, one can amass wealth while simultaneously gathering resources. Presently, the most effective methods for waste management worldwide are incineration and landfilling. This treasure remains untapped by anyone. Should one devise a solution, it could yield substantial profits and amass considerable resources. Qin Haoyan's eyes sparkled with ambition. However, recycling waste is fraught with complications. The decomposition of organic and inorganic matter requires entirely different approaches: filtration, categorization, and subsequent processing in batches. Qin Haotian contemplated this with a sigh. Organic matter could be explored through various enzymes, bacteria, and microorganisms, while inorganic materials might be addressed using polymer or low molecular wave instruments. His mind raced with possibilities. Chapter 107. Acquiring a lithium battery factory. He possessed knowledge of technologies that far surpassed the current capabilities of Water Blue Star. Given resources and time, he could realize them all. Taking a deep breath, Qin Haotian opened the car door and entered. Bubble. Notify Fangping to procure a biological laboratory and hire several biological researchers. Understood, came the reply. Qin Haotian pondered deeply. This endeavor must progress concurrently. Meticulous research is essential. Yet biological studies do not yield results overnight. Similarly, he must also investigate other avenues. Batteries. Next, he would focus on batteries. Currently, batteries represent his optimal entry point. They pose minimal threat to him while offering substantial returns, without consuming excessive time or significantly impacting his future development plans. The limitations of lithium batteries are apparent. No matter how they evolve, they will not pose a considerable threat to him. Once profits are secured, he can initiate small-scale research into quantum computing technology, followed by intelligent CNC machine tools. Qin Haoyan recognized that the ideal developmental trajectory is to first innovate intelligent CNC machine tools supported by quantum computing, then delve into specific technologies. Machine tools are the cornerstone of contemporary society, All industrial products originate from CNC machine tools. However, he would not publicize this product. Rather, he intends to keep it concealed. Researching it now would demand substantial capital, hindering company growth and subsequently impacting his future endeavors. Yet, should he succeed in developing lithium batteries with significantly enhanced energy density, it would be a boon for them at present. Production may face certain constraints, yet it would generate substantial funds that could be reinvested overseas. As for quantum computing, he would not employ current materials such as hexagonal boron nitride, uranium diselenide, or even graphene in the fabrication of quantum computers. Instead, he would directly create diamond semiconductors, etching them into chips, circumventing the need for photolithography and directly manufacturing the required chips. This synthetic diamond material is remarkably affordable. Through chemical vapor deposition using methane, one can procure a significant quantity of diamonds. The corresponding technical data resides firmly in his mind, rendering the task manageable for him. Regarding lithium batteries, compared to the graphene solid-state batteries that occupy his thoughts, they hardly seem impressive. Once these two technologies emerge, combined with carbon nanotubes for the chassis, they could potentially overshadow the military capabilities of the entire planet. Naturally, if one intends to sell, it would be advantageous to market soon-to-be obsolete products, maintaining an absolute advantage. A common practice in military affairs. On this side, Fong Ping was tirelessly negotiating with various manufacturers to procure industrial mother machines and some outdated equipment. When he received a message from Qin Haoyan, he was taken aback. What was going on? Just as he asserted that it was impossible for him to switch fields to biotechnology, this happened? My boss, please pay some attention to this, if this continues. It could lead to dire consequences. Ignoring the others, Fong Ping promptly called Qin Haoyan. Do not ask questions, simply do as I request. These two matters are of utmost urgency. Just secure them, regardless of quality. Fong Ping felt helpless when the boss spoke. He had no room to argue and could only rush to resolve the issue, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Indeed, many lithium battery factories have gone bankrupt. But among the multitude of large global companies, how many have achieved tangible results? What was their aim in diving into this? Would they succeed? Fong Ping was uncertain. As long as this company existed, Qin Haoyan could swiftly produce a finished product using the laboratory. After careful consideration, Fong Ping ultimately chose a lithium battery manufacturer located 14 kilometers away in the Northern District South Industrial Park. However, even preliminary negotiations required 600 million in funding, which posed a significant burden for Haotian Technology. The company was experiencing rapid growth and required funds in every aspect. He felt they were spending far more than they were earning daily. Upon learning of the situation, Qin Haoyan informed Fong Ping and coordinated with the original owner. Swiftly securing the laboratory, he then immersed himself in the lab, delving into the latest lithium battery technology. The workers at the factory also received the news that a new owner would be taking over. They had halted external orders and only needed to complete their current batch. This lithium battery factory was merely an OEM, primarily producing batteries for toys, with little technological complexity and minuscule profits. However, these factors were not the workers' concern. With the factory ceasing orders, they could only work for another half month. Their basic salary was only 3,000 yuan, regardless of whether the new owner would pay. What could 3,000 yuan achieve? To attain higher income, they had to rely on overtime. Without orders, overtime was impossible. Would they simply starve? Moreover, with a new owner, would many be dismissed? What would they do then? Meanwhile, anxiety spread among the factory workers, some gathering to demand an explanation from the company. Fong Ping found himself in a similarly difficult position. The transition of a factory was not something that could be resolved in just a few days. The finance department of their company lacks auditing capabilities and must seek out a different auditing firm in the mountainous city to conduct asset evaluations and inventories for the company. Only upon completing these tasks can they ultimately finalize the contract and conclude the transaction. Fong Ping, unable to make independent decisions, reluctantly sought the assistance of Qin Haoyan. I am quite occupied, he remarked. My dear President Qin, I am aware of your busyness. It is as if you presume I have ample leisure. You seem to be juggling numerous tasks. Once this matter is settled, I must attend to the biological laboratory and recruit several researchers for it. The headquarters is also demanding my attention, with a plethora of company matters to address, alongside various other chaotic issues. Am I not busy? Fong Ping lamented heavily, yet continued to pull Qin Haoyan towards the conference room. Today, they were negotiating the acquisition of a factory. He could not comprehend why. Despite the company already constructing a headquarters and possessing a substantial plot of land for factory development, they still sought to purchase a soon-to-be bankrupt lithium battery factory. President Qin, your approval is imperative for today's affairs. I cannot make decisions alone. Qin Haoyan was quite displeased, as he was at a critical juncture in his experiments, only to be interrupted by financial concerns. Nonetheless, he conceded that money was indeed of great significance. However, the real challenge lay not in the finances alone, but in the subsequent arrangements for the entire factory, which constituted a more substantial concern. After extensive discussion, the company decided to refrain from taking on external debts or order payments. Qin Haoyan would only accept the entire factory and its equipment, with the personnel to be managed separately. They agreed upon a purchase price of 500 million. Once the negotiations concluded, the factory matters were no longer their concern, and Qin Haoyan once again immersed himself in the laboratory. Chapter 108. Just as the experiments commenced, Qin Haoyan faced an interruption. The space could scarcely be considered a laboratory. It was equipped with outdated and subpar apparatus. Fortunately, Qin Haoyan was capable of utilizing these experimental tools to develop superior lithium batteries, and he chose to disregard the inadequacies, focusing intently on his research. However, after 3 days, he found himself compelled to emerge once more, observing the throng of people gathered at the factory's entrance. Qin Haoyan's expression darkened. Stepping out of the building, he confronted over 300 employees with a grim demeanor. "What is it that you intend to do?" he inquired. "Humph. What do you mean by that? We ought to be the ones asking you," a voice retorted from the crowd. Scanning the faces surrounding him, Qin Haoyan recognized none. "Who are you?" he questioned. The leader of the group, a young man in his 20s, was flanked by individuals of similar age, followed by a cluster of middle-aged men. Some shrewd, others more naive. "It is of no concern to you who I am. What business do you have encircling the factory?" The youth scoffed. "Who do you think you are? Let me inform you, this factory belongs to us. We will not be dismissed with such a paltry sum. Damn that greedy show. We have a stake in the Changtian lithium battery factory. It cannot be sold off without our knowledge." The crowd erupted into a clamor. Qin Haoyan understood then that he was facing a group of insatiable individuals. Upon raising the alarm, he contemplated retreating. If those individuals were merely seeking a discussion or engaging in other matters, he might have remained indifferent. Yet, if they intended to threaten him, he was not one to be trifled with. To his surprise, upon uttering his words, the leading youth glared and launched a punch in his direction. "Who do you think you are? This is our factory. What do you think you are?" With a defiant attitude, he dared anyone to attempt to apprehend him. However, Ruinhod was not present, and Qnhod found himself unable to withstand such a multitude. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely in the face, leaving him bewildered. Throughout his life, he had never experienced such a beating. While he had indeed prioritized physical training, the overwhelming number of adversaries left him with no means of escape. He chose instead to shield his head and endure their relentless blows. The security personnel, noticing the escalating situation, hastily called the authorities. For a full 4 to 5 minutes, Qnhod bore the onslaught until 2 police vehicles arrived. Alighting from their cars, the officers were taken aback by the scene before them. With so many individuals involved, and what appeared to be a riot unfolding, they knew this incident would not go unnoticed within their jurisdiction. They would undoubtedly face reprimands, and if the situation escalated further, their positions could be at stake. Without delay, they rushed in, commanding the crowd to disperse. Upon separating the throng, they were met with the sight of Qnhod, bruised and battered, his body marked with the imprints of feet. His countenance transformed, realizing the severity of the beating. "Quickly, summon an ambulance. You all are not permitted to move. The area is under surveillance, and the factory's cameras are directed at the entrance. No one can escape." The domestic security forces of DL Ingu commanded great authority, swiftly subduing the ordinary civilians who dared not utter a word, obediently standing in place, aware that the multitude of cameras rendered any attempt at escape futile. The leading officer internally lamented the situation but maintained a stern exterior. This incident had escalated significantly. It was not the fault of the responding officers. Upon hearing of a brawl, they had rushed to the scene with utmost urgency. However, the factory's expansive area, combined with their distance from it, made their timely arrival of 3 to 4 minutes commendable. Given the density of personnel in the factory, real-time monitoring was unfeasible, which led to such a considerable oversight, resulting in nearly 200 people surrounding the premises. Not only had they encircled the area, but they also engaged in violence, indicating the severity of the matter. Should the victim refuse to let go of the situation, complications would undoubtedly arise. After careful consideration, the leader of the officers concluded that it would be impractical to apprehend the entire group. All right, if you have grievances, come here to register your statements. I will seek out the person in charge of the factory, and we will resolve this tomorrow. For now, those who engaged in the violence, step forward and accompany us to the station to provide clarity on the matter, discussing how to resolve this, including any necessary compensation and the formulation of a reconciliation agreement. The assailant was taken aback. The crowd had come seeking justice. As they attempted to enter the precinct, resistance immediately arose. Before anyone could speak, Qin Haoyan's cold voice resonated through the air. This matter cannot be dismissed so easily. Prepare to remain here. With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. What is the situation? Are you the police, or am I? The leader's expression darkened. Wasn't this just complicating their work? The specifics of this issue would need to be discussed back at the station. With so many people gathered, it was best to disperse. However, Qin Haoyan paid him no heed and directly dialed Fang Ping. Mr. Qin, I've been assaulted at the factory I'm in the process of purchasing. Who's your contact? What do you intend to do, young man? While violence is unacceptable, what is your plan? Are you seeking retaliation? Let me remind you. Wealth does not grant you the liberty to engage in unlawful or unethical actions. Qin Haoyan ignored the officer, glancing at his badge, which read Zhao Peng. He held no grudge. Such incidents were not uncommon in the Great Dragon Nation. Brawls and fights were frequent among the impetuous youth. While individuals may be rational, emotions can occasionally cloud judgment. Compared to other countries, the safety in the Great Dragon Nation was undeniably superior. However, this was merely theoretical when faced with personal involvement. The reality was far less tolerable. Seeing that Qin Haoyan remained silent, Zhao Peng found himself at a loss. A seasoned officer. He quickly discerned that Qin Haoyan exuded an aura that set him apart from the average citizen, which only heightened his concern. If it were an ordinary person, a monetary settlement and private resolution might suffice to conclude the matter. Yet, when dealing with someone of significant influence, complications could arise. Moreover, the fact that so many were gathered suggested this was no trivial issue. If it could be resolved easily, that would indeed be the most favorable outcome. Open the door. Where is your supervisor? Zhao Peng was eager to locate the factory manager to ascertain the situation before determining how to proceed. Of course, the two matters were distinct. The involvement of numerous individuals was one thing, while the act of violence was another. He inquired of the security personnel, who appeared equally bewildered. They were merely lowly guards, left to pass the time. After the mysterious buyers completed their transactions, the young man had been left in the laboratory, and they were entirely uninformed. Chapter 109. Unjust Treatment. Fang Ping speaks out, frustrated by the security department's response. Zhao Ping's impatience began to surface. With so many people present and only 4 of them, should trouble arise, they would be ill-equipped to intervene. Are you listening? This is a serious matter. Do you all wish to discuss this at the station? The security personnel shuffled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Internally, they lamented. They had no intention of doing so, yet they were utterly unaware of who was in charge of the factory. The only individual they could point to was the young man who had been assaulted at the entrance. Fortunately, Qin Haoyan interjected, I am the manager of this factory. Feel free to direct your questions to me. His tone was far from amiable. You must address matters with utmost transparency and integrity. The way you approach issues resembles the tendency to trivialize significant problems and dissolve minor ones. While this may be the norm in many regions of the Great Dragon Country, it certainly does not apply to Qin Haoyan. If this matter is not resolved satisfactorily, he will undoubtedly pursue it to the bitter end. Zhao Peng furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Qin Haoyan. The young man's youthfulness raised considerable doubt in Zhao's mind. If there are matters to be resolved, let us do so collectively. Young man, do not assume that a little wealth grants you the license to act as you please. This is a matter for either of us to manage. Zhao Peng spoke with evident displeasure. Throughout the years, he had encountered many defiant individuals, particularly those from affluent backgrounds, and he found them quite irksome. Though he could not afford to offend them, he felt entitled to voice his opinions within reasonable limits. Even if he were to prevail, he would face no repercussions. Qin Haoyan turned to face Zhao Peng. Indeed, there is little remarkable about being wealthy, but when one possesses an abundance of resources, it becomes significant. If I have not committed any wrongdoing, yet find myself unjustly targeted, you will soon understand the gravity of the situation. We operate by the rules. Thus, I kindly request your cooperation in addressing these incidents of violence. Those nearby were taken aback. Their captain seemed unusually bold today. How dare he make such assertions and label these events as brawls? While technically accurate, given that the situation remained unclear and all involved were indeed fighting, the harsh categorization could escalate the matter. Typically, their captain was a cautious individual. Today, he was acting quite out of character. Qin Haotian paid no heed to Zhao Peng's provocations. Pointing at his assailants, he declared, I assure you, those who have harmed me, regardless of the outcome, will not escape unscathed. Zhao Peng's expression darkened. What is this? Threatening others in my presence? You are courting trouble? Qin Haotian merely fell silent, waiting patiently. If they chose to leave, so be it. When the time came, they would be begging him to stay, and he would not be easily dismissed. Did they truly believe him to be a pushover? He had never intended to settle in Shanxing, and now he felt vindicated in that decision. Growing up in poverty, he had gained a clear perspective on many matters as an adult, yet he found himself powerless to change his circumstances. The trivial concerns of his youth, which once seemed monumental, no longer held any significance. After beginning to earn money in university and escaping that environment, the world around him transformed into a more harmonious place. As the saying goes, when you achieve success, you find yourself surrounded by good people. This was precisely the reality he faced. Suddenly confronted with such a situation, he wished to relish the privileges that came with his status, even as a means of subtly challenging Secretary Qin and his associates. He intended to convey the challenges they encountered in Shanxing. Please, enlighten us about the situation, he urged. Instantly, the others began to chatter excitedly. Qin Haotian remained silent, observing the unfolding drama without interjecting. The more the matter was elaborated upon, the more convoluted it became. He would refrain from speaking and allow the higher-ups to resolve it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng shot a fierce glare at Jiang Xing'an, realizing they were indeed a pack of greedy wolves. We will handle this matter back at the station, he stated resolutely. Today's events have undoubtedly witnessed an inappropriate response from you all. It is imperative to learn the art of rightful advocacy. At present, everyone must register, and you shall designate a representative. Subsequently, those who have engaged in violence, along with yourself, will accompany us to the station. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhao Peng initiated the registration process. There must be no concealment, for it is crucial to recognize the nature of our society today. Your inquiries will certainly yield results. To assemble and incite disturbance demonstrates considerable audacity. Why not pursue rightful advocacy instead? Zhao Peng scolded coldly before continuing with the registration. While the commotion ensued, Fang Peng received a call that sent shockwaves through his team. Their employer had been assaulted within the very factory they had purchased. Without a moment's hesitation, he urgently contacted Wan Haotian and swiftly reached out to Secretary Qin. However, Secretary Qin, devoted to the welfare of the people, was occupied with inspections in the district today. Upon hearing the news, he was understandably furious. Having made significant concessions and offered numerous benefits to retain Haotian technology, it was disheartening to witness the team repeatedly causing trouble. The founder of Haotian Technology had never been particularly keen on remaining in Shanxing, and a fit of anger could compel him to leave entirely, jeopardizing the future of their operations in the city. The establishment of their headquarters in Shanxing did not guarantee their permanence. If they became merely a shell, relocating their primary operations elsewhere would sever tax revenues and development from Shanxing. Such losses were simply unacceptable to Secretary Qin. What exactly is happening, Mr. Fang? Fang Peng's tone was equally irate. Our general manager, Qin, has acquired a lithium battery manufacturing facility, and we had reached an agreement with the previous owner. The contract was signed, and General Manager Qin has been engaged in the battery lab there. Just moments ago, I received a call from him stating he was assaulted right within our factory premises, which are located in the northern district. Fang Peng's voice grew increasingly agitated. I heard the sounds of many people and sirens. Secretary Qin, I must assert that General Manager Qin's call surely pertains to more than just an assault. If the law were to be impartially enforced, he would not have contacted me. Of course, I firmly believe that General Manager Qin would not engage in any unlawful activities, yet this matter remains unresolved. We do not seek to exert power over the weak or display bravado. We merely require a fair and just evaluation. I have already arranged for General Manager Qin's bodyguard to accompany some security personnel to the site, and our legal team will follow suit. This incident will certainly be disclosed to the public, as I trust the surveillance cameras in our factory will provide clarity. Secretary Qin felt a throbbing headache. He knew that Fang Peng's call was unlikely to herald good news. Haotian technology personnel had always exhibited a certain arrogance. As long as actions were legitimate and aligned with standard business practices, they tended to disregard him entirely. Their strength afforded them such confidence. Fong Peng, disregarding Secretary Chen's sentiments, continued, should you succumb to any overt or covert pressures or biases leading to unjust conclusions, we at Haotian Technology will pursue this matter to its fullest extent. Once during this period, if our general manager Chen encounters grievances and unfair treatment, we shall undoubtedly reserve the right to seek accountability. I wish for you, Secretary Chen, to be aware of this matter. Thus, I inform you that although Haotian Technology may not be large, we are not to be trifled with. If necessary, we will completely withdraw from the domestic market. Chapter 110. You all must enter. Fong Peng's tone was exceedingly harsh, bordering on fury. As he continued, perhaps sensing the inappropriateness of his tone, his voice softened. Secretary Chen, you must understand that General Manager Chen has long been reluctant to settle in Shanxing. It was only through my and General Huang's persistent persuasion that we have reached this point. If we were to engage in illegal activities, we would accept the consequences. However, should anyone attempt to tarnish our reputation or deliberately conspire against us, we will not let it slide easily. Upon concluding the call, Fong Peng felt his heart racing. He was astonished that he had dared to express such indignation towards a local official, even with a hint of threat. To be frank, it reflects well on Secretary Chen's dedication to the public. Had a more corrupt official been in his place, merely uttering that statement could have led to dire repercussions. Furthermore, Secretary Chen genuinely prioritizes the welfare of the people of Shanxing, having never taken a single cent for himself, always considering their best interests. He knew he should not have spoken so harshly, yet the thought of his boss being assaulted at the factory ignited a sense of urgency within him. If word of this got out, it would be a significant embarrassment. Thus, he could not afford to ponder the situation for long. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Peng hastily delegated some tasks and rushed towards the factory, determined to resolve this issue. Meanwhile, Qin Haotian remained resolute, as many began to register their presence. The Northern District also received calls, not only relaying information, but with individuals en route to this location. Zhao Peng, after receiving a call, was left bewildered following a barrage of reprimands. He understood that since Qin Haotian was able to purchase the entire factory, there must be substantial backing and strength behind him. Yet, how could the director have received such a scolding from the city's top leader? Was it truly that exaggerated? Director, there are over 200 individuals gathering here. So what if they are gathering? What does that concern them? The director was not naive. The fact that this matter had reached the upper echelons indicated it was far from ordinary. If it were simply a couple of individuals, it would not warrant such high-level attention. The ability to have Secretary Chen intervene meant that the higher-ups were likely acquainted with each other. After being chastised, Zhao Peng promptly began to review the documents. However, as they had only taken over recently, they had not yet gathered substantial information. Though he was acutely aware of the situation's gravity, the workers had just transitioned from the previous owner. What did that have to do with them? Zhao Peng, we must operate with evidence. But Director, isn't this precisely what we are doing, gathering evidence? How are you handling this? I must inform you. This matter is being taken very seriously. Secretary Chen has issued directives. If you act foolishly, do not say I did not caution you. If this matter is not resolved adequately, not only will you lose your position, but our entire department will face a reckoning. You should be aware of the repercussions, correct? Zhao Peng cast a sidelong glance at Qin Haotian, his expression decidedly grim. He felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. The officers who had accompanied him were still busy with their tasks, yet he could sense no trace of dignity remaining. He understood all too well that after this incident, his career would be over, no further elaboration needed. Frustration mounted within him, yet he dared not unleash his ire upon Qin Haotian. The formidable presence of Qin Haotian was palpable. Upon witnessing Zhao Peng's distress, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The recent phone call had likely been a pressure tactic from above, one that Zhao Peng could hardly withstand. A soft chuckle escaped Qin Haotian's lips. What is so amusing? Zhao Peng, now furious, lost his composure entirely. Everyone around them stood in stunned silence. Those who had taken action looked on with malicious glee, eager for Qin Haotian to become ensnared in a predicament, thus sparing them from his scrutiny. Qin Haotian maintained a smile, his scrutinizing gaze appraising Zhao Peng from head to toe. TSK, someone like you occupying this position poses a threat to safety. Therefore, it would be best for you to step down, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Peng's countenance darkened to a shade of utter despair. Although he had anticipated this possibility, Qin Haoyan's words struck a nerve. Who do you think you are to dictate such terms? Qin Haoyan extended a single finger. What do you mean? You have 1 day to resign. Otherwise, I shall relinquish my factory. Do you believe me? Zhao Peng was momentarily taken aback, his fury dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread as he stared at Qin Haoyan. The panic in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He recognized that a single phone call could prompt the city's top officials to intervene, and he was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the man before him. The crux of the matter lay in his own selfish motivations. Qin Haoyan was not engaged in any unlawful behavior, yet the resolution of this issue rested in his hands, whether it was a matter of self-defense or instigating trouble. The characterization hinged upon the witnesses present. Those in attendance had discreetly begun recording the entire scene on their smartphones, worried about potential repercussions, and had hastily uploaded the footage, fearing that the police might demand its deletion. Some individuals even commenced live broadcasting, sharing the unfolding drama with a wider audience. As Qin Haoyan's words spread, they gained momentum, escalating in significance. Enduring excruciating pain, with bruises adorning his face, Qin Haoyan sat on the ground. I wonder if you have the audacity to erase the body camera footage. After all, there are several witnesses here, and I trust you lack the authority to do so, even if you dared to delete the footage. The cameras in my factory are fixed on the entrance. You and this rowdy group cannot escape. At least 7 days of accountability await you. As for those who resorted to violence, I do not seek their financial ruin. I would willingly forsake my multi-billion-dollar fortune. Qin Haoyan exhibited no concern, continuing to deliver his threats. Most of these individuals were mere fools, being manipulated and attempting to extort money. By the way, their actions amount to extortion. Though it may be deemed unsuccessful, with the right legal counsel, they could be facing a minimum of 3 months in prison. Another officer, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected. Sir, the matter has not yet been conclusively determined. You cannot indiscriminately assign blame to them. Qin Haoyan raised his phone and dialed Fong Peng once more. This time, everyone remained still, watching in silence. It was indeed audacious of Qin Haoyan to speak such words in front of the police vehicle. No one was foolish here. Upon dialing, he immediately switched to speaker mode. President Qin, are you all right? I'm on my way there now, and Wan Haotian is bringing the security team as well. Please ensure your safety and find a place to hide. I've already contacted Secretary Chun and informed him of the situation. He is quite furious and has stated he will send people to resolve this. However, he is currently in the district and needs a bit more time. He has also reached out to the district chief in the north, who is sending personnel over. Fong Ping, unaware of the reason behind Qin Haoyan's call, did not hesitate to explain. President Qin, these individuals are utterly lawless. Haven't the police already arrived there? Did they fail to protect you? Our company will certainly hold those responsible accountable. We will arrange for lawyers to pursue legal action against the local precinct. These people are beyond despicable. What business do they have attacking the factory and assaulting you? This matter cannot be overlooked, no matter the circumstances. Chapter 111. Let it out. The whole network will know Fong Peng's voice, filled with resentment, resonated clearly through the phone, gathering a crowd to create turmoil, assaulting, extortion, and unjust law enforcement. We will arrange for the best lawyers. Our legal department has not yet handled such significant cases. Has Huang Weiyang come with you? Have him start addressing this matter and reach out to the best and most prestigious law firms in Shanxing. I will not let a single one of these individuals escape, including the law enforcement personnel involved. Qin Haoyan's voice carried a chilling tone. Oh my God, President Qin, you should just yield for now. Wait until the security team or the personnel from the northern district arrive. You must remain unharmed. They outnumber you. Stay inside the factory and lock the doors. We will be there shortly. There's a bit of traffic, damn it. Fong Peng could not help but curse. It's all right. I've already sustained serious injuries. What? Fong Peng's sharp voice came through the receiver. Not that I'm severely injured, but my plans have been disrupted. My experiments will undoubtedly be delayed for at least a week. Given our company's revenue and future projections, these losses will require auditing, accounting, and legal follow-up. I want them to be utterly ruined, and at least incarcerated for 3 months. As for those who assaulted me, Qin Haoyan's words dripped with malevolence, echoing in everyone's ears, sending shivers down their spines and raising goosebumps. Some individuals were live-streaming and dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, those in the live stream were in an uproar. Wow, this sounds quite serious. Serious, my foot. It's merely the privilege of the wealthy, bullying the poor. We must assist the impoverished. Clearly, it's a greedy employer, possibly withholding wages. Some online users were in a frenzy. Unbeknownst to them, the employees of Haotian Technology had already taken note of this scene and rushed to report it. Seeing their anxious boss on screen, the lawyers urgently entered the live broadcast room to commence recording. All of this constitutes evidence. When the owner of his own company personally intervenes to provide them with copies, one must seize the opportunity, otherwise it would be foolish. Just after Fong Peng hung up the phone, he was contacted by the company headquarters, inquiring about the next steps. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Peng decided to make the information public. While this approach may lack integrity, it presents a prime opportunity to exert pressure on the mountain city. The relationship between the company and the authorities may suffer to some extent, yet with the substantial financial investment at stake, Mountain City will neither dare to protest nor challenge. Furthermore, this situation originated from errors within the Mountain City system, resulting in a series of complications. Had there been adherence to the law, such circumstances would never have arisen. This strategic move could potentially create significant upheaval. It also serves as a protective measure to prevent others from perceiving Haotian Technology as an easy target. After all, it is a company with an annual revenue reaching 200 billion, established in less than a year. Fong Peng was unaware of the dealings between Qin Haotian and Mark Zuckerberg, but the company's profits were undeniable. Not only Mountain City, but even leaders of major cities across the nation would treat them with utmost respect. The reason is simple. Haotian Technology is still in its nascent phase, and no one can predict how formidable it will become in the future. However, Fong Peng understands that the company's ambitions transcend mere internet software. Under the strategic vision of President Qin, the entertainment sector, valued in the trillions, remains unqualified to penetrate the core of the Haotian system. The company's aggressive investment and expansion validate Fong Peng's vision. He is well aware of the future plans of Haotian Technology, which empowers him to act with decisiveness and clarity. Currently, there are no intentions to tighten their financial belt, but they are undoubtedly bolder than before. This is not due to any relaxation regarding finances on Fong Peng's part, but rather the overwhelming cash flow within Haotian Technology. Many investments in infrastructure are inevitable. He is meticulous in his approach, unwilling to quibble over trivial amounts. Thus, Fong Peng possesses the confidence to challenge anything unreasonable or unjust. If you are dissatisfied, then hold your grievances. Our company, with its massive scale, has not engaged in any underhanded dealings, so how can we indulge you? This encapsulates Fong Peng's current mindset. As for the potential negative impact of this situation on Mountain City, it is entirely outside his realm of concern. On the contrary, the more attention this matter garners, the more favorable the public response will be to its transparent handling. Regarding President Qin's assertion about imprisoning all involved, he feels no pressure. Times have changed. Wrongdoings must be met with consequences. Haotian Technology has committed no offenses. As for the possibility that such actions might incite the weak to unite against Haotian Technology, he remains unfazed. Even at its current size, at least 60% of internet users express disdain for Haotian Technology. As long as there is no slander, one is free to criticize. Should I exhibit fear, it would mean your victory. My indifference will be the final word. This can be considered a manifestation of the audacity cultivated by Haotian Technology throughout its growth. Although they fall slightly short compared to their rival, Penguin, there is little for them to be concerned about. Upon receiving instructions from Fong Peng, the proactive public relations department swiftly issued a vehement statement. The conclusion of the statement prominently emphasized that Haotian Technology would hold accountable the several hundred individuals present, proceeding with legal appeals in strict accordance with the laws and regulations. This includes an appeal against the unjust actions of the local security office in the northern district of the Mountain City. The announcement sent ripples through the community, and Haotian Technology has consistently utilized their official website and novel platforms for such communications, now adding a video network to the mix. This development was quickly disseminated among Haotian's fan base. The enigmatic leader of Haotian remained shrouded in mystery, with scant information and photographs circulating online. Yet, in this age of information, even limited details can be pieced together. Some individuals, following clues, managed to locate Qin Haotian's live streaming room. The individual currently broadcasting was taken aback. While Qin Haotian was on the phone, he and his associates were anxiously pondering their next steps, seeking assistance from online users when suddenly, thousands of viewers flocked to the live stream. The numbers surged by the second. The young streamer, who was also a fan of Haotian, found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of unexpected events. Had it not been for this incident, he might have seen the announcement out of curiosity. Now, however, he was caught in the eye of the storm, grappling with his own safety. as he observed the barrage of comments and messages scrolling across the screen. The young streamer was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Did we just storm Houyan Technologies' factory and confront their founder?" This statement escalated the situation further. Viewers began to inquire about the unfolding events. Initially, those who tuned in were unaware of the circumstances, only hearing Qin Houyan's audacious claim to arrest everyone, with the majority condemning him. As the numbers swelled, the pursuit of truth intensified. The young streamer, who had already registered, noticed the influx of questions and the virtual gifts flying in, prompting him to reveal everything. "Goodness, you all lack humanity. Houyan Technology acquired the factory. Dismiss the original employees. How is this Houyan Technology's fault? If you have the ability, go find the owner." The young man expressed his frustration, lamenting that they had no idea where the original factory owner was and could only block the premises. How ridiculous! Blocking the factory. And now Houyan Technology's owner seeks accountability. You all better prepare for what's coming. As panic set in, he exclaimed, "What should we do? I didn't know he was the owner. Who can come up with a solution? If they really come after us, what will happen?" Meanwhile, the online audience dismissed the young man's anxieties, exuberantly venting in the comments. "Congratulations to the boss on securing a national position in 7 days. 7 days? I hadn't heard of an announcement. This severely impacts company development. If Houyan Technology takes action, these individuals are looking at a minimum of 3 months. Come on. Houyan Technology is just a sham company looking to exploit this situation." Sham. Which asylum did the person above escape from? You have tasked the prominent enterprises to retrieve 3 billion lighthouse coins each month. If Houyan Technology is deemed inferior, what does that make our nation's other internet companies? Parasites? It is laughable that there exist advocates for Houyan. On what grounds can they compare it to domestic internet giants? Houyan Technology is indeed a subpar enterprise, notorious for infringing upon user data. What absurdity is this? What could such a worthless entity possibly steal from you? Perhaps the adult films on your computer or the nonsense in your mind. It is utterly amusing. Enough of this noise. I believe Houyan Technology's actions in this matter are indefensible, and they ought to compensate for their misdeeds. Compensate you? What relation do they have to Houyan Technology? Why not demand compensation from them instead? It is laughable. Does one resort to personal attacks without reason? How does this not relate to Houyan Technology? They are the ones who acquired the factory. Indeed, the internet is rife with fools. What connection does this have to Houyan Technology? They are the proprietors who purchased the premises. The previous factory had dismissed those workers, which prompted their relocation to Houyan. Why would these workers seek out Houyan Technology? If they felt wronged, should they not approach their former employer? Seeking Houyan Technology is akin to treating them as fools. The online community has split into 3 factions, engaging in a heated exchange. Within Houyan Technology, the legal and public relations departments are monitoring the entire live stream. After watching, everyone is somewhat bewildered. What shall we do? Qin Dong from the legal department gazes at Qin Ming from public relations. After a moment of contemplation, the public relations department suggests, "Let us document this and discuss it further upon General Fong's return." Qin Dong smiles wryly. "We are the ones tasked with resolving issues. The company is already in a good position. We must identify the problems and propose solutions. If we leave it to General Fong and it remains unresolved, we shall surely face reproach." Qin Ming ponders, presenting 2 options, a list to be made public. Qin Dong shakes his head decisively. Publicizing it would serve no purpose for the netizens. "I have an immature suggestion, albeit it may infringe on others' privacy," Qin Dong expresses, visibly troubled. Yet Qin Ming grins. "What?" Qin Ming chuckles for a moment before ceasing. "This is what they say. When others accuse you, you must possess something to defend yourself, right?" Qin Dong, after careful consideration, cannot help but smile. Indeed, there is a certain logic to that. Qin Ming rolls his eyes. "Nonsense. Let us proceed with this proposal." Qin Dong beams at Qin Ming. "Shall we present it to General Fong? Is that not a redundant question? Do you think this proposal will gain approval from General Fong? Perhaps we should submit it directly to General Qin to avoid displeasing General Fong." Qin Ming scrutinizes Qin Dong's scheming demeanor. "You, my friend, our company is not one to engage in such convoluted maneuvers. How about we entrust it to Secretary Huang Ye or Minister Han Ting?" The 2 share a sly grin. They joined later, their qualifications not particularly high, their abilities no greater than those of ordinary employees. They merely caught a stroke of luck, excelling in certain tasks and catching the eye of superiors. This is how they became ministers. Huang Ye and Han Ting, however, are different. They have the ear of the heavens. If the two of them submit this report, based on their understanding of General Qin, they might indeed undertake such an action. At that moment, General Fong would find himself at a loss for words. They too have their excuses. Your side has been away on business, leaving the issues unresolved. And we can only submit our concerns to Secretary Qin. A flawless justification, as Fong Peng finds himself at a loss for any counterarguments. Very well. I shall now seek out the technical department to pursue this matter and document the findings. The public, in their scorn for Haotian technology, remains blissfully unaware of the consequences of their words, not realizing that a fleeting thought from someone could lead to their profound regret in the future. Did you not accuse me of infringing upon user privacy? Indeed, I have done so. Not only have I breached user confidentiality, but I have also made it public, thereby sealing your fate and rendering you incapable of utilizing Haotian Technology's products. Let us set aside the company's affairs for the moment. At the original Changtian factory, Yuan Haotian has arrived with a contingent of over 20 retired soldiers, exuding an imposing presence as they effectively isolate the inspectors and onlookers. Mr. Qin, my apologies. It is my fault, Yuan Haotian interjected, a look of remorse etched upon his face. Qin Haotian shook his head and patted Yuan Haotian's waist. Help me up. Yuan Haotian then turned to respectfully assist Qin Haotian to his feet. Qin Haotian surveyed the crowd, declaring, "Let us proceed inside." Wait. The matter here remains unresolved. You cannot leave. Please cooperate with our investigation, Yuan Haotian retorted, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Peng as he assisted Qin Haotian toward the exit. He bellowed at the security personnel, "You imbeciles, open the door for me at once. Get out of my way and tread carefully in the future." The security guard's expression soured instantly. "On what grounds are you dismissing me? Pay me my wages and compensate me." Yuan Haotian was taken aback, then erupted in fury. These scoundrels, cowering before outsiders yet bold enough to assert their authority internally. Just as he prepared to issue a threat, Qin Haotian intervened. His demeanor cold as he regarded the security guards. "When Manager Fong arrives, he will ensure you receive your due payment. We are merely taking over. It will not be long." "Nonsense. I have worked at Changtian factory for a considerable time. You think a few days' wages will suffice to send me off?" Yuan Haotian's anger intensified, one hand steadying Qin Haotian while the other struck the iron gate. "I fear you may have the means to take it, but not the means to spend it. This is being broadcast live." Upon hearing this, the entire live audience gasped in shock. Can such words be uttered? And before the inspectors, no less. Zhao Peng clenched his teeth, realizing he was likely doomed. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. "What are you doing? What do you intend? You are obstructing our investigation and speaking such words in our presence. Are you involved in organized crime? Arrest them all." Just as Zhao Peng finished speaking, another group of people arrived. Chapter 113. Things escalated, preparing to depart. The district inspector's expression darkened immediately. Despite countless warnings and attempts to communicate, this was the outcome? What is this? Are you trying to assert dominance here? You six are all suspended, awaiting internal investigation. This is being broadcast live. Most observers, including those watching the live stream, did not perceive Zhao Peng as being in the wrong. And even those affiliated with Qin Haotian shared this sentiment. Is this not excessive? The affluent behave this way. What can you impoverished individuals do but comply? I am aware that this is the case in most places, but the blatant nature of it all is quite disheartening. The people of Shanxing are truly despicable. Nonsense. What is there to commend about your Hebei? Haha, we are not that sinister. It is laughable that a few grown men would drag a chair to assault a woman, causing minor injuries. How absurd. Regarding this incident, I too believe that Haotian Technology has overstepped its bounds. How could Haotian Technology act in such a manner? I shall never utilize their products again. Indeed, they are merely a subpar software company, yet they exhibit such audacity. Currently, not many are aware of the live broadcast taking place here. Director Wang from the Northern District squeezed in with a sycophantic smile, gazing at Qin Haotian. "Mr. Qin, are you all right?" Qin Haotian's cold gaze fixated on the director. Utterly repulsed by the prevailing circumstances, he yearned to extricate himself from this place swiftly. "What is your surname?" "Wang, Mr. Qin." Qin Haotian lifted his chin slightly, gesturing towards the surveillance monitors. "Director Wang, the cameras have been recording continuously to counter any claims of injustice or allegations of underhanded dealings on my part. Please activate the law enforcement recording devices and retrieve the footage from the factory's monitoring room, ensuring the data is preserved. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, it is quite acceptable. This is a serious incident, and our secretary has been informed," assigning our Northern District Bureau to handle it specifically. Qin Haotian paid no heed to the eager gaze of Director Wang. This factory was engaged by Haotian Technology a fortnight ago, assessed 5 days prior. And the contract was signed 3 days ago. The signed contract will serve as evidence. The condition of our acquisition was that, aside from the factory premises and equipment, all other personnel were to be disregarded. You may contact the former owner to request their cooperation in the investigation. Those who besieged and attacked our factory are employees of the previous establishment and have no affiliation with Haotian Technology. These security personnel, refusing to leave, are unlawfully occupying our factory. I kindly ask you, Director Wang, to assist in apprehending and removing them, considering we are law-abiding citizens. Furthermore, this group has exclusively targeted our factory and resorted to violence against our personnel. Mr. Qin, Director Wang implored, his gaze intense. Initially, this appears to be a dispute among the populace, but it subsequently involves internal matters. If this were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly be difficult to justify to the public. Qin Haotian dismissed his concerns entirely. Your law enforcement personnel arrived without discernment, attempting to tarnish my reputation. Expect a letter from my attorney regarding the law enforcement in your precinct, Director Wang. Our company will engage professional legal representation to pursue litigation against these individuals. We shall not entertain any private settlements. Given our company's current revenue and future endeavors, the losses incurred by these actions amount to hundreds of billions, which cannot be compensated. They should prepare for destitution and potential incarceration. Additionally, I maintain grave reservations about the security in Shanxing, as this has occurred multiple times. With that, Qin Haotian's words stirred a tempest, directly offending the entire city of Shanxing. He remained unfazed, resolute in his decision to recuperate and depart from Shanxing forthwith. All matters pertaining to Haotian Technology would be entrusted to Fangping for resolution. Even without developing subsequent products, the current industry is sufficient for Haotian Technology to prosper abundantly. Nevertheless, he intends to research improved lithium batteries and deliver them to Haotian Technology. This is, after all, the headquarters, allowing him the flexibility to return at any time. However, he has resolved not to manufacture this product in Shanxing. Trust is a fragile construct, easily shattered in an instant, no matter how commendable Secretary Chen may be. If the entire system falters, he will encounter insurmountable obstacles in his endeavors. He does not seek privileges, yet he does not wish to be constrained or oppressed by them. Such matters leave him devoid of any sense of security. Naturally, the most significant factor is his reluctance to continue this slow-paced existence. The environment of Shanxing truly vexes him. No, it is not merely Shanxing. The entire Great Dragon Nation, with its stringent restraints and bureaucratic mindset, stifles him. If there were more individuals like Secretary Chen, genuinely devoted to serving the people, it would be acceptable, but on a national scale, even 5 such figures would represent an extraordinary ratio. With substantial funds at his disposal, he could venture out and accomplish various endeavors. Outside, he would find himself with comparatively fewer constraints. In this regard, what may seem impulsive is, in fact, rather advantageous. He need not overly concern himself with developments domestically, as he could effortlessly establish a new venture abroad. For an ordinary person, the Great Dragon Nation is already a pinnacle nation akin to Water Blue Star. For the wealthy, however, the outside world is decidedly more appealing. Qin Haotian is acutely aware that many fail to grasp this. The foreign landscape is far more accommodating. Affluent individuals can nearly act upon their whims, provided they possess substantial wealth. In the relatively stable environment of the Great Dragon Nation, one can hardly earn a living unless they invest considerable effort into their pursuits. And venturing abroad offers little promise either. Regrettably, there are still numerous Na'vi individuals domestically, many of whom mistakenly consider themselves wealthy. Even if one possesses 100 million, it merely translates to a little over 10 million in lighthouse currency. Without control over production resources, what can one achieve abroad? Furthermore, very few possess 100 million in cash within the Great Dragon Nation. These are merely the musings of Qin Haotian. His spoken words carry no reservations, and the audience in the live stream perceives everything clearly. What? Haotian Technology has indeed faced considerable oppression from the authorities. I am aware. I recall that not long ago, numerous individuals from the Northern District came to seek out Haotian Technology, including representatives from industry, taxation, and fire safety departments. Is it truly that corrupt? It's laughable. Such corruption exists everywhere, even in Lighthouse Nation. Should Qin Haotian glimpse the barrage of comments in the live stream, he would undoubtedly find it quite peculiar. Just as he began to contemplate these matters, someone in the live stream brought them up. Is there such an uncanny synchronicity? Haotian technology is merely a worthless enterprise and ought to be boycotted. Yes, the vile capitalists, who would drive people to ruin, are truly unforgivable. We must assist those unfortunate souls. Let us collectively fund their legal representation. Fund your own nonsense, you pitiful fools. That group has committed offenses. Yet Haotian technology merely resorts to legal recourse without uttering a word. The situation was tumultuous, with fervent discussions echoing throughout the live broadcast. Qin Haotian, oblivious to the events unfolding, was preparing to enter the factory when a new group of individuals arrived. Fong Peng smoothly navigated through the crowd to stand before Qin Haotian. "Mr. Qin, are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? I can handle the rest," he inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Haotian concluded that it would indeed be best to take these individuals down and then head to the hospital. "You stay here to manage things. Wan Haotian will accompany me to the hospital. Have you found the law firm I asked for?" The atmosphere shifted palpably as those present realized that the owner of Haotian Technology was serious about engaging legal counsel. "Yes, Mr. Qin, rest assured. We will adhere to the law and ensure these individuals face justice," they affirmed. Qin Haotian nodded, urgency in his voice. "I have numerous matters to attend to, and time is of the essence. The research has reached a critical point. I do not trust these officials. You will accompany me inside, recording everything and reviewing the surveillance footage. After my hospital examination, as long as it does not hinder my subsequent experiments, I must return to the laboratory." Fong Ping was alarmed. "This is unacceptable. The priority now is your recovery, not that wretched laboratory," he insisted. Qin Haotian raised his hand to silence him. "The funding for our headquarters in Shanxing has been slashed from 6 billion lighthouse coins to 1 billion. I will not continue manufacturing in Shanxing. There is no need for further persuasion on this matter." His tone was icy, striking the others like a chilling blade. Wang Chang's face drained of color, his body giving way as he collapsed to the ground. In his jurisdiction, with his subordinates failing to perform their duties, an investment of 5 billion lighthouse coins had vanished, like a cooked duck flying away. Wang Chang was acutely aware of the implications of Qin Haotian's 6 billion lighthouse coin investment as a Tier 3 official. Now, that investment was lost. If Secretary Chun were to learn of this, he would surely face dire consequences. At the very least, the personnel sent from above would assure that matters were handled fairly. And even if he had issues, Secretary Chin would likely not pursue him. However, the problem lay in the fact that the enforcement personnel in this jurisdiction had not acted impartially, and there were evident biases in their workflow. For an ordinary individual, such a scenario might be understandable. But they were dealing with a burgeoning giant of a company that had achieved revenues in the hundreds of billions within a year of its inception. This company had not committed any wrongdoing, yet the stakes had escalated dramatically. The construction of the headquarters might have been a significant leverage point. But the subsequent statement regarding the cessation of manufacturing in Shanxi was the most devastating news of all. "Wait, Mr. Qin, please calm down. We will provide you with a satisfactory response," they pleaded. However, Qin Haotian showed no regard for their words, turning his back and departing under Wan Haotian's escort. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The mere mention of lighthouse coins, much less the staggering sum of 1 billion, was beyond their comprehension. Now, with the matter still unresolved, over 30 billion dragon coins had slipped away from Shanxing. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Haotian Technology has directly demanded the release of surveillance footage. This footage is to be viewed on-site, under multiple layers of supervision. This indicates that Haotian Technology is confident in its integrity, unafraid of scrutiny. And what of the local officials in Shanxing? This situation has become quite intriguing. "How impressive, Mr. Qin, your charisma is palpable. Come to our Pingsheng, where transparency and fairness reign supreme." "Nonsense, join us in Tinfu. We are neighbors sharing the same waters, and we guarantee you a warm welcome. When it comes to the business environment, who can surpass our Zhejiang province? You must come to us. The authorities unequivocally support all lawful enterprises. Upon your arrival, we shall provide the most professional, convenient, and efficient assistance. As it stands, no one is overseeing the unfortunate soul broadcasting live. Many are now reaching out to Haotian Technology. No one is naive. Having more super enterprises in one city brings numerous direct benefits and conveniences, not to mention the potential increase in public funds generated from taxes for infrastructure development. While many call for Haotian Technology to come to their cities, there are even more who harbor resentment towards them. Haotian Technology has minimal influence on the internet. Although their recent display of bravado has garnered attention, it has also led to widespread aversion, particularly among the common folk. who are appalled by Haotian technology's ruthlessness. Many individuals, even casual onlookers, disapprove of Mr. Chen's approach. It's amusing how quickly they have resorted to flattery. Indeed, Haotian technology seems to embody the spirit of the wealthy. Oblivious to the origins of their fortune, one might suggest a thorough investigation into their affairs. It is astounding to think that this is perceived as a land of opportunity, where wealth can dictate morality and actions. How can Haotian technology behave so oppressively towards the less fortunate? Chen Haotian was entirely unaware of the live broadcast until Fong Ping whispered in his ear. He halted his movements and turned to face the crowd. Our general manager has informed me that there are individuals broadcasting live, with viewership numbers reaching as high as 1 million. I make this statement clear. I will hold each of them accountable for the losses incurred, which will be assessed by designated personnel. Trust me. The damages resulting from just a few days' delay could bankrupt you all. Some claim I am unfeeling towards the poor. I assure you, I have not exploited the common people. All financial transactions are meticulously recorded within the company's accounts. This includes the origins of my initial capital and the taxes paid, with not a single detail overlooked. Should anyone wish to report me, feel free. The officials in Shanxing are welcome to investigate. Do you think they have not already done so? Due to a lack of filial respect, the local authorities had once sent various departments to scrutinize us. Do you think Haotian technology fears this? Chen Haotian showed no regard for decorum, openly exposing the dark side of the Shanxing officials in front of everyone. Fong Peng's expression shifted dramatically. In truth, in our great nation, which company of any significant size has not encountered such circumstances? Without some form of backing, one cannot navigate this landscape. However, one cannot voice such concerns openly. It would invite the officials to shut us down. Chen Haotian remained unfazed. If they wish to seal our operations, let them try. They cannot confine me for a lifetime. As long as you dare to act, I shall venture abroad the moment the opportunity arises. Since you choose to create chaos, do not blame him for being unkind. If Chen Haotian wishes, he can unveil numerous advanced technologies to swiftly counter your actions. Ignoring the anxious expression of Fong Peng, Chen Haotian continued. As for the individuals from Haotian technology, you may speak as you wish, but should you resort to slander, do not be surprised if we take action. Our legal department has been idly waiting for such an occasion. As for a private settlement, we have no need for it. Haotian technology is not lacking in funds. Those who claim that I am heartless due to my wealth will soon witness just how unmerciful I can be. You may attempt to challenge us. I believe many who have defamed Haotian technology are currently begging for mercy. However, let me assure you, there is no room for negotiation. The evidence is irrefutable. With that, Chen Haotian revealed a devilish smile. Chapter 115. Enhanced lithium battery. Furthermore, I am confident that our legal and public relations departments are also present in the live stream. Those who have slandered us should prepare for our pursuit. There is no rush. We have the financial means to take our time. Even without expanding our business, we could still outlast you. After speaking, Chen Haotian followed Wan Haotian towards a nearby vehicle. What? Are you officials and these troublesome individuals not sending anyone to the hospital to witness my examination results? Do not later come to me claiming I bribed the hospital to exaggerate the findings. With that, Chen Haotian disregarded the discontented expressions of most present and entered the car, departing with purpose. Wang Chang knew his position was precarious, cursing Zhao Peng and the others in his mind. These troublemakers had escalated the situation. He never anticipated that these fools would not confiscate their phones, even opting for a live broadcast. The situation in Shanxing was bound to deteriorate. The critical issue was that Chen Haotian was exceedingly audacious. The matter was indeed serious, but one could not articulate it thus. My heavens! Yet, Chen Haotian remained indifferent. Having already left, Wang Chang, undeterred, commanded, quickly, arrange for someone to follow, ensuring that the law enforcement recording device is activated at all times. Do not act foolishly. Enforce the law impartially and appropriately. What else could Wang Chang do? At this juncture, forcibly shutting down the live stream would lead others to accuse him of underhanded dealings. Thus, he was left with no choice but to demonstrate fair enforcement, remaining impartial. In this manner, he could at least have a plausible deniability, a scapegoat if necessary. It could only be said that a few bad apples had tainted the environment of Shanxing, while the higher-ups remained just and fair. Consequently, his position might still be salvaged. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly, regardless of the side they lean towards, there would be no escaping the fallout. Public sentiment is akin to a blade, boiling water. Yet, Chen Haotian is a cannonball, nay, a nuclear bomb. What choice remains? Thankfully, the general manager of Haotian Technology remained to address such matters. Otherwise, he would have had no tears left to shed. Dare to enforce the law with violence. That would be suicidal. Mr. Fong, look, Wang Chong remarked. Let us retrieve the surveillance footage. These individuals have merely impacted our company, whether you classify their actions as a public disturbance or issue other statements. It bears no relation to us. Regarding the security situation in this area and those individuals involved, we shall engage the services of top-tier legal counsel for assistance. Upon Qin Haotian's departure, Fong Ping's expression turned rather grim as well. Naturally, he would not undermine his employer, not to mention that their company, Haotian Technology, is commendable in its divisions and contributions. Despite their substantial investment in Shanxing, it is unjust for them to encounter such disturbances. The atmosphere in the live stream markedly shifted. Many participants, who typically engage in boisterous rhetoric online, retreated into silence upon learning that Haotian Technology's legal and public relations departments were gathering evidence. To embroil oneself in legal disputes would be decidedly unseemly. As for the group of foolish provocateurs, they merely sought entertainment, indifferent to the repercussions of their actions. The citizens of Shanxing felt a deep sense of discontent. This group of imbeciles had prompted a staggering investment of 5 billion lighthouse coins, leading to immeasurable subsequent losses. This was a genuine infringement upon the interests of the Shanxing populace. Had Haotian Technology truly established some manufacturing facilities, not only would job opportunities have increased, but the quality of life for many would have undoubtedly improved. Now, due to these foolish actions, everything has been lost. In this world, fools are still a minority. Many could easily discern the motivations behind this group's incursion. A simple assessment reveals no connection to Haotian Technology, even if one perceives unfairness. The grievance should be directed at the former employer, not at Haotian Technology's enterprise. The situation might not have escalated to this extent if they had not resorted to physical aggression against Haotian's CEO, who was justified in his indignation. If they had any sense of guilt, they would not have dared to threaten him publicly. Yet, he possesses the confidence to speak with such authority. Moreover, this cannot be deemed a threat. Through legal channels, they should prepare for the consequences. The lives of the citizens are significantly impacted, and they are deeply concerned. The people of Shanxing, known for their public spirit, expressed their outrage vehemently in the comments section, condemning and even cursing this group. A day later, Qin Haotian returned to the laboratory. The dramatic events had consumed far too much of his time, which was rather unfortunate. In Shanxing, Secretary Chen sought a personal meeting with Qin Haotian, but he refused to meet. After being assaulted, a few kind words would not suffice. Did they truly believe they wielded such influence? Were it not for financial constraints and the lack of timely technological advancements, he could have overthrown the entire Water Blue Star. In the external world, the storm surrounding Haotian Technology continued to escalate, and the company responded decisively by hiring premier legal representation. They even issued announcements at every turn, showing no reluctance to amplify the situation. For them, the greater the uproar, the better, as it would deter many from emerging to cause trouble. Having been on the brink of a breakthrough, Qin Haotian returned to the laboratory and hastened his experiments. Observing the final form of the materials, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. Next, we shall proceed to test the electrical and thermal properties of lithium materials, culminating in the overall construction plan. As for the electrolyte, it poses a bit of a challenge, yet it is not insurmountable. I do not seek to revolutionize. A modest breakthrough will suffice. Currently, the projected energy density is estimated to be 17 times that of the mainstream lithium batteries available on the market. The manufacturing process is simpler, the materials are more cost-effective, and the overall structural design is significantly safer. This advancement will propel the next wave of transformation. Regarding my subsequent endeavors, I shall require an array of high-tech instruments to investigate quantum computing. Based on my budget, a 23-qubit chip can only deliver 1 megaflop of computational power, which is insufficient to sustain the reform bubble. To facilitate the lateral migration of the bubble into quantum computing, a chip with at least 1 unit of computational power is essential. Only such hardware can drive the genuine upgrades needed to realize true artificial intelligence. Moreover, a sinister smile crept onto Qin Haotian's lips. Old Zuckerberg's willingness to pay such a steep price for the chat platform is undoubtedly influenced by the utilization of its plugins on Facebook, which greatly expands their commercial sector. Most importantly, there is the exclusive corporate agency and the initial promise to assist him in reclaiming a substantial portion of Facebook's shares. From the current perspective, Old Zuckerberg's outcome is quite favorable. Facebook has reached unprecedented heights, astonishingly achieving a market value of 100 trillion lighthouse coins, a feat unparalleled globally. The impact of the chat platform on social interaction and the global commercial landscape is indeed remarkable. Perhaps it is time to reach out to old Zuckerberg sooner than anticipated. Qin Haoyan relished the thought, taking delight in the unfolding drama. Should artificial intelligence be publicly announced, it would undoubtedly devastate Facebook's stock price. Coupled with the narrative of Facebook's breach of contract and the imposition of restrictions on the chat platform, whispers of potential collaborations with other enterprises would further exacerbate the situation. Thus, Facebook could plummet by at least tenfold. If the chat platform were to launch a social version with enhanced functionality, would Facebook not experience a catastrophic fall? This scenario would undoubtedly facilitate old Zuckerberg in acquiring substantial funding while seizing the opportunity to reclaim his shares. Nevertheless, I shall prioritize the development of this battery to generate significant profits, enabling the purchase of that small island. 600 billion euros is no trifling sum. Haotian Technology would have to forego sustenance for 2 years to afford it. However, with the advent of this battery, there is hope to resolve such financial dilemmas within 6 months. The question remains, where shall I apply it? One must not underestimate the 17-fold increase in battery energy density. Considering the original range of 300 kilometers for electric vehicles, this could extend to 500 kilometers. I am confident that no automotive manufacturer could resist such an enticing prospect. If applied to mobile phones, it would surely ignite a wave of device upgrades, resulting in substantial profits for the manufacturers. Qin Haotian engaged in the final stages of research and design, seeking a packaging method to produce the ultimate lithium battery. 3 days later, he gazed at a temporarily manufactured 1680 battery on the testing platform. It represents a modest breakthrough, a 17-fold increase in energy density, enhanced safety, and a 15% reduction in cost, certainly a positive development. Nevertheless, he did not rush into the safety testing of the battery. Testing a single battery is rather slow. It would be prudent to conduct tests on several batteries simultaneously and then reach out to Fangping. I am confident that this grand gesture will surely meet his expectations. As for the factory issue, he has clearly stated that he will not establish a plant in the mountain city, which leaves no room for negotiation. Regarding other regions, he currently lacks the bandwidth to explore them. Nevertheless, with a cost reduction of 15%, it would be entirely feasible to sell his type of battery at a price 30% higher than the typical market rate. Additionally, I must inform Huang Weiyan to get in touch with Jess and seek a location abroad. It is quite vexing. The Great Dragon Nation's restriction on foreign information is rather astute, cloaked in the guise of national protection, akin to the ancient policy of keeping the populace in ignorance. Qin Haoyan holds no particular opinion on this matter. Those in power will invariably fortify their authority and inevitability of governance. Yet, the age-old adage remains, no dynasty endures for 1,000 years. Consider the lighthouse nation, once the world's paramount power, now grappling with both internal and external crises. Precariously positioned on the edge of a precipice. However, traveling to the lighthouse nation is hardly practical, as for other locations. They either fall within the lighthouse nation's sphere of influence or that of the Great Dragon Nation, rendering them equally challenging. The island remains the most suitable option. Qin Haoyan muses repeatedly. This predicament complicates matters. I must procure a batch of raw materials and subsequently modify the production line, as the current setup does not align with the latest battery designs I have developed. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Qin Haoyan's mind races with thoughts. It seems I must familiarize myself with some international affairs, including information regarding land ownership and alliances. He chuckles bitterly, recognizing that this issue will certainly give Huang Weiyan a headache, while he himself can manage. After contacting Fangping and Huang Weiyan, Qin Haoyan re-enters the laboratory to continue producing additional batteries. Fangping arrives in a flurry, incessantly calling Qin Haoyan. After crafting a total of 5 batteries, Qin Haoyan leisurely steps out of the laboratory. My esteemed CEO, such a significant matter, and you remain so nonchalant, Fangping exclaims, his face a portrait of concern. Is it not a big deal? Is it not? Qin Haoyan retorts, casually holding a bag filled with the batteries. Do you truly think I asked you to acquire a battery factory for no reason? But, Fangping stammers. The recent negotiations with the officials have left him feeling overwhelmed. It is impossible to disregard the words of the higher-ups, and of course, he is also working to reduce the cost of the manufacturing headquarters. However, this represents a 17-fold increase, a 70% enhancement, not merely 5 or 10%. Fong Ping wishes to argue that even a 10% improvement would be a remarkable breakthrough. This is not a comparison with the subpar batteries produced by this company, but rather a benchmark against the finest electric vehicle batteries available in the market. Such a substantial advancement cannot be trivialized. All right, let us proceed with the battery testing. Testing? What are we testing? Qin Haoyan gazes at Fong Ping as if he were daft. What do you think? He replies, can we market a battery without thorough and rigorous testing? Without testing, where will we obtain the data? Fong Ping, slowly coming to this realization, nods repeatedly. Yes, yes. We must conduct the tests. He appears somewhat dazed. It has always been General Qin who presents useful products for immediate application, and it was unexpected that testing would be necessary. However, he is not perturbed. General Qin never boasts. When he claims a 70% enhancement, it is assuredly a 70% enhancement. After a day of diligent testing within the factory, he concludes that the results are fundamentally satisfactory. Fong Ping, however, grows anxious. But General Qin, the data appears excellent. Why do you say it is merely satisfactory? The reply is blunt. Of course, it still needs to be sent to a professional institution for authoritative testing. Do you truly believe that our small factory's evaluations would be accepted by others? Qin Haotian feels an urge to pry open Fong Ping's mind to discern what thoughts inhabit it. All right, this suffices. Let's go have a meal. Fong Ping refrains from further protest, reasoning that since the data is genuine, the involvement of other institutions is simply a matter of authority. It cannot possibly diminish the results. Yet, at this moment, dining seems trivial. Preparations for mass production must take precedence. When will we launch? I need to prepare the raw materials and production line. Enough. You need not worry about this matter. I am planning to relocate the production line overseas. Fong Ping is taken aback, nearly leaping in alarm. No, General Qin. Moving it abroad incurs significant tariffs and costs. Our batteries can withstand a 30% price increase without issue, especially with the reduction in other costs. It will not be a problem. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping's heart sinks. He realizes that General Qin is dissatisfied with the domestic situation. His frustration with various business environments and those who exploit the system is evident, and with recent developments, his discontent is likely to escalate. This situation poses a considerable dilemma. It wastes an abundance of resources and is unnecessary when operations could remain domestic. Fong Ping mutters to himself, while Qin Haotian chuckles and shakes his head. His focus extends beyond mere financial concerns. He seeks to leverage funds to acquire vast resources. Lacking money fundamentally translates to a lack of resources. Conducting experiments freely is impossible domestically. Thus, he must venture abroad. Given this, it is indeed more prudent for the factory to be established overseas. As Qin Haotian smiles while expressing this sentiment, a large group abruptly bursts through the door. What is happening? What are you doing? Fong Ping exclaims in distress. The intruders, armed and well-trained, do not resemble mere adversaries or armed terrorists. A fleeting shadow crosses Qin Haotian's gaze. He realizes that the authorities are taking action against him. Fong Ping, you are dismissed. Return and dissolve the company, distributing the remaining funds among everyone. Do it swiftly. Fong Ping stands protectively in front of Qin Haotian. Incredulity etched across his face. What have you done? Qin Haotian gives Fong Ping a knowing glance. Their tacit understanding is not insignificant, and he trusts that Fong Ping will comprehend. The profitability of his company is not particularly substantial, at least not in the eyes of those at the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation. If it were not for external pressures, it likely would not attract attention. Those individuals seek his technology. With this thought, Qin Haotian nonchalantly places his hands in his pockets. Do not move, otherwise, we will open fire. He pays no heed to their threats. These individuals, undoubtedly tasked with a mission, are unlikely to act impulsively, especially considering the relative safety within the country. They should refrain from initiating any actions hastily. Contact the entity named Bubble and instruct it to disperse all company assets, refund what is due, distribute what needs to be shared, and ultimately destroy all company records. At Haotian Technology, everyone received the news of the company's dissolution, with all compensations in place, prompting employees to vacate immediately. Qin Haotian's movements grew increasingly pronounced. The leader, filled with agitation, bellowed for him to halt. Unperturbed, Qin Haotian persisted in his operations, determined to eliminate his own technology regardless of the outcome. The schemes of these individuals held little concern for him. I command you to cease, or I shall fire, declared the leader, increasingly frantic. oblivious to Qin Haoyan's true intentions. "Prepare," he ordered. The atmosphere thickened as Fong Peng turned pale with fear, bewildered by the unfolding events. "Stop. Mr. Qin, do not move. I implore you," Fong Peng pleaded, his voice quivering, almost on the verge of tears, struggling to comprehend the situation. Qin Haoyan remained calm, unafraid. He understood that there were those intent on seizing his assets. His interactions with various internet firms had shown him that he was not easily swayed. They intended to employ underhanded tactics. He had anticipated such a scenario, though he had not expected it to materialize so swiftly. Were they truly so eager to acquire his technology? Yet, compared to the revenues of other internet companies, he held no substantial advantage, merely a suspected artificial intelligence bubble. He reflected for mere seconds, concluding that this escalation was unlikely to originate from the state, which, while capable of such actions, would not do so without foresight. The Dragon Nation would not act recklessly without having first assessed any potential threat. This indicated that individuals below were acting out of personal greed. Qin Haoyan's gaze darkened. "Stand down. We are from Haotian Group. What transgression have we committed that warrants your armed intrusion?" Fong Peng shouted, his eyes reddened with outrage. He was genuinely bewildered. These individuals appeared formidable, yet they had committed no offense. Even if the company had sent 100 people to confinement, it would have been entirely within legal bounds. Qin Haoyan approached the final juncture, needing only to dismantle the most critical program, obliterate all data, and then self-destruct the bubble. Thus, he felt compelled to retrieve his phone. However, this movement precipitated disaster. The armed personnel had long since chambered their weapons. Upon witnessing Qin Haoyan's action, they immediately commenced firing. As Qin Haoyan drew his phone, he instinctively shoved Fong Peng aside. His intention had been to mock these individuals, asserting that he would leave them nothing, never anticipating that they would truly dare to fire. The gunfire erupted. Fong Peng was rendered dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground in shock. Qin Haoyan felt a searing pain surge through him, a profound sense of irony washing over him. Was this the price of audacity? In a moment of clarity, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. And with his last ounce of strength, he bellowed, "Bubble, terminate all data and initiate self-destruction." Upon issuing the final command, Qin Haoyan could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to death.